and appreciation to the entire BioAsia team for their tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this event. Once again, thank you so much for being here today and enjoy your time at BioAsia. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
A person, who needs no introduction, but again, please allow me to introduce Dr. Jaydeep Ganguly, not a physician because we have a lot of other doctors as well today.
We are going to cover 50 plus years of work in 20 minutes. So we'll be flying by decades and minutes actually. But I want to leave with you, there's so much of hype and talk about AI. Some of it is good, some of it is not so good, that I wanted to take the opportunity to walk you through from the very early days, how it all started, because I happened to be there at MIT with when all of these things were happening with Macy and Tabert and everybody else. And since then, what we are doing today is very, very different. And my first observation would be that I would urge you to consider that we don't know what intelligence is. So before we say something is artificial, we need to know what is the real stuff. If you talk to neurologists, and I am not a physician, I have deep interest in these subjects, so I study the brain. As time passes, my knowledge is still deep, but I'll talk to you about how the brain functions for you to understand how our neural nets do today, to let you decide for yourself how the brain works, how neural nets work, how LLMs work. There's a lot of excitement because it does some amazing stuff, and that should tell you the future years are definitely in this space. But we don't know exactly what that path is, that I want to caution you. But this is the most exciting area because the fields of neuroscience, quantum computing, machine learning are eventually going to converge, as you will see. So without more, so let me start with this, the first slide. Now where do I point? Yeah, if you can see the next slide. This doesn't seem to work. Okay. Yeah, it's working, sorry. Yeah. So, the mid-80s to almost the end of 2000, almost, was all the era of what I call knowledge-based systems, logic. Somebody would put in the rules by hand, craft it, and the machine will get smarter and smarter, and eventually it will behave like a doctor, it will behave like everything, like the humans would not be needed. There was the 5th generation project of Japan, many of you may know this. None of this really happened. So there were projects at almost any university, which everybody was working in this space, and they did produce some remarkable systems. For example, some of you would know the IBM's Watson. I personally was fascinated by Maxima. I don't know how many of you know, because whenever I struggled with math, I would go to Maxima and ask it to solve that problem for me. So whether it's Bessel functions or anything, it sort of did expanded and simplify solutions of partial differential equations. So it was a lazy man's way of solving math problem. And this technology, ability to deal with symbols, reason, primarily through two mechanisms: forward chaining and backward chaining. Forward chaining was very much prevalent in Carnegie Mellon. They came up with languages like OP5. MIT came up with Lisp as language for symbol processing. We used to call it my friends used to call it lots of imitating single parentheses, because Lisp was famous for its first brackets. And then there were people in Europe mostly were into propositional logic, like Polmeror and others, who like to believe that logic, first order predicate calculus, will solve. For almost 2 decades, people thought this was AI, and it is not today. So all of us who did our PhDs in this era, and there were so many of them, we are pretty much obsolete, because none of this really is out there. Now, around way back, 1959, Arthur Samuel was given, he was basically a mathematician at Bell Labs, who came up with this idea of machine learning. And his idea was very simple. You put some data, put some model, and it will sort of crunch it and produce some answers, and effectively the machine will learn. That's what machine learning is, and linear regression and other forms of algorithms like Vapnik support vector machines, a little bit more mathematical. They were all in this field, but they were basically, it was like a statistical approach, you would say. It's really not intelligence, if you ask me. It's some data you throw in and you crunch some numbers, and eventually it comes up with the optimal model. So that was that era. And then the math behind, I want you to be patient and not sort of be irritated by these very simple equations. Machine learning is pretty much one equation. It is your some objective function, which is in this case is an error, some model. The equation one is a model, a very simple linear model. You run some positive, what we call convex function, because it will always converge, and you keep on crunching and minimize, and eventually you will get an answer. And this is how the gradient descent, that as you start up with unknowns, theta 0, theta 1, which you don't know what they are, x1, x2, you keep observing, y1 you observe, you keep doing it. If you go back to your school days when you fitted a line with a bunch of points, you minimize the error. It's very simple elementary arithmetic, and that's all that's working in neural nets. You'll see that later. Now, interestingly, and I'll always go back to the brain actually functions like that. It does backward propagation. But let's wait for that slide to see why that is not that simple. But there is obviously a way when we make decisions. If you look at the brain, by the way, is a very complicated thing. There's a prefrontal cortex, there is amygdala, there is hippocampus, it's a zoo, 80 billion cells. So each part of them actually function differently. And here we have a very, very simplistic model which says we are going to regress through this and find a model. So that's the beginning of the machine learning. And not everything is a number. Sometimes it's binary, yes and no. So there we tweak this a little bit to this formula, and therefore for people like what little bit into mathematics, they'll immediately realize that we get to something called log likelihood to force the answer to between 0 and 1. So it's very elementary stuff really. That's all there is to it in the world of ML. Either of these two equations are working, whether it's neural networks, whether it is GPT, whether it is reinforcement learning, whatever you say, machine learning is only classification. Don't forget this one statement. ML is classification, classification, classification. When I say 10 words, what's the next word? It is one word out of the dictionary, which is typically 2000 words that we use. So it's a classification. 2000 classes, you pick one class. GPT, same story. Decision trees, same story. So ML is classification. ML is not intelligence. Okay. Now, let's proceed forward. This is the first part of our discussion. And we come into some very elementary concepts. Obviously, you have to do correct fitting. Some of the words are like overfitting, underfitting. Means that if the model is too simplistic, it will do an underfit. You're trying to fit a circle with maybe just a straight line, obviously it's an underfit. Overfit, you get it, you're trying to force a solution. Now, we don't know these parameters. We don't know how many features we need. So how do we know what to be fit? And that discussion will come back to this in the world of GPT and LLM and see how this has become such a huge problem. So the one thing that now at this point we know that an elementary linear model with some kind of objective function that you want to minimize, you will run into one of these issues. Either it's an overfit or it's an underfit. What's an overfit? Well, you have a cubic function and you are trying to fit something which is an 8th order or 10th order. And you can do that because there's so much data. And the reverse is what? You have actually a parabola and you want to fit a straight line. The problem is you don't know. The machine doesn't know what that curve is. So, and this will become, I'm spending a minute here because you'll understand how this takes shapes in GPT. How that becomes a formidable problem in generative AI. Most of people are overwhelmed with generative AI, but that will come back to haunt you in the world of generative AI, this particular slide. Now, next is the last slide, which is mathematical. I promise you there's only one. That machine learning, I said, it's all about classification. So not everything is continuous. There are groups of things. So way back, Claude Shannon, everyone would know him. He came up with the concept of entropy. And what that really means is that if there is order in the system, entropy will be low. It's a thermodynamic concept actually. It's kind of common sense. There's a lot of, like for example, if you don't know anything what's going to happen tomorrow, that means there is no probability of, you really can't say anything with any probability. That means there's a lot of entropy. It may rain, it may not rain, it may flood, it may not flood. So nothing is known. So there's total chaos. That concept is Shannon's entropy. It's typically used in something called a Prelog Q format. What the name is after the gentleman. Very simple concept to Pulbach-Leibert divergence. That you pick a model and you see that formula that you last line and you see how it matches with your reality. See the divergence. If the divergence is zero, that means you got it right. If the divergence is huge, that means your model is not good enough and you keep iterating. Why do you need this? This you need in those classes of problems where it's classification. So we end the phase one of, I talked about the decision tree. We talked about regression. So you now need to come up with decision trees. Because that's another, we call decision trees also as artificial intelligence. At least we used to claim that once upon a time. Now, many of you would have played with XGBoost. It's a beautiful algorithm, very simple one, works great. If it is like 10 or 12 lines of parameters and very simple code, less than a page, works wonderfully. And all it does, it does something like this. That if I'm tracking soccer games and I want to make sure that how do I structure them, the tree, do I group them by the teams when they play in the morning, or do I group them they play in the morning in the local, in the what they call home and away? How do we group them so that the information comes out very, very lucidly? And that's where we apply this entropy concept. The formulas that you saw there, you would like to come through these very elementary numbers and come up with an information gain, what they call, and see the one that has the highest information gain, you would want to organize your tree, your so-called tree that you see in Excel or anything in this format. So classical AI stops here. It comes into using regression, some model, and classification. So that's the end of 20 years of work. And obviously there's a lot more, but I think you get the sense. Then we move on to the world of neural nets, which will lead you to LLM. The neural nets, around 2000, when Hinton showed in the ImageNet conference the beauty of the CNN algorithm, and Hinton is actually credited to this gradient descent algorithm and the variations of that, and showed that the enormous capability of machines to recognize images. And it did a pretty good job. I mean, it could tell varieties of cats, varieties of dogs. And you will see later that while this was very nifty, it took enormous computing power to recognize. The amount of training that had to be done is mind-boggling. Now, but then that spawned a great interest in machine learning through neural nets. And today, for example, when you use Alexa or when you use Netflix, you will see all these neural nets making recommendations for you. So all of that is powered by the so-called deep net. This is interesting because by the time in the late 70s, 80s, it was completely discredited initial and then kind of came back. And now, all of you know this neural net stuff. I captured it in one slide, very elementary stuff. What you see here on the sigma sign is that a bunch of inputs are coming in, and theta 0 to theta 1 are the weights. You multiply them and apply a function, and I'll come to why we have that function. That function is given below. It looks like a S-curve. There are three of them, sigmoid, hyperbolic, and rectified linear. So essentially it's a threshold. So when you multiply all those summations and you pass to that function, it crosses the threshold, then you get the next value. If it doesn't cross the threshold, it doesn't. And it propagates. So you have this incredibly complicated network. And again, you do the gradient descent that I talked about earlier. And all of you are probably familiar with it. You don't even really need to know. Most of the software will do it for you. And you crunch backward, the weights will get adjusted. And that's a neural net. Now, does it converge? Nobody knows. Actually, in many cases, it doesn't. And why doesn't it converge? Because most of the time, the optimization, for those of you who are mathematicians, will immediately recognize it's a local maxima or local minima. So it's like saying I went to see the to the Mount Everest, but I landed up in Nainital and I didn't see any other peak higher than me. I can't say anything. So I concluded I'm at the highest peak when you're not. So that's the problem of this approach. And people try to solve it. We'll talk about it a little. But I want to spend a few minutes to understand this slide and the next slide. So what you see here as the sigmoid function is the activation function in the brain that once the threshold crosses, is fed into that function. If it crosses, only will it go to the next neuron. Otherwise, it is zero. And so, how do you know what the thetas are? You don't. You're just throwing some random numbers. And then you run experiments to see what it produces. It's completely supervised. Does it give the answers that you see? And that's exactly how LLM works, by the way. If it doesn't, you start changing the weights again. How do you change the weights? Well, you change the weights by the good old chain rule of differentiation. Remember that anything that I've talked in math here, you probably have done in grade 11. Probably earlier, I don't know, these days probably they teach it in class 2, I don't know, but given our competition. But this is the beginning of the math and pretty much all that is used. But here lies the problem. This is what the brain is. Now, I have a deep interest in the brain. So, I am not a physician. I know very little. So, with that caveat, I will tell you how the brain works. What you look at the nucleus, that's a neuron. And neurons are connected to the next neurons by axons. In the axon, you see there's a junction between the two neurons where you see the synapse, which is blown up there. The synapse is the Greek word which means a gap. It is not a continuous connection. So first thing you should understand in neural nets is if a signal is 1 and if it crosses the threshold, the next neuron thinks it's 1 multiplied by the weight. The next one goes on. So the signal will travel entirely. The only way you can flip on and off is a sigmoid function which simply says, is it going through or not? It's almost like a gate. It's not almost, it is a gate. That's not how the brain functions. The brain, the axon is the brain, the first part, the axon is an electrical signal. The electrical signal that comes to the synapse stops at the electrical signal because there is no connection. It cannot go forward. Understand the neural net and why LLM. All of this is coming from this. And if anybody is a neurologist here will immediately jump and say, will be excited at this. What happens when the electrical signal comes at the synapse? The synaptic junction sends a chemical message. The chemical message is produced by the electrical signals by 1000 plus genes. There are 1000 plus genes right there in the signal. How do these electrical signals proceed? The electrical signals start by what is called an action potential because of the difference between sodium and potassium. Inside the neuron is potassium, outside it's sodium. These sodium-potassium potential differences start the electrical signal. So anything that you see, anything that you do, anything that you hear, anything does is a result of this action potential. The entire brain, this is the Zuban of the brain, it only says action potential. Now the problem is, when the action potential goes to the synapse, how that signal will go out is not a single signal, it's a signal there on the right bottom there, all those fields. The very interesting thing about the brain is that the code that goes out is a sequence of signals. All of the signals are of the same height, amplitude. But the packing of the signals are different. The amount of information that is flowing out is enormously complex. There are people doing research on that, and I'll tell you how these researches are done. So, our model of neuron is an extraordinarily simplistic model where it simply says a signal comes in, it goes out, but that's not what it is. When you hear a piece of music, first of all, your brain, we are making neural network assumption that the neurons are uniform everywhere. That's not the case. The brain consists of distinct segments as what we know. The hippocampus, the hypothalamus, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex, There are different parts of the brain. The brainstem is where all the chemical serotonin, dopamines are all generated from that. All of these things are used in the synapse to decide what kind of chemical signals are going. So you will immediately realize that this is a digital plus analog, whereas your neural network is completely digital. So neurologists will tell you what we have produced is more of a caricature, more of a toy, thinking that, oh, this is the brain. And neurologists don't even understand it, by the way. There are 80 billion neurons in the brain. 90% of the brain is water. 10% is actually used. Different parts of the brain are collaborating with different parts. So there is an objective function going on. We don't know. It's not that there's only one part of the brain that's doing the objective function. It's all over the place. We don't know which classes of neurons work together. The neurons differ. And now I think you will understand that the complexity and how this is different. There's a guy called Meghanka Sood at MIT who does this, he's an electrical engineer. He does a lot of, I've been following him for a long time. He does work on understanding this, and the way he does that, he has instruments on photoluminescence and high-speed, studies on mice cell. So different parts of the brain lights up. There are videos out there, you can see it. So that's how he's sort of back calculating and saying which portions are working where, what are they doing, and is there a mathematical representation of that, right? So obviously this is way too complicated. And by the way, even before you go to the next step, there are people like Roger Penrose who believe that it's not only these neurons and synapses, but actually consciousness and thinking is part of a lower level quantum processes in the brain's tubules, microtubules. So this is like quantum computing, and I don't even understand that, there's no way to tell it whether it's right or wrong. So obviously one part is that the brain doesn't work the way, like neural nets. Even this description, according to Roger Penrose, he thinks that there is at a quark level, something has happened, quantum entanglement. If you really have to read his book, I think the book came out in 1999, and it's a viewpoint where he draws concepts from Gödel's incompleteness theorem, quantum computing, quantum physics and brain, and there are people like Max Tegmark who don't believe in it. So I just don't know. I mean, I'm an engineer. This is way too far out. We are not even here. So now you are here. Okay. Now let's continue. So what did the computer scientists do? Well, they did some hacks. We're good at hacks. We said we'll have RNNs. We are going to take the state from one to the other. Basically, all the weights will carry on to the next state. And then they realized that this will be like you do with sequences. Because earlier neural nets, I showed all the input coming together. Now it will come as sequences. But then we soon realized it doesn't converge. Many of you know RNNs don't converge. They have the problem of vanishing gradients or zero gradients. And so this was given up. Then we did more hacks. We said, okay, there's a smart guy in Germany. He said, you will know, this works actually pretty well. LSTM, long short-term memory, that will have some gates. We introduced self-state and said, we're going to tweak with the RNNs and force it to forget something and remember something and suit. And it worked for a limited, and for example, it's intuitive to you. If you say Ram met Sita, that makes sense. But Ram met Ram doesn't make sense, right? So I will force that through neural nets at a self state to force that whenever Ram meets Ram, no, that's not a valid sentence. So that kind of, basically common sense reasoning. But then also there's another branch of subject that popped up. We can't go into details. Reinforcement learning. A very, very important part of machine learning is reinforcement learning. RL is how I believe the brain works. Now there's different views of thought. Imagine a baby. A baby looks at 3 cats and recognizes the next one is a cat. A machine has to be trained with 1 billion images of cats, 1 million images of cats for it to recognize. So obviously something is very different happening. And the very different is happening is obvious also from the fact that the brain is very slow. A brain works at max 200 cycles per second. Mine probably works much less, but anyway. And a computer runs at gigahertz. Just imagine. But a baby is able to say, a cat is a cat, within, as soon as some neurons are developed in the head, very quickly. A computer, you keep feeding forever and it doesn't. Why is that? Because of the information content. The content that after the synapse what signal goes out is far more enriching information than what goes out of a neuron in a neural net. Remember, your brain is probably 1 kilo, 80 billion neurons in 1 kilo, which is less than 2% of your weight. Yet, it consumes 80% of what you eat, energy. Fascinating numbers. So, all the stuff that you eat, all the pizza, cokes that we eat is all going to fuel the brain, basically, right? And that's because the content of information that is created is of so high order. Whereas computers are basically doing very simplistic calculations again and again at a very high speed. That's the big difference. So now, we did some hacks and that worked, but then I'll move to the last part because we have time constraint, because this is the part where you probably are most interested in. All of that suddenly gave rise to the world of GPT. In 2017, this Google guy came up with a paper which caught my attention in 2017 itself because of its attention, with the title. I thought this is a really weird title for a paper. So it grabbed my attention. So I read it a couple of times. And then I found that actually in 2014, Benjo and one of his students, Benjo from, I think, NYU, and Badano had produced an earlier paper, very similar in the context of translating languages, I think German, where they introduced this concept of, I'll come to that, but what did they try to solve? All of us know that this is a problem of machine learning language. We went to the bank and learned of his bank empty account, after which we went to the river bank and cried. Now, a machine will be completely flummoxed, right? This is the problem of language. And that's why we talked about neural nets, that's why we talked about LSTMs. None of these really work. And people who worked on classical languages like Barbara Liskop and before that Chomsky, and both of them at MIT, they had a completely different approach to language. Suddenly the neural net guys came and said, LLM guys and came, we solved the problem. Did they? So let's look at that, because in these days, if you can't say GPT, you are not very smart, right? So we have to say GPT. So this is what GPT is. GPT introduced a few very interesting concepts. Simple concepts, elementary concepts. The concepts are, these are the last 3 or 4 slides. After that will be a master of GPT and LLM. And you will see that this is now democratized. Everybody in the world can build these things. It's not just big companies with, all you need is a lot of server machines. You have to also, earlier we talked about neural nets being fed data, then they said one after the other. Here they introduced the concept that I will provide positional embedding. That means where do these nodes are, where do these words occur? So he went to the river bank. Every word he went to the river bank in a set of bits will also encode where that word exists in relation to the others. So it's actually a positional embedding. For the first time, they introduced that. They copied a concept from good old databases. Query times key must give value. For anybody who's coming from the database world and a relational database will immediately recognize that query key value are nothing but database concepts. Query dot key must give me the value if I got them right. We'll see how that. Then they use the concept I'll talk about attention, information prevention and normalization and decoding. Very simple ideas. Let's see how this works or does not work. So first thing, the words that they come in now, they're coming serially. Words are not letters, words are embeddings. All of you know that. They're vector representations of some numbers. What we do, we create 3 arbitrary matrices, weights, neural nets, query, key and value. What are the weightages of those? We don't know. Arbitrary. The idea is that if I do Q dot the input, whatever is coming in, it is a query representation of that same input. It's not the input, but the query representation. Bear with me for a second. I do that also for the key. Obviously, these are all wrong because your weights are wrong. You did the dot product, you got something, then you got Q and K. If you did a dot of those 2 matrix multiplications, you would get the value. Now, the value is also wrong, but hopefully they'll get trained. How will they get trained? So now, I have this embeddings coming in, I did the multiplication, and no, I don't do one representation Q, K, and V. I actually, V you don't create, V is generated. Q and K, I create 4, 8, multiple random matrices. Because you don't know what to start with, you create with multiple. So this is called multi-head attention. Why is it called attention? Query.key is the attention. How many of the K's and Q's do you do? 8 of them. Why did they do 8? Because that's what the Google guys started with. There's no reason. You did that, and then there's a technique for collapsing them to make them linear. Now you've got 8 results. Intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. if I tell a sentence, it's very hot today in Hyderabad, and if I ask the same question to 8 people or 10 people, their reactions will be different in their mind. There will be 10 interpretations, some of them similar, some of them not. So the language assessment of this sentence cannot be led by just one query and key, and that's essentially the idea, that we'll have multiple of those. And there are some very elementary matrix multiplications and coalescing of these that will result in one final output multi-head attention. And what that attention is actually very simple. It is you can clearly see, it's almost like a masking, I'll give an example after this, but also they did another nifty thing. They said after this query.key, they would add back the original positional embeddings back to it again, because there's no mathematics behind it. Why? They just felt like, because they would think they've lost the original positions of those words, what they meant. So while I have the intent captured, I'm again adding back the positional encodings, and then they do some normalizations, because this matrix has some are big numbers, some are small numbers. So you normalize by standard deviation and mean, and add a little bit below that 0.001, because sometimes if it goes to 0, it will blow up. So you will get a new matrix. So this is your multi-rate attention matrix, elementary math, right? You would get a matrix like this. And if you stare at this matrix, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see the diagonal is very high. Why? Because it's most relevant to itself. After the crunching of this KQ, when you do all this matrix, this is like the Sobel matrix in image recognition, filter rather. Here, you have the words which are most relevant will pop up and a higher numbers, and that's your attention. So, for example, the word is pretty much 1 to itself, because the word is most relevant to itself. So, when you say play the Game of Thrones, you will say the word the is not so important, so it's mostly 0. But when you say, some word like game, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see correlation between game and thrones, if your query and key were trained properly. So that idea is out there. And then what you do, the rest is very simple. After you do this stuff, what you do is, you take the Q and K from the decoding part of the story. Remember, this was the decoding part. We started off by saying the left part is decoding. Left part, that is decoding. Positional embedding, multi-head attention, then again added a normalization. Now you got the Q's and K's, which is fantastic. And then you take it to the other side and you're all done. You take it to the other side. Now you have to produce the next word. How do you do that? You simply mask the attention matrix to zeros of the words that you haven't seen yet. Repeat the same process. So basically what you do after that, you will crunch to this number. Okay, I'll just stop here and take some questions, but essentially right at that step, after you got the K's and Q's and you did the dot product and produced a value and did the same old stuff again here, and eventually at the last layer, you are still doing a softmax, which is meaning picking a word, a statistical most relevant word, and so you now see that there goes your intelligence. It's at the end of it, it's a statistical machine, and it picks up a word. So you feed Wikipedia, it reads one after the other the words. After reading 10 words, it predicts the next 11th word. As long as it gets it right, it continues. If not, it goes back in iterations and keeps on changing. This, by the way, at this point is billions and billions of parameters with so many neural nets all over the place. And so eventually they'll get it right. But now, here's the thing, the last slide of my talk. is, yeah. So GPT does not replicate human cognition. First thing we should understand. It differs from human cognitive process. It's just a statistical weight of one word with the other words. It's almost like saying, I am going to fit all the curves in the world with one parameterized equation. You know, and anything that you throw at me, any equation, parabola, whatever, circle, I'm going to take this one equation, which has all these weights, and it will give you the answer. So it is at best a weighted solution to that. Number two is that it will be prone to errors, what we love to say in the industry is hallucination. There is no hallucination, it's an error. It is statistical error coming out from picking a softmax. Remember, at this, then you will understand, GPT doesn't understand what an African elephant is. It knows Africa, it knows elephant. It doesn't understand African elephant because the elephant is the softmax of the previous state. It doesn't understand a Bengal tiger because it knows Bengal. It has seen many times Bengal and then tiger. So it will say Bengal tiger, but it has no notion what a Bengal tiger is. So, but it does jaw-dropping things. That you guys have seen it. And that's because, and nobody knows why. That's the beauty of it. Because statistical, basic statistics will tell you any overfitting will give you bad results. But what is very interesting in GPT is, as you fit more and more data, the results go up, then it goes down, then again goes up, and then again goes down. Why is this behavior happening? Nobody knows. So use GPT at your own peril, but I think you now know the opportunity is understanding the brain functions more, translating into neural networks which mimic the brain really, if you understand that, and add real computational processes, the convolutions that are happening inside the brain, the image processing that are happening, realistic modeling of those things are what will shape the future with the computing power that is arriving at our doorstep. So this journey will continue and it will be, we just don't know which way it will go. But hopefully with this I'll stop, and I know I'm over time, but hopefully this was interesting for you. If there are any questions, I can try to squeeze in a few. It is not a language model. It is a statistical grouping of words. And if it has seen many of such examples before, it is likely to parrot it. Think of it like your African grey parrot. It hears 10 words, it will say the 11th word, but it doesn't understand what it means. That is something you need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Dr. Jaideep. That was quite a heady mix of mathematics, biology, quantum physics. Sir, Jaideep, sir, you kept saying this is all elementary. That only served to remind me that I'm poor at all three subjects that you're touching upon. No, but thank you for this wonderful opening keynote. Well, now we'll head into the first panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on open source and AI. The way forward, again, open source needs no introduction as to why you're doing this panel discussion. But let me invite the panelists onto the stage. I'll start by inviting Mr. Nagarjun Maladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, a huge supporter of Sricha and open source software. Nagarjun Garu, Nag Maladi as we call him. Might I invite Rajendran Kaushik, Principal Architect, AWS. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you for coming over here. Ranganathan, Ranga, I call him, co-founder, CTO at Everest Engineering. I would have been surprised if that reaction did not come. Ramesh Loganathan, a person who needs no introduction, a huge advocate of open source, has been an influential figure in the startup ecosystem in Hyderabad, currently a professor at IIIT Hyderabad, and is involved with the CIE. Ramesh. Might I invite Amit Kumar? Amit Kumar is a senior director at Salesforce. Thank you, Amit, for coming over here. And to moderate the panel, might I invite Kaushik Katrapati, who heads data practice at DigiQuanta. DQ is one of the AI/ML partners for this conference. Kaushik brings in more than 18 years experience with working with data and other things. I have a small request to make to the panel, Kaushik and the others.
So we hear a lot of all these big companies pledging towards open source, like Meta, Facebook, everyone pledging towards open source models. But while all of these companies are pledging that they are open source, we have a basic problem, right? We don't understand, or like there is no clear definition of what is open source AI? What is your take on open source AI? And who can define it properly? Please.
Thanks, Kaushik. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm a firm believer of open source myself personally, and even when I started my career, I remember developing frameworks even before the microservices world. I was building something similar to that, and an open source entirely. So again, let's just take a simple stand of what open source is, right? It could simply mean a way of a developer or a contributor sharing their source of information or a code or whatnot with limited or no licensing arrangement or whatnot. So basically, anyone can flexibly or freely use that source of information. It could be a code, it could be data, it could be anything for greater good. So if you really look at why open source is a popular topic now, if you look at why developers love it, our customers from Amazon or AWS, our customers love it. One, it accelerates innovation because you don't have to start from scratch. For example, today if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine tune the model and then deploy. You take any project like, for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune into your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's secure. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I will not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I will talk more on other concepts. I hope I answered it.
I would like to have a follow-up also. So, who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions. For example, today if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine tune the model and then deploy. You take any project like, for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune into your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's secure. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I will not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I will talk more on other concepts.
Who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions that trains on your data and then infers on top of it, right? And the second is the data itself, like on what data it's trained on. whether that data is an enterprise data. For example, I can simply take the whole algorithm, could be open source, and train using my enterprise data. Now that doesn't mean that the whole model can be utilized for all open source purposes. If you look at even today, I'll not name, but generally speaking, many companies and the startups or anybody were doing many number of very interesting innovations or proof of concept. But for them to go to production, the problem is the models. Not only a source that needs to be open source or at least a license that makes sense to them. Most important thing is the model that the person gives the output, the data, whatever it has, should have been complex conflict or whatnot, right? So, to go back to your question on who can do this, I think obviously the contributor, whoever has actually contributed to the open source, should be transparent enough and say, okay, based on what data the data is trained and whatnot. So, I mean, again, from Amazon's standpoint, the models that give this usually come with something called we identify our customers from using such models. For example, if you're using one of the models that Amazon, like for example, Titan text generator or whatnot, then if a customer is using those models and generating the result, and tomorrow, let's say for whatever reason there is a compilation issue, it is AWS that will. So I think these are emerging patterns in the industry, and I would also say it is with the contributors who should really evolve and say, okay, this is where my data, this is where the data comes, this is where model comes to play, and they have to do it.
So the future of AI, what we understand from all our talks and everything, is the future of AI should not be singularly decided, right, by massive corporate industry. Should be then the motive of helping for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the humanity. That I think we all agree upon, right? But the key problem here is how can we build a diverse, decentralized AI infrastructure or like AI, not just infrastructure, AI ecosystem for the future? How can we achieve that using a collaborative model or what is your take on that?
So generally I see this is a three-pronged problem. One is the algorithm, which now have a lot of variants available right now, llamas and Falcon and whatnot. And the second is data, which is again available, and if you don't, you could just scrape Wikipedia and get it, or a lot of other sources. It's boring enterprise data we are talking about. And third is compute. So that is where I see there's a gap. You can get data, you can get algo, but you cannot get the compute, because compute is limited to all these big orgs. And that reminds me of something like, I think when we were passing out to college, we used to get what called CT, to search of extraterrestrial elements, right? Where they use this public infra to run their algos. And then we did the same thing years later in terms of Bitcoin, where everyone is using their phone and harnessing those Bitcoins, right? I think that's something which we as an individual can do. But there's a good part of it also, the government is also serious about it. I was just going through some of the government projects like Ashmi. That's something which is trying to provide the compute part as well as algo. Then you have different states or individuals, or like we're talking about Tamil Nadu. There's a Kannada Dharma. So I see people and orgs are getting interested in this, and they're adding compute factor to this. I'm seeing it's very positive direction. Again, it's for all of us to contribute to that. And Bitcoin is not the only shiny thing. This is the one.
Why people are going open source? I think first thing on the AI aspect. I think one thing I am personally, again, it's a strong statement, is that let us take all the companies, right, corporates. They are building up all this AI and like that, like crazily going on dimensions. And if you see all the research comes from universities, and then eventually come to, like, they don't have like resources or like the computing power, which comes from corporates. Now the merger at some point is coming up, and then they are like trying to produce models which are like right now like close to 361 billion kind of parameters. It's like really, really huge models, like really scary ones. The thing is, assume that the corporates hold on to itself, right? And a few more corporations are holding on this stuff within themselves. I think it comes to a point where like right now nobody is realizing the perils of it, but sometimes like somebody wakes up and our government says, like 3 weeks back, European Union said like, hey, you know what? AI has like an act right now. That's the first time somebody came and said AI has an act. They worked on it for 3 years. They came with like absolutely beautiful tools. Like within the first version, it's like really good. So they're saying like, what are the sources you're turning up? You need to be very open about it. So they're like really good points. The point is that could have come any point. Now, assume that corporates are holding on everything within themselves. There is like a point where like they are having a commercial value, but some of these acts will just stop them from doing what they are doing. So there is like an obligation, which may be a reason why somebody is doing it. Like we don't know, like that's one reason. The second one on the governing factors on like how to stop or like manage that, I think one of the aspects that I personally feel is there should be like the third party agency. Like for example, like let us think like all the countries are formed by themselves and then like they're all sovereign states, they can do whatever they want, right? Like nobody's coming and telling them, oh, you can do this, you can't do this, in AI you can do this. But with AI it's very strong, right? See, assume that it's like a, like again, because the students to understand it's very easy, like assume that it's a nuclear bomb that the countries are building. There is a treaty which says that you can't go and do these things, right? A very strong treaty just blocking them. But that's at nation level. It's not at a privatization industry level. So what's stopping them is like maybe even or like a group of companies, countries coming together and stopping it. So eventually, I think right now it's not there. But there's a governance model that will come up which is equal to an event for like AI, and that treaty like that's the first version of EU, but a lot of other countries should come out in a strong way that like it's managing the governance that strongly. Yeah.
Again, we would like to revisit that point of governance. I have a follow-up question on that. But before going there, I would like to ask Mr. Ramesh Loganathan here regarding, we see a lot of these big corporates having collaborations with IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, IIITs, like doing a lot of AI research with a private and public partnership kind of a thing here. But the question here is, do we already have any collaborations between our premium educational institutes? We have so many educational institutes doing a lot of research work. Do they collaborate themselves, within themselves, in developing a larger data model? And what does it take to have that as a proof of concept for the larger private audience, private enterprises to come together and adopt that model in their work culture?
So, the academic institutions do a lot of work, and there are funding agencies, especially government these days, is asking for consortium proposals, right? A lot of consortium projects where they expect 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 20 institutions to come together, right? And they're realizing that like, while each institution is very good and can do a lot of work with themselves, but if they don't bring the power of all institutions, the scale cannot happen. But it's very hard. Very, very hard. I mean, I will refer to Bashni. It's a project where, like, its predecessor form earlier, the Indian Languages Technology Mission, or Technology FO, what's called Project Epic, had 10, 11 institutions, leading institutions, all the old IITs, ISC, IIT, Hyderabad, and such. 10, 11 top research institutions, language space, that engaged for almost 15, 16 years. Lot of research work came out, zero solutions came out. Right, and so then the ministry realized and then tried to do a few other things for a couple of years, and then in 2021 conceptualized this Bashni project, where now the project is supposed to get tangible solutions in the field. More than 2 years since it started, and still there's some solutions, but not as much and definitely not as fast as anybody would like, as the government would like. So these are institutions that are research institutions, very socially minded already, right? Academic institutions are social in nature, research institutions are social in nature. And academicians are social in nature, especially when they say no to kind of fancy industry jobs and they take up academics. They have a very strong social and societal mindset. But while the intent may be there, execution is very hard, right? How do you get multiple institutions to collaborate? Even government is able to do it only by making it a funding requirement. If it can happen, if we can figure out models where, so which is, there should be a shared purpose, shared interest, which has to come a little bit more organic, right? When we talk about, I mean, we try to do this for international collaboration, but the same thing applies here for domestic collaboration. But the only thing in domestic collaboration is faculty know each other very well. There's a lot of peer-to-peer collaboration happens. Like two institutions collaborate because two professors know each other well, they make up a joint project. So that way we take utility, probably at least half our professors have projects that they're collaborating with others because of their own connections. And then there are others that do it because the funding mandate is that you have to be in a consortium project. But when they don't have a natural collaboration, what happens? Technically, there are 10 institutions collaborating, but they're working on 10 very independent parts. So in effect, there's no collaboration. It's like, it seems like a collaboration, but they're just broken down into 10 independent parts, and so again defeats the purpose, right? The idea is that like sum of 10 parts should be much more than 10. Here at best it is 10.
What does it take from a governance or a government perspective, policy perspective? Does it help you to have more
I
enforcement?
think, see, we have this thing, right? If you have a battle cry, that aligns people, right? You can't say it's a funding requirement. Yes, there's a purpose why the funding needs consortium, because the belief is that it needs that kind of scale. National quantum mission. There was a consultation meeting in Delhi, led by the Principal Scientific Advisor and the ESG Secretary. Every research group in the country that's working in quantum, about 60 of them, were there in that room. 400 people in the room. You name it, and that institution had 2-3 people from the institution in the room. Phenomenal, and they're finding ways, they say quantum especially, it's not something we can do unless we align all our forces, completely aligned. They're finding it very hard. I mean, like, again, these are institutions like, I'm not from the space, I accompany the professor who leads our quantum effort, and he knows many people. Like, everybody in the room knew at least 10, 15, 20% of the other people. They're that well known, whereas quantum world is not such a big world. They all know, and still not as much collaboration happens. I think what government could do, policy and financial models is one thing, but that is not enough. You have to create a battle cry, create a mission mode which everybody aligns to. Then it will happen. That is very hard. I mean, that needs a strong leader, strong vision, identifying that and articulating in a way that it aligns everybody around it. It needs that. I mean, like, true open source is a community movement. If you want open source model research across institutions, the community has an aligned purpose. Random people don't come and just work together. People that believe in one purpose come together, right? So, government, that's the hardest part. Creating that purpose, which is a battle cry, that gets everybody aligned together. That's the hard part. And you had a question on corporates. See, when corporates work with academicians, they also do pairwise projects, right? A company comes and works with one institution on one project or a set of projects. So, it's a very commercial model, so there's nothing social in that. The companies want the IP or they want the goodwill to have people, right? They come for that mostly. There are few companies that do it more social. Like Intel does a lot of work in India around research, and they invest a lot of time and effort. But few companies do it more don't, which is okay. I think at the end of the academic institution, a company comes and funds a project. We value it very, very highly at the project because it's a real world problem with real world data, right? Real world perspective, real world domain knowledge coming in with funding. So we value it. We may or may not get research publication out of it, but it's a check for the reality check for the work we're doing, get a reality perspective to the work we're doing, and of course get funding that funds other research for the professors. So we're okay with that, but I don't think that's going to see corporates supporting open source has always been motivated. It's a proxy market war that they find. So that's not a good thing, generally. The very standard model, which is okay. Knowledge is open, but the commercial use is not open. Free is a different thing. Free and open source is a different form. That's not very common. And when a corporate supports open source, there is motivation, and that motivation is generally not good.
So let's switch gears here, and then we see that okay, there is a lot of push for AI from the corporate, all the industry leaders, and everyone is pushing, saying that they are adopting AI within their organizations, and then they are saying we are enabling AI for their betterment of within the organizations. But with that comes a small insecurity for the developers that will their existing skills be obsolete, right? And how are enterprises going to cope up and educate and enlighten and upskill your resources? So I would like Nagarjuna to take a stab at this.
Yeah. Once again, a very good morning to everybody, all fellow students, industry experts, and academia experts. A very, I would say, jubilating atmosphere. Thanks for the other panelists, which kind of set the platform. All the difficult questions are ours to discuss with you. And as a connection to what Professor Ramesh had mentioned, and this question is positioned well. And again, I'm from Tech Mahindra, and to me, honestly, he started saying, I'm a practitioner of open source as well. As soon as I think that in 1998, if I'm not wrong, Netflix code was available outside, and it was compliant to me. It was a complaint from me till such time saying that the IBMs of the world, Microsofts of the world are spoiling us in terms of they give a lot of things to you. If you depend on that, you don't learn. The creativity is going for a task there. So I was always complaining on that. So as a practitioner in the industry for the past 27 years in Tech Mahindra, we took the complete advantage of open source. Fortunately, Dr. Ramesh's, comment on the corporates. If you look at the latest example, what we have done from our company side, if you watched our press notes in the past 2 to 3 years, like 2.5 years back, we announced a AI platform for our customers and customers. And he's absolutely right. Unless it is commercialized, we are businesses making profits. And my intention is to, as a business leader, my intention is to make it faster, better, cheaper, steadier, and larger. So these are like our parameters where my margin counts. So in line with it, what we have done is we kind of launched a platform called Gaia, G-A-I-A. It's like our own platform. And interestingly, it's all open source. We kind of partnered with Optimus, which is again an open source partner, and backed by Linux Foundation itself. The way Linux Foundation, I like them because personally, for example, if you look at the way blockchain is evolving, the way the support they are giving, like the way I think we answered in terms of consortiums, right? They back it up. So as a company, what we have done is we took the advantage of the open source, built a platform, and a reason why Ramesh's point on corporates will not really promote a lot on open source is in terms of the security, information security, right? For example, you are adapting somebody else's code. Many of the customers, especially pharma licenses customers, they will have regulatory authorities and all. They don't appreciate it. Or even product making companies for that matter. I think Professor Jaideep was mentioning about Google, and we support them as well. But if you look at the confidentiality they maintain in terms of the source code, it's appreciable. It has to be a combination. It can't everything be open source, everything be proprietary or enterprise driven. So we respect our customers' objectives, and somewhere we are getting opportunities to convince our customers saying how this joint collaboration is making sense for commercial use. Again, going back to faster, cheaper, better, steadier, and larger. We are achieving their commercial purposes. At the same time, we are giving a solution in faster time with better results, more productivity. That is working out, and this is happening for a while. I seem to remember, some of these facts are, you can Google search it. Apache, if I'm not wrong, it is most used web server, right? About 60 to 70% adoption. And if you look at projects also, most of the IT projects, if you look at the statistics, 66% are abandoned projects. 66 to 70% are abandoned. What do you do with that code? Give it to public, right? So they will take it forward and then finish it off. And coming back to the skill angle, thanks to love the open source movement happening for a while, forget about the people who are working in Tech Mahindra, all the students who are sitting here. Thanks to that open source movement, we call it as MOOC, right? Massive Open Online Courses. Even Stanford courses are available to you. Pick it up. Like the concept, knowledge was available. Dr. Ramesh was mentioning about it. Knowledge was available. A real problem with AI, professor's session, Dr. Jaideep's session in the morning, if I tell to the students that among the 8 to 9 slides he presented, 80% is coded, they get the motivation, right? If, for example, if I have to code all those algorithm matrices and all that, they feel it's very complex and difficult. No, it's not. 80% is coded. You pick it up from there and take it forward. That's what MOOC is selling. For the student community, who are our future units? Basically, they also should learn about individual dignity that they can take to the table, right? If I think in a productive way how to utilize open source right from their college days, using MOOCs, practicing, understanding all open source platform, coming to a company like us, end of the day, you may be basically owning an idea to get a product which India would like to get in. The services versus product, right? Your revenues will be non-linear. So that's what, in my opinion, it's positioned well. AI, the problems are around data and compute. I think he touched base upon it, and Amit also spoke about it from Salesforce angle, and we also spoke from Amazon angle. Data is proprietary. Data and compute. If we solve the problem in terms of crowdsourcing on an open source way, I think we are positioned well for this wave also. It is not new to India, right? We've been solving these issues for a while. In my opinion, open AI, collectively, I'm sure we will definitely make it happen, in my opinion.
So, I think if you look at it, like say, all the academic knowledge by and large is published, right? It's one level of open knowledge. So even academic knowledge, like if somebody were to license, they have to, we have licensing terms and such. The paper may be public, but IP may still be owned. Open source, what is out there, like any of the open source projects, it's like public knowledge, right? Like you said, it's available, a group of people for whatever reasons went and created, and you could use it, leverage it the way you want to leverage. And then commercially using it is the next level, right? Even if it is an open source, sometimes it comes with license terms. So it's okay. Everybody has their own motivation to do, like some want to build the same thing commercially, some want to build just for fun,
build it as an open source. But once the knowledge is available, it's up to anybody like Nag rightly said, for a project, they will choose what's available out there. Right? It could be a paper that they take and build, it could be an existing framework that they use, it could be a commercial product. At the end of the day, they have something that they need to build. Now, where a platform like this can help, right, very significantly help is the social problems. Social problems, like if we're trying to create low resource languages, the work that all these have started, it's going to be very hard for any commercially driven initiatives to fund it, because there are not enough commercial returns. But the social returns are huge. I think those are places where probably open source is the only way, community-led open source is the only way to do it, which may result in IP that could be commercialized maybe, once it is done. But the initial funding, nobody's going to come and pump money like OpenAI got to build for low resource languages, which most Indian languages are low resource, digitally at least, low resource languages. And the other like public health or any of those areas, agri, you've been talking about agri, has been talking about, those are areas where commercial forces will not come and fund because it's very hard to figure out a model. So I think open source community-led is a place where, those are places where it's absolutely necessary. Because nothing else will come, and governments find it very hard. They're trying to do many things, but they're finding it very hard. The results that Switch has already got in the last few months, I think it's a strong indicator. Like I think keep that momentum on. We will solve for the nation what Bashini is finding it very hard to do. As a community, it can be solved.
Yes, Ranga. Actually, you have answered my next question. How can we push for start AI adoption? That's my next question. So Ranga, please, if you can also.
Sure. Yeah. So I think I'll start with the answer and then I extend it here because both are very well connected. First thing is like let us take the point of industrial revolution, right? Like when it happened, I think one of the things, just think, right? Like when machines all came, people are like actually drilling railway rails, right? And then suddenly machines came and everyone was scared like, okay, my job is gone. Then suddenly all these machines came and they take the tunnels and then like suddenly a lot of hardware came up, infrastructure came up. The world became a lot better place, right? And that time there was like a lot of scariness around all these things like happening. The second thing is like there's like simple example, right? There is this 1984 the great manure thing where like the first used to put a lot of manure on the New York streets and then they used to put a lot of remove all of them, and when cars came in it removed and then the whole problem was over. So like always the betterment happened. I think from an industry perspective, as a student or like people who are thinking like, okay, what will happen to this, right? Like first thing, when people approach us with a problem statement saying that, hey, we want to build this, the approach is similar to what we are doing with, like again, the progression on AI. Is same as like when IoT came in, a lot of devices came in. Then being contextual to this open source, no like industrial projects are based out of like Raspberry Pis or Arduinos or like equivalent open source hardware systems. But what was very good was all these things helped in prototyping things that helped build things on that place. Like the smartwatch that you are wearing is far more advanced, but it was built on one of these open source wearables. Eventually they just commercialized it and made it a lot more powerful and then like adopted to it. But for prototyping it, this open source thing made it a lot more possible. So all the things that you are doing like checks on like your health, on everything on the smartwatch is just happening because of that open source thing that happened on like the IoT stuff. But right now, if you take on like the growth of AI, we are taking the same path. Like somebody just made it open source. Again, it's like this open source thing in AI is a bit arguable because like what are these open sourcing? Are they open sourcing the model? Are they open sourcing the data on which they trained it? Or like both of them together? Nobody is doing all of them together. So there is some commercial angle, but still like if it is used in a particular way, the adoption of this will be like having these machines together, they are doing a journey together. But also like at some point, till now, like human intelligence has been like a lot more advanced than like machine intelligence. So it's very rare like where they were like in specific tasks they were doing it, which we call like a narrow based task or narrow intelligence. But on like general intelligence, people are like always like right now or afraid that it will overtake us and what will happen after that. Like so there is like recursive relearning and those kind of things which scares us, but still the evolution happens. Nobody is going to stop the red button. As I said, like once we come back to governance, there are like points in which we need to discuss, which will make that happen in a like a better way.
That is fantastic. So Amit, if you can, I would like to understand what are the open source contributions from your perspective, from like Salesforce or like whatever your companies are doing for open source contributions. I would like to, for our audience to know more about, details more about that. Please.
Market traction. they get the community with support and the innovation, what it touched upon. Innovation happens very fast the moment you open source. For example, I know that Salesforce open source Flip, this is for image to text, the text to image, and then there's XGen, which is LLM model. So, and then you see examples, just not limited to Salesforce, Meta has Llama 2 also, and now this week I think Elon Musk announced that Grok also will be open source. So what's happening that you are getting a lot of these models which are telling you how to do that. And the great news for the audience here is that you figure where to use that, what problem I should solve with that. I think that's an opportunity, and that way you'll get the skill and then you'll get a use case.
I think from AWS, I think we've been one of the most open and when it comes to open source, nurturing of the whole open source ecosystem and also embracing open source technologies. If you even take technologies from relational databases or whatnot, what we have done is we have taken the simplicity of open source and added our expertise in managing the infrastructure. If you look at some of our offerings, greatly embraces open source, like for example take Postgres, MySQL and whatnot. We took all those open source technology and put like our expertise on top of it to give a highly scalable and also kind of affordable infrastructure for anyone to innovate on top of it. Now that's from the compute and general perspective. Now I'll talk two perspectives on our contributions. Now when it comes to Amazon or AWS, we've been actively contributing to projects like Babelfish. Even if you look at AML like MXNet and whatnot, we've been actively contributing. So much so like even the father of Java, who is James Gosling, is actually part of Amazon AWS and who is working on projects like. So we've been developing several, for example, free real-time operating system when it comes to IoT world and Babelfish for like database world and MXNet and Kubernetes and whatnot. Right? We've been actively contributing. Now, when it comes to the execution or use of such tools and techniques, right? So, in AI, when it comes to that, so we have an initiative called Registry of Open Data on AWS, which is called RODA. Now, in RODA, you can actually we host a lot of open source data, open source data. For example, UK Biobank some time ago released 100,000 whole genome sequencing data. And we are the hosting partners. Like we took the whole data and we hosted on us and then hosted on the RODA platform and then share it. Like this, if you go to RODA, there are like number of data sets that are available for anyone to freely use and work or build any model on top of it. Now, when it comes to the AI models, and again, we've been building hubs. Like for example, we have something called SageMaker Jumpstart, which basically provides a platform to host all these pre-trained models that you could see in Hugging Face. Like for example, like Amit mentioned, Llama models and several other pre-trained models are available, which you can actually easily deploy and train. Now, what it means for you as a student or perhaps from the community is take all those pre-created data set or pre-trained model and start. You don't have to start from scratch. You can easily build on top of AWS. In fact, we also give credits for some of these use cases. And one such initiative I can tell from healthcare perspective is AWS Health Initiative, where we give funds to some of our customers who does solve the equitable problem and whatnot. Like there are many funds that we have set aside. Even recently we announced something for generative AI. Like we set aside $100 million fund to support our customers and partners and everyone to innovate on AI space. So yeah.
That was really educational. I would like to close this session with one last question. The main motto or like what the initiative of this event is to see if we can make Hyderabad the capital of AI. I would like to take each one of your inputs and see how we can make or what are the potential challenges. What is the road for Hyderabad to be AI capital?
I can start probably, yeah. So I think I was from Hyderabad, I'm from JNTU, like so a lot of things. I'm from Tripoli, Hyderabad, so a lot of things together with Hyderabad. But having said that, I think one city becoming a capital of like the whole AI thing is going to be like a crazy power, like superpower, like to somebody. But what I think I can suggest is like governments relatively, like again, like as I said, like somebody took an AI act from Germany or like Europe or other places is good. But like from India, we can become like pioneers, like in starting the governance model and then acting on it. I think nobody, as far as I know, has like a serious model there, where like Hyderabad comes and says, you know what, like we are forming this consortium And then this is going to be like the first one of like the first version of the draft, and that will put spot in the map in India like far ahead of other cities. Yeah.
I think there have been many attempts in the last 6-7 years, right, to put Hyderabad on the national AI map, and it's okay. Some success has happened, but I think what can really, we need to think much bigger. It's not an incremental. I think the initiative that's being taken up now through the Svecha efforts, right, to create a very large platform. When I say platform, talking about most broadest form, which people, processes, systems, right, volunteers, energy, the battle cry. There's a battle cry here, right? I mean, like if you could get the Telugu ASR created, right? And I think there's an opportunity to see, like yesterday, 2,000 people in the room, right? Yesterday, all day, and more than 1,000 people here today, second day. I think if we rally around this and amplify what Svecha has already started, right? And say like, we create, and they're all social problems, by the way, right? We talk about agri or morning hearings of conversation of public health. These are all social problems where this is the only way to do it almost. Either government should do it or community should do it. And government has its own priorities, like, so they'll pick what is the most important thing at that point. And so community can do this. And I feel if we amplify this, like say what the success that's been got in the last 6 months with the Telugu language, like I think I forget if it was Kiran or right, Praveen that was saying Hugging Face for India, right? Create like models that's built by community. Lot of models available, right? Whether it could be used for social purposes, it could be used for commercial purposes, right? But the models get created, for which the data has to get compiled first, right? And labeled and data sets. I feel we should take this up in a mission mode, rally all forces, right? Whatever support from companies available, get other communities, academic institutions, significantly amplify and accelerate. And if you can get, like the many initiatives, like there is AI for Bharat, there is Bharat GPT, many initiatives, I don't believe they're going as fast as, like given the forces behind it, the people, the thinking and the funds, it's going nowhere nearly as fast as they could. So this could be an opportunity to show that it's possible as a community to do it. I feel that's going to put us on the national map, nothing else. That will put us on the national map.
No, I thought it would take, but somehow Ramesh's points are very resonating to what I'm thinking actually. The sense of urgency is I feel that actually. It is not as if we are getting ready as Hyderabad Inc. for a .com or a .net or a SAP boom or something like that. If you look at the slide back, there are only two. Anurag University and Meta. Why? Why? That is the issue actually. For example, when we show to other customers, we show a slide full of customers who are our partners who enabled our growth, right? As even they did, Amazon or a Salesforce. But that is only two right now. And it is being driven by Svecha. There is we talked about it, shared purpose and shared vision. That's what we used a few minutes back. Honestly speaking, the industry is at a $150 billion market. It is going to grow something like 1.8 trillion with a 36.4% CAGR. How much of it you take is up to you as Hyderabad. Right now, in my opinion, he is absolutely right. Sense of urgency is not there. Why am I telling? As Hyderabad we can do. If you look at the COVID situation, earlier it was like a 5 to 6 year to invent a molecule and a vaccine. March 23rd is the date in 2020, lockdown is announced. January, you have a vaccine in hand. That means as a team we can do it. As a team we can do it. But we are not doing it is a problem, in my opinion. But really greatly appreciate the kind of efforts the Svecha kind of organizations are doing for ganging everybody together. It is not anymore a luxury or a nice to do. It's a must-have thing going forward, in my opinion. The educational institution should come for the supply side. At the end of the day, if I do AI or a machine learning or a federated AI, supplies from universities, supplies from colleges, and there is a variation, in my opinion. The universities have a shared problem right now. I think somewhere, one of you mentioned it about it, right? The compute angle. You had a great model. How do you deploy? How many institutions in Hyderabad today are positioned to really deploy a machine learning model? And at the same time, we are positioned. For example, Mahindra University, for example, IIIT. And why are we not collaborating? And why are we not forming a consortium with a shared vision of making Hyderabad as a GNN AI? That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. And Now you are telling all this, I've been telling this for so many folks in so many forums, but some action is what I'm expecting. He hit the nail on its head actually. Sense of urgency is the most important thing. Trust me, market will make the money. Amazons of the world, Googles of the world, Salesforce of the world, Tech Mahindras of the world will make money for sure. That $1.8 trillion money will be made. Is it Hyderabad? Is it Chennai? Is it Bangalore? Is it Pune? Is it Mumbai? Is it Noida? Is a question. It is our share to get it back. I'll count on my support on anything that we do in Hyderabad actually. So that's what I reflect. Thanks for the platform you already said.
So just to condense your thoughts, right? I mean, I agree to all the points, and what I believe is three P's. I think one is purpose, and then partnerships, and finally policies in that order. I think what made Swechha and other initiatives possible was purpose. I think there was a clear-cut definition of what anyone wanted to achieve. I think, let's say, to go back to your question on Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad should have that purpose or a vision narrated, following which we should have partnerships. This is where all these universities and private, public firms can actually come together and work towards that greater good. And like he really quoted a very good anecdote about COVID success, right? I mean, it is possible. And finally, policy. Trust me, I think policy sometimes is an enabler, sometimes is a blocker, but truly, in my opinion, I think the right policies at the right time will enable the whole ecosystem. So I would say you solve these three, I'm sure we can realize that potential of AVPS.
These gentlemen, they cover almost everything. I'll just talk about the concrete things. One is specifically currently we lean on professors to share this knowledge, and we have this untapped pool of people who have done that hands-on. So connecting the students with the mentors in industry, I think that will go a long way in solving this problem. And secondly, creating one great example. Think of it, Abu Dhabi came with Falcon, it's 180 billion parameters AI model. Why can't India do that, or why can't Hyderabad do that? So set one shining example of something like that, and then connect these two ends. That's probable.
Thank you very much, panel. We have really good insights from all of you. So we will give a good applause for the entire panel for sharing your thoughts, sharing your resources. And I would hope the audience here will take great inputs from this. The policymakers, the startup owners, the education institutes, everyone will make a big push for having a greater open source AI initiative here at Hyderabad. It can be a model, it can be a inspiration story for the rest of the world to pick it up from here. Thank you all.
No, thanks to Kaushik for asking soft and nice questions. I thought he would ask a question to us saying, can you code for one of the slides, Professor Jayad? Thanks for being so nice. Again, a great moderation. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Praveen.
Thank you, everyone. I think the key takeaway for me is the purpose. And I think we're all driven by the purpose over here. Thank you for taking your time out for the panelists, moderator Kaushik, another Kaushik, Ranga, Ramesh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. People, updated schedule has been sent over a WhatsApp message to all of you. If it hasn't reached you, but this is the schedule right now. We are running 20 minutes behind schedule. So without further breaks, we'll go to the next one. We're almost ready for that. There are talks starting right now. There are talks starting in the Jain Seminar Hall, which is in the first floor. There are some talks that are starting in the Golden Jubilee Hall of the EC department, and the panel session which is starting in the event center of J-Hub. But here, we have a very distinguished person, a very renowned person, Dr. Pratik Desai. Pratik Desai is a founder and the CEO of Kisan.ai, the seasoned entrepreneur and computer scientist.
Can I add my slides?
Just introducing again, sorry for that. He's a computer scientist, founder CEO of Kisan.ai, and it's quite late in the night for him, and he has kindly agreed to stay up for us. And we requested him for a brief talk. Over to Dr. Pratik Desai.
I'm Pratik Desai, founder and CEO of Kisan.ai. I hope you guys can hear me. Just let me know if I'm audible, so I can continue the presentation. Naveen, can you confirm? Thank you, Swechha and the team for inviting me for the presentation. I hope you guys are having a good time. And the topic for me today is about using AI in the Indian agriculture ecosystem and how we have been working to bring AI, the latest technology, in hands of the farmer. Uh, and our goal is to divide this knowledge gap that has been very widely the reason behind how the agriculture in India is kind of traditionally one of the backward in terms of digitalization. Uh, so just start with my own journey. So I grew up in agrarian family. Generations I remember we were in agriculture, and I grew up on farm, helped my father, and knew the first hand all the problems that farmer faces, and very much aware of what's going on. But then I moved to US for my masters. My father took one of the biggest risks in his life, taking a loan to send me to US, and then I've been working in doing my higher education. I work on solving sensors, robotics, and then to the AI to solve the knowledge extraction problem. And after that, I moved to Silicon Valley, and really I have been part of multiple startups, the founder, founding member, and we did develop some amazing technology. Like so, one of the problems that we tried to solve was using real-time analytics on social media. Then we also worked on building wearables, which was pre-Apple Watch, and our objective was bringing intelligence inside the wearable devices. And the last startup was in automotive. Again, my role was to build the AI-based intelligence system for the cars, just like how Tesla has over their updates and data analytics. We built something for the regular cars. The company got acquired, and at the same time, I realized that it's time for me to start working to my roots, like the people I'm associated with. And there was a time in 2019 I decided to start a company called Tutori in India, and the objective was to build UML application, high-tech tools that goes directly inside the hand of farmers, so farmer can access the technology and take the benefits of what's going on. And our journey has been more than exciting from the day we started, but we also had many great learnings from where we started and where we are right now. So, when we started, the objective was the first objective, the first problem we tried to solve was the plots. The farmland plots are not geolocated or digitized. So the only way farmer can find out where the boundaries are, he goes to like collector's office or some regional office, government worker will give them like a printout. It will have plots, and it will say, okay, this printout, this is your plot. It was not digitized. So we started with working on digitizing plot for the Gujarat state, and using machine learning, computer vision, satellite images, we did plot 1.2 crore farmlands. And we are running a startup, so it's always important to find out the product market fit and understand your demographics. So even though we built some advanced high-tech tool, the farmer had really not able to use for it, and we also understand like the position of our farmer. So that was our first learning, that if you build something high-tech, but if your farmers cannot pay, you cannot continue like running a startup. So we started learning, even though we were building something in terms of advanced technology, we had to bring farmer on board. So we created this digital marketplace where our goal was to help farmers create their online shops and give them price, money prices, price prediction, and let them sell directly to consumers. And through that, our goal and objective was to start giving them the advanced technology that's possible. Now, this is the time we also started collecting a lot of agriculture data around different commodities, the markets, to us in the future. Next thing we worked on is helping farmer to create automated label and packaging. Now, like why? Like to understand the problem. If today farmer wants to sell something online or Facebook Marketplace or somewhere else, they do not have access to graphic designers or like some advanced labeling mechanism. So they will end up printing something on like paper with the name, and this is not something that will stand out in front of consumers. Now, uh, how can we solve it? Like farmers cannot afford to hire designer. So this is the similar time the stable diffusion image generation tool where farmers just select turmeric, like or any commodity, name the name, price, and we will generate like a really nice looking label for them. They can print it out. And this is something very helpful because like these are the small tools that end up helping farmers to the day-to-day life. Now, our learning from this one was that even though we are helping them out, there is still something that missing. That is, these tools are created by tech folks for tech people, not for the farmers, because they require education to explain them how to use it. Which, in sense, it's not very simple. There's like a literacy and language gap, and it needs to be very intuitive. So next step we use again diffusion models with ink painting and background removal application, and created something where farmer can take a picture of whatever they're trying to sell, automatically replace the background and create like something very professional looking. And when we did this one, we tried to create application which started becoming very simple. So they take a picture, select what they want to do, and they will create a picture. And this create like the professional looking image, then they can start sharing in the WhatsApp group or wherever they're trying to sell. So through all out, what we learn from our experimentation with building new applications, that the farmers has a really huge literacy and language barrier. Like for India, where we have so many languages, and most of the farming and agriculture happening in the rural area, this is very prevalent. Also, the education cost is very high. Like explaining farmers, because their day-to-day life, they are doing their job. Their job is not to remember all the filters and tools and settings the app. Now, this time we also realized that like this trained farmers are using WhatsApp, Instagram, and everything very well. Like nobody went to teach them, but they still started using it, and like they're sending millions of messages on WhatsApp every day. So I think it was like a realization was that it's a problem in the people who are creating things for farmers. It's not the farmer themselves, because everything we see today around built for farmers are not very farmer friendly in a sense. And the existing mechanism for them to access the knowledge, for example, we're not expecting farmer to go on Google and read 20 blogs, right, in English. There are many institutes in India and around, like, agricultural region who generate a lot of knowledge. This knowledge kind of stays to the institute. We are not expecting farmer again to travel 150 kilometers to find out and read these booklets and to figure out what is the best way to, what is the latest method to grow rice, or what is the latest variety. So what farmer end up relying to is the local expert. They are not expert, but local vendors who are trying to sell something, which kind of put them in this situation where they are subjected to exploitation. This advices are biased. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of knowledge and research, everything generated to be sold to farmer. So we saw this big knowledge gap from the knowledge that they produce to the person like farmer who's supposed to consume it. And we also saw that's like a two-way accessibility problem. It's not just the farmers. The knowledge that could produce is also unstructured. It's not designed to be digested by automated tools. It's very fragmented, and for the knowledge generation to the acquisition cost for farmer to reach the farmer is also very high. And not just the farmer, people like extension workers or supports or sales, whoever is trying to kind of bring this knowledge to the ground, is the whole system is broken. So this was the chance where we already had a lot of knowledge that we have collected from different sources which we are using to on our platform. So we saw the opportunity that we can use this knowledge, use the legendary AI technologies and the models are getting cheaper every day. So we realized that if we can build something that can bridge this knowledge gap between farmer and the knowledge that organization, we can solve one of the biggest problem, because now farmers can reach out and get access to all type of knowledge from the seeds to the equipments, the fertilizers, pesticides, finance and loan. Meanwhile, they can just talk in their own language and something very simple into the interface. So this is what Kisan AI is. When we launched Kisan AI last March, now objective was to create something very simple, intuitive, just a one button, select your language, and then you can start talking in your own language. And we are building knowledge base, and we are even today we are like continuously adding and getting more information. The goal is to all the data, knowledge, diversify information from practices to like climate resilient agriculture to organic farming. We would like to deliver them in a way where we can talk to the AI through the voice. And this is what the Kisan AI we launched last March. And surprisingly, because we were always focused on AI, but when we launched, we found out that we were not just uh, like not just agriculture. We were like one of the first vernacular voice-based assistant built using generative AI, and which was supporting many languages. Because if you remember, the OpenAI and Bard and all started having this voice-based conversation very recently. But like we did in March, we received a really great response because very first time farmer realized that they have the power of the entire internet in their hands and they do not have to read. They can just talk to it and it will reply. They can go back and forth. They can ask like multiple questions. It's not like a call center. They have to wait for 5 hours and then we don't know the person on the other side. It's like the knowledgeable person, like what's time, like, and it will not take them like 15 minutes, 30 minutes to find out the right answer. The answer is there. We started seeing getting requests at the middle of the night where someone is just doing like in India and farms the power come at the night time. So most of the time farmers are actually watering their farm at the night time. So we started seeing at the night time people are calling and asking questions about that thing. So we realized that we have like built something which is really valuable, and by expanding the knowledge that we have, we can actually solve many problems related to agriculture and rural economy. But we are focused on agriculture. There are many other problems and many other organizations trying to solve this thing, but we want to solve the agri problem. Now, there are many other things that we realized that like the Gen AI is still expensive. So if we keep running the show and keep serving more and more farmers, like we already reached 110K farmers without any marketing. It's still like spreading. People who find out, use it, people they come back with the feedback, say like, hey, there's this thing missing, can you add equipment data, can you add finance data? So we are ourselves are keep expanding the knowledge that we have, but we also realize that like using the latest models which are really huge in size, and if we go and try to serve millions of farmers, then it ends up becoming expensive. And because we don't even figure out the business model, like remember, like we have to at one day being a startup have to generate revenue, so we cannot keep running it. So we started actually doing research on the language model side, like if we can reduce the size of the model for using open source like a model, something like a Llama 2, we can actually reduce the cost of inference. And similarly, we also realized that one of the biggest asks from the farmer was detecting disease and pests. So we started ourselves working on training, like fine-tuning models, so we can actually reduce the cost of inference while keep serving the more demographic and try to bridge this knowledge gap. While we launch, we really got like really huge response, not just farmer, but everyone around, like many media houses kind of check it out, they published about it, and I think that also helped us to kind of reach to more folks. And we also started seeing many success stories, like for example, one farmer from Chhattisgarh, he was growing geranium, which is like mostly used by perfume companies, and then there's a lot of agri-waste. The farmer has to sometimes pay for to get rid of this agri-waste. So this Lokesh, he was interested. He was like curious about what he can do. So he started asking questions and figuring out what he can do with the agri-waste. Then he found out like there are some chemical composition he can use, And using that, he actually created air freshener, and then like he registered his company. He became an entrepreneur. Now he's incubated, and so moral of the story is like, now with the AI, so many things like this research of how to use agri waste into air perfume was there always, but it was not accessible to farmers. And there are many stories that can be created, like we are collecting, but it looks like with this AI will help progressive farmers who are always looking to find a new way of like using better practices, building something from agri waste, or like improving or increasing the yield, better way of using pesticides. They all have now answers. They can go and like have conversation with AI to find it out. And now this time we also realize that while we are building it for farmers, there are like thousands of agribusinesses who directly serve farmers, and they also have the same problem. They have their proprietary knowledge. That knowledge also needs to be served. Like all the equipment companies, tractor companies, pesticide companies, India or around the world, who have proprietary knowledge of their product, and they also struggle to take this knowledge back to the farmer, because farmer, let's say for example, someone is growing cotton and interested in finding out like what is the product from company XYZ that we can use for whitefly. That's one of the common pests. Then he will not have, like, he will go to the nearest shopkeeper and ask, and he will sell whatever is this he knows or what is available in the stock. But now that same farmer can actually talk to the company's chatbot, and then the company will suggest like this is the latest product that you can use for whitefly and cotton. This is available in your area, and that is what we are building as like a startup, an agri co-pilot platform, which helps every businesses to take their advisories, manual, how to use this product, how to use a tractor or the new connectors or like extension product, and serving them through different type of channels and APIs. So this is about like the model that we are building. Like when we started working on the model, we also we were not like racing to release and create a model. We knew the problem. Our problem was always to create cheaper inference with the more knowledge base. So we were already collecting huge amount of data. We had around 400,000 different conversations that farmers can do through our platform. We knew what kind of question they ask. So we did curation on top of it, and using and fine-tuning sample and parameter model. With this model was created on Llama 2, Open Hathi, which is based on Llama 2, and we named it Denu because Denu as a calm Denu kind of symbol for agriculture, at least in Indian subcontinent. And also, if you look at the naming conversion happening with the models like Llama or Dolphin, we also realized like Denu would suit in that category of naming models from the animal's name. And then we last month also trained a vision model. The objective for the model is to not just detect pests and diseases for most commonly done crops, but also start having conversation. So a farmer can take a picture, and then they can ask about what's going on, what's wrong with it, what can I use. So this is like very early stage for the vision model, and our goal is to kind of cover all major crops and the diseases, so we can create like a cheaper version that can be used by every farmers, because the current APIs with CNN models are very expensive, and we want to create something that is simple to use, just like our Kisan AI app, and then add multimodal capability to that, and always stay on and focus on the agriculture, because like we cannot there are many things that people can try, which is like the purpose for the general purpose model, maybe like the AGI, but our goal is to solve the agriculture related problems, because that's very near to my heart and what we have been working for a long time. So when we released, we also realized that not just we were first to release the co-pilot, vernacular co-pilot, we were also like one of the pioneer in building agricultural LLMs. So I'll just play this one in terms of like how the Denu model, which is a bilingual, because we train on Open Hathi, which is a bilingual Hindi and English, and you can see like the knowledge that we have trained on is basically very specific to location for like in-game practices. So if you can ask and select the state, and it will provide you practices or like advisory based on the location, not just very general purpose answer. And still like right now, the first version we trained had like a 300,000 instruction because it's instruction train model. But next one we are like collecting around million different instructions. So it's going to be like a really huge data set, and I hope that like when we have the latest version, we'll able to actually make it much more better in terms of the knowledge that it can like embed. Because the fine tuning method, there are two things that you can do. Either you can try to embed some knowledge, and you can also embed the style. And the style would be like what kind of question that usually originate from farmers and how we actually reply to them. This is the small clip I like to play for the vision model. In the vision model, like you can see, select the farmer can take a picture, select an image. Now the earlier models which were based on CNN, they will just kind of take a picture and tell you what percentage they think this particular disease is, right? So that is anyway basically will be kind of identified by the model. But then the other additional thing that a farmer can do, like right now this is in English, but like when we actually kind of implement on production, we will be able to do this thing in all other languages that we support. But they can start just having conversation about what's going on, is there a disease present, what can you name it, how to take care of it, and all those kind of questions they can ask. So basically we are having a conversation as an like expert and not just detecting the thing and then relying on reading again. Like today in traditional method, you detect a disease, then you take the name, go to the shopkeeper or ask someone or call center, and then they'll tell you something, right? Now you are over here, just in the chatbot, you are actually having this conversation. So our goal is to kind of, right now we train the vision model for just 3 crop with 10,000 images, but we will be expanding this to more than like 80,000 images, 80 crops, and see if we can actually create something which is very remarkable and solve problem on the ground. Summarizing the presentation, so maybe we can take some questions. So ultimately, if you look at it, what we try to do, we want to be like the knowledge super highway. So there has been always like the gap between the information advisory that produced by institute and experts and between the farmers on the ground. And we want to be that the conduit to deliver this knowledge. And at one point on like longer roadmap, we also want to be someone who trained the base agriculture model and the base platform, and create an unbiased platform that can be like the farmer's companion for everything they want to do like every day. Like the single app farmer when he wakes up, he want to rely on, and that's what we actually want to do. And that be all from my side. Thank you. And if love to see if there's any question.
Currently, AI is applied almost everywhere. You can see from from wearables like bands, gadgets like Aura rings. So in nutrition, in disease diagnosis, in new development of new drugs and so on, imaging in particular. So precision medicine combines individual data on genes, biomarkers, physiological and behavioral data. Understand? This is important to understand this. Biomarkers, genes, behavioral data and physiological data. It makes a lot of data to understand to make a precision of a single individual. So if there is an excess gene, can be trisomy, an excess branch of gene that comes into causing a disease, should be able to cut it. Or you cut it here and attach there, that's how some of these go. So it will be very precise, and precision is the keyword. For example, I tell one drug. So one drug that's called Zolgensma, which is the costliest medicine on the planet.
that in Indian terms it costs around 18 crores, just one injection. There is a disease called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and caused by a lack of functional SMN1 gene. So you just give this particular injection intravenous, and this goes and makes it functional. The lack of function causes the disease, and SM1 gene, it makes it functional. It goes and precisely touches the particular gene which is dormant and makes it functional. That's how the art of precision medicine works. And another example is statin. We all know hypercholesterol. What is high cholesterol? So when there is high cholesterol, doctors usually prescribe what is called statin. That's like atorvastatin, rosuvastatin, and simvastatin, etc. So there is a big trial in which they found a particular gene, sequence, which is there in about 5% of individuals on earth. So this causes statin resistance. Statin doesn't work if you have such type of genetic pattern. So what you need to do, you need to take an alternative drug like PCSK9 inhibitor. So if you know the genetic pattern, you can precisely avoid the drug, you can precisely, prescribe the drug. So in diagnostics, it is used in diagnostics to increase the efficiency, and deep learning is helping in prevention of errors, diagnosis, improvement, and it helps detecting lung cancer, assessing risk of sudden cardiac death by, some of the AI models can detect 72-hour sudden cardiac death even before. So by the time he reaches emergency, if the possibility of sudden cardiac death is high, you know how to triage him, where to send him to the intensive care, and what are the measures to take. So classifying a skin lesion, there has been a model compared to a qualified dermatologist who gains knowledge over years and has to specialize and decades of experience. A AI model, what is called DCNN, deep learning, deep convolutional, neural networking. This is the AI system that can detect as good as 29 dermatologists who are experienced in learned and practicing. This is what AI can do in medical practice. So finding indicators of diabetic retinopathy, I think it is there in the domain for a very long time, and Google has taken it up. And in cardiology, AI uses prediction of cardiovascular disease and acute coronary syndromes or heart failure much better than a qualified and experienced cardiologist. If you just feed all the information of the chambers, thickness, and the measurement of the heart, it can give you better prediction than any of the existing, electrocardiogram or ECG, echo, and so on put together. It can give a better opinion. So anyway, it is also in the precision of disease stratification. It works in many ways in cardiology. So it also works for heart failure. Prevention cardiology, for example, I tell a live example. My grandfather was a smoker. He died of heart attack at 52. And my father was a smoker. He had heart attack at 52. He stopped smoking. He was fine then. And looking at this, I did not smoke. Recently, I got my gene studies done, which is showing the cigarette smoking will greatly affect your cardiac health. That's why coronary artery disease. Since I avoided and I did not have a problem. This is a live example how AI can make preventive cardiology scores. And pulmonary medicine, there is a gray area, what's called pulmonary function test. AI can augment this. And tumors also, potential improvement in early diagnosis of lung tumor. Lung tumors are some tumors before stage 3 is difficult to diagnose. When it is 10 millimeters or 8 millimeters, if you diagnose, it's already stage 3. If you can make it when it is less than 1 millimeter, which AI can do. It also, it uses all your behavioral data, as I told, like smoking, like genetic study, age, your, all the tissue data and multiple omics, all this put together, we can easily stratify and diagnose early as well as, we can make treatment plans. And in radiotherapy, this is one area that has greatly improved by AI. Radiotherapy is one. When I was a student, if there is a lung tumor, if radiotherapy was given, whole lung used to get fibrosed. And later came the linear, linear accelerators, which precisely bombards the tumor and also the normal lung tissue before the tumor and after the tumor gets affected. Now there is a recent AI model. This is picture has shattered. This is the latest ethos, which is AI based machine. It doesn't affect any normal tissue. It precisely recognizes the cancer cells and bombards the cancer cells. Similarly, other areas. So endocrinology, continuous blood glucose monitoring. If you can just put a patch anywhere in the body, it recognizes the blood sugar levels every 15 minutes for over 15 days so far. Still, people are trying to make it 1 month. Okay. If you can show to the patient, definitely patient is going to improve his, lifestyle changes and going to make benefits. And further endocrinology, it works for, there is this model I cannot understand, but there is what's called hidden layer, which, output prediction is the phenotypes, biomarkers, and overall survival it can assess, and so on. So in nephrology is one of the ever increasing disease process where increasing in diabetic, rapid increase in the incidence of diabetes is increasing the kidney failures, renal diseases. So AI can, for instance, has proven useful in understanding the decline of glomerular filtration rate. Once diabetes is diagnosed to have diabetes, unless it is under control, microvascular disease like nephropathy, neuropathy, or retinopathy can be progressive. So this progression can be caused, can be understood, the decline of glomerular filtration rate by the AI in many kidney diseases and establishing the risk of progressive disease in IgA nephropathy and diabetic related nephropathy. Similarly, it can also in kidney transplant patients can predict the graft rejection, how far the graft can survive and how far the new kidney can survive and function. And also you can optimize the immunosuppressive therapy depends upon the risk of rejection of the kidney transplant. In gastroenterologists, again, at many places you can use it. In neurology, there is what is called AI model called Empatica. And this received an FDA approval in 2018. This also works by, neuronal nerve network, etc. And this can predict possibility of generalized epilepsy much before the actual onset of seizures. So you can be alert, AI can alert the patient, alert the relatives as well as the physician to take measures before and prevent the seizures. Retinopathy, there is what is called RCNN algorithm. You can understand it better. You can predict the disease or retinal disease much earlier than an ophthalmologist who is a trained ophthalmologist through AI, through this AI system called RCNN. So in emergency room, the popularity of robotic assisted surgery is, we all know that many advertisements on robotic surgeries, knee replacements and cardiac surgery, etc., on beating heart surgery, open heart surgery, minimally invasive surgeries, all these use AI as its, it directs how to go about, and robotic assisted surgery have led to fewer surgery related complications, less tissue destruction, precise understanding. And similarly in the emergency department, you can triage predicting likelihood of cardiac arrest in a case of sepsis, that is severe infection. It can predict the likelihood of cardiac arrest. So you know where to send the patient to an intensive care. You have to do all the required measurements. So drug discovery is another area that it used to take very, very long time. Recently we have seen in COVID. Usually it takes about 5 to 10 years to come to finalize a vaccine, but this time it just happened in 18 to 21 months, because mostly people, they attribute it to the AI related assistance, where you can cut short most of the stages. Similarly, in a drug discovery, normally you have many models, you have to identify where the drug is required, and then you should keep searching for animal models, for preclinical, for human beings, for normal human beings, and then sick human beings, and then stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 trials, and then comes out to the market. So it bypasses so many of these stages. So these are the various stages in drug discovery. Find the biomarkers and identify the target molecule, and then you can clinically precisely. So I'll tell you one example. There is what is called, an apple is famous for what is called an apple a day keeps the doctor away. When you eat an apple, what happens? It goes to the stomach and then to the duodenum. In the duodenum, the L cells of the duodenum secretes a peptide called gastrointestinal peptide. Because apple increases the blood sugar, it goes and stimulates the beta cells of the pancreas to produce insulin. Similarly, if the blood sugar levels is low, the same peptides will go and stimulate the alpha cells of the pancreas to raise the blood sugar level. And thus a balance happens. And in between, from the intestine to the pancreas, there is an enzyme called DPP4 enzyme. It is going to neutralize almost 90% of the peptides. So precisely you have an area where to work, you have a target. If you can cut the effect of DPP4 enzyme, produce an DPP4 inhibitor, so that the naturally innate gastrointestinal peptides will go and improve the effect of the, this is called incretin effect. That's how apple is famous for a long time. How identifying the target molecule, discover the effective drug, find biomarkers, you will make much easier, much earlier, much better than the conventional drug discovery. So there are certain rights in the precision medicine. Certain rights to the patient. Patients need to be part of precision medicine for achieving its potential to the fullest, because you are using the patient's data. Patients need to understand assurance of data privacy. Data privacy is very important for a patient, because as I told earlier, one model where statin doesn't work, you have to give a PCSK9 inhibitor. Statin costs about 3,500 rupees per year, whereas PCSK9 costs 350,000 per year. So if your insurance company knows this data, nobody will give an insurance policy. So you should have a complete assurance to the patient of data privacy. And owner and utilization of the genetic information is patient itself, and understanding the informed consent, and to voice their preferences, sharing genomic and other information. So it's important that patients express their preferences and requirements while they are assured of their data security. So physician also has certain rights in precision medicine, medical curricular reform, specialist training, ongoing physician training, and additional courses on genetics, understanding the genomes, and and so on. So introducing more CMEs, more courses in that, because this is not a part of curriculum so far. So this is one area where actually in the liver, the pathology of medical imaging is very important. I am into a project with the IIT to identify the liver tumors as early as possible. When they are about 9 to 10 millimeters, the prognosis is poor, and already they try to go out of the liver, and if you can precisely make when it is less than 3 millimeters, we can make a better complete cure and almost 99%. So I am into this project with AI based, and we can have many applications like this in day-to-day practice. Similarly, you can have a endoscopy, which is AI directed. You can have a radiology, CT, MRI, ultrasound, which is AI directed, which can make more precision, more precise diagnostic tools. And of course, these are not my area. Normally these AI systems are produced by data scientists, and we usually collaborate with them. We give all our requirements to them and patient point of view, and then they make the models which should work for us. So in surgery also, robotic surgery, you see this is the surgical instrument, end instrument. It can go to a very narrow place and can move 360 degrees where a human hand cannot reach. So it can stitch, it can cut, so tissue damage is very, very little, recovery is very fast, and the pain and post-op complications are very, very less with robotic surgery because of the high precision. So similarly, preoperative planning, if you feed all the data, like what exactly you are going to cut, you give all the measurements to the robo, it can make a preoperative planning, intraoperative guidance. It guides you, go this way, cut this, do this. Ultimately, it gives you assistant. It doesn't cut. It gives you signal to cut. And the surgical robotics, it requires precision, robustness, real time, and safety. All these are being practiced already. So future of medical practice with AI, we are practicing last decade, current decade is this, with all the biodata and available evidence-based medicine, but next decade is going to be robotics, AI, augmented reality, and then differentiation via intelligent solutions for evidence outcome-based health, focused on preventive care and individualized care in particular. So health trends technology, remote patient monitoring, you just put a chip in front of his chest, you can see all the data wherever you are, and you can monitor the patient, alert the patient to go, and a lot of telehealth after COVID is happening. So all that what we need is that data to interpret, and how AI will strengthen the future of healthcare. This is what is important. Ultimately, the end user is the patient, saves the doctor's time, improves the precision of diagnosis, prediction, and planning, and drugs, and as well as the prognostic monitoring and so on. So more personalized solutions in medication and treatment plan, and better understanding of human biology as you start practicing. It works much, much better and makes more accurate. So there are certain drawbacks like black box bias. If you do in certain people like South Asian Indians, it doesn't work for everybody. You have to make a models like by itself. Overfitting, data leakage is another thing which I have already told, and acquisition of data, privacy and security, quality of data, particularly the physiological data. If you know somebody's genetic data, what drugs work, what drugs doesn't work, So you use your medication according to the genetic data. At the same time, physiological data. If somebody has more in high sympathetic outcomes, somebody secretes more adrenaline. If you have all that data, you can give a sympathetic blocker if the sympathetic secretion is high, and so on. There are so many things like that. So normally we give beta blockers if there is sympathetic hypersecretion. Some people have very type A personality; they are anxious for everything. So indicating that they need sympathetic stimulation, and then we should give beta blocker to curtail all the sympathetic effects. And then finally, the ethical issues, privacy, safety, accountability, and regulation is another important thing. So unless, these are the future promising AI-based automation, new job creation. If you start practicing AI and understanding AI, and opportunity to build advanced AI capabilities, emergence of general AI to create synthetic systems as sophisticated as the human being, the formulation of AI regulatory framework. So far we are listening computerized for everything, computerized tea, computerized drawing, computerized haircut, computerized cleaning. But AI should not go like that. So there should be a proper regulatory framework for that. And the barriers being absence of interoperability, regulation implications, moral and ethical implications, concerns about the privacy as well as the shortage of relevant and sufficient talent at this point of time. So globally, their precision medicine has initiated at so many places. So some initiatives have built new cohorts from scratch. Most initiatives have leveraged on the existing data from the biobanks, of course. And most of the initiatives predict that their findings will help improve people's health and update the latest knowledge in general and in particular for that personalized patient. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, advances in AI have the potential to transform many aspects of healthcare, enabling a future that's more personalized, more precise, more predictive, and more portable. And globally, AI could become a key tool for improving health equity around the world. We need investment into upskilling a healthcare workforce and future leaders that are digitally enabled and understand, embrace, than being, intimidated by potential of AI augmented healthcare system. So one should understand the future requirement and gear up. If you are a doctor and if you adopt to practicing AI, you will have an edge in future and your patient will get better precision medicine, precision diagnosis, precision investigation, and finally the outcomes will be much better. So far we don't have much data on how AI works in a group of people, so it is only individualized here. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Okay. Yeah. So I'll be happy if you have any questions. Yeah.
Hospitals hold lot of data sets. How much they are investing in the developing AI tools? Are they putting any efforts in collaborating with the IT industry?
Definitely. There are now, most of the hospitals are using health systems to stratify, to give appointments, to change appointments, to give time slots, and these are up to that only, not per se interpreting the personal data of the patient and put together. There is some recent, during COVID, there is what is called Arogya Setu, which intelligently can tell you what is your risk if you are there around. Similarly, there is prediction when they are traveling from one place to other place. There is a prediction of possibility of these people, infected people, how many people are traveling. Similarly, with similar AI systems, China can curtail a lot of, can contain the COVID transmission. So far it is not much utilized and the database is more personalized and there are no clear guidelines or ethical issues that,
all the hospitals or hospital research-oriented institutions need the Indian-based data consent will not be all diagnosed data. Maybe outlet of the problem of the patient is going to make it open. Then we can have a broad view. What are the geographical areas? What are the areas specially? And what might be the symptoms dominating in that particular area? Will it be possible to bring out some of the solutions?
Definitely, it is possible, sir. We have to study in terms of AI with specific disease and groups of specific to this area and how to prevent and how to precisely diagnose and treat. So it needs, that's what I told you, there is no epidemiological studies so far and there are only case cohort studies and case So there's no epidemiological studies so far on AI-based understanding to put into the society. That's where we are.
What the point is, consider the individual patient's data related to Aadhaar, some linked data should be there. Then only it is possible to look up to this patient.
Yeah, of course there is data already, but the data is very primitive data. We need more genetic data, which is lacking. We need more physiological data, which is lacking. Biophysical profile, which is lacking. So if we can gear up our systems to get all the data and try to put into a model, then it is going to work.
It has to bring up to the common platform, I think.
That's the future of medical practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So somebody is asking what goes for doctors' practice in future. The future we cannot predict. If we know, with 100 rupees I can get 1 lakh. I could have invested in Infosys. Whatever it improves, if you start practicing, if a doctor starts practicing AI, he is going to improve the precision. He is going to make better things for his patient, and he is going to be ahead of. And he is going to make difference in his own career. So, adopting AI in practice is important. Is it useful for all the general public? To understand the disease model is important. Okay, as I told, I spoke one of those statin related. In general public, if that particular genetic pattern, as we know, if you come to me with high cholesterol, I don't know your genetic data. If I know your genetic data, if you have that particular statin resistance, I will not give statin to you. I will give some other drug. Okay. Definitely, if you have data, it is going to be useful for every individual patient. All that we need is the private, personalized data of the patient, genetic data, biophysical data, etc. The AI-based Zolgensma is about 18 crores at this point of time. So it is not that as anything is expensive initially, but when you take up at a society level, looking at the benefit of overall society, gradually this knowledge will be useful to develop a newer model which can be useful in general at a large to the public. So we have to start somewhere. So keeping in society, we can start and make models. Thank you very much for all of you for patient listening.
Dr. Somadatta Karak, she is a scientist in CCMB. So, she is a science communicator and is working towards making science accessible to all. She is leading science communication and outreach projects that connects active science research and researchers of India with communities around them. She worked towards creating educational content for students and educators. She is also deconstructed science and technology for policymakers and public. Over to you, ma'am.
I'm trained as a biologist, and I studied biology because I just wanted to understand my own self-being and also the living world around me. And biology and sciences was my way to do that, and I really found joy and curiosity through sciences. And I deeply feel for spreading that joy and curiosity among people, and that has shaped a lot of things that I do today. At the same time, as I was doing my higher education in biology, I also saw starkly how inequity of information exists in our society and also in any other society, in human society overall. And that is another thing that has inspired me to work in science communication. So I'm a science communicator. I mean, my designation is that of a senior scientist for the parlance of the government system. I work with a CSIR lab, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. But as a science communicator, which is what my job is, my job as a science communicator is to make science more accessible to people. And most of the people that I work with are non-experts. So of course, and why would non-experts want to know about science? They want to know about it for education, and that's the reality of India. Science is something that most people associate only as education. On one hand, while it is education, I get access to a lot of young people, but then the notion that people have around education is also a little problematic, which I'll come to a little later in the talk. People also want to know about science because like me, it also helps them make sense of the world around them. So it helps them find joy and curiosity. They want to be better informed, and when I say information, in my experience, I have seen a lot of people want to be better informed about health choices. And that could be around the latest understanding of our bodies, our medical technologies, or it could be even things like, oh, the 5G is coming out, and is that going to impact our lives? The later points that I have here are more for people who are into the system. Like there are tech businesses, technology-oriented businesses who want to understand what's happening at the cutting edge of science because they can keep themselves at the forefront of the field. And there are policymakers who are also interested in science. And this list that you see here is by no means exhaustive. It is highly, highly influenced by the kind of stakeholders that I and my colleagues have to work with at CCMB. So this schematic, which I've taken from this paper, is, I really like this schematic because it talks about science communication in a very layered fashion. Science communication is not one thing that you have done for once and it is going to work. You need to really cater it for the audience that you are working with, and you need to also do it in a stepwise fashion. So the outer layers of this onion are basically information that you're giving to people. And you can give information by as many means as you can think of, as many sensory systems you have those many different ways of reaching out to people. But as you keep coming to the center of this onion, you're basically going to see that the conversations are going to get more targeted, and the ideal aim that science communicators or those who want to engage with public on science is that we want to make public equal stakeholders in decision making of what kind of science should the country be doing, what kinds of technologies we should be investing in, and what kinds of aims we want to have out of those. So that's what are the basically different layers of science communication or public engagement we expect to see in science. And to be able to do this, there are two broad areas that one needs to work on. One is the content generation, which is the broad aspect that most people are going to be given access to, and then also platform development, because where do you get these people to talk about science? Are these going to be physical spaces where they all come together, such as the conference, multiple other spaces, or are these going to be virtual medium or anything else that probably I'm not able to even think about today? So developing content and developing platforms are two key areas that a science communicator needs to really invest in. Now, who wants to know about science? And again, this list is not exhaustive, but really influenced by my own experience, is scientists themselves want to understand what's happening in the big wide field of science, and that necessarily does not mean that a biologist wants to know only about biology. A biologist wants to know about physicists' work as well as vice versa and all of it. There are students who want to understand what's happening in the field because they associate their career developments with it. There are educators who want to help their students and hence want to understand what's happening in science. Citizenry, who just want to understand because their taxpayers, they're funding the work that's happening here. However, in India, that sense is much lacking. There's a lot of trust that our citizenry puts on the scientific ecosystem, and maybe the citizenry needs to be more proactive about being accountable for what's happening in the ecosystem. Tech businesses, investors, they want to understand the science better. Investors I will particularly put here because AI, for example, it's the buzzword, right? Like everything is AI, AI, AI. And then the investors are completely clueless see what exactly is the big thing about it, and or how much of it is just hot gas. And investors are, it's something that I've seen really appreciate science communication and policymakers. And how do they get really access to these information? And traditionally, science journals, these are academic journals, and mostly available to the scientific community only for multiple of reasons. It might be behind a paywall, which you get access to only through institutional handles, or the language of writing a paper is very dense, very technical, and not accessible really to everyone. Popular science books try to bridge that barrier and is written in a more laymanish way, and that does not dumb down the science, but rather uses a language, asks questions that a non-expert would really relate with. Newspapers are another great source of science communication, and now in newspapers there are two kinds of things that happen. Traditionally, scientists used to write in newspapers talking about their own work or what's generally happening in the bigger ecosystem. Then now there's a breed of journalists called as science journalists, and they want to understand science better so that they can cover science better. As well as at the same time, the science research institutes themselves have started investing a lot in sending more informed press notes to these newspapers. Social media is another great way. Twitter especially is a place where a lot of science related discussion happens, and has become a very easy way for the journalists to stay connected with the scientists and ask questions right away there for them. Then there are trusted websites where people put trust in certain organizations. They feel that these organizations will have answers to the questions that they have, and they follow those websites. And in-person interactions, which are the most difficult because they're just most resource intensive. You need to have the expert who is going to do it for you. So these can range from expert talks to hands-on activities or exhibitions. So why do people enjoy certain content? And I'm asking this for every one of you to think about, because that's at the core of science communication. Generally, people think of science as something really difficult. Why should I invest thinking about science? Especially for those who are not already excited about science. So people find certain things, content exciting for them if it is relatable to them, if it is empowering to them. It is simplified, but it does not dumb down. People don't want to think, you just don't think I'm capable of understanding this, and hence you are just simplifying it so much that it is making me feel bad about myself. And no matter what, the content has to add value to their lives. So you can do those only if you understand their own context, their lives, the questions that they generally relate with. And I'll just go back this one slide, because here we have certain examples that I think will help you understand what I mean by context. So up there, there's a group of girls who are talking about antimicrobial resistance. But then they're using comics that they have made to explain it to their own peers. So it's not like they are just listening to people, they are also making sense of it in their own way, in their own community. How are they seeing a problem like antimicrobial resistance play out in their own communities, and talk about it to others who are there. Or down here, where I've used a lot of art in explaining questions of science to people, because science discussions have traditionally been only text-based. And what problem that creates is that the country as a whole is not very literate. Their relationship with text is that of a fear. And hence, visuals really help break it down and make it more accessible to many of the people. And visuals is something that I have played with. I'm not a visual artist, but I've worked with a lot of visual artists. But the same thing can be done with many other sensory sensory arts as well that you can think of. Another example in the center, where you see those paper swans hanging and a lot of people crowding, is actually a group of mathematicians who are talking about math in a public space. This is a picture from the Hyderabad Lit Fest of this year. And what I really found interesting was that math is something that people are even more scared of than science. And this was a group of people which was constantly crowded. And that was simply because they were using paper origami to explain geometry. And they were able to infuse art and fun and address questions. Geometry is something that's everything around you has geometry. So they were able to relate all these different things together to get a popularity like that. So these are some of the tools that we science communicators use regularly. But at the same time, there are many problems in the field. And some that I have related with are that there are not too many science communicators, not too many trained science communicators, not too many positions that employ science communicators. There are not many organizations which are invested in the cause. And at the same time, I mean, the number of people that you want to reach out to, they're all different in their own sense. They're all different demography, the places where they live, to the languages that they speak, the kind of questions that they relate with. And this diversity is so enormous that content creation and platform development itself is a humongous amount of work. And without dedication of investment into it, that becomes really difficult to go ahead from there. And effective SciComm is something, I mean, the tools to even measure what is effective SciComm are pretty much lacking. One of the dream tools is that can you measure behavior change because of the science communication that you have done. And such tools for a mass scale is not existent today. And for smaller scales, there are tools, of course, I mean, because social science does that all the time. But to be able to see such a change is enormously difficult, and hence that also deters a lot of people to get into this. And because these are difficult questions, I think these are where AI should start helping in. And I'm going to just run through these big, broad questions of science communication and just let you all think, I mean, all of you in this room are much more equipped with the tools of AI. If you can think of solutions that can help in any of these. And these three questions, I've marked them in actually increasing order of complexity. The easiest is, can we make better content? Next is, can we fight misinformation better? The third is, can we create communities of people who are empowered with tools of science so that they can make better informed decisions? Let me take you start with the first question. Can AI make better content? And by better, I mean more inclusive content, more engaging content. And by more inclusive, one of the questions that, for example, I have often been challenged with is, what language do you use for science communication? And in my line of work, it has been predominantly English, and at that, very urban English. And I think everyone in the room will not need any explanation to understand that that does not work for most of the country. And given the lack of number of people working in this, it has just not moved beyond this very much. But at the same time, of course, there are smaller initiatives who do work at the grassroots in other languages. But we just need a bigger movement of creating more science-inspired content in various different languages. At the same time, it should be even more engaging. Most of the cases that I know today are people who are trained in sciences, people who are working as scientists, also doing science communication, which means that we look at science in a certain way, and that's how we are portraying science. And that often does not connect with how non-scientists look at science. And that's where students who are not trained to be scientists, but you're trained to be content makers, you're trained to be technologists, you could be anybody. I think AI tools should enable them to also make content. It could be text, it could be visuals, it could be audio, it could be also installations. And as of today, except for the installations, there are tools for all of these. And unlike you who talk about Llama and this model, that model, for me, these are all products, okay? That I just go to these platforms, I feed in some questions and I get content out of it. And they've become really that well that for someone like me who does not need any tech knowledge is able to utilize them already. For installations, of course, these are much more physically intensive things, but AI tools today can also give you inspirations of what kinds of installations that you can think of. But at the end of the day, you still need people who are good with hands to make those for you. Now, let's say that, let me just tell you how humans create SciComm, and then I'll come to if AI has to replace humans, what all things it needs to do. So, as a human, as a science communicator, when I want to create something, first thing for me is to come across something interesting, something which is worth telling. Then I have to find its validity by going through scientific papers, talking to experts, contextualizing the study from a critical lens, because I have to also use my own sense to take away nonsense from sense, and then create content for my target audience in a style that will resonate with them. Now, let's say AI has to do, and this is a very simplistic model that I've put here. One, it should know which scientific journals it should be accessing, because scientific journals today itself is an industry where there's a lot of fake journals. But let's say that can be done. Then it has to know how to read academic papers. And as of today, what I understand is that tools are able to read it, but not able to quantify things. And I'll come to the details of that also. So one, it needs to know which journals it should look at. Two, read those and understand those academic papers. Then also know which experts it should reach out to validate the claims of those papers. Identify contexts appropriate for the target population, and then create content for that accordingly. And what's the current status today? Science journals are already using AI tools to make social media content based on the largely abstract of the paper. What it means is the content generally is of that of a celebratory nature. Abstract is a much shorter thing, right? So it only generally says only good things about the paper. So the content that also comes out of such a tool is generally like, oh, okay, these are the good things that have happened in the paper. And the tool really helps them create the tone for multiple different kind of people. You can say that, hey, I want it for like a 20-year-old, and they'll create it in a language that 20-year-olds would relate with. These tools can work really well on text-based content, but it cannot quantify. And that's a problem for scientific papers, because you really need to understand the graphs that they have put up there. Many journalists also cannot understand those, but what they do is then they access experts who can help them understand those, or tell what is the shortcoming in the way the experiments have been conducted. So the AI tool either needs to learn how to quantify or know how to reach out to these experts. Then I'll come to the image generation part. In scientific, for scientific academic papers, image generation today with the accuracy that we need is still very, very blotchy. And that needs to improve, and that probably is just a matter of time though. So today, the tools are such that it can help you do many things, but definitely under the supervision of a human who is trained very well in science. Plus content generation, because I'm talking of communication, content generation raises significant ethical concerns today. For example, image generation. A lot of art that you probably saw earlier in my talk, those were humans who made those art for India specific contexts. And the amount that they got paid for those were not commensurate with a certain AI tool, which is now going to train itself on these work and earn much more. So from the science communicators, especially those who work with visuals, they definitely want to be a part of the community which thinks about how to ethically use these images for training your models. Coming to the second question. Can AI help disseminate content better? And by disseminating better, can it also target misinformation better? In short, can it be a better social media influencer, a more responsible social media influencer? So today, there are already algorithms, right, which can sense people's mood, what they like, what they don't like, and give content accordingly. But all these algorithms are shaped by businesses, not by the intention of giving the right information to people. So this, I think, is just a matter of finding a way for you to integrate the ethics of communication with the financial, economical feasibility of doing something like this. But at the same time, I know examples from the medical community where they have already been working on things like this. So there's an app, for example, for sickle cell anemia patients. And the patients who are detected with sickle cell anemia, their doctor themselves, if they ask that, okay, you download this app will guide you to what you should be doing. It is just an enormous amount of help to the patient, because now they're empowered with something that they can ask. The same thing that Dr. Pratik Desai also spoke about, the farmers having access to information that helps them take more informed decisions about agriculture. So, and these number of questions, they're numerous, and we all know these questions based on which community we are part of. So we really need, what we probably lack here is diversity of science communicators who come from different communities, are able to identify what kinds of content that their community would want to know more about for whatever reason. It could be for better livelihood, to just debunking age-old superstitions that they have. But if we can have that diversity of science communicators, we can then think about what questions and how we should go about them. So today in India, science is looked at as something that you need to do just to get employment. It's just a degree-giving endeavor for most people. Hence, most people don't think of science as something that gives you the tools of thinking. It is only the tools of passing an exam. So, building community on this really requires a cultural change. And as of today, I really don't know of any AI platform which brings about cultural changes. Any example of this that I have seen, by humans also, bringing about cultural changes are extremely difficult. Whatever examples I know of are driven by very handful number of highly driven human individuals. So now this is probably the ultimate frontier that we as society want to think about, is that can AI help any of those? Like, what is the current status now? Probably is that we have chatbots that can answer my questions. From there to really making those chatbots, if at all, really connect with me as another human is really a question that I do not have an answer to. But AI sector, not the AI sector, the education sector has been playing with such tools because they want to have AI tools which can help the teachers. Some might even call them replacements for teachers, which has a different problem, but that's how the sector is moving at, and I would probably be keeping an eye on that, on how they are able to move and what advances they can actually enable. What advances AI can enable them to do. So yeah, those are the three questions. And for me as a science communicator, I really wish to see if AI can help democratize access to reliable information to people based on their needs, not their biases. Giving content based on biases is what we are already able to do. The second is, if this, I'm a lot on social media and I see a lot of social media wars happening and based on misinformation. So I think this is fairly easy if AI tools can actually alert a diverse set of experts when it senses that something's gone viral. And now Twitter, for example, gives you the option of adding context to a certain tweet and say that, hey, this looks like problematic. So which means that this already has kind of started happening. Can AI take it further? Can you bring in a bigger community of people who have actually tools to understand the question better and put more context to it? And third is, which is related to that, is can you detect information and misinformation and targetedly send them more informed pieces? And for everyone in the room who want to be science communicators, I think you need to identify what really you want to use science communication for whom you want to do it, and why you want to do it. Accordingly, design your plan of action, the kind of content you want to make for them, how do you want the content to reach them? Is it going to be social media? Is it going to be internet based? Is it going to be physical based? All of those decisions you need to make. And definitely use AI tools to make your work easier and find inspirations. But remember that science communication today still is a very human connected endeavor and requires a human to be able to do it. With that, I'll end my talk and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm not able to figure out who's speaking.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any questions from the audience, or you can also have off-mic. Yeah. I'm really sorry, couldn't come down.
Thank you for the wonderful lecture. When you communicate, for example, if I communicate in one language to my patient, a Dada and Didi can understand it in Bengali, a Bhaiya can understand it in Bihari, etc. So, what is the current status of such communication now?
Yeah. So, like I mentioned, that this kind of in-person communication is largely done only in English. And that also means that any of these in-person communications, when they happen, they're limited to a very, very elite set of audience who come in for this. And what we are trying to do, which has nothing to do with AI, is basically encourage more scientists to engage themselves in science communication. And in the scientific community, there's anyway a huge movement, if I may call it a movement, on increasing the diversity of scientists themselves. Like, it should grow beyond these certain specific states. I mean, Bengal, for example, creates a lot of scientists in India for whatever reasons. Then South India probably also has some. But then we don't have as many scientists coming from most of the states of India. So that's a different endeavor in itself, like how do you increase diversity of scientists? The second is how do you incentivize science communication for these scientists? Many of these, especially in places where I have studied or now where I work, most scientists do this out of their goodwill. They really think that this is their way to give back to society. But at the same time, a lot of scientists have also started becoming more vocal about it, that this requires a lot of investment from their side and they need to see more tangible outcomes for them. But nevertheless, coming to your question is that at this moment, it is really limited to the abilities of the scientist who is doing it or the science communicator who is facilitating it or leading it. And hence, doing science communication in different Indian languages is a huge focus for the science communication community.
So we'll have one last question if there are any questions here from the audience, else I think we'll close.
And maybe, I mean, until any other question comes.
You can take offline during lunch or
No, I just wanted to add a little more context to your question. So unlike, let's say, a chatbot answering what medicine one needs to take, and that already is a complex question though, but it can be probably pre-fed. But in science, especially things which are at cutting edge, a lot of it is also how that specific scientist looks at that field, the kinds of opportunities or the shortcomings. And that makes it really complex to train a chatbot to give those kinds of responses. But a chatbot, on the other hand, can be trained to give more generic answers, which probably is useful to a certain extent.
How can I go? I can just do a blood test. I can give a small card and then just get it up. That is feasible. I can do a liquid biopsies. I can do a mammogram. A lot of conventional mammograms are available. It is screening the breast. But what we did is different. We took a small piece of film, what you are looking into the picture, placed on the breast, and tumors are harder than the normal breast. So if I am compressing it at the point, this is the point, right? Okay. So let us see. So if you can see the blue one, there is a small pink, the green one, that small pinkish one is where you can see a small dot there. So that's where it is not able to compress. So that's the thing that we are able to empower. So why do you require? I'm a trained oncologist with 25 years of experience. With my hand I can feel it. But a nurse without training with only 6 months cannot find it. So this mission is going to actually replace Dr. Suresh, and I'm going to make the nurse as probably more experienced than what I can do. So this is what we applied the technology and then we did. It is not a simple thing. Our publication is there in 2022 in European Institute of Medical Oncology. We screened 86,000 patients and detected 34,000 patients. They have experience for that, and 486 cases for this, they detected with the breast cancer certification, which are otherwise missed. So this is one thing how technology is going to make an impact. We always are trying to explore the image analytics and then try to embrace it, and we try to do it in the cervical cancer. Cervical cancer, I can diagnose the looking into the cervix. What we did is, we arrange the camera. This is a machine, it is like a mobile phone, and then take the picture, send it to the cloud, it will tell whether there is a cancer or not. So I am replacing one sense, that is touch sense, with one of the devices. The second sense is visual sense, that is what we call it as a image analytics, we did it. And the third thing is the warmth, temperature. The oral tumors are warmer than the normal looking mouth, and they look also different. So we use this technology called SASCAN, and we screen 1.32 lakh patients and to diagnose 2,826. This is what I'm telling, what we are doing. It is not hypothetical. This we have applied in the fields and we got the results. So AI is no more a thing of future. We have been using it for last 4 years.
and we have great success with it. We are more comfortable using this. This is another story. Every woman gets a mammogram done to detect the breast cancer. What we found is what we see in the red color. Everyone from the medical background identifies that this looks like a breast cancer and coronary artery diseases share exactly the same features. No big difference. Okay, so we use the new technology, and these are the publications that we give it. Total, the International Journal of Community Medicine, the topmost journal called Journal of Clinical Oncology, and ESMO, that is Annals of Oncology Europe. So we found that if you subject the conventional mammogram of a lady to a machine learning process, add on some of the features, you can actually tell how soon the lady is going to develop a heart attack or a coronary artery disease. This is possible. We did it. And to a surprise, the detection rate of cancer is 0.1%, whereas coronary artery disease is 8%. So just one extra layer of analysis, image analysis, will detect and prevent almost 8% of the preventable cardiac deaths. And we are not doing any extra tests. Same mammogram you do for the breast cancer screening can help you to detect heart attacks. Did one more innovation, it's called CATV device. We all know that there is something called average blood sugars, right? So 3 months average sugar, because chronic diseases have a long lifespan, but there is nothing like a chronic asthma score or a chronic anything score. It is a snapshot. Okay, just to give an example, I am a diabetic patient. Today I control my sugar well, and the doctor treats me wrong. But if the HbA1c is wrong, he says, boss, in the last 3 months you are behaving bad. Today you are good doesn't mean that you are good in the last 3 months. Same thing is true with COPD. Most of the under treatment or over treatment are happening because the doctor is clueless what is happening in between the visits. So we collected the breath in silicon things and developed a prototype. This is heart. This is I forgot to show the picture. So by looking at this, it gives us COPD score. That tells that the average control in last 3 months is good or bad. So this is again using the big data, how we are going to help the physician to make a better decision of enhancing the treatment or curtailing the treatment. One more huge data set, 54 million lab reports have been identified. Classically, this is everyone knows. People who have diabetes and hypertension and other things. We did a global test and we missed myeloma in most of the cases. When I analyzed it, the 10 years of my follow-up of my patients, all of the people are telling 8 years ago that I'm likely to develop a myeloma today. And this we missed it. And what we found is these 400k patients with almost 5 million data sets, 5.4 million data sets belonging to almost 5 lakh patients. We analyzed, focused on 50 most properties, and 232 patients have at least one abnormality. And this is what is the algorithm that we do. This is more of a statistical stuff, 80-20 rule. And what our inference is, the future most troublesome disease in 2040 is NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. People die of CLDs and liver cancers, not because of cervical cancer, because we have better tools and there is nothing that can prevent it. We are closely working with one of the pharma companies on how to detect it early, at least 8 to 10 years before, and develop a drug to stop this happening. Right? We also did the development of NASH. I can tell in next 5 years a diabetic patient is likely to develop dialysis dependence and renal failure or not. These are all the things that we did with the 10 years of data sets belonging to the same patients, 500 patients, 5.4 million lab tests. So this is what actually the frequency of the tests and other things. So if you look at the consensus of the conclusions of what we found is the human senses like the touch, the vision, and other things can be comfortably replicated using the technology. That sort of technology is available now. Using advanced mathematics, what our brain works can be reasonably replicated so that you have expert
standing in front of every person to guide them on whether the disease is likely to happen or not. So here we are not replacing anything, we are just augmenting a normally skilled person to a better skilled person. This is where I call as augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence in the medical field. So I stop here because I have only 20 minutes time. I have 5 minutes to take your questions if you have, with the permission of the organizers. I hope it is not too complex. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm working in medical healthcare in blockchain technology from last 4-5 years. So, sir, the main problem we are facing the raw data sets. So, sir, in Indian perspective, because every data set is from the US and UK market and it is already 1 decade old. So, for the Indian perspective, from where we can get the raw data sets? Or if we are going to the government, the repository, this is already satisfied data and it is not more worthy for us actually.
The answer is very difficult. It is easy to write a code rather than getting the data from the government hospital, honestly. So I'll tell you the reason why. Because the medical language is having so many shortcuts. I can put an arrow mark up. That means increased according to me. So it's so much, I can say, synonyms of use in the medical terminology that even if a person is trying to use some technology to put it into the system also, it is very difficult for them. So getting the data is very difficult, but with the current application of electronic data capture, at least in the corporates, which almost 6% of the current corporate data is captured in a structured form. So probably down the line in 1 year or 2 years, you have the luxury of the Indian data available to you. Government is making it mandatory, the policy is yet to be out. Once it is there, probably you have the comfort.
Actually, sir, when I asked to the one professional who is supplier of the medical data, so for 1,000 of number of tuples, he will charge 10,000 USD.
That is curated data. So that is expensive, but I don't think government will allow that to continue in the coming futures because, and what I'm hearing, if it is right, it's going to be less expensive. Thank you.
My question is slightly unrelated to your presentation. I understand that the use of AI is well defined in identifying helping in oncology, and so on. So, but one question is that has there been these approaches have been used for detecting autism and mental health related disorders?
The answer is yes, sir. Right? The autism is something which is a spectrum. Autism is not a single thing. There are some behavioral changes like the sensory craving, so they require more sensations, they crave for it. The less communication, the mind is hyperactive. These things can be detected both by showing the pictures or videos of the kid to a system and then just trying to figure out what type of specific sensory people listen loud sounds or bright colors, or deep pressures on it. So these things, these patterns can be detected. It is visible. Work is being done. Couple of companies, I don't recollect the names readily, but I can give you those names. One is in US, another is in Israel. More importantly, regarding the use of gadgets. So all these are firing of the neurons. There is something like a headband which is available to see where this firing is happening, and you can exactly tell before the acute tantrum of autism is likely to happen. And whether your interventions are calming them down or not, you can actually track it.
So is there also some work on looking at the gut?
Gut microbiome is almost it's the most complex thing, sir. A lot of attempts have been made. It's like solving the world hunger. Okay, so question itself is framed in a way where you never get an answer. Right? It's too complex, but yes, it is feasible, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I really like your presentation. Just wanted to ask this question, as in, for example, let's say someone from a DS background wants to go into this field. How much of a medical background we should process, or someone can just give it a try and probably get some patterns out of it, or is it some medical, background history does affect this?
Honestly speaking, medicine is the easiest thing to learn because everything is predefined in a very simple form, unlike mathematics where you have to apply your logic. If a physician can learn mathematics A mathematician can definitely learn medicine much better way. Only thing is you need to be very clear what you are going to solve. You need to be very, very critical of accepting that mathematics can throw some nonsense answers, right? So I'm just giving you an example. It says that when your hemoglobin is low, hematocrit is also low, and you feel pain. So they mean same thing to me, right? So you feel like you solved something, but you need to be very open to the idea that, okay, they mean the same thing and it doesn't add anything extra to the doctor other than burdening with 3 more extra informations. So if your question and the target which you are going to solve are very clear, and that's what you need to understand from the practicing physicians, what is the pain points, then it is very easy to solve and it is not difficult to learn at all the medicine. Because the language is not too complex.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful. Like they say, prevention is better than cure. Our generation, they are majorly affected by the depression or anxiety or stress. So, how can we use AI to, like, there are no symptoms that are seen outside. A person may be calm for the people who are seeing, but inside he might be having many things that he is fighting. So, how can this AI help to treat people like that, or to?
Right. I give you a very classical example here, right? So in the COVID time, you must have seen that in the airports, thermal cameras are placed, right? They're just trying to segregate or screen the people who probably have high temperature versus not. It is not like a proper medical grade thermometer, right? Medical grade thermometer will take 2 minutes to give you the reading. Whereas thermal screening screens 1 lakh people in 1 second time sort of thing, right? Similarly, when I'm trying to look the mental health problem, solving individual is different, solving at a societal level is different. We're talking about prevention, that comes as secondary part. First is identification. So there is a tool which I came across from one of the professor of AIMS, who is HOD of the psychiatry also. By 10 minutes of, it is a 10 seconds of questionnaire, 3 questions are asked, and the 25 seconds of voice recording, they can tell whether you are likely to have depression or not. So it is very triaging. Don't say that if it says that you are at risk, you already have depression. No. It tells that you need to go and consult a psychologist. So I always tell, screening is different from diagnosis. Right? It is feasible. 1 minute, I think everyone can spend on themselves. I can share the website or the tool, how to use it. It's hardly 1 rupee per use. So they just kept some, price for it so that it is on misuse.
Few years ago, there was a lot of talk about using AI on the genome to predict what diseases a person is likely to have as they go forward. Has this come into the industry yet, or is this something that people are working on?
Right. A super question. And first, I have to congratulate for bringing this particular question to me. It's like building the building. Building a monument sort of thing. You need to start with foundation and other things. So the gene is 10 to the power 25 things. It's too complex. A sequence of 3 letters will try to make a sense. It's called a amino acid. Bunch of amino acids will form a peptide. They form a protein. They do a function. That's what it happens. So one missing thing can be corrected in this long place. So one big place here and there doesn't collapse the building unless it's the critical point sort of thing. So this is one part. So the corrective mechanisms at the end or final point are too difficult to be predicted at the gene level because the entire thing. So there is a reason why we moved from the genomics to transcriptomics to proteomics to metabolomics to polyomics. So combine everything. So that is the future, not the genomics alone. That's one part. Second part, my most favorite quote, Professor V.P. Singh tells, the genes load the gun, lifestyle kills the trigger. So unless your lifestyle is bad, the gene is hardly going to harm you. Right? So if you have a good lifestyle, 70% of the things which are chronic are preventable. 70%. 30% tobacco, 34% diet and obesity, and 4% alcohol, remaining all viral vaccines and other things. And just splitting that also, so what is the 70%? So, if you look in the larger picture, genes do play a role, but you know how to just cover that up. So if one person is not there, other people can take over the work sort of thing. It's developing, but don't stop at genome. Have a bigger picture in you before you solve that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the advancements which have already happened in AI area. He is a very busy practitioner, conducted almost 500 transplants so far. So with this busy schedule, he is still consistently contributing to the research community so that the patient care can be improvised. So thank you very much for your presentation, sir. So now I would like to invite Rajendran Kaushik Garu. He is a highly experienced healthcare IT leader who is currently a principal solution architect at Amazon Web Services India. He was a deep experience in healthcare and life sciences. He is a strong proponent of Indian Ayushman Bharat digital mission. So I would like to invite you, sir.
So I'm here to talk about, okay, how do you do something like what Dr. Suresh have been doing before? When it comes to healthcare, or generally speaking, AI as a practice, there is a sequence to things, right? You need to follow the sequence. And I'm here going to talk mostly about data and how you make your data meaningful for analysis. So then it is something that you can build your artificial intelligence or machine learning model and things on top of it, right? So this is what I'm going to cover today. So I do want to cover why we are doing this, right? Why Amazon or AWS is interested in talking about healthcare. Just to give a small perspective, for close to a decade, I think we at Amazon have been carefully, or I would say, built a dedicated team of healthcare and life sciences specialists globally, and I belong to that team, wherein our mission is to enable healthcare organizations to improve patient outcomes by leveraging data, harnessing the power of data. And at the same time, we also want to help our customers to improve any kind of outcome by leveraging the data and also to be able to truly digitize the data, right? That's what we work for. And if you really see the pattern that is clearly evident that the patients themselves, I don't want to call patients anymore, rather consumers of healthcare services, have moved more from traditional sick care model. It's not like, for example, I have fallen sick and then I want to go and take a treatment from the hospital. Nowadays, I am seeing, for example, customers like mine, like from AWS, Healthify Me, Twitterfly, and many others, wherein they actually work on the premises of improving wellness, right? How do you improve metabolic health? How do you maintain your weight? How do you improve your many other parameters, right? So this is where I think we as a consumer of healthcare services are also moving from sick care model to more of a wellness model. And that's exactly what we see as a trend. And plus, we've been running e-commerce business for quite some time, and what we have understood is the same pattern or the expectations of how our consumers have on our e-commerce platform is reflecting very well in healthcare. For example, how many of us are actually searching for a symptom the moment it happens online? Many of us, right? Just go and at least search online. But I mean, when you go and talk to doctors, fraternity, it has its own pros and cons. I totally acknowledge that. But the point is, we want the information on fingertips. We want to be able to consume services in a much more seamless fashion, like booking appointment, consulting a doctor, getting the prescription, and even like, taking the consultation and follow-ups and whatnot. How can we create this seamless experience of patient journey throughout the value chain of care, right? That's what is driving the consumerism. And if you really look at it like from the symptoms search and from ongoing care management, data plays a pivotal role. And thanks for the kind introduction where they mentioned that I'm a proponent of ABDM. I am. The reason being, I can really understand or relate to the value of how that kind of an interoperability can enable the holistic patient data, longitudinal patient data, which in turn can help to build or improve patient outcomes. Now let's look at how to build that. For example, if you are entities who are working in healthcare or any kind of business, this is typically a journey. First of all, in healthcare, there are operational or transactional systems like electronic health record, electronic medical record, hospital information systems, and whatnot. Now, first is you have to solve that problem. You should be able to create digital system that can capture the data. Now, after that happened, the next step is eventually to build data lakes, or what I call is like, highly modern data platform that allows different business units to consume the data and interpret the data and also analyze the data in the way they want to.
That's the second stage. Then the third stage is all about how you use it for your building business intelligence. For example, one good use case at government level, what they're trying to do is population health. What if, let's say, population health doesn't have to be always at government level. What if you want to do like a care gap analytics within your hospital for a specific disease condition, right? For example, let's say if you want to analyze your cohort of patients for a specific condition, like for example, the risk of stroke, or what if you want to analyze your diabetic patient, or take any specific disease condition, if you want to work on top of it, then you should be able to build a population health kind of an analytics, and then which is nothing but collection of patient records, which helps you understand why some patients are doing better and why some patients are not doing better. What treatment works for certain patients and what treatment doesn't work. Right? This is the pattern that one provider or a doctor or any caregiver would like to understand, so that they can course correct any treatment down the line for other patients. Now that's stage 3. Now then comes when we have this data, is when the whole artificial intelligence, machine learning, and even the predictive algorithms like what Sarah has shown before, and everything will come into picture. And final outcome of all of this system is where personalized care is going to be there, right? Personalized care is what? What if by combining varieties of data? So, for example, in healthcare, right? I can broadly tell 3 to 4 different types of data. Again, there are more types. I'm just giving you 3 random. One is clinical data. Clinical data, by what I mean is my family history, allergy history, and present illness, and whole clinical data. The other type of data could be my imaging data. What if I've taken certain X-rays, CT scans, and whatnot? Then the other data could be from genomics data. And what if there is also other data, like for example, I always make this joke of people, definitely in Bangalore especially, if they are going for a BP or any kind of I would say stress or whatever condition, then I'm sure traffic has an impact and they should be evaluating traffic pattern also in that region, which means air quality. Let's see if there is a patient who is coming for a respiratory problem, maybe air quality index of that region has a greater impact, right? So adding all these environmental and other data will also make sense. So that the combination of all of the data will eventually help us paint better picture about why the patient acquired that problem or a condition and how to approach that issue and create a treatment plan that is far more personalized for them. So in that context, if you really see, and also models are evolving, right? I mean, the years before, we have seen models that can simply infer and give an output with just basically those models are trained on like 20-30 data points. But I think couple of years ago, we have seen models that were actually giving results for, based on the models, they are trained at like 200,000 data points. But now we are seeing models trained in billions of parameters, or even now we are approaching trillions also very soon, right? Now the models are also rapidly changing. Why? Because the cost of compute has gone down and the data set availability is there. And at the same time, how you can parallelize your training and simply learn and then put the model into use, like we have seen how LLMs can actually impact in varieties of industries, right? So those are possibilities that unlocks the value of data. How much of data in healthcare is unused or unusable? Just a random number, anyone? Sorry? Yeah, I mean, 60%, most of it all correct, but 97%. 97% of healthcare data cannot be used directly. The simple reason being, they are all unstructured data. And the reason being, 90% of the healthcare data is medical imaging data. Right? So which means, how do I understand image? So you may think that, okay, what data is there in image? It's simply a photo. No, it's not that. There are so much of annotations and the diagnosis that were actually inferred by the practitioners like radiologists and others, which goes simply unused. Those are all added as a metadata to the DICOM image and never used, properly speaking. Now you take other data, like for example, let's say a doctor writes, again, sorry for the vague description, like, okay, Kaushik had fever, I'm just recommending or prescribing a paracetamol 500 mg for the next 3 days. When you type this, it is unstructured data. You cannot actually make use of the data unless you really process it, the data, and convert this one statement where it is unstructured to a structured data set. So that is why I am saying 97% of the healthcare data is unstructured data, and only through help of medical NLP, which is natural language processing, medical models, and other tools in the system, you can actually extract all this data, convert into structured data, and then finally put it into use. And again, there are three stages when it comes to building any kind of healthcare data analytics. Now, the first one is data interoperability. Now, this may sound boring for those who are in healthcare. In fact, Ayushman Bharat exactly is solving this problem. The digital mission solves this problem. Now, how it's going to enable you is, there are so many enterprise systems. You go and talk to any CIOs of any hospitals, the first problem they say is, most of my team's time gets sucked into solving the API integration problem, payment gateway not working problem, and I'm acquiring new hospital, but their system is different, my system is different. There's absolutely no way I can standardize the data and operations and whatnot. So this is truly an interoperability problem. Now, what if just think about a world where like all your systems are actually built on standards? For example, in healthcare, there are different kinds of standards. So, for example, there are syntactic or schematic standards like HL7, FHIR, which is Fast Healthcare Interoperable Resources, or FHIR. And when it comes to semantics, which is the language or the vocabulary, like how doctor, for example, in the previous case I mentioned, right, Kaushik had fever and prescribed paracetamol. What if you replace that with the ICD-10 code and whatnot, or RX norm for the drug and whatnot, right? Now, see, we cannot put this pressure again back to the provider, but what if there are tools that can help you convert this unstructured data into structured data is where I'm going with. So, your first enabler of analysis is interoperability. You build this interoperability among your system and outside your organization, like through ABDM system and all. So, you acquire the data, and after you acquire the data is where you can build analytics. For example, you can enable quality-based indicators to be analyzed and cost-based indicators, and finally you will be able to build predictions on top of it. When you have this capability, is when you will be able to do the interventions. Intervention is where you actually build like virtual care. Like for example, even what if I send a reminder, again contextual reminder, not just about medication, reminder about, hey, you know what, after surgery you have to do certain things. What if I send or educate patients very personalized way to basically follow this protocol, clinical protocol. These are things that is possible only when you have interoperability and analytics in place. So, and how, if you look at all the hospitals, and I'm not blaming, it's just how any industry or domain would evolve. If you see, even many technology companies, be it telecom or aviation or any industry, right? When initially we kind of progress, we build data silos. For example, each and every application, like hospital information system, will have its own database. Now, when you're building a data analytics pipeline, then you are actually building a data warehouse with that data only. And there will be another data warehouse for another application, another data warehouse for another application. Now, for a true population health kind of analytics, you should be able to let them talk to each other. It simply doesn't mean that, okay, now I have 10 different data warehouse, I can copy all of them and put into maybe another bigger data warehouse and then query the data. It is a lot of expense for anybody for that matter. That is why if you look at the right side, the modern healthcare data platform advocates lake house or data mesh kind of architecture. Could be data fabric or data mesh kind of architecture, where the data doesn't have to be centralized. The data can still stay in the respective business unit or the application domain cluster, and you build a mechanism of letting your consumers access different data set based on the consent, based on the privacy and whatever the policy that you have on top. This is what we've been broadly helping many customers build, this data mesh kind of an architecture. And again, you don't have, now I'm going towards how Amazon is helping in, or AWS is helping in some of this. For example, we have purpose-built tools. If you look at AWS, we historically invested a lot into healthcare industry specifically. We have a bunch of purpose-built services, and I'll talk about only 3 services today. One is HealthLake. By the way, this service is available in India, which is going to enable any customer to build Ayushman Bharat integration. Now, HealthLake is a data repository and more that allows you to store FHIR compliant data. Like I told, right, HL7 FHIR is a schematic interoperability standards, and it allows you to store the data in FHIR format, which means you store the data, and it also exposes APIs that are standardized and can connect with any other hospital system or through ABDM also. You don't have to be in the business of creating different API standards and whatnot for your different customers. We are a healthcare startup or healthcare business that want to connect with ABDM, and HealthLake could be a way. Our customers like ECACare, which is a known patient app company that is also using HealthLake to build some of that. It has a lot of capabilities. Couple of capabilities that I want to highlight is, one, it has medical NLP capability. which means if you send unstructured data in a specific document file, it will automatically run the medical NLP, will understand something like this. For example, in this usage, you can see it's totally unstructured data. Like patient is a 62-year-old female with a history of type 2 diabetes and whatnot, right? Now here, if you see in the bottom, you see I would say graph kind of a relationship build. And this is not a illustration. This actually happens in the tool. There is a console where you can see this, wherein it identifies all kinds of entities. It is a named entity recognition plus NLP kind of a model, where it understands the entities and it also does the ontology linking. Meaning it understands the symptom, the diagnosis, the generic name of the drug, and the time, the duration, route, and everything. And this is exactly how you convert your unstructured data into structured data. Now, HealthLake as a service will allow you to do that by various mechanisms and strategy and add the data back. So when you query the data again to your system, you will simply not get the description, but also the structured data, which you can use to build analysis. Again, as a concept, there are so many things that we can actually cover, but HealthLake as a service also help you to normalize your patient data. For example, when a patient walks into a hospital, there are like tens of systems that captures the data of the patient, like prescription system, administrative system, financial system. And let's say if they are an inpatient, then the whole lot of administrative tools are all there. Now, this HealthLake can actually acquire data from all these systems at a different time frame in a different frequency. Now, what if it arranges the patient data chronologically for you automatically and also normalizes the data for you? So that is a big problem today that many people are trying to solve, which is automatically solved in HealthLake for you. So when you put the data, HealthLake does all of it for you. So when you query the data back, it automatically is normalized and indexed for you. And it also has a zero ETL pipeline, which means you don't have to convert the data into again analytics friendly format. It converts into Apache Parquet and exposes iceberg table, which means it handles the upset and whatnot use cases. So you can immediately, in near real time, consume the same data, the transaction data for analytical purposes. Moving on, this is exactly what I told. The data could be from clinical data and the data could be from other databases. There are tools and mechanisms in which you can combine all those data, query and truly build dashboards. And yeah, these are some of the demos that we have built, which actually calculates the risk for stroke based on certain algorithms that are open source. And it's easy. I mean, you can do it in a few minutes. Actually, I'm not even talking about hours. And moving on, the next is imaging. And imaging also, like we have a purpose-built service that automatically extracts the annotations, tags, and all kinds of metadata from DICOM images and builds a data lake for you. And then moving on, we also have something from the genomics or omics world, wherein we have this service that allows you to store, analyze, and also do the workflows. So all the primary, secondary, and tertiary workflows of genomics can also be automated using our purpose-built service, which is called AWS Health. So now putting all of it together, if you see all of these services that I talked about, follows a very similar pattern. It takes the format from the healthcare standards, like for example, FHIR, DICOM, and any kind of genomics data, and then it creates a normalized data lake for you. This in turn can be queried or analyzed using our like I would say, analytical tools or AML tools for building applications on top of it. And again, I mean, this is slightly more for enterprise format. How do you actually create like a data mesh architecture? I think today also during open source panel, I talked about how many entities can come together and build like a federated learning architecture, wherein, for example, let's say 2 universities and a government agency want to collaborate along with a pharma company. And if they want to share the data, it's not that easy. There are so much of privacy and other conflicts that might happen. But what if you actually let the models being trained on the data within their environment and simply send the models in the weight? Collectively, you consolidate all of that and you have like a model with better weight and better inferencing capability. And that's federated learning for you. And it also has better security and privacy advantage, and the accuracy could be better and whatnot. So, that's like basically the next evolution of what this particular slide is all about. So, conversion of structured to unstructured data is key in healthcare. First of all, digitizing the data is key. When you have this, then the ability for you to build machine learning models and everything is even a possibility. With that, let me stop and perhaps open it for Q&A. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry, this is like a 2-day talk. I was trying to condense in 20 minutes. I think I shared a slide with 150 slides, and I had to skim it down to maybe 5 or 6. So, anyone, any question before the next session?
Sir, for EHR,
Right.
sir, is it open source or it is?
I think you're talking about Amazon EMR. EMR is Elastic Map Reduce. Basically, it's an analytics platform. It allows open source tools like, for example, the Hoodie and whatnot and Spark clusters to be provisioned on top of EMR. Just think of EMR as like the capacity, like a cluster that you can provision using open source tool for doing like a big data processing and everything on top of your data. So that's what EMR is. The health tech capabilities that you talked about, how transferable are they to clinical trial data? So data that we collect during clinical trials for risk-based monitoring. Right. So your question is about how transferable, or are you talking about how easy to move the data from HealthLink? Basically, how can we use, for example, a program like HealthLink to inform decision makers during clinical trials? Absolutely. It is actually meant for purposes like that. See, just think of HealthLink being used in a hospital where all the clinical data are standardized to formats like FHIR and in fact ICD-10 and put everything. Now, then what you do is you cohortize your patients. That's how you do clinical trials, right? Now, on the cohort, if you want to query specific patient's detail or specific symptom or a parameter, HealthLink enables you to do all of that. Now, HealthLink simply relies on the data that you push into it. It doesn't add intelligence on top of it. Of course, it adds through NLP, but that's a different intelligence. HealthLink allows you to not only access data for analytical use case, but also transactionally. In near real time, you'll be able to see the data for your analytics. So it's pretty fast when it comes to how quickly you can access the data. And when it comes to standards, it supports semantic and syntactic standards. So pretty much most of everything is possible. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening. Thank you, Kaushik. But we're only letting you go with the promise that you'll actually do the 2-day workshop for all of us over here. Thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Kaushik. What we have now is a very, very interesting mix of panel. We are going to be talking about AI, analytics, healthcare. But what we have managed to pull off is a very different mix for the panel. Let me start by inviting each of the panelists. I'll start by first of all introducing the moderator for the panel, Dr. Pavani. Dr. Pavani is a pharmacological researcher at Aurobindo. I'm not going to say anything beyond that because my tongue will never twist to pronounce the words that they're actually speaking. I will allow them to introduce themselves in terms of what they're working on. Dr. Pavani, please. May I invite Vamsi Karatan, founder and CEO of deepfacts.io. Some of you would have listened to his talk. What they're doing is I would say groundbreaking work. Fantastic work that they're doing. I was super impressed by the work that they are doing. Vamsi Karatan, thank you for coming over here. And of course, how would I put it? I would have said the brain behind it, but Vamsi said it's the brains behind it. The person with 6 brains, may invite Dr. AVS Suresh. I have no idea how to, introduce him. He's an oncologist, he's an innovator, he's an entrepreneur, he's a racer. I don't know what else. Dr. Suresh, thank you for, coming over here. He's one of the doctors who can actually program, right? And we have engineers here who cannot program. So just so you know, I am one of those engineers who cannot program. And thank you, Dr. Suresh. As I said, it's going to be a mix of different panels, right? So we have Nagendranath Garu. Nagendranath Garu he's a serial entrepreneur, investor, angel investor. He's a senior advisor at Salament Advisory Services. He wears multiple hats. He's just coming, from running from a panel discussion where he was a co-panelist with Shobhu Yarlagadda and Srinivas Mohan, where he wore a different hat. Now he's wearing the hat of the as an advisor for Medicare Logics. He has his feet wet in almost every domain that we can think of. Thank you, Nagendranath Garu, for coming over here. May I invite Dr. Lakshmikant. Shortly I will probably have to call him Dr. Lakshmikant. He's a veterinarian, trained veterinarian, and hence I'm calling him doctor. And he's also finishing his PhD at the IVRI. He works on, again, some names that I cannot pronounce, some virology research and all. Better that they introduce themselves. Another doctor, Dr. Saket Sriram, may I invite him onto the stage. This is easy for me to say. He works on cancer research. I always say, when I say cancer research, it's not cancer causing research, but one day he'll help us, cure research. I've known Sriram for a long, long time now, and he has always maintained that one day he will find a cure for cancer. I've known him for more than 20 years now. He's always maintained that he will work on cancer research, and I hope we'll be able to give this. Dr. Pawan, over to you. May I request that we be done by 4 sharp? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had wonderful sessions talking about AI and integration with the healthcare industry. So you are experts from different areas. Dr. Lakshmikant is from veterinary, sir is angel investor, then Dr. Suresh is coming from oncology, then Dr. Srinath. And Vanshikaratam was integrating the patient and the healthcare. He was working on the bridging them. So I just want to understand what are the problems which you are observing in your respective areas and how technology or AI can solve or address these problems. So can you please explain about that, Dr. Suresh?
Yeah, so one thing that most of the doctors claim is they don't have time. And that's true also, because most of them overwhelmed costs for last 8 to 10 years. So it's very difficult for us to combine. And one thing that I'm really enjoying nowadays, this last 2 years, in my hospital is everything is available at click. We call as an iPad home, that is healthcare, networking, intelligence, whatever is the full form. But still, a graphical and easy representation is written. So I don't call it a very advanced way, but you don't require very advanced tools for the experience. So make it easy for me.
We see what we do is the capturing of data. That's where we see when they try to capture data. It's not good as Coach was talking the last talk. Here the cleaning of data is really challenging, and also it's going to be streamlined in a way in the way that it can be model designed and taken to the TV purpose. That's where the most problem is.
Actually, I have a more helicopter view. I think as an outsider looking in, because I use the healthcare industry as a consumer, I think, and also because of the other hat we wear of helping startups and others, I tell you what it is. There are 5 areas broadly that have got issues. The first area I see is skilling. When I speak to friends in Siemens or all these companies that make medical equipment, even the best of equipment that a hospital can afford, they struggle to find time of the doctors to get trained on it. Forget the other support staff. That's number 1. Number 2 is already raised the point that for improving quality, the basic is to have clean data so that you can have the right metrics to measure. That itself is a challenge. The third one is operations. Most hospitals all over the world, and especially in India, are actually from doctors to turn entrepreneurs. Their skill is patient care and not in running a hospital. So there is a lot of operational inefficiency that is hidden in the operations of the hospital that directly affects patient. Fourth is governance. There's not much of a governance framework that exists. So that is a challenge as well. Like, how do you know hospital A is better than hospital B for somebody to go to? We don't know today. There's no common way to see and there's nobody coming. The last one I see is leadership in this. Most of the leaders we see in this industry are leaders by accident, not by training. They've learned the hard way in life and come up. And now others look upon them as iconic people to be. But there's no system to generate leaderships. So to me, all these areas, except for leadership, which is a very special trait, can be solved by technology and can be solved by AI. And for a country like India where remote diagnostics, remote healthcare, how do you get patients out of the hospital quicker so that the beds can be used for more critical patients? There's so much that can be done. So I think there is enough opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lakshmikant.
Good afternoon, everyone.
being a veterinarian by nature, I am not that well into regarding data and updating and all. But in my view, I see this in a couple of ways. One is that when Sir said that there is no time for doctors, for us we are short of doctors itself in the very remote and ground level when I am talking. So the number of animals, the livestock that is exponentially growing in farm animals, and I am just quoting not the text, because the economy is majorly driven by livestock agriculture in India. So the amount of availability, there are efficient doctors, but whatever changes or whatever the updates that are happening, let's say I was hearing about the AI diagnostics, right? The infrastructure is very low on a very village level. But if only all this data, whatever they were taken, they were filled, if that can be able to penetrate the very low level places, that would act as a real game changer in the livestock health sector, right? And also on the research front, now I am working and I'm a PhD scholar in National Institute. I am unaware of the AI tools that can be used, right? So I wish there is more of like what we call as an extension program in agriculture, right? So I wish somebody makes us more aware regarding this can be used, that can be used in particular things. So that would make us really a better researcher.
Yeah, that is the one which is lacking, which need to be Switch also what to intervene there. Dr. Sriram, what is your opinion?
We do have a huge amount of data. So it's not like we don't have a lot of data. Sometimes it is organized as well. So for example, we had a huge project that was completed in 2007. We have like say 450,000 patient genome samples that have been analyzed completely, total RNA sequencing that has been done. However, we still see like at least 10 to 20,000 research papers that have been still published every year, having a small part of that data coming again from the human genome project. What it means is that although we do have a huge amount of data, the interpretation of the data and how we look into the data is still in the preliminary stage. That's what I feel. Like, we are still just scratching the surface. So we need a little bit more expertise into how to completely deep dive into the data. Again, we need an integration of scientists as well as the data scientists over here. We need a huge amount of integration to get into deep dive into data. And I feel that is something which is absolutely useful to get out of the smaller issues, whatever we have in the AI, and helping.
Like good that you have brought up the issue of whole genome sequencing. Yesterday, Dr. Tangraj was here, who was trying to sequence 10,000 genomes from Indian population. So mostly the sequences which you are talking about are from abroad. So the ethnicity is different. So I just want to ask Dr. Sudesh, like, is there any diagnosis possible for Indian population based upon the data which is generated from the different ethnicity, and how much of such kind of work was done already, and what is the research going on there, sir?
So this question was already brought up people from the audience. Something very important. What is understand? Your vision is very patterned, very predictable. I think you give a lot of examples, but complex thing is BRCA and the breast cancer, which have shown that after a finite point of time, it is likely to be breast cancer. And prevention is not always stopping disease. So there are 4 levels of prevention, which I want to draw your attention to the audience. Primary prevention means stopping disease to happen. That's what I'm doing. Secondary prevention is stop the big surgery to happen, big treatment to happen. Tertiary prevention is stop the damage of treatment disease to happen on the patient. Whatever is disease is wrong, the side effects of the treatment is there. So the genomes help in a long way. Not only preventing and predicting what cancer drugs are. Now I'm using the genomic data to see what the people are saying, because the population whether the side effect is reversible or not, whether the drug will act better or not. So which is very unique is a combination of the patient, gene, drug, and environment. So this complexity is really impossible
to be solved with a rule-based algorithm. It requires much beyond a way. A definitely can help. And the G knows if it is done specifically addressing each question and look into look is definitely going to be game changer. And we are already implementing it in terms of what people to choose, what patients have to be screened, what's the 6 months once a year, and how to take clinical decision. So how it is going to go. It is a practical
platform. It's an everyday challenge. Yeah. So whenever we go global collection of data, this is the expert planning. So we say we see the data available, outside the country, not inside the country. And that we find that data, but it's not going to be accurate enough for sensitive enough for us to handle because our developers are two states. So if you go towards Andhra, we have a different the data is already come towards Telangana, the other side of Telangana. There may be different the body structure of the data. So here the challenge is that so we don't have a particular repository for the data in the country. So we depend on exactly what some of the databases. But India doesn't have a standardized repository to have it. We find some, but not much. I think 100%. I think we have around 3%, 4%.
Okay, thank you.
I'll pass this question outside my domain of experience. So, the advantage in genomic sequencing is in US, for example, it has been privatized from the government. So, you have this ancestry.com or Crazy, which does the sequencing for anyone who wants to get it done. So, you can see ancestry where you are from, how much percentage of black you are, how much percentage of African American you are, Caucasian you are. So when Kamala Harris did that and she said like I'm this thing, and when other people said that, people laugh at it if you don't have a statistical comparison to exactly get whatever it is. But then the important thing over here is that because of this privatization, a lot of people have sequenced their thing. We do have a huge amount of data. Maybe there's a few certain private players who can bring it to the actual code whenever you want it to. But then it has been done over there, and people know like what are the issues with the sequences of say Caucasian or African Americans. But we don't have that in India, so I'm all for having more sequencing in Indian population, and it definitely helps out to unlock future perspectives of what kind of diseases we are more prone to and what kind of treatments we are actually favorable for or not favorable for as well. So it helps us out. Yeah, that's just to add that we are in the process actually also. Like IGIT is doing a lot of work in just making it stand. The problem is libraries against which we are going to compare. Libraries. So the genomic libraries, we don't have any standard libraries available in India so far. So if the comparison is wrong, the answer is wrong. So that's why I just wanted to leverage switch. That's why I wanted to raise this. My cousin who lives in the US is a true Googling probability. When she did this, when she's working in one of those companies, she finds some Afghan blood in her ancestry. Right? Right? So the thing is, with organizations like Future, if you really want to do this, you know that the ability to collect, collate, standardize, and get libraries will become like, you know, the speed at which can be done, I think, is an opportunity for organizations like Future. That's all I want to say.
Rightly said, sir, like genomic sequencing is involves a huge cost. Where data analytics definitely switch and other IT industry where they get pitched. So just want to understand other thing like is there any existing AI tools available in healthcare industry and how much they are solving the problems which we have discussed earlier. And can you please throw some light on UHI, which was the initiative taken by the government, and structured data. So, is it possible to bring structured data to implement in all the hospitals? So, I want to start with Dr. Suresh.
I asked 27 questions. It is clear combination. So let me just start with a couple of questions and maybe remaining things because I'm looking at time also. So question number one, are we using AI tools? Definitely yes. So most of the people, I think I hear with the fascination from Dr. Kaushik that use tools to explain education. Okay? You have, say, brain cancer or breast cancer. These are the characters, like estrogen persistence, or maybe observed brain cancers. So because you have ABC, it is likely to happen in this frequency. My treatment is going to offer X amount of protection. So we are uncovering. Okay, if you want to say no to chemotherapy, you are free. But you know that 15% compromise is uncure. If you want to say yes, then 3% extra side effects you have to weigh. So these tools are freely available. Like Predict Rest is some tool which means Life Map is what we are using. URPC calculators we are using, MyStartup we are using. I can just select this 40 calculators which are using almost on a daily basis. So can you call it as AI? Yes, it's like a vehicle. I mean, starting from the bicycle to the aeroplane, everything is a vehicle. So it's a very primitive form and we are using so far. But it definitely solving a lot of problems. In convincing the patient is also getting more confidence. We feel that they are also. And one part of the story, are we using children? To what extent it is really helping us? Counseling, definitely yes. Patient getting partially yes. Changing our treatment or going new like in the new avenues, still in the fancy is what I can sum up. The other question that you have asked is regarding standardization data. The beauty is like poetry, medicine is like poetry, the beauty is the art and science they call it, right? So the art is we want answers. Then only we are well trained. We don't have any standardizations. So that's the reason why we don't have standard data systems most of the times. And scientists want a square to build a beautiful and a perfect block, and we make a bizarre brick sort of thing which doesn't fit in you, and you need to be really artistic to see and imagine how to just fit it into that particular place. So the difference of whatever is outside this square actually is vital. Okay, that's what makes the response or no response, side effect or no side effect, that helps to build a new drug sort of thing. So this is where I think accepting the anomaly as it is and then putting it into the system will help for the better research. So let us not try to standardize the anomalies and then just make them sort of thing. So it is possible, but capture assets, no standardization. That's my opinion. We'll be open for the other comments.
Dr. Vamsi, can you please throw some light on what are the AI tools which are existing other than what Dr. Suresh was discussing?
Dr. Suresh was telling more about the
oncology side, yes.
We come from
okay.
So there are AI tools available. They are open source tools are available, and they are there from last 10 to 15 years. We mature now enough, but they are not from. They are from outside of India, but they are mature enough. But here, here we can take that as an information and we can build our own tools on the top of it. But again, the data comes to we need to find our own data here. That's the main part of it. Everywhere, AI is very helpful for the doctors as well as for the patient. But the challenge here is how we present it to the doctor. If we present it in the wrong way, obviously the doctor's patient will be affected to the patient indirectly or directly. Okay, that's where I come in. I see that we want to maintain the best data of it, and we want to maintain that whatever the present AI, we don't want to reinvent the wheel every time. We want to put that tool and see that it is on the top of it.
Right.
That's what we do in our company.
That's right.
I'll talk about something very fundamental. So we are going way ahead of where my comprehension is. I think specific to our country, even basic standardization of nomenclature is not there. If you make a medical test in a diagnostic clinic and go to hospital B, the codes we use are not the same. So the ability to know what happens. So I think there's a lot of initiatives, many initiatives across the world. You know, there's RX9, so a lot of things are there, right? The national mission, the national health mission that was announced, trying to standardize a lot of things. So to me, I think unless at this basic level, everybody talks the same language and uses the same nomenclature. I'm not talking about force-fitting anybody's into, you know, it's like, you know, cutting the foot to fit the shoe. That is not what I am talking about. I'm talking about some level of consistency across the country so that it becomes easy for people to understand. And I think Dr. Gaurav Raina is working on a health stack for the country. And I think when that happens, if I, as using that app, can decide I want to talk to a doctor in Varanasi because it's good at something sitting in Vidagamandalam, UP or somewhere, and I want to share my reports, it should be in a nomenclature that is easy for them to understand and standardized. So I think that level of at least standardization is what the country needs, and that will significantly improve the quality of healthcare. That's my personal opinion.
So I would deviate from the topic a little bit. I would not talk about patients and just healthcare per se. I would touch base to the pharma industry and drug discovery.
Okay.
So how do we do a lot of AI related innovations in drug discovery? We can actually structurally have this enzyme pocket where you have compound bind to have innovation to happen and so thereby have some effect on whatever it is and then thereby reduce the disease for a patient. So we have all those technologies from a long time right now. We can have this active site pocket of an enzyme, can be computationally driven, can be seen on our computer, and then we can design the molecule to fit exactly into the pocket so that it does whatever it is supposed to do. So we have all those technologies before. Now we are using AI integrations, machine learning, so that even we don't need to give a lot of input to it to have a proper molecule. You can design a molecule without even having a single manual input to it. You can get a proper molecule that has all those features, whatever you want it to be. You need to have some solubility, you need to have some good absorption, to have, and then you need to have the activity for those molecules. You have multiple ways you can run AI in a drug discovery setup. That is just one part of it I'm talking about, but since that is the first part of the drug discovery setup, I'm just talking about that. You have multiple places where you can run it. But then how do you improve upon is a completely different side. There is a huge space for improvement. We can improve upon it.
Right, as you said, it is the early phase of drug discovery. So there are a lot of gray areas throughout the pharma sector which are still open for AI development to be happened here. Dr. Lakshmi.
Just sort of saying that, I don't know exactly the terminology, this is AI or not, because we have a bunch of software. Now, if I am doing the research, we are designing primers, we are going for cloning, we are going for all the cloning in eukaryotic probiotic things and NEV cutters. So these softwares are there for a very long time. So if this is AI, I'm not sure, but I wish there is the AI comes into play where it helps us more in the interpretation of all these things. As a very young researcher, if you push me back a couple of years, I look at something and I'm not sure what is happening in that particular screen. So imagine someone or AI on any basis, if it is actually suggesting this is what's the direction that you are going. So that would actually push us in a better space.
Just to add what is said, that's what most of the regulators are looking at. So they want AI to be explainable AI. Unless your AI tells why it is telling so, what it is telling, what is the basis of the recommendation or the conclusion, and how much is accurate and where it can fail. Unless it is very open, it cannot be used in things.
So that level of regulations are in the process of being implemented across the globe, including. So we are just 18 months away if things go at the pace at which it is going. The target is 2027, but we are ahead of time.
So that is what the question I was about to ask you. Like, is there any regulatory guidelines? But as for you, it is not still under the process of development.
In US, yes. In India, in US only partly yes, not complete yes. Okay.
So whatever the tools which we are using currently, the tools which you have said also, are they validated with the patient data for verifying the outcome results and all?
So, okay. So I'll put it across. AI is very broadly used. Simple decision to these are also called AS. Definitely, I don't want to use the particular methodology of so, but this dichotomy, like you have an age of what? Okay, you ask the next question. Diabetes there or not? Then yes, hypertension there or not? Then you say your cardiac disease. That's what the doctor thinks. That's what the AI thinks. So this is simple. So this doesn't require because these are all medically validated outcomes. They are just putting it into a user interface which is easy to interpret, easy to understand, and then some nice figures they are able to convince the patient. So this, if you consider this as a AI, they are right. If you are talking about more complicated things like a big score at week 32, a pregnant baby is likely to develop hypertension because of low hemoglobin and high sugar. No, they are not validated because it is based upon 1 lakh patients data pool behind, and they need to undergo very rigorous implementation checks.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramsey.
On the regulatory side towards AI, in India, they're coming up with a policy, but they're not fully regulated. The same in US and the other countries.
Who are those regulators who are governing these?
So India is Central Control Board, and if you take US, it's an
AI is considered device by definition.
Okay, so I just want to understand, like, there are so many problems. So there are a lot of young investors and researchers are present here. So for them to take up some issues, what are the issues which can be readily taken up? So in your area, which are the hardest? So for them to study and generate some tools for them. Dr. Lakshmikant also, like he was working in agricultural industry. So,
yes, ma'am. I got your question. There are a bunch of things that coming into my head. I just throw in the ideas. So, definitely one thing is, the first thing that I said is imaging or the AI diagnosis in veterinary field. That would be really helpful if it goes deep down. And the other thing is, the livestock sector is plagued with very frequent outbreaks of diseases. Like, there are FMD diseases. Recently, we are plagued by a disease called as lumpy skin disease. So, whenever the animals are hit by this, there is serious loss of productivity and economy. So, but there is a lot of epidemiological data. There is a lot of risk factors that we know. So, if only we can club them together and we can predict the next outbreak, or at least that's a gentle push forward. So, that keeps the health sector ready on a livestock basis. And also, I was thinking on a very remote level, just like now we have pull bots and chat GPTs to write our theses and research articles. No shame in doing that. So we can also have chat bots for a farmer level. We not suggest treatment exactly, but even a life hack or I'm saying on a health hack for an animal care or a health hack for an agricultural care. I don't know if it is really there. On something on that front would actually access them or empower them in a better direction.
So one thing that is close to my heart is the pathology reading of the slides. I've given the talk on the AI and digital pathology. It's a very wide field and has progressed a lot in the recent years. However, I would still feel like image-based interpretation of, say, a cellular-based evaluation is far more developed than what a pathology-based evaluations are. Especially if you increase the complexity by stating more, like not just the HLA slides, but
Say, for example, day of my life, I do the same thing. I just go to Google, pick a part of a code, and then try to see if it can be implemented. I can't do it myself. I'm no coder for sure. So that's how we do it. I just modify a part of a code. So, however, for mostly in vitro diagnostics and things like that, it is pretty well developed. I don't see the same thing for pathology-related slide readings and things like that. There are a few companies that are currently working on it right now, but I would want to see the
keep your mic closer? Yeah.
I would want to see the field develop a lot more faster because that is something which is of a tremendous application in terms of patient treatment and survival rates.
So, like you are an angel investor, like there are a lot of IT professionals are over here and researchers. Do you have any suggestion for them to pursue the career in AI? And what is your suggestion for them? Sir?
I think there is, first of all, AI is so broad-based. They can work in any industry. This panel is not limiting them to this sector, number one. However, if you are interested in this sector, I think, see, AI is a skill. You have to have passion for that industry also. Otherwise, you'll be an ordinary person in a team of extraordinary people. The skill is cheap. AI is telling us that skill is cheap. Like many of the coders are, he doesn't even know to code and he's picking up code and, editing it. So for me, for the people, what I would say is, if you're an entrepreneur, look for interesting problems that are low-hanging. Don't look to shoot for the stars. There are enough small problems that can help people. He raised a very good point. If there is a hack for a farmer in a local language, even if it's a question answer brought about welfare of their animal, that is a phenomenal advantage for them, and that can be probably created in less than a year if you collect all the data and you can get it. So there are enough problems to be solved. I would think that if you're an entrepreneur, look for problems that can have immediate return because that gives you the high. If you're a researcher, of course, you'll do like what he's doing. That's a long-term thing that you would do. If you are just a practitioner of AI, have passion to be here. Otherwise, this is not the place for you. Because success rate here, is 1 in a million finding the right molecular combination and things like that. So it's not an easy thing. So you should have the passion for this industry.
Can you please throw some light here? Like what are the tools we can take up? Do you have any suggestions for since you are also one of the entrepreneurs? So
the most important part. So the most important part of the entrepreneur journey in healthcare or in AI is the patient. So the most important part it needs to be great for the founder because every day is a worst day. It is a good day, you can do a party and everything, but it's not going to be every day a good day for us. So we have to be more patient in that because the cycle time for the success in the healthcare or in the medical device platform or in AI. I'm talking about only on the healthcare side, not on the other side of the industry, but it takes a minimum of 3 to 5 years, depends on the use case. So, and as entrepreneurs, the first thing we need to keep in mind is what is the worst thing going to be happening with the last. We need to come from there to see that how we can break that and take it forward.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir.
One final word which I left is, ambition should not be common sense when we are doing the research. The best answer is always find is one of the second year student taught us on the fall detection tool. I still surprised a lot of equipments are there on how to detect fall in elderly. So if you have to define the fall, you have XYZ axis on the standard, they become 0. When you fall, it takes 5 to 6 seconds if you want to purposely lie down. But if it happens in 2 seconds, it means you fell down. So till that time is coder's job or a medical device job. But the intelligence comes after that.
So most of the vertebrates stand up. When they fall, that's a reflex. If that doesn't happen, that means I prevented one pasana. And if I don't deliberately stand up because there may be slippery floor or dark surroundings, that means my brain sends a signal to my heart and it says, calm down, things are okay, but you don't stand up. That means HR gets sick. And if that means second prevention of the fall detection, then again comes the coder's job. Okay, if it is a significant one, send it to the ambulance and then IBER and caregiver. So this is all common sense. So this is nothing like a great science behind. So unless you are very vigilant about what things can commonly be solved rather than trying to develop a very fancy code, then you don't come up with a good product.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question for Nagendra, sir. Do we have scope we have already discussed, and what are the funding opportunities available for AI-based innovations?
I think there is always funding opportunity, in my opinion. So long as you are solving a real problem and you hit the nail on the head, ultimately the patient is God. The patients vote with their feet, whether they vote with their pocket or not. Like, even if you give treatment for free, they will not come to you unless they, so it's nothing to do with voting with the pocket, they vote with their feet. If you're solving a real problem, enough funding opportunities available. Most of the time, what I found in my experience over the last few years is, entrepreneurs fall in love with the idea and product and lose sight of practicalities. And that, I think, is something that they should be careful about. There are enough people who throw cold water on them every time they go and ask. But I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I would again and again say there are enough easy problems to solve before you take big problems to solve.
That is nice, sir. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this discussion. So we want to take few questions from the audience.
Please introduce yourself and which panelists have to answer also. That means our job is.
Hi, this is Bharat. I work for a software company called HCA Technologies as a project manager. I just wanted to understand, like, I work in the healthcare domain as well, like clinical trials and other stuff. So, we know, like, recently, like, stem cells therapy, using stem cells, we can create artificial organs and all, right, in near future. So, as a doctor's view, where do we stand, on that thing? I know that.
I think that is for me. Yeah. So the answer is very simple. Not in the near future, right? Stem cells can create a beautifully functioning cardiac muscle. But if this part of the heart is contracting and this is not, so they are not in sync, then output doesn't come. So creating the organ is easy, making it functional is easy, integrating with the existing system is impossible. Wherever it happened by accident, not by design. So accepting for the organs like blood, where they can function in isolation, no stem cells have worked. So some stem cell transplant work only in the organs like bone marrow transplant, where RBC or RBC needed coordinate with other RBC to carry oxygen, or very gross things like bone, where you just have to bear the weight. So accepting that wherever it requires a complex coordination, it always do. So something have to happen, miracle, for the stem cells to come into the real time.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, hi. This is Hardik from Sama. So currently we are also working in clinical trials. But I want to just check the different side of AI. I have read one article. It's called like behavior change. The doctors were using AI tools for diagnosis and all. And later they realized, after 2 years, they were performing the nuclear scans were reduced from let's say by it was around 40 to 50%. They reduced scan because they were predict
the AI tool what is predicting. So in that case, they have misdiagnosed certain patients. So like how to do, like in our regular life also, if you see, right, we can't do like basic multiplication also because we used to calculator and all. So like when like all this AI will come, so how like human intelligence will be downgraded, and the human touch in the care and all. So how we can deal with that also?
Again to me? Yeah, I know. So thing is, AI according to me is not artificial, but it is automated intelligence. As long as you try to enhance your decision making for the better patient care, that's okay. If you are trying to replace it, definitely a big no-no so far. So please don't attempt that, and that's what will happen. What you told. If I trust the AI that this patient is unlikely to have a recurrence, and if I stop doing this scan, if the patient comes with a disease bad, then I'm the saddest person, so as the patient's family. So we don't deviate from the conventional wisdom and conventional treatment. At the same time, we try to improve on how to interpret the scan better rather than how to avoid this scan. I hope I answered your question.
Hello sir, I am Manu from Biomedical Engineering. So I want to ask Dr. Suresh sir. Sir, as you mentioned, as per regulatory thing, AI is considered as a device. We have to look at it, like, is it good or bad? Like, why not as a tool or something like protocol? Because
tool and protocol doesn't go. See, the problem in India, I'm not an expert, but I definitely would like to see some of the inputs from the patent lawyers. In India, the code is not patentable unless it is in a device. Whereas in US and other countries, it is patentable. So, because the device is patentable, it is regulated, so the code has to sit on a device. So, it is more of a law that is making it to happen rather than why it is a device. It is otherwise. So, the same law controls both device and the code. So, that's what is the logic why it is put under the devices side. So, because more of a regulations in terms of law and enforceability and IP that is making it to happen in this stage. So, I don't see any reason, but probably some of the regulators can help you to answer the right way. But whatever I told, I do attend few of the serious meetings, so that's what I gave.
I have one more question, like about the standardization. So, if we can look this into two ways, like the practices which would be followed, like the protocols where collecting the data would be like two different ways. As you mentioned, it would not be standardized for all. But can we? There is a possibility of collecting the data in a standardized method. Like
that's what sir is telling. That's what even I completely agree.
Right.
I have to measure the speed of a car either in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. Unless I do that particular basic things, I can't keep on modifying my speedometers or odometers. Right? So you start with basic standardization, and on top of it you modify and improvise. So basic standardization, no brainer. It has to be done. No choice.
So if we are not standardizing the practices and still we are standardizing the data collection process, so how would it would affect the data quality?
Right. So the practice cannot be standardized. It has to be individualized to the patient. That's where the AI is trying to solve the problem. How can they personalize the AI to you?
See, basically, the outcome decides the practice, effectiveness of practice. The moment you have standardized data and you also are able to collect the outcomes, then you will be able to know that this particular set of practices, right, are good or not good. Right? That's why age-old home remedies still work at home. Because of this historical data, we know that if you get cold, you take some turmeric, something will work, right? So practice is different, right? But if you can measure the outcomes, in fact, that's what a lot of people around the world are doing now, whether they are governments or regulatory bodies, to say there is this movement called pay for performance that's happening, right, Dr. So this is nothing about practices, and I agree with him totally. Practice is based on experience. It is also based on a moment of inspiration, right? Because, correct, right? So it is so important that you can't take that away.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Lakshmikant. I mean, from my side, so we are seeing how AI is really helping the human sciences. and how it is treating in a better way or diagnosing in a better way. But coming to the animals, I hope you might have seen in many places, there could be times where it might be hard for you to diagnosis or treatment the animals, right? So is there any way that maybe this technology or this AI could help this diagnosis, could help this in treatment to the animals? Are there any situations that where you have thought maybe this technology or this AI might have helped these animals in diagnosing faster or treatment them faster?
I got the question, but to even answer that, I've never used AI to say AI would have been better here. So that is the area where we are in so far. But to address it in a different dimension, I've given a lecture in the morning where I felt antimicrobial resistance is a serious threat from our particular livestock industry. Many times I had a very small clinical, how would I say, career. So I felt like whenever I am prescribing an antibiotic, there are only a couple of things that are clicking my head. I wish we had AI where it suggests an alternative, where it can actually bring in data that this particular your area is actually having more resistance for this organism. Better prescribe something else, or you can actually let me give it a 3-4 options. Like these are all there in the market. The first thing that always sticks into our head is the only thing that we write. So I wish that kind of a support, if it really comes, it would have made a game-changing difference to tackle AMR is what I always felt, and I'm still feeling.
Just want to make a suggestion which is probably not good from my point as what I'm wearing. Let's not think everything is AI solvable or we need AI to solve. Because for a man with a hammer, everything looks like a needle. Right? There are maybe you need a shoehorn, maybe you need a wrench, you may need something. AI is just one of the many things that we have. So I just want to suggest that collectively that AI is just one of the many things we use, and it definitely has a lot of potential, no doubt.
Hello, good afternoon, panel. This is Dr. Santosh Shukarma from BVIT NASA College. I'm assistant professor here. And sir, my question is for that people are working in majority of the students are working in Raspberry Pi and Arduino boards. They are working. They are work with physical sensors, which is in generally Chinese supplied. So we are not getting proper result. And even in my doctorate, when I pursuing my PhD, so we are working in that domain also. So we are facing the challenges with the physical hardware sensors. So because that sensor is substandard sensor, so that's why we are not getting the proper result. And if we are compared with the Chinese sensors or the low cost sensors like BP monitor, which is cost around 1500, so it is almost more than 20 to 30% of the result sometimes we get. And even if we are talking about the rural areas, so majority of the practitioners who are they are not basically MBBS, so they are GMP practitioners or some kind of supportive staff. So they are using the same medical devices which cost not more than 2000 rupees for the diagnosis purpose, and the result is affected more than 20 to 30% around. So for that, in Indian perspective, if you want to try something in hardware perspective, so from where we get, because in generally I try from many of sources, but I can't get a proper sensors which is affiliated from any of the companies like Siemens or Philips, or they are not actually supplied in the Indian market, even in Asian region also. So for that, what we can do?
Let me divide the question into two. One, you're talking about the sensor. Okay, fair. And the second is you're talking about the result. Yes, right. So sensors, India doesn't have a capability to manufacture or design sensors.
Definitely, it will take almost 1 decade.
More than a decade.
Yeah, absolutely.
So sensors, what you are procuring from maybe from the China or from locally, are more of made in China products.
It is all from the China supply.
So here we need the selection of sensors is also very important. So we have to see that we've made it. Okay, where the company is from. Okay, if you take a company from US, let me say a maximum integration or analog devices. Yeah, if you call analog devices, we're procuring it sensors from analog devices. They provide what is the standard they are maintaining. If you take the data sheet, you go through each and every point in the data sheet, you have a detailed explanation how the sensor works and in which conditions it works. That's also very important for a prototyping or a POC to be tested. Yes, that's one part. And the second part, when you're doing a POC or a prototype, it's almost like a raw development. I don't say it's a finished development. Yeah. So in the scale, I mean, in the percentage of 100, the development is only 15%. If you take a POC or a prototype 1 or prototype 2. Yes. So after MVP, I'm talking about minimum viable product. The MVP reaches by 30%. Right? After that, 30% reach 100% as marketable product. That's where you can see the result. It's not going to be easy to say that, okay, I've done a POC or I've done a prototype 1 or 2 and I'm ready with the minimum viable product and I can take it to the market. It's not going to work out like that. It takes a lot of time and energy to see that from 30% to 100%, it takes a lot of time. Exactly, that's one. And coming to the second part of your question on achieving the accuracies and all the maturity of the product development also is required to get that accuracy level. You have to fine tune the device in such a way that when you're going to a one region to collect the data and doing the testing or the validation, you have to fine tune it in a more, the fine tuning is the most important part to get the marketable product.
I just want to add one thing. Don't underestimate the affordability of the medical practitioner in the village, because I see this constantly trying to bring the cost of the product down and pay for quality instead. I am sure the incremental cost will more than help the practitioner to get more clients. So I don't see that as an issue. I think he raised the good points. Cost of product is only 20-30% in the overall scheme of things. So I think if you're guiding them, sir, please make sure that they have the first prototype of the best quality. Then you can choose to do how to do the value versus price and all that. Otherwise, we'll end up building subpar products.
Sir, actually, sometimes we try to communicate with the Philips and Siemens also, but actually, for the starting prototype, our card size is very limited for the getting the sensor. So that's why we are not interested to winning with a business. That's the main problem I face.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay, fine.
We have one-to-one interaction with the panel speakers. So I thank every one of you. It is a really interesting discussion we had with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Praveen, for giving this opportunity for us.
That was a very informative session. Lots of questions. I know there are more questions, so I would request that the audience please talk to the panelists and speakers after their conclusion. We have now, we've had two really wonderful days. We started on a high yesterday. We started with an anthem, and I remember yesterday we had 2,500 people filling this hall. Hundreds of people standing outside. We had this wonderful anthem that we all sang together. Then we had the keynotes and all. And I now have the privilege, and I'm extremely honored, to be welcoming Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Thank you for honoring our request and coming over here. Jayesh Ranjan Garu is a special chief secretary. He's also been involved with whatever progress we have seen over the last 10 years in IT and all. Jayesh Garu had a huge role to play in all of this stuff. He has been a huge support of what we've been doing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for obliging our request and coming over here. May I now request Jayesh Garu to deliver the closing keynote, and then we will proceed to the valedictory after Jayesh Garu's closing keynote. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation for the organizers of AI Days, Swecha team in particular, and everyone else who have supported them in organizing this wonderful event. Even though I was not here yesterday, but I heard very good things about the day-long deliberations. also the interactions that happened today. And I feel very happy that the ecosystem in Hyderabad, in Telangana, supporting AI is maturing very rapidly. We are already thinking of developing local language models, Telugu language models, Telugu language products, solutions, etc. So some of the things that we are doing here in Hyderabad, I particularly feel very happy and very proud about it. Some of you would be aware that while the world over AI has been in existence for decades, but the real thrust came in just about 7 to 8 years ago. And gradually when people in India started taking note of AI, Telangana was amongst the first few states to decide a very focused strategy on how AI has to be developed, AI has to be used. Some of you will recall that in the year 2020, we decided to celebrate that year, commemorate that year rather, as the year of AI. And 2020, all of us go back and recall, was a very tough year. We had COVID, lockdown, all kinds of emergencies. And obviously, if you have planned something, not knowing that these kind of calamities are going to befall you, your plans do get derailed in some ways. But again, I feel very proud that almost 80% of what we had planned for that year, we were able to accomplish. Partly virtually, partly through in-person activities. But nevertheless, the beginning was very good. And of course, when we started something on 1st of January 2020, lots of preparatory work happened in the preceding months in 2019. And one of the good things, something which we have been recognized, national government has commended us for that particular activity. We brought out a framework to support AI. What is the responsibility of the government to promote AI? What is the responsibility of other stakeholders? How do we bring all the stakeholders together? And I would encourage all of you, I'm sure, have deep interest in AI, to go to our website and read this framework. While it was prepared in 2019, later have 4 years approximately have gone by, but it is still very, very relevant. And I don't think there is anything that we have missed. Possibly, generative AI was not that relevant at that point in time. But other than that, everything else that one needs to do to promote AI, to adopt AI very, very rapidly, all these features are provided in that framework. So just to give a very quick overview of that framework, the most important thing, and I briefly overheard some of the panelists of the RPM session. I came a little late, unfortunately. One of the key things about doing anything related to AI relates to training your algorithm. And of course, writing the algorithm, developing the algorithm for sure. But we require lots of data, even prepare that algorithm, train that algorithm. So as a government, one of the first decisions that we took is that we will take upon ourselves as a key responsibility to make data available. And I think lots of efforts have happened in that direction. I feel very proud and satisfied to share with you. We have decided as a government that our priority for AI will be agriculture. Agriculture is one domain. I'm sure all of you know this, that it supports the largest number of rural livelihoods. And I'm very happy that you are also choosing to focus on AI for society, because this is exactly something which is our priority also. AI should work for everyone. Just as we use the thing AI for society, the similar thing that we use is AI for everyone. Making AI work for everyone. That is the thing that we work on. So obviously, everyone is the society, and if you look at which sector, which livelihood supports the largest percentage of that society, it is agriculture today. And to facilitate development of AI-enabled solutions for agriculture, we have set up, and as I said, we are the first state in the country. Now we are showing the way to the national government also. We have set up an agriculture data exchange. So all possible data sets that one would require to develop a solution related to agriculture is available on that exchange. But like any other exchange, like the stock exchange or any other kind of data exchange, there are norms on how do you participate in that exchange. So sometimes we have heard, we have seen also, these
these are very true kind of episodes in which large scale misuse of data has happened. Lots of even reputed tech companies have allowed the huge access to data that they have to be passed on for commercial interests to third parties. Third parties have misused it. Few years ago, when the elections in the US were happening, so the huge debate and investigation on how personal data has been misused to kind of motivate or nudge people to vote in the favor of a particular party by reputed technology platforms, etc. So there is always that risk and always that concern that the more access you provide to data, some element of misuse will happen, some element of extracting commercial benefit without passing any benefit to the people whose data you are using. That kind of scenario will happen. So we have created an agriculture data exchange, keeping in mind all these possibilities and creating very robust internal system of checks and balances. It is not just commercial misuse, it is also privacy, it is confidentiality, it is consent. So that is one very important responsibility. And as I said, while we have created data exchange for agriculture, we are absolutely open to provide or make accessible other data sets also, which people will be using in other domains. So as I just found out, the panel was focused on healthcare. Again, lots of data is available. Lots of mobility data is available with the government and so on and so forth. So making data available is a very big responsibility that we have taken, and many of the startups who are connected with us, who participate in our program, they know how easy it is in Telangana to access any of these data. Along with providing access to data is a related issue or a related question of high performance computing. See, when you are given trillions and trillions of bits of data, many times we feel that the compute capacity that we have access to in our simple PCs, etc., that is not enough. That is a big barrier that we face, because high performance compute also comes at a very high cost. And again, for young innovators, young entrepreneurs, startups, students, it literally becomes impossible. Even if you have a bright idea, you will be thwarted because you won't have compute access. So again, this is something which we have done for our kind of ecosystem partners. We have been able to access high performance compute facility, more than 15,000 GPUs through CDAC and NVIDIA at literally pro-other prices. And we are now in discussions with another provider, a company called Jota. We have decided to initially set it up in Delhi, but we are convincing them to set it up in Hyderabad as well. So once these facilities are available, already as I said, the CDAC and NVIDIA facility is already available. Many of our startups with I don't have precise information, but recently when I had checked out this, I was told that more than 20 startups in Hyderabad have used that facility, the low cost compute facility that we have arranged for them especially. And once the Jota facility is also developed in Hyderabad, and these are some of the challenges that people face. You're actually right, algorithms. These are the challenges that they face. Accessibility to data, clean data, interoperable data, access to high performance compute facilities. So as a government, we are making these things. Another very important thing, of course, as we notice now, AI is becoming more and more and more pervasive. Literally, there is no sphere of our lives which cannot potentially be improved or made more efficient using AI. But where are the people who have that talent to run AI kind of programs? So again, skilling is a very important responsibility, and it's a nice coincidence that we are having this conference in an academic institution, a premier academic institution like the JNTU, which is of course offering high quality courses on AI, ML, etc. But again, many of you would be aware, since I see that many of you are students, there are a range of courses available. In fact, AI is not just PhD level skills, writing very logical algorithms. AI skills start from absolutely low end, even to clean the data, data cleansing, data organizing, data annotation, making the data interoperable. Even that is a task which has to be done before PhD kind of people take over that. So again, who does that kind of work? For that, you don't require very high skills. But I have seen that people with as low as 10th pass qualifications or with well-passed qualifications can do that job. And to do that kind of a job, you don't have to be in an expensive office building in Hyderabad. You can be somewhere else and do this work. So again, we have been very successful in motivating some companies to set up basic AI level of skills in smaller towns. So again, I'm happy to share with you that some of this kind of the work is going on in Warangal, some of this kind of work is going on in Nizamabad, something in even smaller towns, etc. So we have made a good beginning to show that the basic skill sets which are required to organize the data, that is also something which can be done very easily, and Telangana government arranges for those kind of skills to be made available to people. Of course, the higher level skills, there are many. JNTU and many of the colleges under JNTU were the first to introduce options, engineering options in AI/ML. IIT in Hyderabad again was one of the first to introduce a full-fledged BTech in AI. But there are lots of short-term courses also, few months courses, few week courses, very fundamental courses, etc. So there is no dearth of content which is available today for skilling, but how to put it together, how to make it easy to do, how to provide credits for it, and how to introduce an element of practical learning. While you learn theory, while you learn the coding languages, how do you actually test the experience or the learning that you are getting on live situations? So that is again something that we have decided to focus on from this coming academic year, which will start maybe from June or so. We will be on our, we have an institution, students will be possibly aware, which is called TASK, Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge. And on the TASK portal, lots of practical use cases will be demonstrated, will be displayed. So if you have done some course and you want to try out whether you have learned something which is worth replicating, which is worth applying, opportunities will be there. And once you enroll that, okay, I'll work on this particular problem, data sets will be made available, you'll be encouraged to develop your solution, the POC will be tried out. So, and then additional certificate will be given to you that apart from learning a particular content, with theoretical means, you have also been able to demonstrate that you know how to use it. So again, this is something which is, in my opinion, very progressive, because to the best of my knowledge, not too many governments are doing these things. Possibly no other government is thinking of these lines. That the skilling that you are developing, the skill manpower pool that you are developing, must also have a practical element. Just knowing the language is good, but how do you apply it in real situation is the real test. So again, that is something that we are working on. Of course, we have seen the world over that large number of AI solutions today are coming from not just big technology companies or niche AI companies. Many young innovators, young entrepreneurs, they are also providing these solutions. And to encourage that to happen here in Hyderabad, here in Telangana, we have set up very useful and a very kind of comprehensive programs to promote entrepreneurship, to promote innovation. In the government, we have set up a center of excellence on data sciences and AI, along with NASCOM. And we run AI accelerator program, which is called RevUp. And so far, we have completed 3 cohorts. More than 60 AI startups have been supported through those cohorts. And many of them have done very well. The solution that we have developed is in use now. Their valuation have gone up. Some of them have received subsequent funding also. That is happening on a very satisfactory level. The eHub also has been recently given a sanction of a focused AI/ML incubator, which is called MAP, which is funded by the Department of Science and Technology. Their cohort has just started, just about 10 days ago, we inaugurated it. So they also, given the proven track record of eHub, they also, I'm sure, will do well. So the Center of Excellence, eHub, and many others who are doing similar kind of things at their level, the synergy, the collaboration that is possible, all that will be facilitated by the government. And I'm very sure that Hyderabad eventually will develop into a very potent center for innovation and entrepreneurship related to AI. The government also is very serious about AI and we want to walk the talk instead of just saying that I'll give data, I'll give compute facility, I will set up some innovation spaces. How do we actually bring AI into our own processes is again something which we need to show through example. And again, I feel very proud to share with you that in the last 4 years, since 2020 when we began the year of AI campaign, we have onboarded 25 plus solutions, AI-enabled solutions within the government. And one solution about which I feel very proud about because few months ago there was a national conference on AI and we were asked to present that solution before the Honorable Prime Minister. This is a solution which relates to poaching. Many of you will be aware that in the forests, animals are killed in a very brutal manner to retrieve their skin or their body parts and all that. And it's all very tragic. There are organized gangs of poachers who go to a forest area, they wait when no one is there, they attack the animals, and there is a very big traffic. The parts go to China, to other countries, and it's all very tragic. Animals obviously can't defend themselves, and all this is going on. So we have been able to support the development of a picture recognition based solution enabled with AI, which alerts the forest officials whenever any such image is seen, which is not of a regular animal which is found in that forest area or in that wildlife sanctuary. And it is running for the last few months, more than 1 year, I would imagine. And the initial results are very, very encouraging. We have created another AI-based solution along with Triple IT and Intel, which is called iRasting. Someone might have spoken about it earlier to you, which alerts drivers at the locations where accidents typically happen. So accident-prone zones, and the algorithm also takes into account the driver's own behavior of what kind of quality of driving is provided. So we have installed this solution in 2 national highways in RTC buses, and the data shows that there is a reduction by 40% in the accidents which typically used to happen in those roads. So many such examples are there. As I said, 25 plus examples are there, and we are always on the lookout for more and more use cases, so that instead of just teaching, we will also be walking that talk. One third example which I can share very briefly. Again, I feel very, very proud about that solution. This potentially is a global solution. Across the world, this can be adopted. This relates to remote voting. All of us know, and coincidentally, this is the election season. On the 13th of May, we will all be required to go and vote. Now, it's of course a very important part of democracy. It is our duty. We all have to go and vote, but many people find the whole experience of going out and voting to be a very cumbersome experience. And many times it is also very user unfriendly. You go somewhere, you stand in the queue, and at the end it is found that your name is not there or someone has voted in your place. So it also creates a big hassle. So we have been able to develop a solution which allows you to vote sitting in your home using your phone. And as you know, voting is a very contentious process in our country. People keep complaining, people keep challenging. Typically, after every election, electronic voting machines are blamed that they were faulty. I pressed this button, but all the votes went to someone else. But so even in this kind of an environment, we were able to successfully demonstrate in a live scenario. There is a town called Khammam, about 350 kilometers from here. In a municipal election, we were able to demonstrate with about 3,000 voters that without stepping out of your home, you can cast your vote completely successful, without even 1% of any doubt or any error, etc. And the AI played a very important role in creating that. So it's an image recognition solution, but how is your image evaluated with lots of AI behind it. So as I said, many such solutions have been created. The other important responsibility which the government takes is to work towards ethical use of AI, have a proper governance system, have a system which is promoting responsible usage of AI. So we have created an institution in the government which is called Telangana Artificial Intelligence Mission, and it is headed by the India head of NVIDIA, as you know, is today one of the champion companies when it comes to AI. So their India heads our thinking. There are members of other private companies, there are members of NASCOM, members of academic institutions, as a government representative I am there. So this institution looks after all the governance issues, data sets, responsible AI, what will be the ethical usage, which use case will be taken, how will we allow a startup to develop their solution. So this is a very robust mechanism. Again, very few governments, very few states have done something of this kind, which we have done. We are also very keen that we play an important role in popularizing AI usage through frequent activities, events, meetups. There is a strong AI community here. The present event that we are all participating in, AID Days, is one such example where we have been able to bring together all the stakeholders. I'm happy to share with you that 2 months from now, in July, on 8th and 9th, one of the largest AI summits which have ever happened in our country is going to take place here in Hyderabad, the Global AI Summit. And again, the focus of that summit is, while we are still working on it, I can share this very briefly, that the focus of that summit will be to show use cases. I mean, we have spoken enough about theory, we are now speaking quite a lot about AI, we are speaking about responsible AI, ethics in AI, but where are the use cases? So we want to show that literally in every field of life, AI has a use case, someone somewhere is using it and benefiting from it. So how do you get exposed to all these amazing use cases? How do you decide to use some of them yourself? Or how do you tweak it? Or when you hear about some use case in some field, does it give new ideas to you on how it can be used? So it's a very practical kind of focus event on July 8th and 9th, as I said. So I'll invite all of you also to register for it, participate in that. Registration will be opening possibly in the middle of April. So look forward to these kind of events that are happening again and again and again. So once again, I feel very happy that the 2 days conference here, AI Days, has been a resounding success. I particularly appreciate the initiative of developing the Telugu LLM, and of course, this is an opportunity which will help the next billion users of internet. Most of the next billion users of internet will be using it in their own language. They will not be knowing English, they will not be having any kind of advanced college degrees, they will be living in rural areas. So language should not become the barrier, and therefore the effort to effectively work on large scale local language models is very noteworthy. We are also making similar efforts, and I'll be happy to kind of collaborate and synergize. We have got permission, so it has not yet been officially announced. We have got permission to access the database of a huge Telugu newspaper. This newspaper group has millions of articles, millions of publications, and the entire archive has been made available to us. So this again is a very good kind of resource for us to train our model and make it more and more accurate. Eventually, accuracy is what will push the needle. This voting solution that I spoke about, we have not been able to kind of scale it up or convince the election authorities or the election commission of India, because it is still not 100% accurate. So it is, I mean, the accuracy levels are very good, 87% or something like that. But till it becomes much more accurate, no one will really be able to give 100% confident kind of acceptance to it. So this is again something which we need to do collaboratively, we need to pool our resources. And as I said, I'll be very happy, as the government will be very happy to support any such initiative which is going on. So once again, good wishes to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting.
One small announcement, my request, Kiran Chandra, founder, Swecha, Professor Pratap, President, Swecha, Chaitanya, co-founder, CTO, Ozotel, Nagendranath Garu, Senior Advisor, Salamander Advisory Services, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kata Narasimha Reddy Garu, so if you can also please join us on stage for 1 minute. Nag Malladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, Srinivas Mohan Garu, again, there is no interaction. We've all seen Bahubali, RRR, Turabo. He's the person behind all of that stuff.
We're going to set up a center here called as the Center for People-Centric AI. The spirit with which the conference has begun, solving problems for the commons. Thank you, Jay, saying that he is supporting us all through. He has been always supportive of it. And I think this center is going to look at solving problems for the commons. And I think all the scientific community that has been sitting here has listed close to 200 problems or odd problems since all the speakers were going on yesterday. So I think we'll start solving some of them, and hopefully we'll be able to present in the conference that is going to be there. And in these 3 months we have solved X number of problems.
We've already a few institutes, including IIT, a few companies, they're also represented over here, signing up, universities and all. There are a few companies which have signed up to be founding members of this center as well. There's an open call. I know there are a lot of companies, startups, research institutes, including the likes of CCMB and others who are a part of this. We're also proud to announce that the Cyber Cell, they were there yesterday, the institute in Chicago was there. They wanted to partner in the center that we are setting up as well. So if you're interested, please do reach out. This center over the next 1 year, we will be working towards innovation AI for society. Hubs will also be there across the area. This is not just, this will be centered in Hyderabad. We are opening up hubs in Madras, Bombay, Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, other places as well. This is going to be a huge initiative where we are going to be working on use cases. If you're wondering why we have this, we have demonstrated farming and agriculture use cases yesterday. This will actually be, we will be releasing lots of use cases as we go forward. This is an open invite. If you're representing your company, industry, startup, whatever it is, if you're interested in building people-centric AI solutions, please do reach out to us. We're going to be actually launching the center in a month's time frame, and we look forward to collaborating with you. Jayesh has also said they're happy to collaborate with us on all of these things, and we'll be more than happy to work with the government and other organizations which are working with the vision of people-centric AI and AI for society. Thank you. And then we have spoken about how AI is going to take over, right? We started to say something that we have built, executed with a vision towards AI. The AI vision was 2017 when we held the DevCon 2017. We've spoken about AI vision. 7 years later, why don't we, do a future perspective? Where do we think we'll be? I am quite sure we will be entering the era of quantum computing. So with that note, I think we should conclude the conference with Dr. Krishna Palam Garu, the founding CEO of AcceleQuant. He's going to be talking about the intersection of AI, ML, and quantum computing. Sir, I think you should please join us. And 7 years, 5 years down the line when we are here, that could be the current, that could be the present. Because 7 years ago we started talking about AI, ML taking over, and here we are today. Probably 5 years later we will be calling it AI quantum days or something like that. But nobody better than Dr. Krishna Palam Garu to talk about the intersection of AI, ML, and quantum computing. I know it's a very curious topic for all of us. Nothing better than you speaking to close this out. Thank you so much for obliging and joining us over here. This is on. Yeah.
Okay. So I made you one promise. I will let you go in 25 minutes. So don't ask me any questions. And that's at the end of long 2 days. But this topic actually would have been done better than early in the morning, because it can be quite confusing, and I'll show you why. I'll start out by giving you a 5 to 10 minute overview of what quantum means. Then we'll talk about what it really is used for and potentially in the AI space as well. So I'm right now running that company, so I don't want to go into the company specific things too much. So the spirit of what I do is just an overview of what's happening in the field. You see those words on the left, I'll walk you through those. Those are terms used very freely, quite often without attribution of what it really means. So I'll start trying to give you a feel for the basic vocabulary of what quantum anything is. And then we'll move from there to trying to see how we can use it. So these are cartoons which are very, very approximate. So you can easily misinterpret them, but I deliberately watered them down so that you can understand what the real meaning is. So normally we all know that there are things called bits that you compute with. Quantum lives in the world of something called qubits. So a bit
is simply a 0 or a 1. And typically, when you build these ICs, integrated circuits, of the semiconductor material, there is a high voltage or a low voltage. And this voltage can be thought of as encoding a 0 or a 1. Qubits are done in a much more complicated and even somewhat bizarre way. So, again, and this is where things could get inaccurate. You actually manipulate and encode information not at the level of charge, which is about, 10,000 to 100,000 electrons, which is called bulk charge, but you can start manipulating individual electrons. So a single electron, when you start moving it around, it really doesn't want to move around the way you want it to. So the way you can think about this conceptually, there's a lot of mathematics and physics behind it, is that black dot, if you want to encode the information on it, depending on its energy level, you use a tiny laser tweezer and actually move the electron to where you want it to be. And this now lives in a supercooled bath, which is held at a very, very cold temperature, and hopefully it will live there for some time. And that encodes your information. So the mechanism through which, and there are lots of different ways of doing this, there's light-based quantum qubits, this is superconducting material-based qubits, but there are different ways of building them. But they're all manipulating extremely fine-grained phenomenon, because I'm sure all of you have seen, whether you like it or not, some point, the concept of quantum in the physics world. So quantization really is quite old. What it really builds on is, by virtue of doing what we just said, you can stack these qubits and they can encode states that are much more complex than bits. That's about the basic idea. And so if you think about classical bits, each bit is a 0 or a 1. Depending on the number of dots, you take that many times 2 as a total number of possible combinations. In a strange way, because you're manipulating these electrons that can live in many states at the same time through this physics phenomenon called superposition, these internal states of these entities can simultaneously encode, you can imagine, many, many such strings. So many red strings can sit inside one green string. And that's the strangeness of quantum. So simultaneously, you're taking a stack and taking a red string, another red string on top, another, and you build a stack of it. Those all live in a single green string. And now you cleverly take the green string and compute by moving it forward to create another shade of green. That means you move the entire stack of reds simultaneously in some meaningful way so that the result is what you want. So you can imagine why that's not easy. And the way you do this, if you're a programmer, is you write this down as some sort of a matrix operation on another matrix. But if you're building a system, it's much, much more challenging. We'll talk about that in a second. So, and this is where it gets really interesting, and that's sort of where it stops getting really interesting. After that, it's basically exploiting what I'm about to tell you. These quantum systems obey something which is, and now confirmed by science, a phenomenon which is somewhat strange called entanglement. So a very crude and inaccurate way of describing this, but it gets the idea across, is if you have two electrons and they're entangled, one is pointing up, one is pointing down. The theory said that if you send one of these two electrons that are entangled to the moon, and then it sits on the moon, and then you change the electron that's pointing up to pointing down, the other electron will change its spin instantaneously. And this is so bizarre that obviously it raises objections. So I'll get to that in a second, but let me walk through why this phenomenon builds on something that's actually very, very significant, and it took a long time. So if you don't get it in day one, that's really no one's fault except that it's hard. So the initial model of the atom, we all know, which my kids in 8th grade study, is called Bohr's atomic model. So Niels Bohr, the famous physicist, proposed this model where there are these electrons sitting in orbits, and there is a nucleus which is protons and electrons. So the time scale you can see for yourself. But the person who really triggered a very, very important break in this and led to what became the modern view of quantum mechanics is Schrödinger. So he postulated, and it's hard to explain this in 1 minute, but I can give you the idea. What he postulated was that at the level of an electron, when you take a magnifying glass and zoom into the atom, it is no longer thought of as a particle. It simultaneously lives as a particle and a wave, an electromagnetic wave. And it can have both interpretations. So he wrote this extremely famous, I think it's one of those people where he had this leap of intuition, where he could write down the mathematics, because there was not enough scientific evidence at the time to justify it. It's one of those just a flash of insight kind of phenomenon. And just to, I know we all talk a lot in India about prizes. So each one of those I'm tracking were recipients of a Nobel Prize in Physics for that work. So now moving forward with this formalism of a wave equation, entanglement was postulated. And then, I'm sure you recognize the gentleman at the left. Everybody knows him. So he took objection to the fact that this phenomenon where mysteriously this equation says you flip something here and something else will flip far away, simply doesn't make physical sense. There's no intuition that justifies it. So he said there must be variables that are hidden that you don't know in the model that are coupling these two things. So he got together with two of his friends, Brodke and Rosen, and they wrote, in fact, a popular paper because of the first author, attacking this theory, saying that he called it, and at the time if he spoke loudly, people took serious notice, said this is spooky action at a distance. And this is called the hidden variable theory, which in the 60s got debunked actually. But the bottom line, this is not an easy thing to propose, nor is it an easy thing to verify. But lo and behold, many years later, work done from 64 to 1998 led these three people who did really brilliant experiments, because this sort of thing is very hard to verify, to receive the Nobel Prize in 2022, 3 years ago. So it's only 3 years ago that entanglement is accepted as a verifiable scientific fact. Through experiment, it was postulated, all sorts of indirect proof was there, but a direct proof is raised. So now, not to intimidate you, but quantum computers take all these things except for Einstein's objection and exploit it through a programming interface. So I can actually manipulate all these things through a quantum computer. And that's the brilliance of the engineering that happened in the last 20 years, which led to machines where you can actually set superpositions up through software, entangle things, and then if you are clever enough to write the right program, let the stack of entangled bits be processed, where when you touch the answer and read it out, you get what you want. So, and we'll see what happened there. So, an algorithm, a quantum algorithm exploits these features. Okay? And this is what everybody is after. Now, somebody in the opening of this session said that in 5 years we'll be looking at a quantum summit like this. It's happening now. There are summits around the world, the equivalent of this, maybe not 1,500 people, I don't know, but they are able to, and a year, our little startup could actually show how you have a problem that can be solved at scale. And therefore, sooner than you think, and that's the name of the company, Quant, we're accelerating the time to which these quantum technologies will use. And it's really, we live in the software space, all the big giants, they build the hardware. And so, what is happening out there? The next two slides are largely due to McKinsey, the consulting company, and the Boston Consulting Group. They built these projections. So, you have, these are the areas where it's supposed to have impact. It's a long list. I'll get to that a little bit more towards the end of the talk in 10 minutes or so. But the opportunities are many. But how significant are they? So the scale on the y-axis is billions of dollars. So if you look at a modest projection, and this was done 2-3 years before generative AI, the AI piece of that was supposed to grow to $100 billion. And that's the quantum piece. Okay? And now there are all other normal things like pharmaceutical drug discovery, pharmaceuticals, I'll talk about that, and other areas as well. So if you add it all up, that's close to a $250 billion at that time. But today, or yesterday I heard, I haven't verified, that ChatGPT's market cap, people are talking about to be $1 trillion. And I don't know if it's verified yet, but I heard. Now, that's $1 trillion, and this was when ChatGPT didn't exist. The quantum AI could be much, much bigger. So these are areas that are just rising extremely quickly. So, is any of this real? Are people taking it seriously? That's a list of companies. Each column is a different type of hardware, technology, physics, who are investing in this area. So you can see, so the names you don't know are startups, but when I say startup, they're spent anywhere from $100 to $250 million building this hardware. And the big ones, of course, you know, right? So we ourselves are partnering already commercially with IBM to validate what we do on their machines, and I'll mention that briefly in a minute, and also talking to other companies. IonQ is a very interesting startup out of Maryland in the US who are doing a different technology than IBM, and Google is invested in this. I didn't list it here, but Amazon also, but they're not as loud about it in the public domain. They're quite much more quiet. That's the amount of money, and this is old information from 2023, that has already been invested in startups in quantum. So there is over $100 billion invested worldwide in quantum computing startups. The number is a little big because the hardware companies soak up a lot of this. The hardware companies take up $600-700 million of this. And so the leftover for smaller companies like us is in the $10 to $50 million, but we don't need more than that at the moment, right? So, because it takes a lot of effort and people and cost to build these things, right? So, different companies have roadmaps on where this hardware is going. This is IBM's, one of the companies we use actively. So, if you see from left to right, basically you just see those names, Falcon, Hummingbird, Eagle, Osprey, Condor, etc. Those are increasingly big quantum machines, and they're rolling them out every year, year and a half. And as they get bigger, you have more of these things, I said, called qubits. So you can use more of them, you can solve bigger problems. That's the whole idea. Okay? Okay. So everybody who's been building hardware, therefore, has a roadmap, and they're all projecting that by 2028, roughly, you'll have a machine big enough to really do whatever you want in a sense, something at large scale. And so that's Google's roadmap. And so this sort of the march goes on. Everybody has a roadmap now. So it's a pretty predictable pattern. So just as this mic did just now, qubits do the same thing. After a short while, in the middle of a computation, they kind of fade away and die. So what we just saw was a demonstration of a qubit in real time through the mic. So what happens with these qubits is because these electrons, let's say, are held so delicately in place, a change in an energy infusion to the electron causes it to go to a different state. But that can come from a tiny bump, the famous newspaper article that said a truck driving in New York 50 miles away from IBM facility can send a vibration that can destabilize an electron. So these things are very, very delicate, is a short answer. And that creates a problem. So the fact that when they say I'll have 2,000 qubits in 2028 means that's when I'll have 1,000 good qubits that will stay around with us for a while and hopefully like this mic will last till the end of the computation, right? So that's the way a typical computation can be thought about. It's evolving in time, because wire-like things are entanglements. The grayness means the qubit is fading away, and that's very common. So what we do in the company is, instead of investing $200, $300, $800 million to make qubits better, we ask the following question, and that gives you an idea of how to approach this problem from different angles. We ask the question, how much does your algorithm really need to survive and compute? And so you look at the number of qubits it really needs through some mathematics, you understand the need, and what we show is you can typically live on a small fraction of the total qubits you think you need. So that's sort of like Archimedes' lever, where you use the leverage of the algorithm's need to live on a much smaller machine. So the name Axelopon comes from the fact that we can take a problem you thought you needed 1,000 qubits and show that you can live on, say, 200. This is a made-up number. And therefore, 200 you can get now. Therefore, you can deploy your commercial application 2 years before you thought you could. So you're accelerating time to deploy. And for a company, time to revenue. Now, I want to close in 5 minutes with the idea of machine learning and where the opportunities are. And broadly, I categorize these into 2 areas. Let's call it synthetic chemistry and generative AI. Okay? It's a very broad area. I'll allude to some in some detail, some of them, not all, because you get the idea. So these are topics within synthetic chemistry where the quantum computer is programmed to simulate a chemical reaction, for example, at scale. So you don't actually go to a lab with a person and mix things in a test tube and test, do extractions. You actually run a model of this in quantum software and conclude. That's the idea. So protein folding is very popular because none less than the Google arm that does AI in the UK released something which is called AlphaFold, a protein folding scheme. It's all machine learning. Now we're talking about classical, not quantum physics. Similarly, we have another aspect which manipulates genes, not proteins. And you also have molecular simulation, which is straight chemistry. And this has multiple applications. And then you have this big giant that has just emerged, generative AI. So in synthetic chemistry, I touch upon just one of them. And this is the AlphaFold success story. Over time, they could look at a staggering number and train them on 100,000 proteins, and they could find close to 3 billion folding patterns in these proteins that make sense. And this is classical AI. But then they hit a bottleneck. And then similar things are happening elsewhere in molecular simulation and battery design, where in the battery design area, in order to optimize, mostly motivated by EVs, electrical vehicles, the quality and the efficiency of the battery, you can do a lot of chemistry. But that can get very ugly in terms of environmental impact, all sorts of things. So what people do is they do AI-based modeling in order to understand these things. But all of them have a problem, and that problem, which is summarized here in the context of generative AI that all of you know well, or at least use it in some capacity, is there you have on the y-axis the amount of global CO2 that the electrical consumption of these giants consume, and those are the power numbers that these things use. And as you go, you're right now just talking about 170, less than 200 billion parameter models. Now we're talking about 1 trillion parameter models, and the growth is very non-linear, right? So, roughly speaking, numbers I've seen informally, they say that it takes about 2 months to train a model at that scale on a complete data center. You lock down the entire data center, train it for 2 months. And then you have a model which will play with for the next 2 months while you train the next model. Now you can't pipeline this on a daily basis because you don't have 60 data centers in a lockdown. And that's for one company. Now imagine the number of companies that are doing training on generative AI model, right? So the opportunity space that we see in a particular form of this generation, and that is synthetic image generation, so creating images, which you have seen recently in some successful demos, I'm sure, where it's completely artificially generated with some seed image you get from somewhere. So this sort of synthetic generation is, you can see on the axis, basically a low FID score means that you're doing well. So as the y-axis became high, the Q dense, the red dotted thing, you can see it drops quite well. That's a quantum simulation of the image generator using generative AI. So there are data points like this that are coming about. And what we ourselves do using our philosophy is to be able to take a model like that, but show that you can deploy it using our techniques on a smaller quantum machine sooner. So we are not in the business of creating AI models, nor are we in the business of optimizing them in traditional AI. But we are in the business, at least as of a few months ago, in trying to get into taking a model which lives in the quantum world, or we can make it live in the quantum world, but by itself would have required a machine in 2028 or 2027. But you can live on it instead in 2025 or 2026. And you get the advantage that you don't have those very large power and resource requirements, and also eco-friendly situations, right? So that's the general philosophy of our company. And so can we make any of this really happen? So last year we did a study with an optimization problem. An optimization problem is trying to find a minimum or a maximum of something. And those are all names of different IBM machines. They name them after rivers and cities with varying number of qubits. And there is something in a quantum machine because of the fluctuations of these qubits, which is called its fidelity, how accurate it is. Think about it as probability. So probability 1 means it's perfectly accurate, or 100% fidelity is probability 1. So the challenge said try to hit 99% on this machine. And using this method and making the qubit demands less and deploying sooner, we consistently hit 100%. And that's on real quantum hardware. So this is not a simulation. You actually can upload it in the cloud, invoke a machine wherever it is, and run it on IBM hardware. The other side of the story is what are we pushing to do? We're trying to take something that needs, say, 1,000 qubits and say you can live on 200 qubits. 200 is now 1,026, 27, right? So IBM has put out some benchmarks. The greenish blue curve at the bottom is when they will stick on the y-axis something called a certain quantum volume, the size of the problem. And it grows according to their projections along that line. Once you do our transformations to live on pure qubits, you get the purple line. That means you can move that point where you could get a certain volume from, roughly 2025 to last year, which is when we did, right? So the entire philosophy of what we do is that living on other people's hardware, which is any of these, we're agnostic as to who makes the hardware. It's an abstraction that we work with. And last but not least, the domains of applicability that I mentioned to you are real, and we are concretely looking at aspects of machine learning. And that last application you saw, the image generation synthesis application, is at the front of all this. So this is happening now. The question says that can I translate the market size and technology opportunity into some sort of return on investment type estimate for a given enterprise? So first, a high level comment, everything we do is in the enterprise space. It's all what they call B2B. So we don't do B2C because it requires individual customers, right? Now, the numbers that start out in this, let us call it calculation, are speed up and let us say scale, the size of the problem. So I didn't say this here because it's all about AI, but there are non-AI domains where this is more obvious because the domains are mature and they already have revenue. So we are looking at a particular supply chain logistics domain which has a TAM, a total accessible market of about 12 billion. And we are now in the process of showing that a problem that they solve can be scaled in size by a factor of 100 and done 10 to 100 times over time faster. So that means they have actionable information which would normally take a few weeks to get to in a day on a much larger global problem. So you can imagine the domains, without going into all the details, airline industry, shipping, correct? All the heavy supply chain kind of industries. The same optimization problem also plays a role in the battery design. But I went into the more future, forward-looking areas because the total TAMs in optimization are set. The accessible market is now well-defined. These are emerging TAMs. So for this forum alone, I picked areas, for example, drug discovery is a potential application, but the TAM or one of those tables was very huge. Till, I would say, September, right, ChatGPT, before pre-ChatGPT, the TAM in that entire space was much smaller. Now that company alone has a TAM that is huge, right? So I picked areas where the markets are being defined for this talk. But there are mature markets where we are in-house working with companies like yours who have a customer base, but their problems are much less exotic and much more well-defined mathematically. So the markets for some of those areas are projections. Like drug discovery is a projection, correct? Protein folding, eventually personalized medicine is a projection. So I picked those because those are the more intellectually interesting future forward-looking areas for today's talk. And that's where AI and scale matter. But there we don't solve the problem at the base level. We try to take your AI solution and deploy it sooner at a larger scale, less cost. Now it's obvious to you that if something is 50 times faster, it's going to be cheaper. And if you solve something 1,000 times larger, also better. The exact dollar value, and that's a bit of a question mark, the more further out you are in the market.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna Palam. In the interest of time, may I request the audience to take any further questions offline? Thank you so much. In fact, I was thinking maybe 7 years. Within 2 years, we'll have to rename this to AI quantum based. We'll probably call it quantum machine learning.
We said in 2 years you might have to. We are a bit bullish in our company. We're accelerating. So I wouldn't be surprised if I was sitting with you this December to say let's do it next year. We're optimists. We're optimists.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We are now at the end of the conference, but before we end the conference, I would like to call on to the stage a very special person. I think this is already imprinted to all of our minds. May I invite Professor K.K. Babu from the National Institute of Fashion Technology, NIFT. If you are wondering what has Lift to do with AI base and everything, everywhere you are seeing the logo over here. Everywhere you are wearing the shirts, volunteers, everybody, everywhere the logo is there. It was designed by Dr. K.K. Babu. Sir, if you can just please come on to the dais once. Just one. Thank you so much, sir. This is a wonderful thing. In fact, we're thinking we'll use the same logo to the center for the center we've just spoken about as the Center for Research and Development of People-Centric AI. And I think nothing encapsulates this better is what I thought. He said, no, Praveen, I have a better design there. You have yet to look at it. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for doing this. And I'll ask you to stay back. We are at the stage where we're doing vote of thanks. I'll first do the formal ones. First of all, thank you to the Department of CSC, University College of Engineering, JNTU, Sukriti ma'am, if you're here, may I request you to come onto the stage. Rajni ma'am, Padmajarani ma'am, any of them, if you're here, please do come onto the dais. And JNTU, to the Vice Chancellor and to the university who have provided us with this thing, with this venue. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. To our supporters, Anurag University, Anurag, if you're here, please do come on to this. If you're here, Anurag University has been a huge support to this thing. Anurag University, Meta is a supporter of this conference. We have Hitam, Sridevi College, and a lot of JPNC has also been a supporter of this conference. In addition to that, the supporters and everything, you see the partners, you see the AIML partners as TechVedica and DigiQuanta. Thank you, DigiQuanta and TechVedica. CX and AI partner being OzoneTel, or visual media partner, OneBlink media partner, Hans India, and lots of others I might be missing because they're playing with full screen. I typically like to copy some of these things, but that's okay. Using some of this stuff. What made all of this possible is not just the supporters, not just these organizations I said. Naveen, we will show you on the stage anyway. You can just please play other behind the scenes as well. I wanted him to play the behind the scenes because there's a lot of work that has gone into it. We had 2,000 people. It was not just because Naveen was eating. Good. He doesn't want to say anything else. So what I'll do is I'll call everybody on stage. I'll first start with the person behind all of this stuff. Kiran. Kiran is the founder of Swechha. Please come on to the dais. We'll start with Kiran, but with the whole team effort, might I call all the preparatory committee onto the dais. All the preparatory committee, Pratap sir, Nag, Srinivas Garu, Vamsi, please come on to the dais. All our speakers who have made this possible. Come on, please come on to the dais. Suresh Garu. All the speakers, Anand, Sarajinkar, please do come on to the dais. Krishna Palamur, might I request you to please join us on stage. Please here. Come. All the preparatory companies, the Swechha executive committee which has worked hard, Dr. Pavani, Divya, Manjusha, Sahiti, Super Bloom Studios, if you're still here, I don't know if I Super Bloom Studios, I can see, yes, please. Please join us on the stage. Divya ma'am is coming over here. Naveen, if you can stop eating and come join us over here. We'll provide dinner for you separately. Where is Rajshekhar? Chaitanya, hello, please. We also have the birthday boy over there. One, happy birthday to Ranjit. Happy birthday, Ranjit. Ranjit has turned 45 today. No, 50? 50, yeah? Vidya ma'am is saying, why are you revealing the real age right now? Sorry, Ranjit, should I say what? I shouldn't say your real age. Okay, Ranjit is not 45. Hey, hello, Chaitanya. Hello, please, somebody escort Chaitanya to the... thank you. Ramesh, all, Shashikant. The question that I was asking, everybody was asking me, how is Shashi still alive? I don't think he has slept in the last 1 month. Where is Shashikant? Shashikant over there. Okay, Shashikant is over there. Sini, please do join us. Srinivasan, yes. Dr. Srinivasan, that's why he's not coming on to the dais. Next year only, 77 to 80, I don't know. Ready for it. We'll have the mic, I have the mic. If we hit 80, then we'll go to 90, then we'll see if we can actually hit 100. Doctors over here, Suresh got 100 decibels, is it safe for the ears for like 2 seconds? Yeah, I thought okay, okay. Volunteers, also all the participants, may I request you all to come here closer. We'll see if we can hit 100 decibels over there. Shall we all come here? Shall we all come closer here? Come closer. Let's see if we can hit. In the morning we tried to hit 100 decibels. Naveen ensured that we could not hit it because he was hiding the laptop somewhere there. He was hiding the laptop there. Now also we have to shout that side. See if we can hit. This was morning session. Okay, 500. Everybody, let's come close. Let's see if we can hit 85 to begin with. Should I be ambitious or should I say 80 decibels to start and then? Okay, we'll first try without the mics. What should we say? We, us, AI first a sec. We'll try Swechha. Okay, we'll all try Swechha. We'll see if we can hit. Keep it, just start it, Mali stop, 1000. Okay. Let's keep it started. Okay, I'm at 70. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Okay, I'm going to turn off the mic. Okay, we'll hit 90. We'll hit 90. Okay, 90 is our target, everybody. On count of 1, 2, 3, we will say Swecha. Count of 1, 2, 3, let's all say Swecha as loud as we can. Let's see if we can hit 90 to begin with. Alright. 1, 2, 3. We're at 78. We're at 78. Come on. Where is stop akkale? No, it's showing the magazine. Where is the ekkadunde adi laptop? Koncham దగ్గర తీసుకురండి. Alright, we'll try once again. We'll hit at least 80 here. We'll hit 80 and we'll go. Okay? Sorry, you're going only after you hit 80. Volunteers, I need you on the stage. We need to hit 80 decibels. Okay? We're trying once again. 1, 2, 3. It has been try with the mics. We'll try with the mics once. Last set we'll try. Hello. దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళారు వాళ్ళు. మైక్ ఎక్కడికి వచ్చిన మైక్ అక్కడికే వెళ్ళి అట్లా స్పీకర్లు మారదు. Okay, all right. Once again. Have your mics on. One last attempt. We'll see if we can at least hit 78.5. Mic. Right, everybody, please come to the mic. Come closer. All right. Ready. Please turn your mics on.
మైక్ ఉంది అది పనిచేస్తుందా? అరు
1, 2, 3, I'm sure Naveen has speak this. I'm sure it is because Naveen didn't want us to. But good. Photos. Please stay back for photos. All of you onto the dash. Let's have some photos. And then we can. And then there's tea and samosas available. All right. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to everybody. ఇక్కడ నేను నడిస్తే అక్కడికి వెళ్తుంది కదండి. Some photos, please.
Come on, now. స్వేచ్ఛతో పయనం.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We have enough data across the world, and the compute power has increased. Not a breakthrough in terms of the compute power, but essentially raw increase in the fundamental computing power that's available and the data that's available. So now we are able to crunch all of this data, put all of this together, and now those same algorithms with neural networks was what, perhaps 90s or something like that, when neural network algorithms were coming in. I know, for example, Professor Kumar Ishwaran is here. He's been working on this. Chaitanya has been working on some of these things. And there are other challenges as well. Can brute force approach, be relevant for India and all of this stuff. But before we get into those things, I would like to start with Surendra Garu. You're at Microsoft again, which means you're seeing, what's happening in the business landscape and enterprise landscape, the challenges and other things. What do you see for India as both the opportunities and the challenges in terms of becoming the AI leader? Let's say if we want India to become the AI leader, what do you see as the potential challenges and opportunities?
You can do for me the question, or we can say what I can do in here. I think that has to be a mental model or mental shift one has to start adopting. And especially for Indian context, how in Indian ecosystem, the Indian youth, we have the largest talent here, how they can really lead. When I actually put this in context of how it can be done, in any technology there are 4 parameters of success, okay, or 4 parameters to really ponder upon. I think a lot of students here, we all heard about IQ. Generally in academia they are introduced as IQ. And as we grow from academia to professional, we get into a lot of EQ. How do you handle your emotional quotient in terms of connecting with each other? These are the 2 personal and personality aspects of it. Any technology has to become, and I have to adapt and I have to embrace it. There are 2 more parameters which are very, very fundamental and which generally not talked upon in a larger forum. One is the social quotient. Okay. In terms of the amount of population, amount of society, amount of communities which we have, what is the social relevance of any technology is the most important aspect of it. And when I was looking at the UPI, why UPI has become so relevant and so successful? Because it has elevated the social identity of every person, of every Indian. That's the fundamental key difference to the success. So any AI technology which we wanted to implement, we want to represent, first it has to bring the social context, social quotient in every person and everyone who is attempting to do that. Once it helps me in terms of establishing my social identity, it increases my social awareness, it increases my social quotient, then I will be slowly start trusting that. 4th aspect, once the social thing is established, it has to be very, very relevant to the way I live and way I conduct myself. That is where the CQ comes into the picture. It is called cultural quotient. It has to be very much relevant. When I saw the demo of the IoT, it will be adopted here because it is basically talks to me and then responds to me the way I conduct myself, my life in the society. So I think the key challenges or opportunities for any company, any product, any AI revolution is to, while we establish the basis of the technology, we start basically making the social relevance and cultural importance. These are the 2 aspects, and that is where I saw one of the first introductions of data for me is when they introduced this language model for Tanmama story. That's my cultural question. That's why I relate to that. That's why it becomes so relevant for me. So those are the opportunities and those are the challenges one has to really consciously.
You're wearing multiple hats. You're the director at Meta, Facebook, you're dealing with data, emerging tech and stuff. But might I request you to put on the free software advocate hat while we talk about this? Srinagar was talking about this, with these opportunities, there's a social opportunity, there's a cultural opportunity. For AI to be relevant in any of these things, we require lots of data to come in. Right? And we have spoken about the same thing now that the data storage is cheap, inexpensive, it's available. But I don't know if that's quite relevant to data that's produced or data that's required to build these open source models and stuff. Right? What are the potential challenges that you see in terms of building these data sets in the country? Now, India is quite diverse, from across the length and breadth of the country, you have lots of data that can be generated from, from agriculture, the stories, Sannamama Kabulu that Srinagar was talking about, voice data sets. There are tons and tons of data sets that can be generated. But without, in some sense protecting, what are your views on how do we protect our data, to build models that are relevant, that can help the society? I know there are no license per se, but your views on some of this so that we can build a better AI for the country.
Thanks, Praveen, for your question, and thanks to Switcher for having me here at this event. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to share some thoughts with all of you. Since you're asking me to answer the question with the free software or open source software hat on, perhaps I should start with that piece, which is what is Meta as a foreign tech company? What is Meta as a producer of proprietary software? What are we doing here at the Free Software Conference? What many people don't know
is that Meta is a very hardcore believer in free and open source software, and it has happened. Mark Zuckerberg was not very keen when he was building Facebook to pay for other people's cloud, or as Richard Stallman would call it, other people's computers. So he started an open hardware project called Open Compute. That was the first big project at Meta, which was an open source project. Today, and every year, we publish a state of open source report. So if you count the total number of projects at Meta, it is 1,200 open source projects that Meta has released. Separately, we are keeping a count on GitHub and on Hugging Face. We have released 650 open source or close to open source AI models, and we've also released 350 open data sets. So that is the extent of our open source portfolio today at Meta. And that's why we believe we are part of the same tent. Free software or open source software is a very powerful concept where you will see the same idea in the manifesto of the CPIM and the same idea in the manifesto of the BJP, and both of them will give separate ideological arguments for why open source is important for the country. So in the same movement, you will have large capitalist mega corporations, and with the same movement, you will have a small socialist cell as well. We're all part of the very same movement. So that's the first thing, that it is in a world where increasingly we feel divided, that you are different from me. Open source is still that very powerful big tent which brings us all together. But it is very connected to the question that Praveen is asking about privacy. So suppose you're using a proprietary software like WhatsApp, and as WhatsApp, a proprietary software company like Meta is saying, we are protecting your privacy and nobody can intercept your communication. The guarantee is being provided on the back of an open source project, which is Signal. And in the Meta white paper, we say very clearly, for the end-to-end encryption part, we have directly copied the Signal code, because it was available under a liberal license, where you could put it even in a proprietary product. Then, more recently, what Meta has done is we have moved to make Facebook Messenger also end-to-end encrypted. But when we did that, we did one more thing. We made some additional contributions to open source. We released a project called Code Verify. So what does Code Verify do? From your browser itself, you can verify that the code running on your computer is exactly the same code running on somebody else's computer. So that there is no targeted backdoor that Meta has put into your software to spy on you. So how to verify that there is no targeted backdoor? Only way to verify this is to use this project, one of the ways, and this project Meta has released as an open source project called Code Verify. So open source and privacy are very, very closely connected. If you don't have open source, then usually you cannot be 100% sure that you have privacy. So that is a very important piece. But what is the situation in India? India has a new law enacted in the middle of last year. It's called the DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. They have tried to do what Professor Raina said, what engineers do. They try to secure a trade-off. The trade-off is between three broad objectives. First objective is protecting individual rights of citizens. Second is protecting innovation. And the third is to protect the ability of the government to govern its citizens. So that was the three objectives that the policymakers had. So very strangely they say, if you voluntarily put your personal data into the public domain, then anybody can use it for any purpose. It is not even covered under the Act. So voluntarily, if you put data in the public domain, it is not covered under the Act. But if it is not voluntarily put into the public domain, then you need consent. So at least in India,
has quite a firm basis to protect the rights of citizens, and all corporations, big or small, hopefully will comply with the obligation under the law. So, I will end off by connecting this back to one of our projects at Meta. The project is called Llama 2. It is a near open source. There are some big distinctions from the standard open source licenses, which people will complain about, and they should complain about. But the advantage of using Llama, I'll first start with the advantage for us. When we released it, we had released the code in Python. It was not very fast. One developer called Andre Karpathy, over a weekend, re-implemented the same code in C, became 4 times faster than us, and we ourselves took his C implementation back into our servers to use. Obviously, free software is good for the capitalists, that much is clear. But the more important thing is, once you made it so small and you could run it on small devices like a Raspberry Pi or a Pixel or even your laptop, then you can disconnect from the internet and you can ask Llama any question. And now there is a whole series of small models like this, which are offline models that completely protect your privacy. Nobody will ever know what question you had asked the model, because sometimes regulators in their enthusiasm will go too far. For example, the FTC in the US at one point thought that every single prompt used against OpenAI could be an attack. So they asked OpenAI to submit a database of all prompts to the FTC. And that would be a horrifying thing if you had asked some embarrassing question to OpenAI. So this is what is important, that there are multiple rights. These rights are often in conflict with each other. For example, we have a right to information. That right is in conflict with the right to privacy. And we have to be part of the policymaking process so that our lawmakers make laws which solve this double optimization or double maximization problem.
I think it's a great opportunity for startups as well, right? To be able to reply to things. I know this is a huge data problem. We'll get to that. How do you see this as an opportunity for startups? You don't need to build your own models right now. You can, but as Sunil was talking about, we have lots of open source models available right now. Data is a problem. We'll get to that. Can leverage this thing. How do you see how can this ecosystem be nurtured in that sense, and especially in Hyderabad, Telangana? Right? If we want to, let's say, become the AI capital, what are the potential pitfalls, challenges, opportunities that we see with models also being available, the open source models being available? How do you see this? For startups, I'm sure some of these people would want to take this opportunity and build something out of it as well.
A lot of people know about T-Hub, but let me spend a couple of minutes more about T-Hub. T-Hub is the world's largest innovation hub. Not sure how many people know about it. Second thing is, I don't know if you've been to that place, you would find that there are a couple of other entities also in and around. One is T-Works, and there is another tower that is coming up behind called Image Towers. So, T-Hub itself has got about 450 plus startups, right, resident in the building. And T-Works, that is next door, is the India's largest prototyping center. Right? And then Image Towers that is coming up right behind is going to be one of the world's largest AR, VR, VFX gaming solutions setup. Right? Just coming to your point, Praveen, about what are we doing here, making this place Hyderabad unique model. Now, leave that aside, let me continue the story that, the professor was talking about. So, he spoke about the untold story of UPI. There is a bit more about the untold story about UPI. The UPI stack that was built had a significant contribution from startups. Right? So the sourcing of a lot of, applications happened from startups. There's also another application, I don't know how many people remember, I don't think we can forget, called, COVID application. You guys remember COVID? right? So nobody can forget phone application. Very interesting thing about what we have done to the world. I've seen people traveling from the US coming to India carrying the COVID certificate. Did any one of us carry COVID certificates? No, right? I hope I heard that. No, right? So the point is, if you lose a certificate in the US, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the certificate. And we never lost any of the certificates unless somebody had a problem. So this was another technology export that, along with startups, India did, to the world. In fact, the other point about Hyderabad and Telangana, again, because you brought up that point, Hyderabad is the pharma capital of India. Hyderabad is the pharma or rather vaccine capital of the world. So, I mean, if you look at sector by sector, there are so many sectors where there is one transformation is happening, and Hyderabad has been contributing both to India and to the world. In fact, in that process, we have attracted Microsoft and Meta, and I'm sure that's a long list, right? So, as of now, 25 to 30% of foreign companies that want to come to India are actually coming to Hyderabad. And this is something that I am not saying it is national support. I'm sure you can go and check it out. So where I'm coming from, the opportunities exist. You don't have to look outside, beyond, say, India. I'm not saying you have to drop your plans if you have any, but there are opportunities right here. There are support systems that are available. I know there was this question about, it is just one GitHub or, one of those entities, GitHub, etc. Both the governments as well as the institutions like ours are trying to see how we can replicate this model across different segments or sectors. For example, in colleges, many of you are probably still studying in colleges. Some of the colleges have already taken that responsibility to build innovation hubs within your colleges. And some of them have approached us, some of you have already the talent required, infrastructure required. All that might be required is to really go on and build on those. Now, when it comes to technology challenges or issues, I think both my eminent panelists have actually talked about data. In fact, I was in Delhi last week attending a seminar or a symposium on healthcare. The biggest challenge in India, and this is a challenge for all of you youngsters who want to pick the problems to solve, right, is really to look at healthcare. So, again, there is lack of data. We were just chatting a little while earlier. There is lack of coherent data. Of course, data is available, but it is not available publicly. If a startup working in healthcare domain wants data about clinical data, or they want data about patients, you have to approach 100 different hospitals or clinics to get validated data. So that's a challenge. So one is, how do you build applications that addresses that? Just to let you know, the government of India and of course local government is actually building something called UHI. So on similar lines to UEI, Unified Healthcare Infrastructure, and that is going to be equally massive. It is being touted to be much bigger than UPI, where you unify, stratify data for patients. Patients are nothing but people like us, who go to the hospitals. So that is going to be an opportunity. I would request all the youngsters to watch out for, because if somebody is in Nagar Karnool or say Hyderabad, where do they rush if they have a critical issue? Everybody comes to Hyderabad. How do you make the tertiary care, or rather the primary care? Tertiary care is what we have offering here, which is like the Apollo hospitals, etc. The primary care facilities. How can technology, the same AI, which actually solved one of the problems that was demonstrated, can take up a challenge around healthcare? It's one opportunity that I really see that is in front of us. So the other point is that when we come to the entities like we have, we have people from 16 years to 62 years as the founders range. So age no bar. Really, it is about the idea, it is about the problem that you want to solve, and the technology that you want to pick and adopt. These are the ones that exist in front of us. You just need to walk in and build on it, and we provide a lot of support from ideation stage till you are able to raise funds. So one of the motto we carry is, we want to create job creators rather than job seekers. I'm sure all of us, each one of us, immediately want that to be the case. So there is tremendous opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but very confident if we have delivered UPI and COVID, I'm sure UHI and many more would follow. So, I can only wish good luck.
You've been in this, entrepreneurial ecosystem space for quite some time now. And, you've seen a lot of people come in, try to put up their startups, and you've been with incubators. You're an angel investor yourself, right? What is the message that you would perhaps give? Because you've seen a lot of people come and try, and some succeed, some perhaps fail, right? What is it that you see? What is the message that you would want to give if somebody wants to get into this AI space? It's quite nascent now. Let's say the level. It's still a level playing field for now. What is the message that you would give to them from your experience working with different startups?
What is AI use cases for different societal use cases, right? And I kept noticing the first 10 were always US case cases, UK case cases, or in a few cases, somewhere in Australia. The Indian cases were like the 30th or 40th number. I started counting after the third or fourth search. So any use case that we develop here will have to be for that kind of database and with a diverse database. Let me take a simple example. The government is developing something for languages in India, right? One of the best use cases somebody suggested was that we can use it for translating government documents, government information into easily accessible to women, entrepreneurs and any other entrepreneurs across the board, right? So you can access, let's take for an example, agripreneur, right? If the agripreneur has information that they require for doing their business, in Telugu, that data will not be available easily. That information is not available easily simply because he has to type in the data, search through 10 different websites. Half of them will not be my Telugu is not that great, but even I can make out that that translation is little off. And you have if the simple language translation can be made so that the person in the last mile of India can get that, understand the skill and apply for that skill. That's the best use case we start with now, right? Simple things like the Right to Information Act. Why should there be one person sitting somewhere in some office making that decision? There is in fact a startup which is working on that anywhere in India you can put in the information and the AI tool answers the question. You don't have an AI officer having to answer the question. Believe me, most of the time the AI officer has got many other things to do and he's not interested in replying to that, the RTI officer. So let there be an AI tool that's building that. Simple things like this we can build and execute it. The UPIs and UHIs, we have the big technicians doing it, but let's have some startups build legal, agri, health, education. Taking off from what Sujit said, there is telemedicine that's being talked about, right? One of the reasons it's not working is because there is enough data around women health. And most of the time, the women health which is the last priority in the family. So, the data sets around that is not available. One of the entrepreneurs that I'm working with is trying to develop data for women around menstrual health, right? And that, she's developing data, she's not talking about building an AI on top of it. Right now, she's just developing the data. Can we, with different, to disappoint the many, not all women are the same. We have different health problems and different issues, and different genetic compositions lead to different issues. So, if a person is suffering from a certain type of disease in Telangana, the same disease will not occur in Nagaland. Can we therefore have the data for each place? And that's something that a startup is working on. Can you build the data sets? Indian data sets will be very different from foreign data sets. And please, if you can have startups which are giving data, there's money to be made there too. Because Meta and Google are not really sharing data with us.
I hope nobody minds. We are going to create these data sets. In fact, this data set is going to become open source. Right? We are just working on a licensing model to create and release this. And I was talking about, some sort of attribution should go back to people who have contributed to this. Right? And this was not built by one company. This was not built by a few engineers. This was built by tens of thousands of people coming in together to contribute data sets. In fact, over the next few months, this is the focus of Swecha. We are going to be releasing a lot of data sets from agriculture to healthcare to all of this stuff. But I'll come back to this because there's a lot more questions about data. For example, all of you are mentioning this. If I'm a hospital, why should I share my data? What am I getting out of it? But we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in a bit. But I'll go to Raj. Raj, as a CTO of one of these very few firms, it is that I know of, which is really working on AI ML projects, product services. Can you give us an example, or have you seen projects where AI is being used to solve societal problems, where AI, not just the Soras and the ChatGPT, but it's something that can directly solve a social problem? Have you experienced anything like that? Any projects like that would you like to share with us now?
One thing I want to say is, social problems are everywhere. So we have one customer in the US. What they do is they work in providing jobs for the low healthcare jobs. So these jobs are mostly from Mexicans or the blacks or low poor, right? They basically take up the jobs, cleaners, janitors, things like that. Right? So what they said is, this company does a job screening for all the employees for healthcare companies to hire such workers. The problem here is when you plan these interviews, the guy is so poor, he doesn't know how to come to your office, he doesn't have commute, he cannot come at the right time. And when he comes, the interviewer will not be there. So it's a big challenge to make sure that the interviewer and interviewer are both present when the interview has to take place. It's a real societal problem, right, in Philadelphia and other regions. So what we said is, we can give an opportunity where they can do the interview at home. Right? They will go to a web, there will be questions and they'll answer. These answers are not like ABCD, right? They are like interpreting how somebody thinks to. So somebody says that, what will you do if you find a difficult patient? So there are different ways, right? I'll talk to them, or I'll ask my manager, I'll talk to my peers. There are so many ways you can judge on how a person reacts to a problem. So what we have done for this particular stuff is, we have from the interviewer the list of 10, 15 points that somebody can say when this kind of question is asked. What we simply did is, we created a recording. The user simply records his response for that. We simply do a semantic matching, thanks to the tools we have, and we tell which of them really match, and we get the information back to the interviewer. So the interview process is done quickly. So what I believe is, wherever technology can help the poor to make a difference, it will really help. One final thing I really want to say is, when I see all these LLM, the way I see them is, there are different small tools. Some tools can convert voice to text. Some tool can translate text to another language. Some tool knows how to get information from documents. Some other knows how to get data from SQL. The beautiful part is unlike, see, everybody uses chatbot now. Chatbot was at 10 years back also. I had a lot of challenges with chatbot because now I understand the intent of the person. So those chatbots used to be, you go to the bank, select one for savings bank, select two for checking account. It is like your mobile phone only. Why? Because we don't understand how to interpret that. But now, thanks to ChatGPT, whatever you ask a question, it understands your intent. And based on it, knows what to do. And of course, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to train the model so that all scenarios, all concept works. So I encourage all the youngsters here to basically use all these tools to solve different problems. When you have this set of 10 or 15 ways to solve a problem, like Praveen, like you said, any problem that we have, any challenge we have, we can think about how to bring all these tools together to solve a problem. Thank you.
It's not that we don't have the data. Data is there, but in different silos. For example, hospitals, let's take one of those big corporate hospitals, but they have lots of EMR data already available. But they are in silos. Everybody has both them. And in fact, Raj was also mentioning a little while earlier, people have their own 5G deployments right now. There's a lot of data that's being carried, but inside a silo. In edge cloud deployment where the data is in a silo, right? What do you think? How do you think we can actually break these silos And I know there's a policy aspect to it, right? But what can be done? What could perhaps be an incentive for, let's say hospitals to begin with, right? To start sharing some of this data, because I know that there's a lot of potential positive outcomes that can come out of that, from early detection of cancers to all of this stuff, somebody, I think you can get different perspectives on the same thing. Who would like to go first? Yeah.
Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes after Delhi. Delhi is mostly administrative, but Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes. These are central government, these are state government research institutes. And they have a huge amount of data sitting with them. So let's take an example of hospital data that we talked about. There is an organization called CCMB, right? Center for Molecular Biology. They have been trying to collect disease-related data and other kind of data. They have been trying to collect it. One thing, if we can just have a policy, a way of getting that data to them, they can then democratize that data. So there's one person who is in charge of all the data for medical. Then we can, so the way NCPI was created, then we have the Central Research Institute, which have the capability of managing the data, which understand use case of data. Because data is not just about having a data, it's understanding how it can be used and how that can impact ethical, non-ethical, all of that consideration. But if we can have a central agency which is using it, and the people scientists who understand how the data can be used and received, then those can become the basis of having all the data. And make it mandatory for sharing the data. If the banks have to share my financial data, somebody can as well share my health data. So, everybody is possible. So, and data can be, in a way, not be very personal, but you can at least have the data in terms of, let's say, female, so age, has this is the genetic makeup. You don't have to have my name and my phone number attached. So that can be sent out. I think that could start working there.
The hospitals or clinics are the custodians, have a fiduciary responsibility to hold the data. They do not have the authority on it because we give the consent to them to, for the data storage and processing, etc. I think, I'm sure it's not something what I'm saying is new. They understand it. I think so that's where the policy needs to come in to help everybody come on to the same page so that the data sharing starts happening. It is not monetized but anonymized, what she was talking about, so that everybody starts using it the way it was done in UPI. I think that is something that is already happening. I'm sure the professor would cover that at some point. That's the way forward.
The data is ours and ours, but are they actually really acting as fiduciaries or custodians, or they hospitals like to believe that they are holding the data? What is there some policy on this? How do you see this?
So Meta has released a open source model called Massively Multilingual Speech, and the model can ID 4,000 languages, and it can do speech to text for 1,100 languages. So what was the data set to do that? Because when you start talking about 1,100 languages, many of the languages are resource poor languages. That means there is no digital corpora to achieve. What is the example of resource high language? It is French. So thanks to the Canadian government, every single government document in Canada mandatorily had to be translated from English to French by very high quality translators and made publicly available. So the first language where we had very high fidelity between English, between the two languages of translation was English and French. So, but then there is the other end of the problem statement, which is very low resource languages. So for these 1,100 languages, for most languages, the only text that was available was the Bible. And they got a human to read the Bible, and then they trained the model on that single recording. Yeah? And it made reasonably good speech-to-text software. High error rate, obviously, because there is no corpora, but even 60%, 70% accuracy is a good job for the first cut. So, let's take another example. There is a non-profit in Bangalore called Agami. They have a project called Open Nyai. They have created a chatbot for domestic violence so that women can ask questions about legal remedies.
If you look at the question answer pair that they had used to create the RAG pipeline before the model, it's only 300 questions and answers. And behind it, they're using some generic language model to make it into sentences and to respond to the context you're asking and so on. So again, you want to make a very powerful project, doesn't take so much data. It's only 300 question answer pairs, you will arrive at the project. So there is a lot of work for us to do in India, which doesn't need to wait at all for data. We just need to be very clear, what is the performance we are interested in, what is the application we are interested in, and then we can quickly move to all of that. And I wanted to break the seriousness a little bit here. I think everybody is talking about very serious use cases of AI. I wanted to share two use cases which I think are useful for us. Munshi Premchand's stories are now in the public domain. They're free of copyright. So it is possible to have the story translated using a variety of open source AI systems or even proprietary to any other language, maybe Kannada, and then a Kannadiga farmer or a Kannadiga person who is illiterate can hear Dr. Rajkumar, his favorite film star, read Munshi Premchand's story to him and he can enjoy literature. So that's one application which we should all be very excited about, provided the children of Dr. Rajkumar allow us to use the personality rights of Dr. Rajkumar for that application. And then the other story or the question that I keep asking everybody is, what percentage of Indian homes do you think own a personalized piece of art? So suppose in the good old days, a king wanted a portrait of himself painted. Only kings and queens had that kind of art in their homes. You could potentially go to a cyber cafe if the cyber cafe owner is savvy, and they could use a model to render your grandmother or grandfather's photo in the style of Raja Ravi Varma or Amrita Shergill, and you can print it and put it in your house for about 100 rupees. This technology chain is already available to us. And imagine the profound way, because even if we estimate that 10% of Indian homes don't have this art, I suspect it is much more. My suspicion is much more. That 10% is hundreds of millions of people, and this will be a profound contribution to the quality of their lives, which is not serious, like medicine and many other serious topics that we're also talking here, because I believe the fun part of AI is going to be very exciting, and that part also should be open.
I want to add something funny here. Right? My mother is almost 88 years old, so she can go and buy sarees, she buys for all the others and all sarees and all everywhere. So she started looking at this video things, WhatsApp and all, where people show, there is a shop owner, he keeps on showing the sarees and all, she'll be watching them, all those things. So I was thinking something like this, right? So video, for example, has made it so easy for anybody to buy from anywhere, right? So now so many people have been able to start from the house selling sarees, selling things and all. Obviously, AI can, what you said can be applicable. My mom can probably see the saree and see how the saree looks on her, how it looks on the person she's trying to buy, right?
Why people hesitate to share, and why whatever available data we can train the model and be successful. I think that the underlying question, underlying thing is the quality of the data. That is the most important, because of just with 300 question and answers, a relatively good model can be built. Now, the fundamental thing is quality of data, but in order to get the quality of the data from any person, any organization, or even from, like, somebody asks my data, I want clarity of usage. That's the main premise. If I know why that data which I am sharing is going to be used, how it will be used, clarity of usage, where it will be deployed. One of the important aspects is the policy always kind of trails behind the innovation. Okay. And today, if we go to any application, the main once you sign up, the main disclaimer says that are you ready to share your data? It might be used somewhere in some context. Another thing, there is no clarity in terms of how that will be used. That is the reason which I will be very much hesitant to share any of the data. So the first aspect in terms of policy making is to bring the clarity of usage. Once the clarity of usage has been stated, even though there is not a strict legal law which has been established, people will be willing to trust the system because there is a usage which is being already stated there. So quality data and clarity on the usage are the fundamental two aspects which we need to really empower everybody, and that is one of the fundamental challenges in order to really make the AI for everyone. Okay, and that is going to be the one of the first challenges, and that's where the technologists, academia, and the students need to have a platform to interact. And one of the reasons behind the slowness of growth or slowness in terms of adoption is the mentorship. When I interact with students as a part of my social responsibility to raise awareness on AI with a lot of students, what I feel is the environment where somebody can really ask any question without any reservation, okay, and then seek answers for that in a very secure way. That is missing. That's where we need to have a platform of mentorship without hesitation to create awareness of how the data will be used, where it will be used, what will be deployed. And one of the only forum that can enable this is the open source forum. Okay. Because open source doesn't promise any employment. But one thing open source promises is the deployment. That's the fundamental importance of open source. Once you promise what you're going to deploy, then people will trust you and then people will be ready to share the information.
Absolutely. In fact, all of this stuff that you're doing is proof of that, right? You know, to the fun part, like the Chandamama Kadalu, it's not the equivalent of the Munshi Premchand stories, but these are stories that we all grew up in. You know, Surendra was saying the same thing. There's a huge cultural connect to all of this. It's a fun way that we had, in 6 hours, 10,000 students proofread around 40,000 stories that then fed into this small language model. Even the voice collection corpus activity was a fun part, right? No, yes, sure. There are going to be a lot of fun projects, but I'll have to, go back to serious questions again. I have two questions for all of them, and probably relevant to all of us over here. Two questions for each of you. Same question, different perspectives. I know we are at the fag end of this discussion. First question is, in your opinion, what should happen, what should we do to ensure that we are the AI capital of the world? Okay. And one message to all of us over here. Everybody over here for the AI days, so I'm guessing everybody's here because they want to learn and become successful in AI. Right? What's one message that you want all of us to take away, and one thing that you think should happen, or one thing for us to become the AI capital, whichever way you want to go? Okay, we'll start with Surendra.
AI days gives me a kind of impression we are just few days away from the elections as well. Okay, so this request, if we wanted to become AI capital of the world, AI capital of leaders in the world, information is out there available. So go and use the best intuitive way of using AI. Understand your constituency, understand your leaders, understand your representatives, blog about them, share your tweets on them, and then make that as the most relevant topic, because the AI adoption is all about the relevance and the context. If we approach any problem with the relevance and the context, I think it will be the first starting step to be called as leader in that space. So my request or my message is, just 2 days away, we're going to elect new leaders to use the AI to the best ability and share your story, how you use AI to really understand the problems of your constituency and the representation of the leaders, what they are promising, Are they relevant? Are they context based?
I think that would help you hit it off well. It doesn't matter whether you are an entrepreneur, founder, or a student, or somebody who's looking for a great job opportunity. I think what you need to do is where you want to go and what you really want to achieve is what you need to keep in mind, especially for entrepreneurs or would be. Try and identify the problem and solve it. For AI capital, in fact, I'm sure we are all aware that we are now $4 trillion economy. World is coming to India for market access. So if we can solve for data issues, the world will come for data as well. Just to let you know, in fact, US has got roughly about 30 foundational models, is what I read somewhere. India has got none. I think small countries like Israel or some of these, I'm not talking about China, have got probably 2 or 3 big large language models, foundational models. So there's a huge opportunity for us to build on, and of course we have got 2 great organizations that are offering open source capabilities as well. So these are the areas to look into for to respond to those.
See, the IT guys never understand business, no? Same way, AI guys never understand customers or society. So first thing that I would say is, okay, we are in colleges, schools, we learn algorithms, we learn data structures, right? We get a job, at least we know how to use the tools, how to solve. So at least in the initial days, we learn how problems are being solved, right? How to change the hairstyle of a person, how to change the dress of a person, how to write a nice article, right? My daughter does all her BB assignments using ChatGPT, right? So I'm worried about that also. So my thought process is, we need to go into business or go into society to understand what the challenges are. I think it is rightly said in the morning call by professor. So we need to understand where technology can make a difference, right? There are many technologies that have to come through. I see GenAI is just one of them. I was just talking to Praveen earlier. Even big enterprises, like when we want to work with ports or airlines, they also have these big challenges. They don't have the reliable network bandwidth to use technology in ports like sensors and cameras and all. They can't. So what is happening now with new technologies like private 5G, where they issued a bandwidth. So what I'm saying is, when technologies, players, everybody has to come and create an environment where a business problem can be solved. My earnest request to all the people is, maybe you should go and work with companies, say that you want to work on business kind of problems using AI. So get familiarized with it. So when different solutions, different problem comes, at least we know how to approach. Thank you.
I agree with you when I say when you said that people don't know where to look for problems. They seem to have solutions first, and they don't have. Then they, half the time they come to us saying, "I have a fantastic product, no market, no funding." So my simple submission is, the solution is fantastic only if there is a market. Now coming to that, the one thing that I think India can do for AI, for any data set or any modeling, any IT that we can do, is how can we model it for the last person? Whether it is look at agri supply chain, right? We've not even thought. If you look at the way the world is looking at agri with AI, you combine the two. The things that you get is precision farming. You get things like commodity price management and things like that. In India, right now, the farmer is not, with 1 acre of land, is not really worried about how much commodity should I produce, at what price should I produce so that I can sell it. Because he's seen his neighbor, he's putting tomatoes, I'll also put tomatoes. Because last year he sold well, I'll also sell it this year well. But can you then have models which can, the tomato that guy is producing, where is it going? 40% of Indian food is wasted. The production that we do is wasted. Can we build models for post-harvest? Everybody is building models for pre-harvest. Can we build models for post-harvest? Where should the cold chain be? We can have mobile cold chain storages, but where should they be when the harvest happens? Right? That's one use case. Taking another use case, let's look at traffic data. India, one of the biggest problems in most cities in India is traffic. And please somebody find a solution where there are no U-turns. My everyday morning commute is how do I find a road to go where there is no new U-turn today? So the same traffic management data that we have can solve for ambulances, which is the best route for the ambulances to take. The same data can be used for preventing accidents, predicting accidents and preventing that. So the same data can be used for lots of small things which can then be impacted in smaller towns, smaller villages and things like that. Think of solutions that can be like UPI, which is smart for that. You have best case scenarios here, then it can be deployed anywhere in the world. So that's my submission for this.
I think it is solved. Maybe Bangalore traffic is an empty heart problem. I don't think anybody can ever, solve that. Anybody from Bangalore? No. Okay, there are some people. Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's an empty heart. I think for me it's an empty heart problem.
Shall I? Okay, so I'll come at this. I think the other panelists have covered the question rather comprehensively, so I'll take a slightly different approach. I think some of us here are part of what we call the free software or open source software movement. It's a community of people that use or build free and open source software. But that is just one of the many openness movements. There are many other openness movements. And the problem with AI, exactly as we had during the inaugural ceremony, is that it's a dual-use technology. It comes with some risks. Just like electricity. Electricity, even today, comes with very significant risks, but also very, very useful technology for us as the human species. So, whenever anybody is selling you some technology, they will make some claims about the risk. It is risky this way, or it is risky that way. But how can you believe those claims? The only way you can believe the claim is if it follows what is called an open science paradigm. That means the software should be open source, the training data set should be available under open data license, the full documentation of what you have done should be published under an open access scholarly paper. And that is why I would slightly resist this point that India has no foundational models. Because many of these foundational models, they are, even if they are proprietary models, they are released alongside with the paper, which will explain the model. You should just go and look at the names of the authors in those papers. You will see many, many Indians. So India as a country may not have built models, but Indians have definitely built some of these key foundational models, including Llama 2. We have Indian authors building them. So what should you do to be part of this open science movement? Because that is the critical moment if we want to solve the data problem. According to DST, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, they have an open access policy. That means every year they give $0.85 billion to Indian researchers as grants. But the expectation is, once you do the research should be published under open access license. That is the expectation. All we can as citizens say to these professors, please also release the data set. So that in the tradition of replicability of science, some other scientists can also repeat the process and check whether your scientific claims are correct. If there is a culture of releasing data sets in India, by state governments, by scientists, then these data sets will be available for us to do other things. There will be a culture of open data sets being broadly available. So I encourage each one of you, because this $0.85 billion of research is your money. The intellectual property that has been created by that is licensed to you mandatorily by government policy. You own that, you're a custodian of that IP. Push that IP in a further open direction, which is going to help all of us secure this leading position on AI technology.
Since you brought it up, I think it's a pet peeve of ours, but let's take this as a challenge. Open access journals, the Elseviers and the Stringers of the world charge thousands of dollars just to publish one piece of paper. per page is I think approximately $100 or beyond for any open access journal. The problem is there needs to be scopus indexing and all of that stuff. Can we today, take a stance, say that, we are going to come up with our own open access journal, not relying on the LGVS and the fingers of the world, but to also, at some point get into the scopus as well, because we can't start with a scopus index journal.
I mean, we may not be obsessed with journals, at least for some domains like AI.
Scopus is the problem.
Because some of the best papers in AI are not in journals. They are outside journals.
It is something that I think we should go for the next 1 year.
Yes.
If we can actually come up with our own peer-reviewed conference, proceedings, which are open access, and that is the huge thing, because even if you are the author right now, you can't even go and look at your own paper. That is something that we should definitely work towards. Open science, open source software. If you want India to become the AI capital without any of this stuff, it's absolutely impossible. Let's work together on that. So it's an open call to everybody over here. Let's work together. Create an open access system, open access conference. Alright, so we have come to the end of it. I have a small message to give to all of you as well. While we're talking about AI, society, all the serious topics, as Sunil said, I have a slightly, more fun thing to say. How do I make AI us as the AI capital? Is first of all by letting the word go out. AI days, AI for society. My request is how many of you are on LinkedIn over here? So we should perhaps do this. Can we tag hashtag AI days? What do we do? Maybe we just go back to the previous session. There was a UPI story, right? It had brought out different emotions in all of us. Some of you felt proud, some of you felt, oh, this is good, inspired, whatever it is. Maybe we can do this. I watched, put the link to the story. At AI days, hashtag AI days. All of us, I see more than 1,000, 1,500 people in the auditorium. All of us together, can make a big bang, right? Put out, post on LinkedIn. So you watch this story, hashtag AI days 2024. Put out the emotion, whatever you have felt, okay? And then nominate 3 of your friends, each of us. I know this goes back to that, ice bucket challenge, but maybe, sorry, we're not doing this on Facebook any longer. But we'll perhaps do this on LinkedIn. Okay. Just because Surendra is sitting closer to me, right? We'll do this on LinkedIn maybe. Okay. Why don't we do that? Hashtag AI days. There's a good photo booth outside. We can take a photo over there, post it on your LinkedIn. Bhavneet was saying in the morning, you don't feel shame to ask for appreciation, promotion. I think we should appreciate all of us. This is a huge thing. I see a lot of energetic faces over here. Why don't we do that? Take a photo over there or something. Put it on LinkedIn. Say that you watch this at hashtag AI days. Sahiti will kill me if I don't give the correct hashtag, which is I'm not saying it out. Sahiti, AI days. Hashtag. See, Naveen is already ready to kill me. Hashtag AI for society. Please also hashtag AI days. I think this is one way. These sort of conferences will actually allow us to become the AI capital. I don't think there is ever another conference like this where lots of people, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google, everybody come and talk about all of these things. We have the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have people who are really working on AI projects, and we have the open source community, which is creating all of these things. So, they're already bored of looking at my face. So, what I will do is, I'll thank all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
How the AI is currently changing, or how do I foresee how it's gonna change the landscape in the IT industry for sure, right? What I foresee from the current trends right now, it's massively gonna impact the day-to-day life. Be it in any domain, I'm not going in specific to the fintech to start with, but be it in any domain, the generical problems gonna get impacted and gonna solved very easily going forward. And I think we are getting the flavors now. Everybody is aware of how the chat GPTs, the Soras, and all those things are working out. It's a mixed flavor. People are excited about it. There are people who are scared about it. But I do believe, I think it's a more of gonna be exciting journey going forward, because the the help that the AI brings you to your day-to-day work is enormous. Like the task that you were performing till now, maybe let's say in few hours, with the help of an assistant, which is trained in a specific domain or for a specific task, can actually help you deliver quite fast, like 10x or 20x, right? So it's definitely gonna do a lot of additions into our life, and specifically to the fintech world, right? Where I'm currently working on, and we are seeing the wave of the fintech, at least in the Indian economy, right? It's gonna help a lot, specifically for the areas where ease of solutioning or ease of the payments is gonna happen. A more robustness into the payments, the more openness into the payments kind of scenarios will happen. It will open up a lot of portals for us to have niche products from the payment sites, from the fintech sites, that will actually get into the day-to-day life of each one of us, and it's gonna have an impact, maybe doing a half of the work for us without taking a lot of help from us. So it's gonna positively impact our life for sure. That's my take on the AI in the coming years.
How AI is impacting today, as in our this generation, I feel it is immensely affecting us. We know or we do not know. For example, I can give you a certain scenario in the current financial world, how it's going on. But you can think of when the customer getting targeted, you may be getting a call, maybe from phone, maybe through emails notifications, or maybe from app notifications. So starting from the targeting a customer to acquisition of that customer, to bringing that customer through the process of a financial journey, and then managing it over time. Everything is today happening somewhere in some form, the AI or in a what a traditional ML is used. So it's nothing new that we have found a new thing. It's happening. Just that we are slowly realizing. And given that the awareness today is very high, people are trying to understand, why did I get a message through my mobile, and why not I'm getting a phone call? So there is a difference. If you are not targeted through a phone call, that there is a certain algorithm behind that didn't prioritize you through a phone call, then maybe through a message. Right? So that's happening. And what is going to happen down the line 5 years? Then a lot of things going to happen. For example, if you have seen today any particular any technical product, or maybe whoever is using mobile, maybe before 10 years, there's just a phone. Today is not just a phone, it's much smarter than that. You can do a lot of things on top of it, right? And it has integrated today, the very basic thing today, we have the sensors through which you can play with it and you can do a lot of things. What I believe in down the line 5 years, already iPhone has built a lot of AI layers on the mobile we have. Similarly, you do see a lot of applications are built on top of it, and which would be everyone's hand, and people would play like any toy. So it would be so simple and so easy. So that's how I see it down the line 5 years. It is impacting, and it will impact our life.
If we have to think from a macro point of view, it is common sense that finance drives economy. And if India has to go from a $4 trillion economy to a $35 trillion, which is the aim which our Honorable Prime Minister is setting us for 2047, we cannot do anything without actually driving finance to the next level. And if we have to do that, everybody believes that an incremental technology adoption cannot do anything for us, but we need disruptive technology frameworks that will change the landscape for us. India, thankfully, has figured out through the digital public infrastructure the two facets of the fintech world. One is the identity layer, which we all have been beneficiaries of by the Aadhaar framework and multiple other frameworks that have been rolled out over the last decade or so. The second layer is the payment framework, which the gentleman just talked a few minutes before. And again, we all have been beneficiaries. more than us, I think the bottom of the pyramid have been beneficiaries of these two layers, right? People who didn't have the any kind of identity or who didn't know how to go to a bank and initiate a payment have fundamentally benefited out of this, right? And of course, there are multiple numbers being talked about in terms of how much these technologies have created or added value to our GDP. I think the next layer is going to be credit. So the identity is fairly figured out. The payment is fairly figured out. We are also taking it to the global level. The next thing which is going to revolutionize finance and obviously revolutionize the way of life for a lot of people and application of technologies like AI ML will be the significant development which we all will see. Thank you.
When you look at the transformation that we all have gone through, the generational transformations, probably a decade over decade, this is probably the AI generation or AI decade that we are going through, right? It's been there, but the acceleration is picking up. The acceleration of AI transformation is dramatically picking up. And if you look at probably a year ago to till now, the acceleration has been quadrupled or even more, right? So what it transforms into is in our everyday life, especially point of the customization, which is really coming down to the personalization of your own information, right? Which is how do I serve you better? It is all machines are learning that. Machines are learning you. Machines are becoming better to understand what you want. How can that be served to you, right? I think that transformation has been more manual till now, right? It is when you automated part of the true characteristics, the behaviors that you wanted to really exhibit out of what you wanted to get out of it, you're going to get it out through the machines, right? So that's a power to start with. And second thing I just wanted to add on there is, especially the fintech layer or a financial services layer, and my partner here rightfully called out, which is finance is the center of the world, right? Everything is centered around finance. And when you look at your financial information, how that is secured enough, how that has been monitored, how that has been looked into in terms of your banking or in terms of your trading, in terms of your own activities that you do with finance, everything is going to change in a way that it is going to be much more personalized, much more into the aspect of how best can I do, what is the best, and a lot of those recommendations come to you rather than you seeking that. Lastly, I want to conclude with this, which is recently I saw a post on LinkedIn which said humans are going after machines in terms of phones. We're all watching phones, but machines are reading us, right? When machines are reading us, they are becoming smarter, and that smartness is what going to reflect back onto what we do on a day-to-day life.
Very well said. Very well said, sir. Thank you. So I'll just double click on one of the key points that you mentioned, right? The hyper personalization, or how customers will see an evolution of kind of services that we'll see, right? So you and Sarah represent a global firm, Paytm, right? Anand represents an Indian giant, and sir represents a startup. So how individually within your, I would say an industry level, right? How are you guys getting ready for the wave? What kind of changes should each of your industries what should the audience take from each of these industries as the next wave, from a technology perspective or from a consumer perspective? What should they be expecting or anything of that?
Yeah, I think I'll address that in a couple of ways, right? And then probably pass it back this way. I think from a consumer point of view, you have to be cautious about how is your data, is that data secured enough or not, right? Your personal information, is that secured enough or not, right? How far it is, how global it is being transformed into, and how much of that is something that you want to share or not, right? Some of those are not in your control, right? So when you go onto the websites nowadays, they're asking for cookies to say, do you want to accept these cookies or not, right? Watch out. I think it is important for you to watch out what you're accepting, what you're not accepting, right? For example, the other day I was just traveling with another person, and somebody calls and says, hey, somebody is tracking you. on your Snapchat app, you turn your location services on. So they're really tracking you, right? So that means you're with this person, you're going there, right? So you have to watch out what information that you're sharing, right? That kind of impacts your personalization. And second side of it is companies, organizations, what they're trying to do is they're trying to really predict. They're trying to build the predictive models around your personal data, right? So we have a lot of our focus right now is a lot of that chatbot technologies we are bringing in, and making sure that we're able to address your questions, your personal questions, much more freely and much more accurately, right? That accuracy is increasing as we speak, but we are not there yet, right? It's a journey. The model is improving as we speak, but I think it all comes back to understanding the intent. That is where the model maturities are coming along. The multimodal maturities, the intent behind that human behavior. More we understand, more personalization that we can start doing, and that's the journey that we are in. And as we mature enough, the serving to the customer becomes much more easier and much more accurate as well.
Yeah, probably I'll talk about the context a bit. The gentleman talked about the intent. So we are in the trade finance industry, and everybody knows that when a small business buys or sells something to another business, it is not a straight line, right? So there are dips and there are seasonalities attached to it. There are a lot of dynamic situations where a customer is paying you very early. There are situations where the customer pays you late, right? And it's not just about telling a financial institution that, hey, go and fund this guy for about 10 lakhs, right? But it also is about giving the context. And that context can only be established when we look at large data sets. We look at the history within that spectrum of that industry. And we are able to bring intelligence which doesn't exist in the financial services ecosystem. So today, all of us know that banks are dependent on credit bureaus, right? So when somebody applies for a personal loan, or when somebody applies for a corporate loan, or a personal loan, the usual thing or a baseline thing which a financial institution does is to check about your financial history of what you have done, whether you have defaulted or paid your home loans, paid your EMIs properly, right? Now, this is a very baseline kind of checking that happens with the historical data that the system has captured. But what about people who do not have a history of data, right? What about people who face new dimensions of business? So today I might be a small business, serving about 100 customers. But the moment I get listed on an Amazon, or the moment I get listed on an e-commerce website, probably I'm staring at a million plus kind of customers who could come and ask me for business, right? And how do I meet the financing needs of these transactions is a fundamental challenge which trade finance institutions do not know how to solve currently. Because on balance sheet, on financial history, I may be worth only X lakhs or X crores in terms of my eligibility to draw financing. But I have a genuine case of looking at an hyperactive business traction which needs financing solutions, right? That's where ProFintech comes in. We are working with some of the voluntary organizations like iSpirit, which was at the beginning of UPI before even the NPCI came into picture. iSpirit was championing UPI payment ecosystems, and they are at the front end of bringing innovations which have an impact for the next decade or 2 decades, right? It's not about just trying to solve what is in front of us for the next year or so, but about creating something which can impact generations. So we are working with them. There's a first cohort which has come out where we are looking at large data sets and applying machine learning technologies to figure out if we can make this a kind of an auto decision process, right? Where people may not bring the data sets which usually people bring to a bank, but looking at their identity and looking at the industry and the trading situation they are in, we are able to make a decision that yes, this business would require this kind of financing at this point in time, and make that a kind of fulfilling story for that business. Because from a trade perspective, if you are not giving financing at the time of the need, then we should not be existing in the first place, right? So it's like a hospital. It's like a hospital in many ways, because if a patient walks in with a pain or a problem, and if you're not able to solve it and ask them to fill a form or give some do some requirements, then what's the use of being a financial institution in the first place? So we are thinking from that perspective, Kumar, and we are on an initial journey because the financial services industry is highly regulated. There are a lot of other challenges of risk, etc., which we need to solve for. But I think the direction that we are all taking is in the right spirit.
The way I see it in this case is that this is a win-win situation for both industry as well as the customers. So industry want to do better in their margins so that business can float, they can make good money over time, and customer wants better experience. So then needs to be balanced. Now, how AI is doing it? AI is, the way I see it, AI is going to enable it so that business has better way to make money. At the same time, as a customer, I get better experience. That's what we want. And at the same time, the beautiful things are happening as you see in this landscape for last 2 to 3 years, right? So if you look at simple KYC, know your customer. So simple things like you upload a document. Today people are just calling you, call over a video. You do not need to go to a particular bank or something and just prove it that you are the customer, right? So there are a lot of things are happening through this, and this is where, in a way, AI is making many things as an enabler. So it also brings like a lot of concerns as customer says, my data is get secured? Am I sharing whatever the data I'm sharing? These are my personal information. I'm giving right consent so that the models are getting built or the customers are getting targeted. So I think that's where government is going to do a lot of role. And in the same scenario, RBI also playing critical role, where as you see over time, in US it is always there. The market is well regulated and a lot of compliance is there. And I do see India is going to catch up on that. RBI has already put a lot of rules and regulations to build a lot of things. And recently you have seen this AI advisory came out, like how to build models, how to do things, but that's still not getting enforced. But the way I see it, that's in some point of time going to happen. So customer needs to look at it in more positive way so that the data is secure there, the trust is going to be built.
Just to refresh the question, what the customers should foresee or expect as we grow in the AI world, especially towards the fintech, right? So pretty much covered by the folks over the panel. I will just complement the answers and totally agree in aligned with the directions the folks has already described the things. But I will just add 2 points over here, right? Whatever the next outcomes that we're gonna see, right? Whatever the next products that the customer is gonna see will always be accompanied by 2 dimensions. One is on the fingertips, that is speed. So just to give an example, right? Let's take an example of KYC. So previously, when you used to go to a bank, it used to take maybe few days for you to complete the KYC because you have to submit the form, submit the documents and all those things. Nowadays, you just go there, fill the details and you are done. It's on your fingertips and it's with the accuracy, right? Lending. The underwriting nowadays is on the fingertips. You just apply for it and within few seconds you will get an SMS, congratulations. Yeah. Or even nowadays it's going even above that. Without applying, you are getting the messages that congratulations, you've been allotted. So definitely with the accuracy, a lot of accuracy gonna increase, a lot of speed gonna increase, and the second dimension is affordable experts, I would say. So if I just ask in the room, right, how many people here have a wealth manager? Maybe very few, hardly one hand or maybe nothing, right? So, but with the help of AI, with the help of technology, the segment of robo advisors or the wealth advisors, which are affordable to the medium class, right, to affordable to the new young generation, is gonna happen, and that credit goes to the AI world, right? Because finance is a very very big world where you have to diversify, you have to learn a lot of things, right? And if an expert is sitting out there giving you an advice very cheaply, which also works in your direction according to your goals, that's something you should expect going forward in the fintech world. That's my two takes on it.
There are multiple challenges, but one of the positive things which I would like to start this, Kumar, is that whether we like it or not, the rules in the financial services industry or the regulations in financial services industry have been unknowingly made by the wrong set of people, right? When I say wrong set of people, these are defaulters. So when one Nirav Modi uses an instrument like a letter of credit to defraud the system, suddenly the entire rules for millions of other customers have been framed, right? It's like almost somebody going and crashing into a divider and then, without doing any checks on why the accident happened, we come up and put a traffic light or a signboard saying that this is an accident prone zone, right? So that has unfortunately happened over the years. So the good thing which is happening in this space is that a lot of data is coming into use, and RBI and SEBI and multiple other financial regulators who are the key stakeholders in the system are kind of believing that we need to look at the larger pools of data and bring in things like AI and ML before taking decisions which can impact the lives of people. Because obviously if I decide based on one Nirav Modi whether to lend or not to the next million customers standing in the line, I would have probably done a disservice to several customers. So that I think will be is a good thing which is happening. There are several challenges as you can imagine. Regulations always take time to catch up with any new technologies, and that is big in India because it's also about financial stability, right? Finance has both angles, right? It's a kind of a double-edged sword. So on the positive side, it can fuel the economy, it can fuel the growth. But if you don't do it the right way, the economy can just spiral down and create huge problem for everybody, not just for government and RBI, but even for common people. You guys would have heard what happened in countries like Zimbabwe, right? Or what happened in countries like Argentina, etc., when there was spiraling inflation. And all of us have seen that to buy a 1 kilo of tomato, people used to take a pile of cash in a country like Zimbabwe to do that, right? Obviously, we don't want to go through that situation. So there will be a lot of caution before mainstreaming these technologies. But I am an optimist. I think that as the adjacent technologies or adjacent systems like the identity layers, the payment ecosystems, and things like account aggregator. I don't know how many of you have heard about that. Today, there is a regulated framework called account aggregator, which, if you give consent, can actually touch all your financial services providers like banks and NBFCs and take out a history of what happened in the past, right? So as these adjacent technologies and ecosystems mature, I think there will be a greater propensity for government and RBI to support adoption of AI and ML, not just adoptions, but also to support mainstreaming these technologies. But till the time these things mature and till the time it is proven with data sets, we still have to bear with a little bit of a slowness, which is okay. I mean, we don't want to take a step and suddenly get into problems, right? So that's what I'm seeing.
True challenges point of view, I probably put India probably on the better side of it than rest of the countries, right? To be in fact, because our fintech industry has been really matured, right? The great example is the previous session that we really had, the NPCL, that is driving a billion people systems, right? That kind of maturity is probably not there even in US, right? So I think definitely we are better off. AI, right? I think European is slightly better in terms of the regulations. They at least came up with a AI Act, right? We haven't seen that come out of India. So if something that like that comes out, and which is gives us clarity on what can be done, what can be done, I think it just gets us another edge as well. And even in India, government wise, there is a lot of support for AI. AI in India is definitely a big motivating factor for entire India as a whole. So I know the gentleman spoke about the underlying financial challenges. I don't want to go into that specific things, but I think the challenges, if anything at all, I think for us is the variations and the maturity level of people that we deal with, the billion people, that really brings in a quite wide spectrum of the maturity and the adoption, and how do we really tune our technologies to adopt that spectrum of the variation, whether it is highly educated to not educated. How do we really deal with that, right? I think we are much better there in already in fintech world, but I think AI will be enabler, but we need to solve some of those underlying challenges that comes with it.
The AI is nothing but, just in a simple words, this is a data stack, and using the data, there is the models are built and then models are getting deployed. So currently the process is that how can you make it this two endpoint within a very quick interval of time, so that's where you have a better business to be there, and then you will make an impact to the customers. So doing that is where the current challenges are more. Like, how do you first prepare those data? How do you gather the data in the particular business context? I think many times people are struggling there to gather data and preparing the data on which you can build a model. This model is nothing like you just put in garbage in and garbage out, right? So it will not learn anything magical, whatever, nothing there in the data. You need to make sure whatever the use case you have in hand, you understand the problem well, and keeping the right set of the data and putting to the right kind of algorithm and get the right set of output. Now you have an output. Model is trained, everything is good, but you can't put it in production because your production framework or the current the hardware or the architecture is available in the technical stack that is not capable to do it. For example, I build a model using a Gen AI Llama 7 million model, and I want to make a fraud detection on this, which I need to make a decision within maybe 1 to 2 milliseconds. That is impossible to do, because you need to generate data and pass through the model and get it out, right? So that required a massive infrastructure to do that particular inferencing or scoring to make it work. So it is not about the technology or the financial world, the required technology. It is not about this machine learning and AI algorithm. That requires the infrastructure and certain kind of hardware and software stack to support to that. And that's where the fintech, so-called tech, is helping the fin side of it to evolve faster. And that's a big thing happening, and this will keep evolving as we speak. And that's the beauty of this complete world. Right?
Again, it's the fourth term. Most of the things are being covered. But yeah, 2 points. Very, very important things said by my friend Sarah. Garbage in, garbage out. It's the data quality that's gonna be used to train the model to actually say that we're gonna be an AI leader, or we're gonna be having a lot of AI driven applications, is gonna play a very, very important role, right? And that's one thing, I guess, where we as an Indian or as an as a country have to do a lot of work on. Definitely now we have some base through the Aadhaar, through the PAN, right? But still a lot of things to be done, which says, okay, these are the unique identifications and all these are the well structured data which I can use to train my model, which will produce the accuracy which I am expecting, right? So a lot of importance has to be given to the data quality if we want to excel into the AI world. And the second thing, from the India's perspective, right, on the AI journey, what I see is adoption, right? We are very, very diversified country, right? Religion, caste, wealth levels, a lot of diversions, right? You just imagine, suppose if the demonetization would have not happened, for example, what would have been the percentage of UPI transactions or the digital wallet transactions as of now? I'm pretty sure the upper layer would have adopted it very, very nicely and would have done it, adopted it very nicely and have given a lot of inputs to it. But the lower layer, which is the larger layer into the Indian ecosystem, right, might have struggled a little bit, because it might be possible that much effort into the adoption might have not been kept for if the demonetization would have not happened. Right? To do, even if we build a lot of AI driven applications, right, a lot of efforts needs to be put for the adoption from to the lower level, right? We have a tier 2, tier 3 people who still believes in the cash market, right? They still want to do a cash transactions. Now you're just saying that okay, there is a chat bot or there is a voice bot, right, which will just do the transactions for you. Just tell it, right? How much changes they have to bring in their day-to-day life or their thought process, that whether this is gonna happen fine or not, even if it is a 10 rupees transaction, 100 rupees transaction, right? So that adoption, the drive for the adoption has to be there with a lot of force from the AI's perspective. Whatever application you deliver, you have to be on the ground. You have to make it very very usable, very easy to use. Uh, in a different targeting different segments, maybe language wise, the region wise, and then drive for the adoptability. Until unless that won't be done, I think it will be a slow start. Slowly it will pick up, but for a faster thing, like to tell the story like UPI, right? You need either some event like demonetization, or you need some force which actually drives the adoption. Sure. Let me start maybe this time. Uh, with AI, there are a lot of challenges for sure, and responsible AI. Actually, I'm very very happy that responsible AI is picking up early in the days, right? Uh, with If you see the boom of 2000, right, where we were adopting towards the technology, uh, the backslashes that that could happen because of the technology was not brought that wisely or with that much voice previously, and then slowly we saw that the impact over it, right? But it's really good if we start with a responsible AI from the day zero, or in the early days itself. It's very important, it's very very helpful technology, and at the same time it can be very very dangerous for us, right? Because both the sides of world exist, right? You will see people who wants to build the applications who are like really helpful, but at the same time you will see the people who just want to ditch you, or who just want to make a fraud or make money out of it, right? So to create this responsible AI, early stage regulations, or a kind of community which can says okay, these are the standards which will be followed while releasing an AI app or an AI feature, right? Anything, it's kind of gold market standards we have, right? If you're going to have a buy a gold somewhere, right, you generally see that okay, these states tests are being passed, or any software you see, you generally check these are the security checks which are being passed or not, right? If we can together come up with an standard that okay, whatever the application or the feature that you are building through the help of AI or delivering as an AI, it has to go through certain security checks, or it has to pass certain benchmarks, and that becomes a kind of hallmark that okay, this is a sanitized app which it's not gonna harm the general people, right? And that will build a sense of trust within the people, that okay, I'm going to have an application which will be working for me rather than working against me, right? So it's gonna be a very important charter as we grow in the AI world. It will be very interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, so this is very interesting theme, like responsible AI. So, but when we say responsible AI, so first we need to understand what do we mean by that, right? So it is where the responsible lies. So it is the person or the company or the organization who is building these models, right? So the model is built and then model is used for certain decision. For example, if you are getting a card or a credit decisioning is happening, you know that decisioning happens. So now I will just catch up on two things, which is very important, I believe. One is the model bias, and second part is that how can you bring accountability through transparency. So what I mean by the model bias is that when I build a model, like as you collect the data, there is a certain inherent bias into it. For example, you collected a certain amount of data only because the person who surveyed or the way the data is collected, it is targeted to only male, not much female. Now the data is highly biased towards male, so because he has seen more attributes of those male population, so that when the decisions are made, and it says you are likely to get more profitable if you target a male customer rather than female. Now this is a bias inherent to the data that is selected and the model you build and the algorithm you choose to build these models, right? So now going, but the important part is that the regulator who is looking into this model, or let's say I own the model, so my primary purpose is to understand, is this model is biased towards something or not? Is it biased towards a certain language or certain race? So how can you make sure that? That is one responsibility lies with which building this model and posing to the customers at a final decision. Second part is that the interpretable AI or explainable AI. So now the decisions are made. Now we need to explain. I say, no, Kumar, I can't give you a credit of next. Let's say you are asking for, let's say, 1 lakh incremental credit or a credit line increase. Now I am saying, no, I'm not going to give you the credit line increase. Then I need to explain you why I'm not going to give you this credit line increase, right? That part, when I build into my system, I'm creating the transparency. So Kumar would be more now trustworthy with me, that he believes me what I'm saying, how my decisions are made, and that is the responsibility lies with me. Right? So these two aspects are, I believe, more important. There are more to it, but these are two critical things today, how the models are built.
One, I think, as I mentioned in the previous comment, the financial services ecosystem is highly regulated. And the good part is that lot of financial intermediaries, whether it is insurance companies or banks, are regulated, which is not the case in many industries, right? So today, if you look at media or if you look at technology companies, they are not regulated. None of the Facebooks or Googles of the world are regulated, right? So in those sectors or in those industries, obviously the technology will be miles ahead of regulations before we open up our eyes and see that there are certain things which have happened the way which we didn't want to happen. Fortunately for us, the financial services industry is regulated, and also the service providers have an element of discretion. So if you are a bank or an insurance company, you are not allowed to just go ahead and give loans to anybody, right? So there are certain ways and means of looking at it. For example, if there was a small company here which comes up and says that, hey, I would like to build a factory which will manufacture, say, machine guns or say narcotic substances, they're not going to get the loan, right? Because these are banned business activities. Fundamentally, they will not be allowed to come inside. So talking about the ethical side of AI and ML technologies, I think there is a fundamental design level deterrence which has been built because of the nature of this industry, because of the nature of these regulations. So I personally think, and I could be wrong here, this is based on my experience and my bias, that there may be very less scope for things to just crop up out of the blue and create ethical issues within the spectrum of fintech or financial services ecosystem. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
I think we are evolving, right? Ethics play a big role in the entire AI spectrum. Organizations are really transforming their chief ethical officer into chief ethical AI officer, right? To make sure that there are ethics that are looked from an AI spectrum point of view. It's very important. So I look at it as probably 3 or 4 sectors. One is what organizations are doing, making sure they are doing ethical AI, ethics at the center of the AI. The second dimension is government, as the gentleman talked about, the regulations, the AI acts that are coming together, that really plays a big vital role. And third, we all are consumers. We are on consumer side of it. We also have to play a role into it to make sure that ethically we are able to consume the services that are being offered and challenge if something that is not right. I think we all have a say in this entire ecosystem. And overall, I think ethics is one of the reason probably AI didn't take off as much as it's supposed to as we are sitting here today, right? Because ethics, the kind of data controls that we want to put around, the kind of regulations that we want to, everything passing through that stages makes it even becomes challenging in these LLM models because they want a lot of data and all of the data is fed in. There are no controls in it. Then how do you really make sure that data is controlled enough and ethically correct enough to make sure that we are serving the right information to the right people at the right time, right? I think these things all play a vital role as we evolve, and ethics is really organizations are putting at the center of it as they evolve the AI practice as a whole.
I think one of the very interesting themes which is taking shape is the whole data and behavior footprint that we are generating as consumers, whether it's a corporate entity or whether it is an individual consumer, right? There is tremendous amount of data across various platforms and systems that is getting generated. I have taken an Uber in the morning to come here. I have made a payment using my GPay or PhonePe. I'll probably go back and do something, take a metro rail or something. So there is a data and a behavior footprint which is getting generated. Now the challenge is how do we bring these together, right? And whether we like it or not, there is a very thin line between snooping on privacy and creating something for the productive use. Now sitting in Hyderabad, we've all been reading news about phone tappings and things like that, right? So, people will always have a fundamental challenge of where do we draw the line. But to answer to your question, Kumar, is that if we can find a way in a clean and ethical manner to integrate the data footprint that we all generate, it is going to evolve into financial magic, right? We will see a day very soon where AI and ML will be able to give out a very, very curated experience of what financial products, at what rates of interest, at what points of time that you will be needing from the financial services providers, right? And that is going to fundamentally change the way the financial services ecosystem or industry has been built over a period of time. But more exciting is that it is going to bring a lot of changes into our way of life, because now we are going to get access, we are going to get better rates, we are going to get better financial products driven and fueled by AI and ML, right? So those are my thoughts around this.
One important thing, the way I see currently is happening or also will happen. So one thing which has happened is the financial inclusion. That is a good part which has happened, and then payment systems are in place. Now these things are placed. Now as a young India is growing up, what they need is the financial stability. So that is one of the important thing. What is the country is going to do something about it, and that is coming up. For example, so there are, as you have seen, there are very minimal instruments where people can diversify their wealth. Today, that is increasing. You may have seen these mutual funds have taken a lot of traction last 4 or 5 years, and people have started investing in stocks. Now they're getting learned in how to do that. Now there will be more safer instrument will be created where people will be more going to invest and make sure they have their financial stability. So that is what I think will happen. And I can give, there are some interesting stuff like pay over time, or they call it pay later. That's the easy credit everyone has in some form of the other, right? Where they can get that credit and do some sensible transaction out of it and then pay back, right? At the same time, what we see as easy credits are coming, that has its own challenge. So as we are going through these systems of change, we need to find that balance and make sure we get to a stable scenario where the country's wealth is safe and sustained over time.
My 2 cents on the question, Kumar. The answer is yes, I would say. To me, AI for India or India with the AI, there are 2 things which are required. One is the talent, and the second is intent. And we in India have both, and in plenty, right? So it's gonna happen for sure. We gonna be leader sooner. That's my belief. and it's going to happen for India, especially in the fintech domains, health domains, where we have a lot of to catch up, and the acceleration that we'll see in those catch ups is will be something which the world will see for sure. That's what I think.
Seriously, I think it all starts with the talent, right? And we are here sitting here in JNTU Hyderabad, where there are a lot of students that are really growing up in AIML specialization, right? Which where when I'm growing up, there I didn't even hear any of those terms, right? Of course, it's a while back. So the reality is the talent is being built around AI here. That's definitely the number one big positive. The second side of it is we have already done in payment systems. We've done it. We have the subject matter expertise. We have the kind of financial background, financial systems, how they operate, what it is, what the challenges are at scale, right? We talked about scale as well. So we've seen it all, right? So we have the advantage than any other country in the world. And I think that combination is super powerful. When we bring that together and the intent that he talked about, and our heart is there, right? We are there, we are technologists, we are passionate, and we bring that passion together and make that happen. I think we're going to be very powerful. And it starts from top down, right? Our leaders like Modi, all the way down, it is AI centric, how they're driving India to be AI centric. I think all of that just fuels, comes together, and we're going to be a very powerful country as we go along.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This conference is the largest AI conference in the country that has been held with an overwhelming response and resounding success, with 2,000 plus participation of academics, researchers, IT professionals, students and representatives from the government organizations. And this conference is deliberating on a lot of issues which have a real place for the people's issues to be solved. And from the tracks of fintech to the agri-tech to the health sciences to the life sciences to foundational research in AI, there are close to 8 and 9 tracks that include journalism, creative media industry, and all the issues that are related to the commons in all of these sectors is being jotted down, and the deliberations are being held to see on how do we solve problems for the commons. This conference began with the launch of a AI model where people communicate with the machines. There were 3 farmers who lost their dear ones because of electrocution. It's not that the farmers do not know how to switch a motor on or switch a motor off, but rather they just got electrocuted because when they water the fields, they get drenched in water, and one droplet of water from their little finger or index finger when they switch on the button is sufficient to be electrocuted. And this AI model that we built enables the farmers to communicate with machines, and while doing so, it made it really possible for them to give oral commands, either to switch the motor on or switch the motor off. They can do it remotely, they can do it near the borewell site, or they could with the borewell site. And I think this is something which is going to be a path-breaking thing, because farmers being able to communicate with machines, agricultural workers being able to communicate with machines, we are only one step away from people with different languages being able to speak to each other. The only thing that is required is language models in different languages, and then there is already a bridge of being able to talk to one another. And the 3 farmers, we have called them. One is a mother of a farmer who died because of electrocution. Her name is Bhimamma. The other woman whose husband passed away because of electrocution, and her name is Ashamma. And there was Basavaraj who lost his brother. There are thousands of farmers who just get electrocuted, not because they don't know the why and how of switching on and switching off motors, but rather because of the harsh climatic conditions or the harsh conditions in which they need to live and work. And this conference is a resounding success, the first of its kind in India. And I thank all the people and the support that we got from everyone in making this conference a grand success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to MyStartup TV. I'm majorsunilshetty. We are at the India Joy Gaming Festival, one of the biggest festivals being held in Hyderabad. I have with me Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, who is the Principal Secretary, Industry and Commerce and IIT to the Government of Telangana. Sir, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is one of the biggest events in Hyderabad, and somehow Hyderabad is attracting all kinds of startups. What are your thoughts about it?
So this is a very important sector for us. While the focus today is on gaming, we had equal focus yesterday on VFX, the day before on animation. So if you look at all these together, in Telangana we call this image. Animation, gaming, VFX, multimedia, AR, VR, etc. 9 years ago when the state of Telangana was formed, we started identifying what are the sectors where we can do well, we can become national role models, and we chose this as a priority sector. And amongst the many things that we do, we organize this event, India Joy, along with the local industry association which is called TWAGA. And I'm very happy that the 6th edition is going on. It has received so much of response. Industry stalwarts are there, international participants and delegates are there, and also large number of startups are getting a chance to show what they are up to and hopefully get more business, more funding, etc.
So from the government of Telangana, sir, are there any specific schemes that you're looking towards or helping with startups which is in the image or the gaming and VFX sector?
See, so one of the most important things and something which is very unique to Telangana is that 6 years ago, we created a dedicated innovation center for startups in animation, gaming, VFX, etc., which is called the Image Center of Excellence. This center is jointly promoted by Telangana government and a Government of India entity called STPI. And over the last 6 years, this center has also seen some very wonderful results. The cohorts which have completed year after year after year, many of them today have become very successful businesses. Many of them have created technologies which assist this sector. Many of them have gone into activities which benefit the social community, the larger community, the social good as it is called. So interesting work is happening, and I'm very confident that this focus on innovation, apart from infrastructure, apart from talent, is something which will continue to make Hyderabad as the most preferred go-to destination for this sector.
You talked about culture and information. What we also see the startup that we've spoken to, many of them are rooted their games into culture, heritage. Unlike where the PUBG of the world, where it's violence. What are your thoughts about it?
No, I agree. So, in fact, just now I was part of a panel discussion where one question which was raised was that typically gaming is seen as a very frivolous activity. If a child is seen to be playing a game, the instant reaction of parents should be, why is he not studying or why is not playing outdoor, so that he gets either some physical benefit or some mental benefit. But there is a other flip side also, that suppose you teach our heritage, our culture. See, not many young children know anything about Ramayana, Mahabharata, about our history, about our culture. It is possible to gamify all that, create interest in the children. If you just teach them like a syllabus or a text in a school chapter, people will just not be.
There's more engagement.
There's more engagement. So games are a very good way of engaging young generation. And in that panel discussion, when this question was asked, that should gaming be seen only as a frivolous activity, many such ideas were given, that you can contribute to great amount of learning and knowledge and continuation of our great cultural and historical legacy through this medium.
I know, sir, you have to go. I just wanted you to give a message to all the gamers out there. What is your message through India Joy and the event image?
No, first of all, I'm very happy that so many of you have turned up to participate in this IGDC India Joy event on gaming, and continue to develop new games, be creative, be user friendly. Most importantly, don't lose sight of the social good that potentially you can do. And Hyderabad is a terrific center to do your work from here, develop your games, create the software, create the algorithms. So look up to all the facilities and infrastructure that you can get in Hyderabad and be a part of our journey. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Oh, that was really appreciate the way you have introduced me. It really made me feel good about myself. And thank you for your wishes. And I would like to first congratulate you and your team for launching this live TV program for the first time on the International Women's Day with a full day long programs and panel discussions lined out. And I sincerely want to thank you for trusting me and making me a part of this, initiation of yours.
Thank you.
As you have already mentioned, are you saying something, Sunilji?
No, please take over. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So when I'm working as a startup and incubation expert. Consultant to Startup Odisha on behalf of Ernst & Young, who is a knowledge partner to Startup Odisha. So first, I would like to give a brief introduction about the state of Odisha and the Startup Odisha and how the startup ecosystem is evolving in the state. So Odisha, as it claims to be surely, best kept secret. I think, with all its the rich heritage, culture, the farming, mining, and natural resources which are abundantly available in the state, it definitely makes one of the top destinations for startups with, plethora of opportunities here. So, and Startup Odisha is an initiative by the MSME department of Government of Odisha, which is registered under the Section 8 of the Companies Act. And requesting all the panelists to keep their cameras switched on. Jayanti and Sumonaji, please. So, once it was initiated in the year 2016, Startup Odisha has come up with, a very business-friendly policy where, the vision itself mentions that 30% of the startups must be women-led. So that shows the kind of, commitment the state has towards promoting the women entrepreneurs. And in the framework which was developed and released in 2016, it has been provisioned for the women under the special category, where all the grants and subsidies are definitely more than the general category. So considering all these provisions made to nurture and support the women-led startups, today, if you look at the national scenario, recently there was a blog on ETBFSI, which says that the year 2024 belongs to the women entrepreneurs. And I think this year will definitely can see many more women entrepreneurs coming up. And, the statistics, if you look at in the nationwide, 50% of the startup ecosystem is being supported by women. But unfortunately, the number of women entrepreneurs is limited to only 14%. And when it comes to the MSME, more than 20% businesses are led by women. So I think there is a huge gap here which needs to be filled up. And definitely, the women entrepreneurs, even I'm seeing a lot of students, girl students, who are coming up with excellent innovative ideas and concepts. So there is a huge potential. So with all the policy framework and the support systems and the excellent infrastructure provided by Startup Odisha, we see that here in Startup Odisha, out of 1,849 recognized startups, we have around 28% being led by women. So that is like, we are just 2% less than our target. And if you look at the startups with at least one women director on board, we are almost at 42%. So definitely we are at a better statistics compared to the nation, and we would like to contribute more and encourage more women entrepreneurs to come up with excellent innovative ideas. So out of this, and today if you look at Startup Odisha, it is under the able leadership and guidance of Dr. Omkar Rai, who is a executive chairperson. The state and Startup Odisha are definitely exponentially growing, with an aggressive target of reaching around 5,000 startups by 2025. And with all the efforts put in by the Startup Odisha team since 2016, it has emerged as a leader in 2019 and as a top performer in 2021 and 2022 under the state startup ranking framework by Startup India. So definitely this shows how committed and dedicated the state is to promote entrepreneurship, particularly the women-led startups. So without much ado, I would like to, introduce to you the three. See, there are many startups, but we have just, because of the time constraint, we took only 3 of the women path breakers of Startup Odisha onto the panel today. So I would, going alphabetically, I would first start with introduction of Ms. Jayanti Mahapatra. She is a business advisor, entrepreneur, and a coach by profession. She is a dynamic expert with the ability to transform, innovate, and deliver strong financial returns. When it comes to her qualifications, she has a master's in business administration and MSc in psychotherapy and master of social work, along with a commendable 15 plus years of experience in diverse fields, primarily in banking, consulting, in organizations like HSBC, Dell, etc. She has been a serial entrepreneur who co-founded Manikastu Agro Private Limited. And when you say agro, I think you all would think something related to the general farming or anything, but you will be surprised to know, what kind of farming she is doing. So we will hear it from her. And the company has received a lot of accolades as one of the top 40 startups in Indian Express 40 under 40. Her passionate involvement as a regarded business management expert with a blend of strong analytical skills, creative approach, and entrepreneurial spirit, combined with her dedication towards leading and driving change for betterment, have been catalysts for businesses receiving multiple accolades. So some of her achievements are Women of Substance Award 2019 and Change Maker at ICC Women Summit 2020, Emerging Women Entrepreneur of the State, Promising Entrepreneur by AIC, OTV Award as an Aspiring Entrepreneur, AMNS Shakti Awards 2022, she received the Exemplary Performance in Agriculture, Udyog Urja 2023, Entrepreneur of the Year Agriculture by Prameya Channel, and Pride of Odisha during the 7th edition of Sambad. Jayanti has been a mentor to many startups in various incubation centers like SOA, CII, AIC, CUTM, KIT TBI, and a partner consultant to Startup Odisha, MSME, DBT ILS, Doordarshan, TIE, SPIU, ISAP, Indigram Lab, etc., and part of CII Skill and Education Committee. Her other interests include technological connection to business and natural parenting. The Honorable PM, Sri Narendra Modi ji, had spoken about her startup in detail during his 110th episode of Man Ki Baat on 25th of February, which surely added another feather to her cap. Welcome Jayanti onto the panel. So our second guest for today is Miss Nikita Baliar Singh. Definitely she must be missing her twin sister and co-founder, Miss Nishita Baliar Singh, along with her today on the panel. These twin sisters are the pride of Odisha as the first Forbes International Under 30 honorees, founded Nexus Power, an eco-friendly battery tech company. They are striving to build a sustainable and greener planet by building lithium-free, biodegradable electric vehicle batteries from crop residue. Inspired by concepts in industrial ecology and biomimicry, Nexus is not only speeding up the process of EV adaptation through the fast charging, cheap, and energy-efficient batteries, but also facilitating massive growth in the agricultural industry by converting the waste. Both Nishita and Nikita completed their bachelor's degree in business management from the prestigious Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Following this, Nikita went to pursue her master's in media and mass communication from XIM Bhubaneswar, and Nishita opted to pursue chartered accountancy. Both of them have also completed master's certification programs in nanotechnology, battery management systems, electric vehicle engineering, innovation and strategy management from IIT Roorkee, IIT Chennai, and IIM Bangalore. I think these two sisters have not left any kind of need which is required for their business. They made each and every need of the business their qualification. Besides their entrepreneurial interests, Nishita is a photographer and an artist, while Nikita is a creative writer and a filmmaker. Something that resides in both of them is being musicians, sports enthusiasts, adventure freaks, and brave horse riders. Both the girls are very active when it comes to business, leadership, and travel. Really, I think you guys are very inspiring to a lot of us, Nikki and Nishi. Apart from being featured in Forbes 30 Under 30, Nexus has been a recipient of multiple awards since its inception in 2019. Entrepreneur magazine's Shepreneur, Women to Watch, Vogue India's Women at the Workplace Special Edition, MG Motors and the Better India's Change Makers Season 3, PMI's Global Future 50, to name a few. The pair has also been felicitated by the Honorable Governor of Odisha for their innovative work and contribution towards the startup ecosystem in the state of Odisha. Kudos to you girls. Welcome onto the panel. So our next pathbreaker is Dr. Sumona Karji Mishra, who has a PhD in molecular virology from the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, having more than 14 peer-reviewed international research publications in the area. Very commendable, Dr. Sumona. After surviving a life-threatening pregnancy complication, Dr. Sumona founded Prante as an R&D-driven deep tech company that majorly focuses on predictive diagnostics or prognostics, as she calls it, to bridge the gap between the increasing patient loads and lacunae in the healthcare systems across the globe. Dr. Sumona is an alumnus of Cambridge Judge Business School's Ignite program. She actively collaborates with academicians and clinicians to identify the pressing problems in the current clinical diagnosis and gaps that have deep social and commercial value. She has been conferred with many prestigious awards, including Pride of Odisha, Rashtriya Swayam Siddha Samman, National Startup Award 2022 in the field of innovative medical diagnostics. Technologies developed by her group have a rich intellectual property profile with 6 patents, and her team has been a winner of CII IPR Award from 2018 to 2021. That's an awesome, achievements, I can say, Dr. Sumona. I very warmly welcome you onto the panel. So before I start the discussion, I would like to request all three of you, if you would like to just share a few things about your startup or your journey, very briefly. Yes, Nikita?
Surely. Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm audible. So I'm actually somewhere in the reception of the Taj Palace. Yet to check in here and the flight was late, so it's kind of really hectic. But yeah, my journey so far has been very exciting, specifically because it is coming out of college and wanting to start work, wanting to get into the. And with my own twin sister, we spent all my life as a child. I used to copy her assignments in school. So when I stepped up and started doing business for her, I was sure that path was right. So from there to here, about 3.5 years, I think we also hadn't imagined that we'll get what we have so far. We managed. So it's been a bittersweet journey for sure. There have been things which have not gone the way we wanted. Few things that have just fallen in between. And I think that's what entrepreneurship is. So, looking forward to more adventures in life. Also very happy that I've chosen this field.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, how often do you twin sisters fight during the, professional journey? Does it happen?
Fight, yeah, I mean, we call it discussions, so let's put it that way. So we do have some aggressive discussions sometimes, some very subtle discussions, but not that we end up fighting the way we used to when we were kids.
Okay.
Yeah, if you tell me about personal things, then we'll fight. Professionally, I think when you're in the office, you have a team around you, it gets difficult to also fight among each other. So yeah, we call it discussions. A little aggressive, sometimes subtle, but discussions.
Great, great. So, Sumona ji?
Hi, everybody, and wish you all a happy International Women Day and Mahashivratri, of course. As I talk about my Prante, it's a startup that we have started in 2015. And with a mission and vision to bridge the gap between the healthcare early diagnosis, where it is very critical to be at the point of care so that the management can be taken at a right time and the patient can be saved, not in terms of their health, financially, and also getting them the support that they can arrange the kind of a treatment they require. We started it thinking that the medical device and diagnostic that need to be built, it should be from the scratch. It should not be something which is available and just makeshift or changing it and bringing little innovation into it and making it a point of care device which is already existing in the centralized facility. So our vision is to looking into the concept, looking into the requirement, user need, and then building the product around it so that it can serve the user in a better way, in a safer way, and in a precise way. And Startup Odisha and the Odisha environment has been very helpful because, see, for developing a new technology, we require a kind of an ecosystem that has been provided by Odisha and Startup Odisha, not only in terms of the financial supports or the encouragement, but also having the human resource. Being a state where you have a huge number of engineers, getting people with technological skills was not very difficult for us. And since it is Bhubaneswar and not Bangalore and Pune, retaining those talent was also equally easy over here. So these two things which has been very instrumental when you are developing a kind of a state of the art technology. You need to retain the talent with you because it is a long journey And when you build a team, you want them to be with you. And Bhubaneswar being a place where you have a dedicated people, skilled people, and they are willing to be with one organization for a longer time with the commitment has been very helpful for us. Thanks a lot.
Great, Sumanaji. Jayanti, can you please switch on your camera? Yeah, we would like to see your beautiful face. You're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty much there and kind of listening to all the, the beautiful women around here. And I think one beautiful girl. Women बोलते ना थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो जाएगा.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just start by not wishing Women's Day. I think the day we have a happy Farmers Day, that is the day I think we should all be feeling great about the country and about the society as well. And having said that, yes, in that community of farmers, we would be, all of us are included. The reason is this time the theme is inclusion. So when we talk about inclusion, I think it is all the more important that beyond the genders, we must think of inclusion of people around. So obviously a very, very happy Women's Day and Mahashivratri. But iske saath, I think we longing to look forward to a happy Farmers Day. The reason why I put it down is because the startup and the company that I run, it is all to do with farmers, and our greater idea for the farmers is each farmer should live as an entrepreneur, should look forward to being a micro entrepreneur or a respected employee somewhere in some agri company. So that's the entire idea, and I personally call myself a farmer again. The reason is ours is Manikastu Agro Private Limited, which started off in 2015 with a back-end calculation of helping farmers into feed and fodder of small ruminants, that is animals, and we specialize into goats. We can look at goats the two ways. One is greatest of all time greats. That's how people put my name against Jayanti and goat. So that's how I consider greatest of all times. Otherwise, yes, goats is a small ruminant which kind of is the gold mine for every farmer. Each of the farmers, when they are only into one particular product, it is not viable for them in terms of their scale of economy. And we wanted to take on something which is categorically supporting the bottom of the pyramid in terms of the farmers, manufacturers, production, and supply chain. Having said that, why small ruminants is because the idea of integrating animal husbandry into the generic farming will always give that traction of enterprising and also supports in terms of scaling the income for every individual. And the best part is the farmer doesn't have to work on it. The people at home can actually help the family. So both ways, we looked at females, we looked at the farmers, and we looked at the income base. And we started off something that is called as a goat bank. So that is one revenue stream. The goat bank concept was a HubSpot model where we kind of worked it out where, Manikastu will be at the center, supporting every farmer into animal rearing, insurance, technology, backend support, medical support, and buyback model with the market leverage. With that, the other streams are pertaining to manure processing, where the waste is also bought back and we process it into an organic manure, which is available in Amazon for individual D2C retail. And there is a supply constant which goes for the larger bits. The third is the feed and fodder, which is again another revenue stream. Every farmer cultivates something or the other in his her farm. If not an owner of a land, then they also go for partial, जिसको भागीदारी बोलते हैं यहाँ पे. So the waste out of that land is also bought back, and that is the third revenue for them as individuals and for us, which is converted into feed, fodder, silage, and so on and so forth. Larger, later we are looking at Orissa being one of the one-stop destination and choices across the world for every product pertaining to goat and the processed product out of goat milk, cheese, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Great, Jayanti. So, I mean, like people would have heard about, blood banks and, financial banks and everything, but I think the goat bank is something very new and, kudos to you for coming up with that kind of a concept, actually. And so my the next question would be to Jayanti and Dr. Sumona. So, both of you are first generation entrepreneurs. So,
yes.
Like, when and how did the seed get planted in your head? And once you expressed that, what was the immediate reaction from your family and friends?
I think it's interesting to talk about the reactions first. The first reaction was, okay, she was mad, now she's gone eccentric, she would require medical help after some time. So that's fantastic to hear, because unless you are a little eccentric and you want to get down to that level, it is difficult to be an entrepreneur. Every day, it's a matter of challenge. It's a matter of getting that kick off from every time you have a downfall. So unless you have that energy levels and you're eccentric, it is difficult to deal with that situation. So that was the first thing in terms of reaction. The reason why we wanted to get down is you don't want to be answerable doing a job entire life. And, most of us, I belong to a completely down to earth middle class family where everybody was into job. And majority into government jobs. So government job is the hat and is the crown of the family lineage from both sides. So one of the kickoffs were, you wanted to break that off, saying that 50 years, 48 years, people work, and ultimately what they own is a house, car, and basics of their life. So one needs to, I wanted to break that off, and I didn't want to become an engineer or a doctor and, have a government life. But ultimately, I was pushed into jobs for a certain period of time. The best part was I made a choice to move into a private sector. So I'm a first generation private sector jobbie at our place also. So the black spot, typically who doesn't study very much, is lazy, who doesn't like to do anything other than, kind of have fun. So that was the thing. And the other thing was, while at work, what I could understand is someday we will be slower, we will be going back. So what is the contribution when we leave this world? So for me, what was important was, what am I doing? And if I'm doing something, why am I doing it? And that why answer was how many lives I would change in what I'm doing. In banking, yes, we change a lot of lives. Yes, we are doing a lot of good things. But then again, when we look at a sector which comes as a shock to us, is the farmer community. And even today, when you say that I'm a farmer, a lot of people will feel that, farmer is relative to poor and economically very low. So I think that was one other area that I wanted to make this change in perception that farmers bhi acha aur ameer ho sakte hain. So those were the things. Thanks.
Great. So, Dr. Sumana, so I think you mentioned, it was mentioned in your profile that, you had, you are a fighter and you have successfully um, come out from a very, your difficult pregnancy. So I guess, that could be your triggering point for, getting
Yes,
into
yes.
what you're doing now. But yeah, I would like to hear from you more about when and how it started and yeah, how is it,
Yes.
where is it today?
Yeah, thank you. So definitely, I was more inclined toward academia, research, and always envisioned myself as a little girl to become a big scientist, doing research and making new product discoveries and all. But entrepreneurship definitely was not at all in my list, and I never wanted to be. But what small incidents in your life often changes the way you think about your career, your future, and how you want to take the life ahead. So maybe pregnancy and the pregnancy complication that I faced is one of that trigger. Because being educated, being in a very we were in Delhi at that time and had all the ANCs been done in a proper way, but unless and until my pregnancy turned critical, I was not being diagnosed with the condition that was called as preeclampsia. So that led me feel ki, if there is no early diagnosis and there are so many women who is getting impacted by these kind of complications. If we take the statistics, more than 10% women in across the world get affected by preeclampsia every single year. And this is not only limited to the pregnancy or pregnancy complications, but beside that, there are various diseases where early diagnosis could be savior. But unfortunately, we don't have the early diagnosis, or the early diagnosis is not available in a form that it can reach the person who really needs it, point of care, and to the so that uh, initiated the thought in me doing a research, publishing a papers, making discoveries in a high-end lab where all the instruments are available. It's more important to do something where we can develop products and bring it to the common man. Actually, they are the people who need our invention. So that was the trigger. So in 2010, my daughter born, and I did all the kind of a back end surveys and searches till 2015. Still, she was little stabilized because as she was very premature, it was very difficult for me to go leave her and go outside and do my entrepreneur journey. So in 2015, the first thing that I did is I registered my company so that there should not be any deviation or kind of any kind of distraction for me. I know what is my target, and I registered it initially as a one person company so that uh, my focus is there. If somebody wants to come along with me, fine. Otherwise, I want to go ahead. uh, but if I talk about the reactions from my family and friends, I would say that they were very supportive, extremely supportive. Not only my parents, my husband, my in-laws, my friends, everybody supported and encouraged and tried to help me in every possible way they could. Even my daughter, at that time she was just 5, she also encouraged me to do something in this regard, because she said, mama, you could save me, but there are millions of women who are not being able to save their child because they don't have that kind of facility that you could provide to me. So that is kind of encouragement and support that I got. And definitely I was doing something in the field which I have already been trained for so many years. So there was not much of a negative reaction. In fact, I would say there is no negative reaction. But of course, they were concerned that whether it will be very hard on me to take an entrepreneurial journey. But in each and every step, each of them, especially my husband and my daughter, were supportive, and they helped me like anything. From 2015 and now we are in 2019, we have all the certifications from DSI, Cedisco, everything, and they have been the integral part to help me to, from a one person company, now we have around 15 people working together.
That's great. That's a great journey. So, Nikita, coming to you, I think you are like a second generation entrepreneur. And yeah, so is it like a genetic thing for you? Or, have you developed that interest on becoming an entrepreneur at a later date? And
No,
particularly
I
where
think.
you have, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
but
Go ahead, please.
no, I also wanted to understand because you mentioned to me that your parents are in telecom sector, right? Yeah, telecom products and all that. So,
Real
so
estate and
you
stuff. Yeah.
have, sorry?
There's a telecom, real estate and stuff. Yeah, traditional businesses.
Yeah. So, but now
Yeah.
you have chosen both of you have chosen a different, entirely a different, business line. So again, I wanted to understand how supportive were your parents, and what were the challenges you faced.
So it was not like we developed this thing later or there was a different thought process. I think since school we had this in mind that we had to be entrepreneurs and we had to start our own company. And that was way back, I think, when we were 8, 9 years old. So we've since then we've been kind of been in this space to build our own company. And of course, I've seen my parents in business. They used to have they have their own company. So often as kids, we used to go to their offices and see the team and how work would happen and how they would manage and approve things and so on and so forth. So yes, that feeling has been there since childhood. Of course, our school was very instrumental in encouraging us to be entrepreneurs because they always felt that we had that spark and we should take it forward. I don't know if it was genetic or it was just because we had we'd grown up in that environment that we picked up the idea of having our own company, but it was there since childhood. So there's nothing that happened later. And people, I remember my batchmates were asked, what you want to be in life, and somebody would pick up astronaut, somebody would say doctor, and I would always, in fact, both of us would always stand up and say that we will build our own brand and we'll build our own company. So it was that old in us. Parents, obviously, they've been in the same business line, so they understand the highs and lows of what businesses can be. And so they were very supportive, yes, but they were also concerned about how the growth would be for us because we were getting into a very R&D intensive deep tech startup, battery technology, and young women with women who don't even have a very specific science background. Like it's not like a very long engineering background that we have. So for us to step into that domain, it was that parental concern that they had that you have to think how far will this go and how you will manage to build it or grow the company eventually. So yeah, there was this little bit of concern, but they were very supportive. They gave us a lot of tips from their journey of how they started their business and how they've managed highs and lows and the finances, of course. So even today, mom gives us a lot of financial tips and things because it's one very important factor of business. So people have been supportive. Somewhere it has been with the external environment, sometimes with investors, sometimes with a few government officials. It has been not very smooth to convince them that we know what we are doing. But other than that, it's been a wonderful experience so far. And Nexus, as a company, we work on battery technology. So we're making the cells, and we do a lot of research day in and day out. So surely we needed a lot of support, which thankfully came into us from Startup Odessa, from KTBI, from CSIR Labs, IMMT is an example. So we were grateful that we managed to tie up with all of these organizations in the state and we managed to grow in the state. So, it was a dream for both of us to build a brand in the sustainability domain and to come up and have a 35 member team today who's extensively working on research every day and where we are maybe say 7, 8, 9 months short of commercializing the batteries. Uh, Probably wasn't a thought in the beginning, but yes, it's from here on. I think it's about growing and going global.
Yeah. So, and where are you planning your manufacturing unit? So, is it going to be the same place here?
Personally, if you would ask me, my heart says Bhubaneswar because we've grown up here, we're born and brought up here. It's close to my heart. but it'll also depend on the kind of incentives we get from the multiple governments of the state, and of course central government as well. You know, also depends on the proximity to raw material and how the supply chain and distribution channel works. So a lot of things go into deciding your manufacturing plant. But if you know, if Odisha, because we've been so attached with the government already so far, you know, if we get the best intensive incentives here, I think this is going to be our first choice for sure. So Bhubaneswar it will be if everything falls in place.
Yeah, I think from the industry department, there are many schemes and policies, and also from Startup Odisha, there is a need-based assistance which is given to the deep tech startups. So probably you can look at applying for these things. And
So we've not had a struggle on the financial side, to be honest, because we've raised 2 rounds of equity investments. So we've got like a proper investment network and board of directors in place, and we've thankfully not required the need-based assistance so far. But you know, we're looking at incentives in terms of allotment of land, you know, manufacturing subsidies, proximity to sourcing of raw material, other industries who could collaborate with us. So these are some elements that go into deciding where we would, you know, set up manufacturing units. And obviously, it will not be just one. It will be multiple of them across the country, but one in Bhubaneswar, and maybe the first one in Bhubaneswar for sure.
yeah, I think that would be a better plan to have start here and, you know, in your hometown and then expand outside. Yeah. So my next question to all three of you would be like, you know, so did you ever face any kind of challenges in your entrepreneurial journey as women? And if yes, what are they and how did you overcome these challenges? Yes, Jayanti, you can start.
As a women, when you know, you dive into an area which is pretty much a male-dominated area, which agriculture overall you normally see is you know, attached with males. So at the time, especially animal husbandry sector. So yes, there are basic challenges that you kind of go through and have. One is the trust factor. With the farming community and specifically the marginal farmers, you know, with the policies, with the kind of work people have done, their experiences, yes, initially there was a little to do with gaining the trust. Hence, we could understand even before we surveyed the area, and that's why we did not start immediately with animal husbandry or the goat bank. We started with supporting them for cultivation of other horticulture products other than what they are used to, which took us 2 years. And in 2017, October was when we actually launched the goat bank model and the realistic model that we wanted to take on. We understood that it would take us at least a 2 years time before the farmers come back and, you know, are associated with us, because goat rearing is also a very, very scientifically driven technique, and the modern methodology with ERP systems, with applications for the care, for tracing, monitoring, and all that, it is not an easy thing, especially in the deep rural pockets, where people are, you know, kind of used to the generic thing. And when it is attached with the women, somebody who has no background of animal sciences or agriculture or anything, it is all the more you know, a camel ride to say. But I think those 2 years were the time. And India as a country would require a little bit of time before things change as a gender specific notion for a particular industry. So it will change, and it is going to take some time. I think from policy perspective, from government office perspective, from procurement perspective, the mandis and these on the ground, yes, you will have a little bit of I think, but slowly now with all these years, it's physical. But I think like Startup Odisha and all other incubation supports and the promotion, the state and the center, everyone who's promoting us has kind of been our stalwarts as support system who have kind of supported and helped us to move ahead beyond the so-called perception of agriculture to men.
I think you are now a national celebrity with the PM, Honorable PM himself mentioning about you and talking about your startup. Okay, so I mean, like, I just want to ask a very foolish question here. So, did your psychotherapy MSc help you in understanding the?
Actually, that is the approach, ma'am. So when I said that initially we went ahead for buying in the trust factor, psychotherapy, counseling. A lot of times when you talk in groups, that worked, and training background works. The studies work. Generally, as an individual, if not agriculture, then somewhere you have to play the mind, and I think that worked for us.
Great.
And it still works, actually.
So, Nikita?
No, I wouldn't call them challenges. Just certain roadblocks that sometimes come around, certain situations that do come around. Not that we faced anything specific or very dedicated because we were women, but there have been certain interactions with, sometimes in the early days when we were raising our first round, we used to pitch to a lot of investors. And a few of them came up with certain questions like, so used to finish an entire pitch and we used to expect questions on the company and the product, but the first questions that we've got is when do you plan to get married? Would your husband join the company once you're married? Would the company be going on, once you're married? What's going to be the continuity of the business? So we used to be a little perplexed because you wouldn't ask a man these questions if whether his wife is going to join the company or not, or what happens when he gets married. So these were certain things that kind of pinched us a little in the beginning. That my personal life has got nothing to do with my professional life, and I don't think that should come in the way. So I think eventually we did learn to, just say that it doesn't matter. Initially, we used to try and be, a little subtle, but then we started being a little direct, saying it doesn't matter. So don't get there. Let's talk about what I'm doing and, not what my personal life is. And this was something that often I believe, when we look at women empowerment or we look at how women are trying to build themselves and companies across in the country, it's also important that everybody else in the ecosystem understands that it is already a very tough job to stand up and build a company, whether it is a man or a woman. And if the ecosystem is not looking at both of these genders from the same lens, then it gets tougher for the one who is being criticized more than the other gender. So that's one thing that we do believe everybody in the ecosystem has to understand. And beyond that, I think it's also important that we have a lot of women come up and become investors as well. So you look at a list of investors, say 150, 200 of them, out of which barely you would find 20 or 30 of them who have women founders. Otherwise, it's a very male dominated space even today. So these are certain things that we have to work on, and there's a long way to go. But I'm sure things have changed ever since the startup boom has happened, and I'm sure government is doing a lot of things, special incentives for women, a compulsory women director in a lot of limited companies. So these are positive moves. I'm sure now they have to make it mandatory. Eventually, that will be the case. Maybe 5, 7, 10 years later. So that's nice, and it's a welcome move. It's good that women are being given their due share of skills, and they are actually shining quite bright in multiple startups and also investment domains.
Yeah, great. So, Dr. Sumona ji, did you have to face any kind of challenges as a woman entrepreneur?
No, as Nikita said, as a woman entrepreneur, the challenges as an entrepreneur, definitely, whether it is a male or a female, they have to face when they are building their company. But being a woman entrepreneur, as such a different challenge, which might, if I would have been a man, I would not have faced. Nothing has happened like that. Everybody was very understanding, collaborating, and at the intellectual scale, everybody accepted that the man and women are same. Right now, at least the circle, I have been very fortunate. The circle that where I am operating, there is no discrimination at all. Whether we are collaborating with the AIMS or we are collaborating with the Utkal University or Revensha or whether it is NIB Pune, everywhere we have been welcome, and they never discriminate as I am a woman. It is, in fact, it is easier. I feel it becomes easier when you are a woman and you are driving something. The people around you appreciate the effort that you are taking. Maybe there are sometimes there are apprehensions as a woman. You have to take care of your family, but now I think the trust has built on the woman that they know how to handle multiple things and keep their time slot as it is required, and they can prioritize what to do, when to do, and how to do. So that much confidence I think the society now have started having on their women.
That's great. So again, one last question to all three of you because we are running out of time. So which has been your best moment in your entrepreneurial journey, be it any kind of an award or any kind of an achievement? So whatever it is, and what was that best moment, and what was your feeling at that point in time? So let us start with Dr. Sumona.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for giving this first opportunity to me to explain, because there are so many moments. But the best moment, there are so many awards that when we got, you get feel very good. But there is one moment which actually made me feel the best being in the entrepreneurial journey is during the COVID. So during the COVID, we thought how to operate the things. At that time it came up to our mind, why not to develop some diagnostics for the COVID. And within 2 months we developed RNA isolation kit and sent it to ICMR for validation, and we are very apprehensive because we didn't have the sample to validate much. So with all the surrogate samples we have validated, and within 2 months me and my husband, because we could not bring our other employees to do the testing, we developed from scratch, and it is based on magnetic nanoparticle, which we later on patented it, and we have a granted patent on that. We sent it to ICMR and we are very apprehensive, and the report came, and our performance was better than the international brand Roche's 99 magnetic nanosensor. And when I saw that result, it was so overwhelming for me to feel that within 2 months we could create and can contribute something for the COVID war, which was affecting so many lives. So that was the, I could say, the till date, that was the best moment that I can count upon.
Yeah, Nikita.
When you are in an R&D intensive company and you have like a research team who's day in and day out stepping in with multiple ideas, I don't think I can really pick one moment which made me feel that this is it, because there was actually no eureka moment in this journey so far. Every day we do certain experiments and some are very successful and we are very happy. Some just we fail at many of them also, but we still keep it going. So yeah, there have been multiple awards falling in the kitty. Forbes, I think Forbes under 30 was very, very important for the family, for our friends, for our loved ones. They really they're very happy about Forbes, and I think everything else that happened after that happened because of the Forbes mention that we got, whether it was Entrepreneur India or it was Vogue or it was PMI Future 50. It all I think it all happened because we'd already featured in Forbes. So probably yes, that was one very happy moment for everybody in the family and our loved ones. But personally, I think for me, just to to get up and have a company and work with my sister and day in and day out to go and step into the office. I think that is a wonderful feeling in itself. To go into the office and have a team working and dedicatedly, when we are shedding our responsibilities, we are sharing our work, and we are kind of working together. I think that is the only feeling that probably I wake up for every day in the morning.
Great, great. Yeah, Jayanti?
There are many, ma'am. I think every day there is something or the other that comes up, which is great and good. But I think I'm happy with smaller and little things. So one of my experiences was when I was really happy. There was this girl who joined us while we started the firm. She was the first one, our first employee actually. And she did not have parents. She was staying with her mother, brother, and other family members. And they had pushed her to start earning. She was hence no choice, so she came to us. We put her on board. And 5 years later, she was getting married, and she was one of those richest in their area. Okay, and who was actually taking a survey, and they were shocked to know that she had saved around 6 lakhs in 5 years. And very interestingly, that was the time she started getting her proposals for marriage. And the best part was, she says that anyone who would like to marry me has to stay in Manifesto and has to work here, because I will not go to their place. So anyone who is ready to marry and stay here will continue, and I will get married. So I think that was one of the experiences which was happy, and it makes a lot of difference for people, from those areas where you make a difference. Similarly, we have multiple stories actually. There is this old couple who was selling greens out here in the roads of Bhubaneswar, your IRC village roads. They were from Raikia. So their children had pushed them off and had no place to go. So somehow they managed coming to Bhubaneswar. The old man was around 60 and was forced to do, posed as a security guard. So, and then 10 days later, probably he was thrown out and had no place to go. So, someday I used to buy some stuff from there on the way, either for some work or somewhere. So then I would see them regularly, new face, and I asked them, where did you come? And then they started sobbing. And then we pulled them from here, took them there. They worked with us, and recently they were able to build the house. They were there with us for around 6 years again, and so they have taken a sabbatical and have gone back to build their house and come back again. So those are the kind of happy experiences that we have. The rest is, I think, recognitions will always make us happier. And one of the recognitions is, again, all our support incubators, you, Startup Orissa, and everybody, I guess.
And I think, really, I feel very privileged to have, this panel and you people on the panel who not only, brought in a change in your own lives, but, impacting many more lives and, working on the sustainability areas and really, kudos to all of you. I'm really glad to be working with Startup Odisha, to be in touch with all of you. So let us keep this going and wish you all the very best. And I think definitely many more happy moments to come to all of you. So it's been a very great time, and thank you for taking out time on a holiday. And I know Nikki is traveling and she has just pulled out time to be here. So thank you, all of you, very, very much, and wish you a very happy Women's Day. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Sunilji and my Startup TV team for having us and encouraging the startups from Startup Odisha, women entrepreneurs in particularly. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us back. So I'm introducing Aarti Unnayar, Managing Director of Arner Consultancy Services Private Limited. Aarti is basically a seasoned hospitality professional with around, I think, 20 years of experience. She's worked with very big brands, prestigious brands like Oberoi, Hyatt, Radisson. After having worked with these brands, she transitioned to Find Arner in 2017. So beyond business, she also champions a lot of social causes. She's founded the Unnati Social Development Foundation Trust, which is dedicated to educating underprivileged children. So welcome, Aarti. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish you a very, very happy International Women's Day. Thank you. I have a few questions for you. Your journey with Arner Consultancy Services and your social work, I want to say, is commendable. And my first question to you would be, what drove you to establish Arner Consultancy Services Private Limited?
So the transition happened in a way like as I was into the hospitality industry, hotel industry for so long, and I wanted to go for a small break before getting into a big role. So I was onto my bigger platform, bigger role, and to get into that platform, I wanted a bit of a break. So that was a break when I wanted so that I can get ready for that opportunity. So I took that break, and that break was like for approximately 2 months or 3 months. So I was on that break, and during my travel, during my sales meetings and all, there was a UK company which had come across to me, and they knew that I'm on this break. And they were into this, they wanted to get into the Indian market, and they wanted to introduce their company into this Indian market, and they wanted my help for that. So initially when they approached me, I was working with the hotels, and I refused that I am working with a hotel. I cannot get into this assignment. So when they came to know that I am on a break, they approached me again, and they said that you don't have to do anything. You just have to give it 3 hours and help us establish into this market. So that was the time when I helped them into this project. This was a small project, and this project went up to 6 months. So it was good financially. It was good. Everything was good, and I was just giving three hours of my day, which was fine for me. So slowly and gradually, this was like it didn't spark me, but it sparked my husband, and he said that if you can establish a non-branded company which is not in India also, and you have established it into the Indian market, why can't you grow your own brand? So that was one thing which struck me also. And he was like, stop minting money for others now, start doing it for yourself. So from here, the idea of getting into my own business started off, where it made me also think that yes, if I can establish a non-branded company into the Indian market, then why can't I make myself a brand for this market? I know people, I have connections. So that was the starting phase, how Arner came into the picture. So that's how Arner began. And since I have the expertise of hospitality, so we got into tour, travel, event management, weddings. So these were our specialized areas where we started in this slow and steady manner. We started coming one by one into the field. Very nice, very nice. Why don't you also tell us what all services does Arner Consultancy provide? Okay, so Honor Consultancy Services was established in 2017. As you also know that it's a tour and travel company. So along with tour travel packages, we do hotel bookings, we do events, we do seminars, we do exhibitions and weddings. Apart from this, Honor Consultancy Services is also into security, manpower and talent acquisition. So as I told you that Honor means 5 elements. So we are into 5 segments. So it's tour and travel, events, weddings, your security and manpower, and talent acquisition.
And just before we started talking, we were talking offline before this, and you told me a beautiful story behind the word honor. I think it's made up of your last 3 letters of your husband's name. Is that correct?
Yes. So honor is 2 initials of Aarti, AR, and NAR is the Naren. So NAR. So that's how we came with the name of honor into it.
And so, do you basically contribute about 4 vendors, Nare contribute about 3/5 work-wise, and contribute?
You have to come again with your question.
I was just saying, is the contribution towards the efforts also in the same ratio? Do you give about 2/5, and does Naresh give about 3/5?
No. The contribution is equal. Because as my expertise are into sales and marketing and business development, he holds the expertise into, because he's from the Air Force background, so he holds the expertise of strong administration, HR, your policies. So all these things, our company policies, our HR policies, and our administration is everything taken care by him only, and he manages our finances also. So as I get the business into the company, he's the one who drives the policies, who drives the salaries, who pays out the salaries of the employees. So he's the one who takes care of that part. So equally, you're running the vehicle.
Equal distribution of work.
Yeah, right? Equal distribution of work.
So I've heard of Shri Traveler India. I think that is one of the initiatives of Honors. Could you highlight and talk a little bit more about Shri Traveler India? What is that?
Yeah, Shri Traveler India is basically a vertical which is only for my female travelers. So as being into the industry for so long, I have been seeing that our Indian women, they depend on their husbands, their brother, father to accompany them wherever they want to travel. So, and because of which they are not able to travel because these people don't have time. For traveling, you need time. So these people, then the ladies, they hold themselves back and say, okay, next time we'll do it next, and that next time never comes. So with that concept, we came into the picture that, okay, don't depend on your male counterparts, don't depend on the male people, just come back to us. Tell us your requirements and we will give you end-to-end services. So what Shri Traveler does is Shri Traveler gives you end-to-end services. It gives you stress-free, travel-free, hassle-free, and a complete travel freedom for our female travelers. We also organize women-based events in this vertical. So it's celebrating your travel experiences with Shri Traveler. Unnati Social Development Foundation was like, I am into workouts also. So me and my friend, we were coming out from our workout session, and we saw a small child who was begging on the road, and his hand was amputated, and still he was begging, and it was bleeding. So we tried to go close to him, and we wanted to just pamper him, and we wanted to just ask him what is happening and why is he begging. So when he saw us, he ran away. So there were other children also who were outside, who were begging where he was begging. So the florist, he told us that don't go near these children because they have been continuously watched. So today they are begging here, tomorrow because you are continuously going and trying to meet these children. Today they will be begging here, tomorrow they'll be sent somewhere else. So don't go near them. They are into the trap of begging because of somebody is watching them. So this thing came into our mind that and if these children are begging, only then there are people who are getting benefits out of it. We need to stop this. So then me and my friend started off with this drive that we should be stopping begging, and we should be going to the slum areas. We should be speaking to their parents. We should be making them understand that the children should not be begging. Their right is to study, and give them the right education. So we had a doctor on our panel. We came up with this idea that let's move out and let's open up an NGO. Let's come up with an NGO who will be working towards this cause, because nobody as an individual will listen to me. So we gathered approximately 9 ladies, and then we moved out in a group in these slum areas, and we had a psychologist also along with us, who used to convince the parents of these children who used to beg around, that you should not be begging, but you should be studying. So for them it was like, if the children are studying, for them it's like you are cutting off one of their hands from getting money home, because at the end of the day these children are also contributing a certain amount towards their livelihood. But then we assured them that you are doing this for food, right? So we will be providing you this food, but send these children to school. So we are responsible for their school education. We are responsible for their stationaries. We are responsible for their midday meals, and we are responsible for all their basic education, what they are getting into our school. So we run a small open school for these children, and now we started with 2 children, and now we have 70 children in our school. So these are all beggar children who are converted from beggars to regular school going children. We are getting something from the society, right? We are earning. We are whatever events we are getting, whatever we are getting, my clients are from the society only. So we need to give it back to the society, to that level of people who are underprivileged. So this is how then Unnati came into this thing, that okay, society is giving us something, we need to give it back. So this is how then the idea of Unnati came into the picture.
Very nice. I must say you guys are doing a commendable job. I applaud you for all the efforts, and keep up the good work. You happen to be the project guys. So any challenges, please talk about the challenges that you face or are facing, balancing your various roles. Your 4G wife is not an easy task. It had its own roles to play. So talk to me and talk to our viewers about that.
Yeah, being a 4G wife, yes, definitely we do have some challenges. But after all, those challenges can be overcome, because if you have a supporting husband, so the challenges can obviously be overcome. So yes, my challenges were like I being into the hotel industry, and he being into the defense background. So army people, the defense people are posted every 3 years, if you know. So they get their postings in every 3 years. So when I got married, my husband was posted in Goa, and I was working in Delhi. So for any lady whose husband is posted in Goa, so it's a beautiful posting. So anybody would leave the job and go and join her husband and settle over there for some time, till the time the place is Goa-like place. But I chose my career on top of everything. So for me, my career was everything, and I did not join my husband when he was posted in Goa. After that, when he came, because see, for us it's like co-location postings are very difficult, because if he's there in Goa for a certain time, so no hotel will place me in the hotel when they know that okay, her job is based on her husband's postings. So for me, my job was secured in Delhi. I wanted to be in Delhi, because for me my job was my priority. So I did not move out with him to Goa. After that, after Goa, then he came back. He came to Agra. Then I had to shift from Delhi to Agra. So these are the loopholes. These are the challenges which we face, that we have to change our jobs as per their postings. Now, this second challenge is like where they are posted. It's not necessary that what kind of hotel I am working with is over there also, or a branch is also over there. So if I am working with 5-star hotels, if he is posted in Thois or Siachen, I will not be having a hotel over there. So for that, either I will have to stay back, or I will have to go along with him and leave my job and go along with him. So these are the challenges that are faced over there during that time. Also, there are a few more challenges. Protocols, you have protocols also to follow. The protocols are like, there are some defense, there are parties happening, there are some for meetings, the meetings which are held at the station with the station commander's wife and the other lady officers wives over there, and which helps which work towards the betterment of the place where you're staying over there, of that station. If you are working in the civil setup, kind of a setup, you are very less into all these things. And then you have to face those challenges, because then you have your seniors wives who are looking up to you, and they keep on saying that you're not there. So these are also the challenges which you have to face, and which every time you have to be on your toes. So you have to contribute here also, and you have to contribute there also in your workplace. So then you have got challenges for contributing in both the places and equally. So you cannot say that I am less over here or I'm more over there. So it's like you have to be equally present at both the places. So these are the challenges. But yes, I have a supportive husband who always used to tell me that if at all you are not able to attend the meetings at the Air Force station, please do concentrate on your work, because I will handle all these things. I cannot handle that. I cannot handle your hotel, what happens there. I cannot handle that, but at least I can handle things over here. So you concentrate there, and if you are not able to contribute towards the Air Force thing, I will help you out doing that.
Very nice.
The things became easy for me, and he never forced me to get posted wherever he was posted. He never told me that come along with me. He first told me that take care of your job first, and there will be a time when we'll be together. And today we are together.
Very nice. I wish all working women get such supportive husbands. A lot of them are, just like wives are supportive of their husband's career. I think it's equally important that men also are supportive of their wives' careers. And thank you for sharing these examples. Any future plans do you have for Arner? I'm sure you do, but anything for Arner as well as for the trust, the Development Foundation Trust, both of them?
Yeah, when it comes to the trust, yes, we do have expansion plans, because we are working towards the as of now we are working for the underprivileged children. Now our future plan is to work for the skill to skill the ladies for the women empowerment. So there are ladies. We have recently opened up a setup for stitching and embroidery center for the ladies in through our trust, where we have approximately 25 ladies who come and who are learning stitching and embroidery from us. So future plan is like, if we teach them how to stitching and embroidery work, so in future we will be using their skills towards towards the necessity of the market, where now those potlies are being made, where you have got wedding requirements. These potlies are used for many of the things. So we are coming up with such concept that these ladies, they make such things, and we will be supplying it to the vendors who require these potlies or those decorative bags for the hampers. Plus we will be getting them contracts from the surrounding factories for shirts or gloves. So these ladies will be getting their salary also from us, and they'll be learning their skill also. So this is our future plan. This is our future plan for the trust. And now when it comes to Arner, yes, of course, Arner will not stop only for weddings, event management, tour and travel, security and facility management. We will be surely getting further. We are getting into the international market also now. And as of now, Arner has only 2 offices. But yes, in future, we are planning to have more offices in Pan India, so that our operations are not, as of now, we have got vendors through whom we operate, but in future, we will have our offices settled there.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Any advice for aspiring entrepreneurs, aiming to make a positive impact, aiming to make it a success of their business and all of that? And that would be my last question, but if you could have some.
Yes. See, this is the last but not the least question, and it's the most important question. To all the aspiring women entrepreneurs, I would just like to say is, believe in yourself, believe what you are doing. No thing is big or small. Anything whatever strength you have, your talent, your hobby, please use it and take it further. You never know, your smallest hobby can make you a multi-billionaire also. So just believe in yourself, do whatever you do, just think of doing it, don't sit, but do it. Whatever comes to your mind, just give it a try at least. Even if I wouldn't have given try to myself also, I wouldn't have come up to this level where I am. I would be happy. I would be happy with my those figures coming into my bank account. I would be happy on at the first day of the month that my salary has been credited to my account, and I'll be happy. I did not go for that. I had to leave something to achieve this. So don't get disheartened. Just give it try. Just give tries, and you will definitely succeed. So,
but it's important to get into the action mode.
Yes, you have to get into action. You have to recognize yourself, and whatever small things that you achieve, please start appreciating yourself for that. That is the only motivation that you can get as of now. What you can give to yourself, and you can give to yourself. So start believing in yourself. This is what I want to say.
Thank you so much for joining the show today, and I again wish you a very, very happy Women's Day. I wish you a lot of success. I wish Arna Consultancy a lot of success.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me this platform and this audience where I could come and speak over. And thank you, Shetty sir, to give me this platform and giving me this recognition. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thanks to each one of you, Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya, for accepting my invite, and thanks for coming on to this podcast. Happy Women's Day to each one of you. As the old adage goes, ladies first, will not go by that. We'll start with Sudhindra. But before we start the actual podcast, or before we start this Women's Day panel discussion, I would like each one of you to introduce yourself shortly. I'm Srilata Shankar. Like Sunil introduced me, I come with 24 years of experience in HR and L&D, learning and development. I've conducted soft skill workshops. I'm in HR. I've also been teaching HR in management colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for management, engineering, and corporate companies. I'm a content writer. I write poetry, and I can go on. So I will stop here. Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya, request you to introduce yourselves, please. Let's start with Sudhindra. Sudhindra, please answer my question. What, as on the occasion of Women's Day, as we empower women to be leaders, what are we doing to educate and inform the men in our lives to avoid gender-based violence?
Namaste, first of all, to all my panelists and all the viewers. Greetings on the occasion of International Women's Day. Greetings also on the occasion of Mahashivratri. It's an extremely auspicious day for us to be doing this session. The education of the men, if it has to happen, it has to start from the house. It has to start from the home. The parents, the siblings, I'm assuming the grandparents, the entire ecosystem that was there in a traditional Indian home. I think that is where the character is groomed. That is where the character is crafted for every individual, more so for the boys. The kind of upbringing that an individual gets at home, the kind of interaction that he has with his friends at school, the impact that the teachers have on him in a school, I think these are the various aspects which are critical, which are important in enabling a boy, an individual, to understand his relationship with people of the opposite gender. The interaction with the siblings at home, the kind of examples, the kind of milieu that unfolds at home, I think these are very critical in terms of shaping the kind of character that the individual is going to become in future. History is, of course, replete with plenty of examples. We have Shivaji, Chhatrapati Shivaji, whose mother Jijabai was the most significant impact on his life. All through his life, we will see that his achievements were always grounded in humility. His spectacular achievements were always dotted with acts of magnanimity, with acts of simplicity and humility. He was somebody who was extremely honorable even in defeat, whether he was in defeat or in victory. He was somebody who always stood out with honor. He was somebody who had that strength of character in him. And this is something which he owed to the tutelage that he had got from his mother. Closer in the 19th and 20th centuries, we have had the example of Swatantraveer Savarkar, on whom also his mother and his sister-in-law were such great influences. The introduction to concepts such as nationalism, devotion to one's motherland, our culture and traditions, and an exposure to the revolutionaries, which kind of framed the entire life sketch of Veer Savarkar, were all contributed to him. Acharya Madhva, a saint philosopher from Udupi in Karnataka, who founded the concept of Dvaita, he quotes from our epics, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavata, and he says that our epics are full of instances where the complementary nature of man and woman are so clearly delineated. He lists out, he narrates small nuggets from the Mahabharata, the conversations between Kunti and Bhima, or the conversation between Satyabhama, Rukmini, and Draupadi during the period of exile, where the sketch, where the entire role of a woman in the household is so beautifully sketched. And there is a lesson to be learned for every single male from reading from those books, reading from those epics. The second thing that I think the family plays a major role is inculcating a sense of respect in the individuals. I think no relationship can ever be successful unless there is that innate sense of respect and regard for the opposite individual, irrespective of the gender. So respect for oneself, respect for the opposite person, for their views, for their thinking, for their personality, for their traits. This is imperative, and this is also something which will have to be groomed at the house. So I think these are two critical aspects that the family, the milieu in which an individual, a boy, grows up, these have to be crafted at that level. And as I said, one word of caution, or I would defer to the wisdom of the women, is that there needs to be a subtle distinction drawn between flirting and chivalry. Very often that kind of gets missed out and even misunderstood. So I think so long as both the genders try to understand and assimilate the differences and learn to comprehend and live with them in a complementary manner, I think much of the issues tend to get sorted out.
Well said, Sudhindra. I couldn't agree more with you on this. Moving on, to you, Chaitanya, as you are in HR as much as I am, and you being a leader and managing teams, how women's leadership and collective action can make a difference?
I'd like to speak first, Srilata, about collective action.
Sure.
It's the feeling of a shared goal and a real cause which can call for a strong action. And if it's priority of one person, it's no big deal, right? It has to become a shared priority to be able to gain that most needed attention. And when a woman stands at the forefront, either individually or along with men and other women, it definitely turns heads and people notice it. And thus the difference making could be possible. And there is so much that we can speak about, how women can really make a difference. And maybe as we go on and progress in the discussion, we could speak more about it, Srilata.
Sirisha, moving on to you. Starting from policies and policymakers should emphasize on the importance of accelerating gender equality and why women's leadership is as important as a time of overlapping crisis. What is your thoughts on that?
I would like to take a step back, Sri. Women represent half of the world's employment potential, I mean. So effectively developing this talent will increase organizations' competitive advantage. And one of the growing body of evidence was demonstrating a correlation between gender diversity at executive level and company performances. But still, women are not able to make up into the leadership level. So as we speak, we are just making up 11% into the leadership roles. So because of various reasons, motherhood, family responsibilities, health, or caregiving. But I feel women leadership is critical in policy making and overcoming crisis. As decades of studies we have here heard from the psychologists on how women leaders help increase productivity, enhance collaboration, inspire dedication and fairness. And to encourage an equitable world, women leadership plays a very critical role. For some, I can quote like, achievement of, in terms of policies, right? Achievement of equal pay for the equal work or value you bring in. So that will be one aspect. And then prevention and elimination of the so-called violence and harassment at workplace and at home as well. I feel we can bring in some policies at government and at workplaces, creating a harmonious work-life balance for both women and men, and equal representation of women in business and management strategies and roles. And of course, the more the women leadership grows, the more investment in future of work that works for women. In fact, the studies say that, I can quote some examples. Your story, if you've heard, right? So was started by Shraddha Sharma. So now she's leading a team of 100 plus people who offer content in 11 local languages. It's a very innovative idea when she started. And another than Kiran Majumdar Shah is one of the most revered female entrepreneurs in India. She is a billionaire, one of the billionaires in India, who is hailed as the founder and chairman of Bangalore-based biotechnology company, Biocon. So on and so forth. I just wanted to quote some of those examples from India. Akanshu is founder of Refund Me. It's again some of the innovative ideas. So I would say the more the women grow into this leadership roles, I can see some creativity and innovation coming up, and they can make good candidates for the startups as well.
Absolutely. I agree with what each one of you said, especially what Sudhindra mentioned. He went back to history and spoke about the women leaders across and how they shaped our independence, how we got. Independence is not because of Nehru and Gandhi, as we are taught in our schools. Unfortunately, a lot of women leaders have helped get us our independence. Apart from that, we have our, like you mentioned, Kiran Mazumdar, Kalpana Chawla, Sunita Williams, and so on and so forth. And we have our own Kamala Harris as the Vice President of US. Our own, like I said, it is so endearing that we women are doing well. And yesterday, when I was getting an award, one of the chief guests also mentioned that about 5 years back, or even 3 years back, it was 921 girls to 1,000 men. Today, it is 1,021 girls to 1,000 boys. So it is very, very heartening, very, very welcoming. But yes, there are still some pockets of women deprivation, and we need to cross that.
One point when you were asking Sudhindra about how do we improvise on education on the diversity and inclusivity perspective, why don't we even, I was just thinking, why don't we include a topic or a one day in a month kind of classes of diversity and inclusivity in the schools itself, right? So that
school curriculum,
nurture not only from home. As parents, we should inculcate these thoughts in our kids, but even the school, which plays a prominent role from the kids journey, right?
Yeah, apart from the school curriculum, I think it is like Sudhindra rightly pointed out, it starts from family.
Yes.
You and I and Chaitanya must have continuously heard. I thankfully don't have brothers, and my parents have given us equally importance. But I've heard a lot of my friends who had brothers in their families saying the brother can come home till 7:38 or 8:39, but the girls cannot step out beyond 6:30. So I think, like Sudhindra rightly mentioned, it starts from the family, and both girls and boys should be treated on a same footing. Coming back to you, Chaitanya, can you share examples of being a leader, the role of a successful collective actions or collaborations led by women that have had a significant impact on you and your career?
Particularly women-led interventions is what you're saying. I actually can think of some wonderful movements globally, right? So we all know about this Chipko movement. So what happened when some of the men in the village were out and the contractors, men were here to cut so many trees. It's the women who've led the entire movement, which turned heads again, to the extent that the government set up a formal committee with government officials, pramukhs and Communist Party and whatnot. So that's become a movement that the world speaks about today when it comes to the environment-related things. Then you also have Greta Thunberg, the Swedish environmental activist.
No. Let's not get to Greta Thunberg because I have a lot of opinions about her. So let's not go there. Yeah.
I mean, we could speak about Malala Yousafzai. We could speak about the Iran incident, right? The movement where thousands of women took the audacious step to shed their hijabs altogether. These are big deal where women had to come together and could really make big impacts. But then again, I'm going back to the social aspects, right? So we say the United States of America, the most developed, so-called the most developed nation. When did they give the voting rights to women? After the 20th constitutional amendment, right? That was just about a century ago. Too late. And who will take responsibilities for the atrocities on women by the ISIS men who were used as sexual slaves or so there are a lot of these basics that the world is still struggling with. Back home in India, I'm extremely grateful to the Prime Minister for some actions taken in getting women to the forefront, the number of women who are there in the ministry, getting us a woman president, including inducting of women fighter pilots into the mainstream. This happened just 2 years ago, 2022. Right? So net, I think the idea is not to fight saying that we want our space. I think it's for all of us to collectively create that environment so that women are really noticed and she gets the fair place and that thereby creates the right impact that the world needs.
Sudhindra, moving on to you. What is the importance of empowering women leaders? And do you want to add to what Chaitanya mentioned of women leaders making work better?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's perhaps no better example than this regime itself, as Chaitanya pointed out. It's given us a woman president. We have had women heading the three most critical portfolios in the government. We have had women finance ministers. We have had women's defense and external affairs ministers. So if this is not the leveling or the true example of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas, I think we've really come to a level where it's not even a question of fighting for space any longer. And remember, let's also not forget the fact that this is a regime which also got in the women's reservation bill. It is now a law. And in the fullness of time, subject to the other changes that have to happen, the women's reservation bill is a reality, what had just been a matter of conjecture for several decades prior to that. So I think
including the triple talaq and including UCC.
Absolutely. So this is a regime, this is a government which is moving in all the right directions and it walks the talk. It is not just empty rhetoric. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is reflected in the legislative business of the parliament and what is happening on the ground. When there is focus on Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, that is something which is actually happening, which is getting reflected. Chaitanya just rattled out some figures, whether it's in the Air Force, whether it's in various other segments. You have more and more women who are collaborating, participating, and actually leading from the front. Coming to the point of empowering women, I think it's a no-brainer now. It's absolutely imperative that this has to happen. And I'm a beneficiary of so many wonderful women being instrumental in molding me to become what I have eventually become. My grandmother, who lived from a different era, from a different century, even about 70 years ago, she was a member of the British Library, and she used to borrow books, traveling from 40-50 kilometers from the hinterlands of Tamil Nadu to Madras to borrow books. And she was somebody who was a single most important factor in molding a large part of my career. My own mother was a banker even about 50 years ago. So she had a widowed mother. She underwent a harrowed childhood, and to be able to emerge from there and bring up a family as a working, as a wife, as a working mother, and grappling with so many things, it's something fantastic. It's something fabulous, which millions of mothers do in India day in and day out. So if these people are not going to be empowered, I think empowerment will not have a meaning as a word itself. Why
Absolutely.
should women be empowered? I think the most important reason is for the empathy that they bring to the table. The level of emotional equanimity, the level of emotional strength that women have is something which can never be matched by all the physical strength of men. Some of my finest friends, my well-wishers, my mentors have always been women across the spectrum. So a huge source of strength is what men derive from women, be it their mothers, be it their sisters, be it their spouses. So there's a tremendous amount of strength that is derived from men, derived by men from women, and it's absolutely imperative that women should be empowered. Just one final word, also again, I just want to balance it. Empowerment of women should not be at the cost of compromising on merit. Enthronement of meritocracy is something which should never be compromised, and subject to this caveat, empowerment of women should be a sine qua non as we go ahead.
Totally with you, Dr. Sudhindra, because we do not want to take reservations or any others, benefits as an advantage. In fact, wanted to encourage folks in terms of empowerment and equally demonstrate the capabilities as much as we can.
Going back to Sudhindra, I've been your well-wisher and I'm so proud of what you have done. Every achievement of yours that you post on the Facebook, and before he posts on the social media, he sends it off to me, and I've been jumping around and saying congratulations to you. The salient points that you brought out and enlisted all the points is very, very enumerative and excellent. Sirisha, moving on to you again. As a tech leader, you have men who are reporting to you. So have you ever had instances where probably it's not come to you, but within the gossip circle saying, oh God, I have a lady boss?
Definitely, I did hear about, the meticulousness, or the people talk about the micromanagement the women leader does, which I myself will not agree, because they expect perfectness and transparency. Even if we make a financial discussion, it will be like fully transparent, no hidden charges. So these might be not going well with many communities, but I did hear, but definitely there is a lot of improvement in terms of how the work is being managed between both the worlds.
Yeah, in the corporate sector, it's much lesser, but
Yes.
you still have men saying, oh, I have a lady boss. Did you face any disparity in terms of salary or designation or promotions in your career? And if any, how did you manage to deal with it, both from the men's side and the women's side?
So I definitely take a pride in saying that I work for an organization which doesn't discriminate women in any category. In fact, it provides equally challenging aspects on work, growth, and salary for that matter. In fact, my organization drives some initiatives to encourage diversity and inclusivity. These help to promote women in long career leadership. And I can quote some examples, Sri. Salary was, in fact, just to directly answer your question, I didn't face that instance in my career. Come back to work. Even if you have taken a break, we welcome ladies to join back work after a break, and we encourage to take sabbatical than resigning from work, right? So, and we also give some kind of, importance, or have a conversation start. If there is a forum, we give equal importance for women to start the conversation. And many more initiatives to lead the inclusivity. So I didn't face that disparity because I've been working in one organization for longer duration. Maybe I was fortunate enough.
Chaitanya, women leaders make work better. Adding to what Sudhindra mentioned, I could have this question for you. women leaders make work better. What are your thoughts on that?
I think women leaders are very good when it comes to creating and rectifying certain processes. The way they have the ability to give a form and structure to an idea, and also correcting matters without losing her calm. I'm sure women can be. It's not to let. It's not anywhere to let that men are less or something, but the way they can focus on multiple things at a time. That's something that's commendable and worth a note. And I couldn't agree more with Sudhindra when he says empathy. Wonderful empathy is what you could find with women, and there are so many more that we can speak. It's a lot. And one of my mentors used to say, "Are men and women equal?" And if this question was posed in a group, majority of them would say yes. Especially the women would say yes, of course. And my mentor would say, you know what? While they are more or less equal, it's always 51-49. Women can never be equated to men. They are 51, and men can only be 49.
Right. Sudhindra, you very brilliantly spoke about the points of empathy and how women are can connect with men more, or rather teams more. I would add, apart from empathy, they have this innate talent or inherently born with, that I can not just empathize, but I can also understand what you're going through, what you're facing, and how to give you a solution to that. May not be the ultimate solution, may not be, let's say my mother's unwell. I'm not just going to say, okay, take off, but I will also be helpful to say, I'll come and meet you in person. I may not be able to even spend 1 rupee, but that's not all. The fact that my boss is coming and meeting me or saying, take off, don't worry, I will take care of work, that itself says everything. Having said that, I've had horrible women bosses where my mother has been in ICU. And when I spoke to my reporting manager, I said, my mother's in ICU, I will have to take off for 2 days. And the first thing that she said is, is there any work pending, which is obnoxious. So I think all the women managers out there, all the men managers out there, please understand what Sudhindra and Chaitanya mentioned is not just empathy. Please be sensitive to your team members. Understand what they're going through. Yes, you will have a lot of young professionals who are just coming out of college who will say, my grandfather died, grandmother died 10 times. So I've turned around and asked them, how many sets of grandparents do you have? You only will have one set of grandmother and grandfather from your maternal side and paternal side. But these things you will have to understand or assess which is fake and which is genuine. And if it's a genuine case, do not say, what is the work pending, but please be more sensitive. Coming back to you, Sudhindra, for gender equality, promoting data, action, and accountability are paramount. What are your thoughts?
It's quite important that we aggregate the data and ensure that there is accountability to percolate gender equality at the workplace. This helps fundamentally in understanding the fact that women collaborate much better. There are studies, there are researchers, across the board. The consulting firms across the globe have published reams and reams on this. That women, to take up from some of the earlier points, women understand complex situations much better. Women can multitask much better with greater efficiency than men can, given their own responsibilities that they have at the home front or the way they have been groomed from childhood. So their ability to multitask is that much more. In terms of holding recording data or aggregating it and trying to understand or percolate it, as I said, to gender equality, I think this also enables making very informed policy decisions on very strategic matters, where the involvement of women typically tends to be a little low as we speak. It also helps in understanding or going for a root cause analysis when something goes wrong, when something isn't going as per plan and budgets are faltering, it certainly helps in understanding what's going wrong. So that relentless root cause analysis is something that women can help significantly with. I've also observed that women tend to be more accountable and more responsible. This is not just a generic statement, and I say this with a lot of responsibility, that women tend to be more accountable and responsible for any task that is given. So I think a sum total of all these findings and personal experiences that I've had would go a long way in determining the gender equality is a reality, and it can be buttressed even further once everybody around starts to understand them.
I will also add that when you spoke about women are good policy makers, I think what they do is not just make a policy of 1, 2, 3 steps. They take a collective understanding of the process, of the situation, and then make a policy which is more universal. So I think that is inherent talent again of women. Do you want to add, Sirisha and Chaitanya, do you want to add to what Sudhindra mentioned?
I think, Srilata, the farther that a woman could see a situation, I think, I'm not saying men are myopic, but women can consider multiple directions and far-fetched impact that some action or a policy may have. I think that's something really special about women.
Sirisha, moving on, do you want to add one more point, Sirisha, or I can ask you next question?
Yeah, we can go to next question. I think both of them have covered. So empathy and collaboration was my point. Yes.
Sure. How do organizations help advance more women into leadership? This is for you, Sirisha.
Sure, Sri. Actually, I would correlate with the software industry to start with, but it will be applicable across. So I would say maybe I'll just touch base on 5 points. One is, as I was earlier mentioning, invite women into conversations. First of all, if a conversation about women should be held by women, so that way organization can give a fair opportunity to promote their thoughts and provide equal opportunities as an organization, regardless of how equal you might think your workplace is. Women still face obstacles, so such as like unconscious bias, stereotyping, and pay inequalities. So furthermore, then counter fewer opportunities to work. So that's where we have to go ahead and have organizations promote equal opportunities. Pay inequalities was one more thing I was talking about when I was talking about in policy thing, right? So if a corporate can address this disparities, nothing like that, and again give opportunities for women to embrace some non-linear career paths. For example, right, in fact, I wanted to share that culture of nurturing women leadership and drive some initiatives to promote that. And also, if you see, most women's career trajectories are interrupted due to various challenges, right? So to address this, equal opportunities and parallel non-linear career paths within an organization should be encouraged for women. And as we quoted earlier, providing avenues to support work-life balance, where I personally don't believe there should be a line towards it, but women with familial responsibilities often find it challenging to work long hours. Maybe there can be some policies where look at the productivity part and the outcome, not the number of working hours, right? So
absolutely, you spoke very like a true HR person, though you're not an HR person. Sirisha, I agree with what you're saying, because being in HR, I've heard a lot of managers who say that, oh yeah, I don't want to give this lady responsibilities because she's not married today, but she'll get married tomorrow. And then subsequently, she'll want to start a family. But the point is, maternity leave is entitled for a woman. And she's going to go on leave and come back and work. So why don't men understand that? Or why don't men understand the fact, while she may want to get married, or she will get married, and she probably will start a family, but she's also going to be an extremely productive and responsible team member of yours. So these, I think, men should open up their mindsets and accept the fact, as much as their mothers and their wives will want to do many things. And if they haven't done, they should understand that team members will want to do that.
Right. As an organization, right, Shri, to address this disparity, companies should create a culture that values work-life balance and provides women with necessary support. Like, for example, you can offer flexibility.
Flexibility, crush in the office hours, crush in the office, and so on and so forth. And men should also understand that, these are all part of life.
Physiological.
In today's age, in advanced age of technology, I don't care whether my team member is working from home or from office or from Timbuktu, as long as productivity is good.
Work is done.
But yes, from an HR perspective, again, Chaitanya will agree with me that it is important to connect with employees. You cannot do it on the Zoom calls and all. The connect between each other on a personal front is much more.
Correct. And last one,
but you should be flexible. I'm not saying allow them to work from home 365 days of the year, but allow them to work at least 3 times a week. 3 times a week they can come to office. Those kind of flexibility should be allowed.
Women also shouldn't take that as an advantage.
Absolutely.
So definitely it should be mutual. That's what I strongly always believe.
In fact, some organizations have come to the fact that saying, okay, you come in at 10 o'clock to work, you can go back at 3:34 or 4:30, go home and log in. That's fine. Because therein, what's happening is, she's beating the traffic. She doesn't have to get stuck in the traffic. She reaches home faster. And then, even if I have to log in at 9:30, it's still okay.
Yeah.
Chaitanya, my last question to you is...
One last point I want to add, Sri.
Please.
As an organization, they should be providing to support this part, provide mentorship and training programs to enable women employees to climb up the ladder, right? So that is something where an organization can actually empower
leadership skill training has to be imparted. Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Chaitanya, my question to you is, women leaders are catalysts for change. Can you give examples from your own career?
Sure, Srilata. So there was a time when one of my bosses told me, Chaitanya, can you slow down? It's putting a lot of pressure on others in the team.
What did he mean by slow down?
Slow down meaning don't do so many interventions at one point of time. Right. Don't complete projects like this and do too many things. So it's just putting pressure on rest of the team members. It was told to me. Can you imagine? And I know rest of those team members were primarily men. Again, no offense at all. And then there was a time when I worked in an organization which had about 50 people in the sourcing department, meaning their career progression, if they could look even 5 years ahead, they would think, oh, I want to become a recruiter. Recruiters would get their profiles from the sourcing team, right? So from that situation, there was a time when these sourcers had come to me as a group and said, you know what, Chaitanya, we never imagined that we could also think of being an HR business partner. We never thought that an HR person could add so much value to business. And you are our inspiration. We really want to think beyond the recruitment role, those kind of things. And way back, early stages of my career, it was possible to get a seat on the table when it comes to business discussions. And it was possible only because I could earn that credibility and speak the language of business, which in the past, it never happened that, I'm speaking about almost 20 years ago. HR professionals hardly had a seat on the table, right? And there are many more examples, Srilata, I can go on, like HR shared services project at Novartis across the country. So we had 8 legal entities. If you can imagine animal health, where the employees go to remote villages and imagine their kind of, HR systems and procedures, to the most advanced Alcon, where our employees would stand in a operation theater where an ophthalmologist is conducting a very complicated surgery. So imagine the HR processes and tools that have to be different for various categories. So my change management intervention across the country was a global benchmark, and I have mentored after that many countries to set up their shared services towards all these things. So good experience, I could say. good examples from my career, but yes, I have personally been successful in managing change and have seen really good women leaders managing change to the
Wonderful, Chaitanya. I mean, you've done so much change management and brought in changes um, uh, across country, which is applauding, very, very applauding. Moving on to you, Sudhindra, my last question to you will be, I'm saying the last question because of the paucity of time. Role of women leaders in shaping tomorrow's world. Your thoughts, please.
This is obviously going to be paramount. They are the ones who will shape the way of life, the way things are to come. If diversity, equity, and inclusion have to get a real meaning, have to get their, if they have to be just, not be just words in the lexicon, but flow on to the real world, I think women have to be in the forefront. They will have a very compelling role to play in the days and years ahead. And we have already been seeing there are examples and examples galore that we have seen as to how women are leading from the forefront and how this is going to become that much more important. It is not merely from a viewpoint of ticking the boxes of being a diverse and equitable or an inclusive organization. It's also the fact that this will lead to greater social justice across the spectrum. This will lead to greater representation. This will also bring forth diverse perspectives. I think one thing that we tend to miss in the overall picture is that the diversity is not confined only to gender or ethnicity or nationality and so on. Thought diversity also is something which is so significant and so important. And women, by virtue of all the discussions that we have had over the last hour or so, I think it's fairly well established that the empathy, the sensitivity, and the ability to think out of the box or the ability to think in very different ways that women can bring to the table. I think that diversity of thought that they bring to an organization, that is going to be a real game changer. It is that which is going to drive India, particularly from where we are and where we will eventually be. So if India has to metamorphose and transform itself into that Vishwaguru, I think the role of women and the empowerment that is happening right now, that is going to be the determining the design, the critical paradigm as we go ahead. Again, since we spoke about the regime and the government, just a simple example, Chaitanya spoke about women being catalysts. And very truly, in the scientific meaning of the word itself, let's look at the Bharatiya Janata Party itself. It's a party of governance now for the last 10 years. It's moved so much forward, and it has catapulted India into the community of nations. And we have a position of pride in the global arena today. Yet about 35 years ago, when the party was still a fledgling and was in its nascent stages, all that you and I knew of was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who went on to become Prime Minister, or Lal Krishna Advani, who was very recently also conferred the Bharat Ratna. But we all tend to forget that there was a third and a very important pivotal fulcrum that was there for the party, and that person went by the name of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia, the Queen Mother from the erstwhile Scindia Pradesh in Madhya Pradesh. She was that unseen hand. She was that catalyst. She was that ethos that was binding the BJP through, even as it was evolving all across. And if today the party has come to this position of shepherding a government which is living the dreams of the common man, it owes to a very large extent to the dreams, to the contribution of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia. So let's not forget the fact that the contribution of women transcends across the board, even in politics, no matter in what aspect of life you take, you will find that their role is always there. They have a hand that rocks the cradle. They have a hand which wields the ladle. And all this is possible only because they have a heart which is so very noble. I doff my hat to all the women on this momentous occasion.
No, I will also add that apart from the cradle and the ladle, They also have a stick in the hand. If you have a son or a husband or a daughter misbehaving, they will also give you a whack.
Well, the ladle itself becomes a stick.
Yes, the ladle becomes a stick. Yes. Adding to your point of points, Sudhindra, I will also mention that all the women, all the young students, girl students, all the young professionals who are getting into the corporate jobs, the ladies and the women, please do not limit yourself. I repeat, please do not limit yourself. Do not say, I can't do it because I'm a girl. I can't do it because I'm a woman. Or these are my capabilities. Men are more stronger. Like Sudhindra mentioned, men are physically stronger, but women are more mentally and emotionally stronger. So I think apart from what each of these wonderful people, the both ladies and the gentlemen spoke about, is I would like to emphasize all the young girls and young women and grown-up women, please do not restrict yourself. Please don't limit yourself. Sky is the limit. Understand what your strengths are and chase your goals. Have time frame, chase your goals. You will be a Kalpana Chawla, you will be a Ananda Shankar, you will be a Tejdeep Kaur Menon if you wish to do it. Do not compare yourself with somebody and say, oh, they could do it, but I can't do it. You can do it as much as they can, but you need to push yourself. But you need to set your goals.
No,
But you need.
Just
Let me finish. Let me just finish. But you need to chase your goals. You need to push yourself. You need to motivate yourself. Chaitanya or Sirisha or Srilata or Sudhindra are not going to motivate you. You need to do it yourself.
Correct. A small piece of advice added to what I just stuck my mind. Lot of us come with a baggage, right? So we need to just unload it, restart, and there are times to let some thoughts go. It's okay to take help. I feel personally,
it's absolutely you should take help.
And it's okay to say no sometimes, or it's okay to say I don't understand. Can you repeat?
Absolutely.
Nothing to be feeling offensive about it. And there is no, even if people form perceptions that she's not able to understand, it's fine as long as you do your work perfectly. I think we should treat these vulnerabilities as strengths but not weaknesses. That's what I wanted to add.
Absolutely, because like for example, I don't understand technology. You're a tech person. I don't understand technology. Of course, yes, today we are living in a so-called very advanced technology world. But if you ask me to sit and code or sit and decipher the phone that we use every day, I don't think I can. I use a smartphone, but I'm using 10% of it. So, but that's not my area. So you don't have to be a master of all. Be good at a couple of things. That's fair enough. My last question to you, Sirisha, is what are the outcomes of creating inclusive environments?
Sure, it's a good closing question. So, an inclusive workplace, Sri, it's very vital. The culture, in fact, we build in is very vital for both ethical and strategical business outcomes. That is which matters end of the day for the organization. So, key strategies for inclusivity involve ensuring all employees feel valued and heard, right? Encouraging diversity and inclusion means you're creating a roadmap for innovation and productivity. So people feel more engaged and included. You can really see some creativity and productivity and feeling engaged, feeling part of being increased, right? The real world examples provide a blueprint for like sustainable and inclusive company culture. What in a nutshell I would say is these environments will form a pillar for attract and retain a diverse workforce. And our summary is benefits of an inclusive workplace include improved employee engagement, loyalty, and business outcomes. I can not more than this. I'll watch for it.
All right.
Directly proportionate to what positive outcomes.
Sure. Thank you so much. Your last thoughts. We'll start with Sudhindra again breaking that paradigm of saying ladies first. We'll start with you, Sudhindra. Your last thoughts on this Women's Day and this topic.
I think it is, as I said, I just want to reiterate the fact that men and women need to consider each other as being complementary, as allies, and as being wheels in this chariot of life. I think it's not about equality. It's not about superiority, inferiority, or whatever. It is about being in it together. There is no such thing as independence. Life is all about interdependence. So that is all we will have to learn, assimilate, and live our lives with.
Thank you so much. So, Sirisha, you?
See, I would say just go with this mantra, na? Like think that why only men? Think yourself as a soul maker of the bread and butter at home and feel empowered. And that's how I think you can, every woman, advice to all the women hearing us and in general, think that's how you can progress in your career's job. And as I earlier said, use technology is at your hands, right? It's like you have lot of learning aids to upskill yourself, and then there is a lot of organization help also you can bring in. So definitely utilize it and put yourself up to the ladder. That's what I
all right, Chaitanya, how about you?
I think as women, we just think we are human beings first and then women next. So I have all the potential, I have all the confidence. So that's, I think, the mindset with which we will go ahead. And let's all work towards a more equitable world today, tomorrow, and forever.
Absolutely. I will add to what Sudhindra mentioned is both men are women and women are equal partners, whether it's marriage, whether it's work. The men out there are giving a lot of support system to women. I'll go back with my own family example. My sister is an extremely successful artist. My brother-in-law is a very well-accomplished professional. He does not have one iota of jealousy or one iota of insecurity. I think this jealousy and insecurity factor is what is killing everything else. So I think both men and women should not be insecure or jealous, and they're equal partners in the same. They should walk together and not paddle. They should not walk like a railway track, but they should walk together. With that, I close. Thank you for being my panelist for this panel discussion. Thanks to Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya. Chaitanya, I literally reached out to you in the 11th and a half hour. So thank you so much for accepting my invite. Thanks to MyStartuptv, Sunil, Purnima, who was coordinating for this entire event. Thank you so much. And thanks once again. Happy Women's Day and happy Shivratri.
And I do believe that this is not confined only to this day, but this permeates all the other 365 days of the year. This becomes a part of our life and not confined only to this day.
Absolutely.
Thank you all. Nice knowing you.
Wishing
and
all the best.
Women's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sunil.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, Vinita.
Hi, Shelly. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Wishing you a very, very happy International Women's Day.
Thank you, and same wishes to you too.
Wonderful. So you're based out of Hyderabad?
No, I'm based out of Chennai.
Based out of Chennai, very nice. So I wanted to say, Vinita, why don't you talk to our audience about yourself? So give a slight background about yourself, and then I will want you to talk about Krida, but maybe first about yourself, since this is Women's Day and I want you to introduce yourself first. Yeah.
So I did my degree in journalism and communication in the US.
Okay.
I had my first son rather early, and I wanted him to grow up in Chennai, in India, get to know family, grandparents, parents, all of that. So we came back to India in 1990. I then set up my own content development firm back in 1992. I think, they were talking about work-life balance. And in those days, I think hybrid work from home, they were all unknowns. So it was easier to do something on your own if you wanted to build that work-life balance. So I set up my own content firm. Ran it very successfully for 10 years, had some amazing clients. In fact, I was on the verge of expanding to Hyderabad, but I took a hard look at my life and I realized I wasn't enjoying my work anymore. I was doing a lot of corporate content, and at the end of the day, I was like, does it make a difference to anybody's life other than paying the bills? So I kind of decided to take a step back and reevaluate what I wanted to do. So I've been writing about traditional games, and many people have been. Okay, so my grandparents used to babysit my kids, and they played the games with them, which is what got me interested in traditional games in the first place. So I used to write about it in the Hindu. People used to ask me, how do you play these games? So I thought I'd make a few games, sell a few, gift a few, and then take the time to figure out what I want to do with my life. Didn't quite turn out that way. It wasn't as temporary as I thought it was. So I called myself an accidental entrepreneur because the interest was so high on the games that I had to make them again and again. And 20 years later, here we are. Side by side, though, with traditional games, because they don't really pay the bills, I did a lot of consultancy in the NGO sector on management, on communication and marketing strategies, which I continued to do till a few years ago. A few years ago, I chose to step back from that and join my husband full time. We run an IT company and a diesel generator company. So I handle HR, marketing. But out of my NGO experience, a beautiful little NGO emerged, which I manage on a day-to-day basis. We support children with HIV for counseling and higher education. Proud to say over 150 children have been educated by us, graduated working, and out of more than 1,500 children. We have many more to go. Fingers crossed, it'll go well. But Krida is my landmark brand, traditional games, and I guess I'm best known for Krida.
I must say you're doing a wonderful job with this NGO, and my congratulations to you. So if you could, Vinita, also, you call yourself accidental entrepreneur.
Tell us a little bit more about what kind of games these are.
So all these are traditional games from across the country. Obviously a little more south focused simply because of logistics for research, but they're games across the country. So we manufacture, research, revive, do programs, workshops, trainings. We work with schools, we work with corporate houses. I wrote a book last year which was published called Life Lessons from Traditional Games. So it's not just about bringing the games back, but bringing the whole ecosystem of the games back, the learnings from them, the essence of the games and how they are rooted in our culture, in our tradition as Indians, as human beings, and what lessons we can glean from them. And of course, what fun you can have with it, because at the end of the day, games are not about lessons learned, but about the fun you have. We have 28 games in the market, many more coming under the brand name Krida. My driving goals have been it should be global in quality, but Indian in spirit. Our games are, we try eco-friendly, sustainable, and safe. We recently got our ISI certification for safety and quality from the Government of India. And yeah, we love what we do. We have fun doing it. And what better can you do with it?
So, Vinita, in today's world where everybody is so glued to their mobile phones, especially the children, and so much of screen time that they're having, how has Krida's response been from the users or children? I presume the children are the major users, unless the adults are too. But
not really true. Not really true. Not only children, though we tend to. I think part of the fallacy is the way life has changed. Traditionally, everybody played. That was your entertainment, grandparents, aunts, uncles. Over a period of time, play started getting diverted to children's activities.
Right.
And I think sadly in the last decade or so, free play as you know it, unstructured play as you know it, is disappearing even for children. I mean, earlier kids would be on the street playing cricket. Now They hit 2 good balls, they're bundled off to cricket class. You play a good game of chess, they're in chess class. So unstructured play sadly has disappeared. But I think there's been a resurgence in games, thanks in large part due to computer games, mobile gaming, PC gaming, and the concept of play. Board games are seeing a resurgence. So, to say the bulk of our users are children, I'd say yes and no. People tend to look at it as children's games, but no. We have people of all ages from 7 to 70 playing and even over 70 actually, I can't limit it to 70, playing our games. As far as the response, those who know our games love them. I have had young mothers come and pick up the game saying, you know what, we grew up playing Krida and we want our children to play. So a whole generation has grown up playing Krida in 20 years. Many of them are now have children of their own. So we do see a lot of interest in children, young mothers, but I see a lot of interest in young adults. Because there's this whole resurgence of the gaming tradition, board game cafes, gaming groups, things like that.
Right.
I think also in the last few years, there's been a deep level of curiosity about India and Indian culture and traditions at many levels, about our music, our architecture, our history, our textiles, our art, what have you. And I think games have seen that resurgence too, curiosity about the games we play. But I think also there's this whole concept of gamification that's gaining a lot of traction, particularly in the corporate sector. So we're seeing a lot of interest in the corporate sector for our games. We do a lot of corporate events, programs, and see fabulous response from the senior most to the junior most people. So again, coming back, those who know about our games respond very positively. We've never had an event where people are not excited about our games. And we've done thousands of events in the last 20 years. But that said, I guess in many ways it is, how do I put it? It's a marketing awareness effort. The more people, you walk into a store, you know you can ask for Monopoly, you know you can ask for, say, a Scrabble, but you don't know you can ask for a Chowpad or a Bagar Bakri or a Pasapali, whatever it is, because you don't know that someone is even making it. So,
right,
the awareness we do, the greater the awareness, people do get to know the games. I think another major challenge we have faced is often the same game is known by different names across the country.
Right.
So you can't name a game by 20 names. You can only call it one name. So sometimes there's this challenge of someone come in and ask for a game, and the person on the shop floor knows it by the game we're marketing it under. So there's a little bit of slip between the cracks there. So we do try to put all the names on our packaging in a smaller font. Typically on the shop floor, it becomes a little more challenging. Online becomes a little easier because they're able to search by name. But again, when you're transcribing an Indian word into English, sometimes the spellings are a little different.
Right.
Those are some challenges we face.
Right. So
we will survive.
Right. Tell me about a couple of traditional games, the ones that we usually play in person, not necessarily board games. How do you facilitate some of those, if you do, that is?
So the bulk of our games are traditional games, which you...
for example, like a Coco? Like Coco is a game.
So let's be clear. Krida in many ways has focused more on board games and peasant games, simply because that's where we are in danger of losing them forever. So if you look at a Coco or a Kabaddi, there is a lot of awareness about games. People are playing them. Kabaddi is in the Asian games. People know chess. So our focus is on the games that are on the verge of dying out, which are the peasant games, because sadly, it's all part of the oral tradition. You see very little physical games available. Nobody bought the games. You know, you do a couple of games, you may see embroidered pieces, or we have this game called Palanguri, which is made on a wooden board. There may be an old board lying around in a house, but to the bulk of them, they were just drawn on the ground. So we didn't know what the games were. Luckily for us, a lot of people in the construction industry, particularly temples and monuments, you see the artisans of the stone carvers actually engrave the game on stone floors. So that gives us some clues to the games that were played, their geographic spread, their popularity. So we try to document those and go from there. But that only shows me the board. I don't even know if the board was actually a game or not. It's just the beginning of a quest, if you'd like to call it that. And we have to find the clues and put it together. So,
what are your plans for next maybe 2 years, 3 years for Krida?
Definitely look at more and more traditional games. There are many, many more. We're doing a lot of research. Interestingly, I think your previous speaker was from Orissa, and I'm actually traveling to Orissa this afternoon because I'm working on a project there. And we're doing a lot of research on the games from Orissa. I found that a strange coincidence that the previous speaker was from Orissa. It'll be wonderful to connect with the Varam in Bhubaneswar if possible. And yeah, so looking at many more board games, many more traditional games. We also have a bunch of games which we have created, which are not traditional but anchored in tradition. Hoping to see many more of those. I think also different types of use for our games, using them more in the corporate sector, in education, in special ed. So we are working on a bunch of initiatives which hopefully will bear fruit in the years to come.
Who do you consider to be your close competitors, Vinita? If there are any? At least the Indian brand.
2-3 things. There are a couple of brands who work on games, traditional games and games. I mean, this is not the work of a single individual. If we have to protect our games for future generations, you know, everyone has to do it. You need to talk about it. You need to go home and say, you know what, talk to your grandma and find out what games you play, bring it to your family. This has to be, so I don't look at it as competition. I just look at it as, I have a job to do. The market is large.
Maybe a broadening of the entire ecosystem.
The ecosystem, absolutely. The market is broad. The people are there. We need to bring the games to them.
One very interesting question that has come to my mind, Vinita, since I've spent about 26 years in the corporate and of which about last 12 years were with Deloitte, and I heard you say corporates, right, getting interested in, you know, your product or your services. How do you think you can combine or, you know, develop a product or an offering or a service for Indian corporates wherein they can take that to their training rooms or classrooms?
We are already doing that. We work with a couple of trainers. In fact, my book, which was published last year, is about life lessons from traditional games. And you coming from corporate, you'll understand when I say I've divided the book broadly into 3 aspects: strategy, synergy, and survival. And how these lessons emerge, and within them subdivisions of goal setting, team building, leadership training, decision making, and what have you, and how many of these emerge through our traditional games. I've been doing a lot of research on this, and this book is a result of many, many years of research.
Okay, so corporates are already your clients.
We are working with them, and many of the, some trainers are using them. We are doing that. There's a trainer in Chennai called Pradeep Chakravarti who's used our games fairly extensively in corporate training.
Very nice, very nice. It was wonderful, wonderful learning about this. Anything else that you would like to say from your end?
Love to hear about games people played. If anyone knows games they've played, they'd like to share their experiences, or they'd like to share stories of games they've played or games they've played which they believe we may not know, do reach out to us. I'm available on across social media platforms. You could reach me there or email me. Love to hear how people played. It's not just about, oh, I know a new game to tell you. It's how they played, how games influenced lives, how they impacted people, what role did they play, and therefore what is their relevance today. So, this is all part of the research we do. We actually have a traveling journal that's floating around the world where people are documenting how they used to play. So if anyone would like to, get the journal, document their thoughts, do reach out to us. And as we say in our office, come let us Krida today.
Wonderful. That's good. So thank you so much. That was Vinita, the accidental entrepreneur with her wonderful, wonderful company, Krida. Amazing products, amazing services. Vinita, thank you for all that you're doing for us. And I wish you a very, very happy Women's Day once again. And I wish Krida a very successful, even more successful and brighter future.
Thank you very much, and happy Women's Day to everyone out there. It's taken me 20 years, and I'm sure we'll all get there in our passions sooner or later. All the best to everyone out there. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Thank you for joining. Bye. Bye-bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
It was, in fact, very pleasant. You would all be surprised because in Madurai University, Dr. Ashirvadam was the general surgeon. He wanted women to join general surgery. So I had a very pleasant experience with him, and I learned a lot from him, including vast history of general surgery and what the surgeons did at that time. That gave me an inkling into the true beauty of surgery, how they all suffered at that time. That made me think even our people in India must have gone through the same difficulties, but there was nobody to account for it, nobody to document it. But whatever happened in Britain had been documented very well. That's how I learnt about history then. Now, I'm so glad that all of you have decided to chronicle everything now. It will make a real mark in future. And that was my experience in Madurai. In Madras Medical College, also it was very similar. I worked under Dr. Vasudevan, who encouraged me, gave me full freedom to visit other surgeons' techniques and learn from them. And so I must tell you, it was very pleasant, or it is continuing to be pleasant with my colleagues working along with me, my friends, and my students, and those who work under me also. Maybe you might think I'm exaggerating a little, but no, this is a fact. This is how my life has been, and I'm enjoying it even now. When I was posted as the assistant professor at the Institute of Child Health and Hospital for Children, it is the largest hospital for children in India. And I found several infants, several babies dying in front of me. There was no infrastructure. There was no equipment. And the equipment that we got from Madras Medical College were all broken, repaired. So I thought something had to be done. And the government came to my help, the state government of Tamil Nadu, central government. And through them, I could get into World Bank and finally the government of Japan that saw the institute, were impressed with primary, secondary, and tertiary care in one building and decided to give 28.8 crores for just equipment, 250 equipment they gave. And our department benefited entirely because we got the best infrastructure. And that is how we were able to build up that department and continue. When I came out, still there were 700 children waiting, and I thought one center, which was well equipped, was not sufficient, and so I started the SOCAN. It was a difficult task getting not only the infrastructure, the team we were able to manage because all our friends from government hospitals joined together to do it. But the difficulty was to find a proper hospital with a proper infrastructure. We managed to get it in public health center. Now came the biggest challenge of all, funds. When I was in government service, I told you all the state, center, everyone helped, the bureaucrats helped. And so I was able to do whatever I wanted, try to find out how anemia, how hemoglobin maintained during perfusion was the real crucial factor which decreased mortality in children in the immediate post-operative period. That I learned with all the investigations, the blood gases done those days. The equipment used to be so huge and it had to be calibrated, solutions spent, cost was exorbitant. But I was able to do it because the government helped. When I came out, I realized that it was not possible to get funds like that. And so I went about contacting the government hospital, the government, state government itself. Had a few friends there who helped me and then started this public-private partnership with the government. And then with other components of society like organizations, philanthropists, campaigns, started collecting funds. Now I have a fund of a large fund of about 50 lakhs from which I keep doing patients who are underprivileged free of charge. So I managed and now I have a large fund as I told you. And with that fund, I am doing surgeries continuously. And I get the patients from different districts of Tamil Nadu. My target population is India. So with my website and trying to let others know, patients are coming from faraway places from different states because they are all poor. I'm not concentrating on others. Just the poor come. I was mainly children I have started doing. But I started doing adults because some of them came and said that they needed, and their history was pathetic and decided to do it. That's what I'm continuing to do now. We have a partnership with Children's Hospital Boston, who with the IQIC and International Quality Improvement Collaborative, they help us in upgrading our knowledge of post-operative care, and maintaining risk factors. Our data also goes to them. They come here, check our data. We learn from that hospital. Our anesthesiologist went there and refreshed his knowledge. I am proud to say I have a good dedicated team because this is only for poor and you can't expect that I pay very heavily. In spite of it, this team helps me a lot. And so that the first step, the anesthesiologist is back here and we have started doing challenging cases in infants also. It has been an uphill task. It was very, very difficult to get these children because they are all malnourished and the respiratory infection, as you would all know, has been vexing and we have found out ways. We have a shelter in a destitute home where they stay and we make sure that they are prepared well before taking the surgery. We are following them. We are documenting all these facts to find out when they become really normal with the cardiac function, physiology, everything. How long does it take? So we have documents to prove what we are saying and that's how it's going on. Excuse me, I always thought this is nothing extraordinary. Anybody who would decide to do it would do it. And what we are doing is also not very, very different from what others are doing. What we are aiming at is perfection in what we are doing. We are trying to modify all techniques to tailor to our needs, to our forms, to our patients. And you know the problems in India, whatever you learn from the West cannot be applied. What I saw in Roger Mee in Royal Children's Hospital, Melbourne, I couldn't apply it to Institute of Childhood. I found all those children dying in front of me. So I realized that if hemodilution is the factor that allows oxygen to be taken to the tissues, here they were already hemodiluted. And when you hemodilute them further when they go on bypass, the post-operative period was catastrophic. When I realized that, I cut short everything, the lines, the oxygenator, everything I cut short. And then realized that 7.5 grams of hemoglobin was a must. That was a watershed. And once I maintained that, the mortality came down. But now I realize when on bypass, even now I'm following them up, the same, if they go below 7.5, nothing really happens post-operative, because there are other risk factors. If they are maintained properly, you can really win. That's not a single individual risk factor when other factors are maintained. When I started, when everything was new, nothing was perfect. At that time, it was catastrophic. Now, the same hemoglobin can come down to 5.5. I need not fear if it's a short bypass. But we are very, very careful. If we go down, we bring it up immediately, and we are trying to be as safe as possible. As I told you earlier, this is nothing new. All of you would be doing the same thing. But what is different with me was I saw such children dying then. All of them dying right in front of me. But now I am seeing them living. So I know the differences between the infrastructure and no infrastructure. In no infrastructure, it is terrible. Now you have ventilators to modify, you have so many things which can be done. And it's a pleasure to do cardiac surgery today. Blessed are all of you who are born now. You would learn more. And I saw that one of you had a fellowship in robotic surgery. It's great. See, the more the advances get developed and the better the management, it's a pleasure for the professional also and for the patient also. While I am determined to see all advances come to the patient population whom I am working on, all these are steps. And the surgeons who work along with me are younger than me. So probably they'll carry the baton onwards. And we are definitely going to see the underprivileged people who are really neglected get the best. That is our goal, the goal of Hearts for Hearts. And so can project. That's how we are going.
I really didn't work with Dr. Cooley. I was there in Texas Heart. There are operating rooms, which are about 10 operating rooms, and they're assigned to each surgeon there. I worked mostly in OR5. It was Dr. George Rule's operation theatre. So I assisted him in most of the surgery. It just happened that one day Dr. Rules, the residents used to assist Dr. Cooley, and the fellows were assisting other surgeons. There were about 40 to 50 fellows in the center. So one day his resident asked me to scrub him, and I thought he's operating and he needs somebody to help him. So when I scrubbed him, it was a small baby being for a VST closure. And once the chest was open and baby was ready to go on bypass, Dr. Cooley scrubbed up and washed up to close the VST. That was the only time I assisted him or I saw him very close. But I did watch him doing lot of aneurysm surgeries those days. He would do all, the worst aneurysms which were coming, but he would operate for 5 days continuously and then take a week off and go off to his ranch or somewhere else. So there was lots to learn that how one should work and how one should balance the life. And he would walk through all operating rooms. It's not that he kept himself aloof. And he'll come and ask questions while we were operating. He would ask, what have you done and what was it? It was very nice interacting, but I can't say I worked directly with him for all the time that I was at PHI. There were very few women. There was no woman cardiac surgeon over there, neither as a resident nor as a fellow. So it was a sort of unusual for them to see from India a lady coming and as a cardiac surgeon, So I used to get lot of inquisitive looks. And the fellows are usually very good. They're all mostly senior positions. And they come there to see basically Dr. Cooley operate and then go back and do what they have learned. It was a very nice atmosphere. We had a lot of patients in the beginning on, we were doing in fact on total deep hypothermia and total circulatory arrest. And the results were good with Dr. Cherian, although not so good, right, you would expect now. But at that time, he was the only one who could come out with 50% survivors or 60% survivors. And he was very honest with his presentation. That was what I admire about Dr. Cherian. And I have seen patients not waking up, going into coma. I had one child who became blind, when I was doing residency. It gave me a lot of heartache at that time. A 6-8 months old child losing his eyesight. And fortunately, he recovered it spontaneously after some 8 to 10 weeks. We don't know what was the pathophysiology, probably some optic emboli or something. So that time the articles were coming on these low flow techniques. And I followed those articles and I found Mr. Debrol, he was at Leeds that time, who was the chief investigator. So I corresponded with him and I wanted to learn that because that was the thing we were used to, conventional bypass, plus the total circulatory arrest and hypothermia was quite messy. You had to cool the child in ice and everything was really messy in the theater. So when I went there, basically my purpose of going to Guy's Hospital was to learn that technique. And it was quite simple. All it required, and which we didn't have that time, was specific thin-walled pacifico cannulae for cannulation so that you could keep sufficient flows and venous returns. And it seemed to work very well. When I came back, I had brought a lot of those used cannulae with me. We re-sterilized them and used them. And slowly everyone got used to it, and that's how it started. You would want to know something more? And maybe briefly what I feel I had thought to share with you was that you should really are doing great work. All of you, what I was watching, you have been very brave and courageous. And I think we had easy time because there were not too many women. And now as the numbers are multiplied because there are more voices coming in. So that's why you feel there is discrimination or something. Secondly, I don't know how many of you have seen the recent webinar on STS on women representation, global representation in cardiac surgery. Have you people seen that? It's a global problem, but I feel as the numbers increase, even men face these discriminations. There is no end to it. It all depends on the attitude, yours and the centers wherever you are training. So one should remain positive and harness your best energy and find a support, whether it is a male, a female, it does not matter, in your specialty or outside, with whom you can really discuss your issues and find out solutions. And I used to call it action learning. That when you discuss problems, the solutions come out. When you ask as outsiders, they don't know what you are facing, and it's difficult to advise, that way. This is my personal feeling, but I really don't know whether there are something else. As far as you have mentioned a lot of pace differences, I don't think that matters. There at least didn't matter for me because I was working in a public hospital, municipal scales, UGC scales. It was same for the men and women. I had a lot of support from all my colleagues, either seniors or my contemporaries, and I made good friends with outside Dr. Raj Tandon. He was a pediatric cardiologist in AIMS, Delhi. So, it's more you widen your circle, you broaden your own outlook also.
I've been hearing the real legends who have been there in India, that is Dr. Srimati and Dr. Ratna Mangotra, who also had happened to be my MCH examiner. So we have heard from them. So my experience may not be of that caliber, but I have had an experience which was it was very pleasant and a very nice journey all through the cardiac surgery career while I was from my starting in cardiac surgery until my retirement from Tirupati. So presently, I'm not in Tirupati, in Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Sciences. I'm working as Dean of Integral University in Lucknow, and I'm the Dean for the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences here. So I'm basically looking after mainly the education part, as well as I do a bit of vascular surgery here at the moment. So as my journey goes, choosing cardiac surgery as a career was a very big, it was between two inverted commas, whether I should take it up or whether I should not take it up. But as I was doing my internship after my MBBS and when I was posted in surgery, my first posting was under a neurosurgeon. And I remember that in the very first week on the rounds itself, when he took me to the theater, he made me do a VP shunt. And I was really excited about it. And that was Professor Mazhar Hussain, who happens to be one of the leading neurosurgeons in Lucknow at the moment. I'm in Lucknow at present. So this is my hometown. So that was really fascinating. And then when I joined my house job in surgery, this was at Aligarh Muslim University, which is one of the central universities of India. So my first posting was in cardiothoracic surgery under Dr. M.H. Beg. And he was quite an enthusiastic young surgeon that time. He started mainly with thoracic surgery, so I saw a lot of thoracic being done there, including lobectomies, pneumonectomies. He used to do CMBs also once in a while. And I think at the time when I was doing my MS in general surgery, that was the time when... Anyway, so once I was in general surgery and working with Dr. Beg in cardiothoracic unit, I was really fascinated with thoracic surgery itself. And when I was about to finish my MS general surgery, the department had acquired a heart-lung machine, and Dr. Professor Gujral from Chandigarh used to come and help Dr. Beg out with doing ASDs and mitral valves. So that was the start of cardiac surgery at Aligarh Muslim University. Though at that particular time, after finishing my MS in general surgery, I took up pediatric surgery. And I was working in pediatric surgery for almost a year and a half as a registrar. And then that was the time when I saw a bit of cardiac surgery at Aligarh. And when I came back home to Lucknow, my intention was to join MCH pediatric surgery, but I think my fate took me towards cardiac surgery. And I joined as non-MCH resident in Sanjay Gandhi Institute in Lucknow in 1989. And So I remained as a non-MCH resident for 2 years. And then I did join as MCH in 1991 and completed my MCH from Sanjay Gandhi in 1994. And thereafter, I moved over out of UP to Bombay. And this was the time when I really had a lot of experience working with Dr. Dev Saxena in his unit in Bombay Hospital. And I think that was the time when I gained a lot of confidence and a lot of techniques I learned from him. He used to give a lot of tips during and after seeing, when I used to do surgeries there, he used to give a lot of opportunities. So there was nothing like there had been a gender bias or they don't like girls. But Bombay always welcomed girls. That's what I felt there. And I had a wonderful time for whatever short duration I spent with him. In the meantime, I had applied at Tirupati and I was given a call to join as assistant professor in Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery in Tirupati, which was still a very primitive department at that time, though they were doing some amount of cardiac surgery. The number of surgeries they were doing, like I remember in my first year, they did about 38 surgeries the whole year. Next year, it increased to 52. And following year, then the sequence went up and the numbers went up to about 200, 250. And finally, by the time I left, we were doing almost 500 plus cases in Tirupati. So I have been operating pediatric, adult, thoracic, vascular, everything, because this was a teaching institute and we did have MCH also. So I had to do everything there. This in case, because I had to teach my students also. Though there were not many students we got through, but yes, whatever we got, I have trained them. And one of them is Dr. Govini Subramani, who's in Chennai, and he's one of the transplant surgeons there, quite a well-known one. So he's been doing well. There are a few of them who have become professors in Andhra in their respective government colleges. So they also have been doing well. So I have been on my own most of the time. And I have learned the skills from all my teachers. Then I have opted for some fellowships through the ICTS, that is the SS Anand Fellowship. So you can have some experience with very good surgeons. So I did go and worked for thoracic with Dr. Unikrishnan, and that was thoracic and vascular fellowship. So I had a very good experience of vascular, basically, with Dr. Unikrishnan there at Sri Chitra Institute. So it's not, I never went up outside India, but I have been outside India, but not on any fellowship or any particular term period, spending some time in foreign countries. Most of the skills which I learned were from my teachers only here, my seniors. And then later I took the Rebeds Fellowship, for which I was in Bombay with Dr. Manke, Dr. Saxena. Both of them taught me a lot of skills in coronaries that time. And this is how I've been learning. And the only place where I went was Hong Kong, the Prince of Wales University, where on my own, and to learn the skills of video-assisted thoracoscopic surgery. So this was all the experience which I gained through, and whatever was there was through books, like observing people operating, attending workshops live, and then coming and performing yourself in your own institution. So this has been there. And of course, later part of my career also, when I was professor, I just decided, let me appear for the National Board of Examination and see how much I remember the text. So I went and appeared for the National Board of Examinations in 2007 and got through it. And then, of course, now coming back home, because I had some other task on my other end, like building up a house and settling here. So that took me about a year and a half. So I took up a lighter job of an administrator. And this brought me to Integral University. I never went there. They only invited me. And I just look about take care of the education for the MBBS student, the postgraduate students. It's a new university, so we are getting up some new courses coming in. So it's a totally different experience right now. And we are going to start the cardiac surgery program here, I think in another year's time. And this is all I would say as of now. So the only thing what I felt was, as a resident in Sanjay Gandhi, of course, that was the time when myocardial protection was a big question mark. We used to use the crystallite cardioplegia, and we used, like sitting in the ICU, we used to see that a lot of patients are developing arrhythmias at that time. And slowly it was Professor Prabal Ghosh who got in the blood cardioplegia, then warm heart surgery came. So Sanjay Gandhi, being a new institution, was also in the learning phase that time. So this was what I would say. And when I went to Tirupati, I started with my own, there also they were using crystallite cardioplegia at that time. And then there I introduced the warm heart surgery and the blood cardioplegia, and we did have much better results. So this is all I would say from my side. If any questions are there, I can answer them.
Delighted to hear so many living legends. As I was discussing with ma'am, Ava ma'am, that she has been a force of nature for all of us. Srimati ma'am, Ratna ma'am. I mean, it is a delight to know them, how they've gone through. When I started medicine, there were hardly 13 or 14 girls in my class who were inclined to do medicine, including me. And when I moved to MBBS, out of 100 students in my 100 student class, there were only 30 odd people who were were doing MBBS. Post graduation, mostly my friends went to OBG. I went to surgery. In surgery, the male colleagues, they mostly preferred orthopedic, by saying that it is the end specialty, ek bar ho gaya to ho gaya, and you're a specialist. People who went into surgery always had a issue, what next? To do MCH or not to do MCH? So women were normally not very happy to take that as a normal path. It was not a near norm kind of stuff, because by the time you are actually into it, you're around 25. You have a pressure of marriage. I have seen my seniors give through their marriages and everything, like it was work is worship kind of it. So the trend is changing now. Women are more into work-life balance. So people wanted to settle by the time they're 26, 27. Marriage was an option. And on top of it, there's an underrepresentation of women in neurosurgery, in cardiac surgery. Why? Because it's a long drawn path, a high stress job. Your parents will also tell you, why should you do this? There are better things to do than do this. Take care of children. When you join, your faculty will tell you, are you married? If you're not married, why don't you marry and have a house? I've heard all of it. I've done MCH twice, and I've done MCH, got only one degree, MCH cardiothoracic surgery, but I've done it twice for different reasons, which I will not like to discuss for the time. Not that because I was not good, because of what we call as gender discrimination. Gender discrimination can pose its head anytime in our life. The only way we can, go on top of that is, and also it was there because of lack of, because we were not talking to each other, and there was that time a lack of female role models, mentors, and a perceived lack of opportunities. So what happened was, all this with just gender discrimination also turned its head inside. So I'm not saying that it is not part of other faculty, other professions also. It is there. What has happened over the time is women have evolved. First, either they had to only choose their profession, or a married life, or children. It's been, if you go through these responses which we got, it's like, all over the place. People didn't prefer having children. People didn't prefer getting married. If they got married, they didn't have children. So it is changing over the time. Why? Because we have people who have done wonderful effort in this field. And also now, because of we can get out of this by promoting, having more initiative, promoting diversity, including everyone, and mentorship. And I want you to encourage women to pursue careers in medicine and become resourceful and have a good professional development. We, as the role models now, because we are the ones we are standing right now facing the brunt or the influx of information, we can make it or break it for the next coming generation. We had it tough. We can make it easier for them by being their mentors. We can give them a better scope, give them a better feel as the next coming generation. So I want all of us to, join together and do this project together with us. In India, we have a very, a strange, very ajib kind of looking at way. If an Indian female is a doctor, they'll call her a nurse. But if their daughter becomes a doctor or clears medical entrance, they go on clapping saying that my daughter has become a doctor. They want to see the heroine as a doctor, but they don't want their daughter-in-law to go ahead with a lot of stuff being a doctor because they wanted to do the homework also. But with the gender discrimination coming down by good amount of education and get people getting sensitive to this thing has now really become very, very on a minor side with our flow. I would also now like to ask the next generation, which is in the second order of this thing, to give their valuable opinion. How are they managing all this? Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. I'm sure everyone is like in a hurry now because of the time shortage. So I'll go very quickly. After what I've heard of Dr. Srimati ma'am and Dr. Ratna, I think I am not supposed to say anything. They have beaten the odds and been there when we were not even born. So in cutthroat practice, I mean, I would genuinely still say that it is very difficult to survive in private. I mean, medical colleges, even I now retrospectively wish I was in some medical college, but I am not. So in private practice, to get patients, starting from patients to see beyond the breast, a woman surgeon can be a thoracic surgeon beyond the breast, that itself is a task. So starting from being a nurse, being called a nurse by the doctors, by the patients, and someone pointed out today in the group that women are motivating. So women themselves, they are the first, sometimes the worst critics. So I think that with this kind of group, we should be able to join together and make things easier for our and the next generation to come. Because in thoracic surgery, at least, I'm not a cardiac surgeon, but in thoracic surgery in private practice, to make a name, to form a niche that you start getting referred thoracic patients, it takes a long time. It takes a lot of struggle, and the amount of efforts to put in are at least 3 to 4 times of any male counterpart. It just doesn't happen. So I have gone through it, and I am quite happy with where I am. I've learned to be very satisfied with just doing good work. Maybe I do 3-4 surgeries less than the contemporary, but it's okay as long as I'm doing a good job out of it. But I think this society, this group should join together and make things. Think that with something which I did good was, and which should be done, is choose a good mentor. So I was lucky in all 3 mentors when I had. My first was general surgery, Dr. Roy, who was head of department of Baba Atomic Research Center. He was totally in equalist, in fact, a pro girl surgeon, because he used to say surgeons, women surgeons have got better hands. So I got a strong mentor there who used to not hesitate to punish us either. I got a very good mentor in my thoracic surgery. I got Dr. Bhabatosh Vishwas who was one of the best mentors, very calm-headed fellow, but no difference between, no gender discrimination. And I got a very good mentor in the form of post my DRND in Dr. Ramakant Deshpande, who's a Padma Shri awardee for thoracic surgery. And he used to say, you be a he, she, or a it, I don't care, my work has to get done. So you have to be, for people who are starting out in private practice, take a pause. After your CTVS or thoracic training, join into a place under a good mentor for 3 to 4 years. Work, put your head down and work very hard. You start off a little late than your contemporary male people, because you will not get patients so easily. But the 3-4 years after your MCH or your DRNB, if you are under a good mentor and you work it out, then slowly and steadily your practice will build up. There is just no shortcut to it, and there is no trick or tip for it to get patients faster. You just have to wait your time out. But to get the right, I mean, from trachea to esophagus, the only thing which has helped me is that Dr. Biswas used to say that what your eyes cannot, what your mind knows, only that your eyes will see. So when you are not getting good cutting, Priya, just put your head down and read. So that is what helped me when I came on to doing work with Dr. Deshpande, and that's how I built up my practice. So once you do that, slowly and eventually the name will start coming up. That's what my experience is.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's such a it's honor for me that I'm here in front of all the biggies, and I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Srimati ma'am and Dr. Abachandra ma'am. Dr. Abachandra has been my examiner during my DNB days. So, see, I haven't prepared any slides, but with your permission, all of you, if you all permit me, I would like to introduce myself first with a few lines, and then I'll talk about my journey in short, just the highlights, if you're all okay with it. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am, please do.
So, you all know I'm a consultant cardiothoracic surgeon. I'm also a philanthropist, and I have my own heart foundation, which is called Chopra Heart Foundation, where we have conducted around more than 200 medical camps, and we've conducted free complex cardiac surgeries even before Ayushman was out. It was around 190 to 200 people that I have done the surgeries for, by raising funds from some of my patrons and also my businesses that I am running at present, which are supporting my NGO. Being an entrepreneur, I'm the director of one of the companies which we are running called SRG Altus Use Healthcare Private Limited, and I'm also a consultant in Shankaracharya Hospital Medical College, and also in Sparsh Hospital here in Bhilai. And you're all aware that I'm a joint secretary in Indian Association of Interventional Cardiac Surgeons, and where we are pushing the surgeons to start interventional cardiac surgeons and take things in their own hands. And apart from that, I have successfully pioneered one of the very complex cardiac surgeries, and those were done during the days of COVID, when all the news was filled with COVID, and so there was no buzz about it. But yes, I've done that, and before that also some of the surgeries were done, but they did not see the light of day. As a businesswoman, I have got around 5 businesses in healthcare sector and also in skincare industry. I was awarded Woman Icon of the Year in the region of Central India for giving doing one of the finest, some of the finest surgeries and some of the very complex surgeries. And talking a little bit about my marriage, about my life. I passed out, I'm an AFMC alumni, and I'm a 1994 batch. I got married in 2000. My marriage was not a very good marriage. It was a violent marriage, and but later I lost him to a massive, extensive interval MI when my daughter was just 4. I raised her all by myself, and raised her while actually I was apparently living inside the hospital, doing the day duties also, night duties also, and I used to be training a lot of technicians and all of that. I was trying to raise money to raise my daughter. So that's how I was living my life. Daughter used to stay with me inside the hospital in the ICU. Finally, I got through my PG entrance at Loni Medical College, which is in Maharashtra. But I experienced some kind of a sexual harassment, and I had to leave that place. But I fought a battle. I raised a PIL at the Supreme Court in 2009, and fortunately, the sexual harassment guidelines, they changed. The Vishakha guidelines changed in 2010 based on my PIL, and I thought that I was feeling a little relieved after that. Then I realized that I had to go ahead in life. I always wanted to be a cardiac surgeon ever since when I was in my 10th standard. My mother is from nursing profession, and she had a lot of books, medical books and all that. One of her books had this chapter on infective endocarditis, and I read infective endocarditis for the first time when I was in 10th standard. So I had this kida in my mind that I wanted to become a cardiac surgeon. Then I went to Dr. Ken Cherin after clearing my DNV entrance. He took me to the OT on the first day itself, and I learned so much from him. And he has been my inspiration ever since then. That time, I've assisted him in some of the, all the adult and pediatric cardiac surgeries, even the heart and lung transplants. I got through my DNB CVT as 6 years at New York Hospital, Chennai. I landed there. I never told anybody about me having lost my husband. Everybody used to be very curious to ask me, like, are you married? Or where's your husband? This, that, and all. But I never told. I told that yes, I'm married and I have a husband. Because having told the truth, I would have exposed myself. That's what I felt. I would have exposed myself to duress. Already, a PG life is not all rosy and all of that. So I felt that nobody can touch me if I said that. So I was already, and before even I joined MIOT, I was already skilled because when I was in Bhopal Memorial Hospital while doing my residency, I was doing my residency in cardiology and cardiac surgery also. So I was already skilled in that. Plus, I was already skilled in surgeries when I was at FLL with Dr. Kem Cherian. So I was skilled even before I started my DNB. But I had to experience a lot of biases against my colleague who was just a fresh joinee and he had never seen the OT, who didn't even know how to hold the scalpel. But it's okay. I had some very bitter, sweet experiences, some very subtle biases. So I was, one day I was told by somebody, oh, you know what, you shouldn't have taken CTVS. Dermatology would have been best for you. So that really, troubled me. All of these things troubled me. Sometimes, debarring me from the OT. I used to be asked questions, and when I used to answer, so all of that, if I answered correctly, what do you think of yourself? What do you think? Even before I entered my cardiac surgery, I had already completed my PG diploma in clinical cardiology. So I was already seeing patients. I was doing the stuff. I was managing all the patients in the ICU. I was doing, pacemakers on my own, even when I was in Bhopal Memorial Hospital, even before my DNB. So there was this thing, what does she think? She knows everything or what? But I was like, okay, let me wait for the right time. And I left the place, after finishing my training. I did some hands-on in Southern Railways Hospital, and then again, KMC told me, Supreet, you have finished your DNB, now you have to come back to FLL. I was like, yes, definitely, sir, I have to. So I came back to FLL, but a very senior cardiac surgeon over there, I'm not going to name that person, made a very loose remark on my body. And that too inside the OT in front of everybody. The perfusionists are there, sisters are there, everybody's there. I felt like, I felt very sick. And then I decided to complain and fight against it. But I realized that all the people that I was talking to, they were all females around me and they were all okay about it. And they were saying that it was just a joke. Why are you taking me seriously? And I was like, no, baby, no, I'm not going to be here. So I put up a resignation, 24 hours notice, and forgoed everything else. And then I landed in Nagpur, Government Medical College, super specialty hospital. I got hands-on, everything I was doing on my own, everything, like whether it is adult or whether it is pediatric, all the cases I was doing on my own. My boss, my prof was like, so please don't call me in. I was like, definitely, sir, I'm not going to be calling you in. But what I realized was whatever I learned with Dr. Kemcheri, whatever I learned with Bashi sir, oh my God, how it saved my life. Everything, handling tissues and, thinking about the patient, thinking about the pathology, and then going in, doing the procedure 1,000 times in your head, even before you went to the OT. All of that has saved my life till now. And when I felt that I was ready, when I thought that I was ready, I decided that no more slavery. I'm just going to be building my own center. So I decided to build a charitable organization and all my businesses. Now there was almost like no help from anybody. It was difficult to arrange money for funding my NGO. So I decided that my own businesses will be the only ones to support. So I opened 2 hospitals, 1 super specialty, 1 cardiac center, 2 diagnostic centers and 1 pharmacy. So I was very happy, and also like I've got one more company which is in the healthcare sector, and 1 skincare company. So all of this basically, whatever I earn, whatever we can afford, I transfer that to transfer in the sense like I fund my NGO through my ventures. So things changed for me. I started giving results because of whatever I learned from my great teachers, KMC and V. Bashi sir. And I've been applying skills that I learned from both of them. And I cannot thank them enough for that. They've made my life. So we were doing very well. I did all the rejected and difficult cases of Central India. I collaborated with the primary health centers and all of that, which were government hospitals and all that, to cater to the patients in the villages, etc. Today, my daughter is now like 20 years old. She's going to be 21 now, and I'm going to be 50 now. And she has now cleared her entrance exams in company secretary, because now she decided that she wants to be her own boss. She wants to do business. And I'm like, okay, fine, go ahead. I'm almost still like 50. I've decided to do only that much work and take on only those responsibilities that I feel will give me peace, will give me peace of mind, that make me feel that I've done a good job. I've done a good work. I'm not after numbers. I don't need anything. I just need to do good work because I want to die peacefully. That's my aim. So my aim in life is to perpetuate the knowledge that I have in health and business, and I will keep doing that till the end of my life. I'm not competitive. I only am living to do good work, make difference in people's lives, and leave a legacy. That's about it.
First of all, I would say that I never felt biased as a female at KEM hospital. In fact, sometimes I used to feel that they should sometimes treat me as a female, because your bodies are different, and you need some rest during some time of the month and all that. But yes, it was a wonderful experience at KEM, and about the type of surgeries that were allocated to me, I never felt that I was biased. And then the main hurdle, or I shouldn't say it as a hurdle, but yes, pregnancy and natural responsibilities and the natural feminine inclinations are not taken so well by the male society. I think they are not yet prepared for that, and it is our responsibility to prepare them for that. So I decided not to work during whole of my pregnancy and till I was breastfeeding my child. So I joined back when I started weaning her, and more than my career decisions, I would like to share this experience with you all. So I wanted one more child, but I couldn't afford to. And yes, this is something which needs to be addressed. The male counterparts, or your male partner, they are very much they do appreciate your work, they do want to contribute, but yes, they prioritize their careers, and still one of my senior had told me that, Gauri, look, that there is a breadwinner of the family, and then there is a alternate financial source. So that needs to be changed. Yes, my husband had provided me the option of taking the back seat, but I was not well prepared that time to take that challenge. But as a female, first thing I feel that you should make your male colleagues realize that, yes, during the pregnancy we need rest, we won't be able to do certain kinds of duties, and that is not kam chori. It is required, and you should be allocated some clinical work, clinical research work, or something like that, so that you don't have to discontinue or lose the touch of the work during that period, which I felt, looking back, I feel I wasted that time. I could have done some clinical research, or I could have contributed in some other way during that. But yes, I had been blessed with great teachers like Joshi sir and Rao sir, and I'm trying to take it forward from wherever I am right now. I chose to be a cardiac surgeon after I got married, so that was out of question for me. But
Out of syllabus.
Yes, it was out of syllabus, a bouncer. But my husband was pushing me to take up plastic surgery. He's an orthopedician, so he thought it would have been a good combination. But somehow my father-in-law stepped in, and then I could go ahead with my cardiac surgery thing. Again, pediatric was a tough decision. Like, you spend most of the hours at hospital, but my mother has been very helpful. But that's where you start getting that guilt that you are not doing your responsibilities as a parent. But I feel you should learn to balance your profession and your personal life well. You should change the norms. Just because my previous generation has toiled too much and has spent too much time in hospital, that need not be the case with me. My general surgery was Dr. Madhuri Gore and Dr. Sandhya Iyer at Sion Hospital. So I never faced gender bias. That's what I said. Sometimes I felt I should be treated as a female. I was always treated equal, very much equal to the male colleagues. So maybe I was too fortunate. In Mumbai at Sion and KEM, I never faced that. Even in the private sectors with Dr. Rao, Dr. Joshi, I never faced that. In fact, in Australia, there were very fewer female surgeons and there was just one female cardiac surgeon who was working there. Even the number of resident female cardiac surgeons place in Australia, and that's when I realized, females have a better, there is lesser bias in India than the Western world.
I will just say about my work-life balance, because I had to leave my work while I was pregnant in my first month of my pregnancy, because I was having twin pregnancy, and my gynecologist, she told me that it's a high risk, so you have to either leave the job or you do lighter job or something. And at my workplace, there was no lighter job, because alternate night duties, CPR, everything we have to give. And only that time I felt that yes, there is at some point we are different than our male colleagues, because there is no pause in their career. I had to leave my job, and I rejoined after 6-7 months of my after delivery. So almost 2 years I was out of surgical hands-on or anything about my cardiac CT wave thing. So that time that was very that time it was very difficult to cope up that I'm not doing what I wanted to do. But again, afterwards, after last 2 years, 3 years, I'm back on. So I'll just wind up because it's too late now, and I'll thank you all for just sharing my experiences.
So based on whatever, 2.5 decades of my own experience working with my female colleagues, what I feel, and this is something which I have also realized and understood from my female colleagues, is it is important that each one of us know our boundaries, limits, what amount of time commitment, what amount of professional commitment one is able to give to their profession. Two, we need not get into comparison mode with your male colleagues, female colleagues. It is important that we unleash our own individual potential within our given limits, because you know whether it is male, female, especially for females, apart from getting into the business of multitasking at home and at workplace, which because of our own societal systems, male gender doesn't get into sharing that, which Dr. Priya mentioned in the chat box, that it is time that we need to change mindset. But I'm sure that will happen over the period of years. But till such time, it is important that we do not get into conflicts of getting into comparisons with our other female colleagues who are able to achieve, because quite a few of them would be probably unmarried, so their level of domestic commitment may not be as high as somebody who is married, has kids. So important that we unleash our own potential in given circumstances. That is what will make you happy and satisfied in your professional life. Because I would talk predominantly from a public sector point of view, because the problems of a private sector are completely different. No patient is going to deny any kind of surgery or treatment in a public sector hospital, whether it is a male doctor, female doctor. What he or she needs is somebody who talks to that patient and gives him what is required. So from a public, and secondly, this is again my own personal opinion, I feel especially for female surgeons, public sector hospitals are a big opportunity, because it gives you enough time for your domestic commitment. It gives you enough time for lot of your other commitments. As I said, your EQ is much higher. The people who are coming to public sector hospitals, they need lot of emotional supports, which may not be the case completely in private sector hospitals. You have students who also need, kind of emotional support from you. And I'm sure there are quite a few senior surgeons who are, including Abha Chandra madam, who has been part of public sector hospital for quite a long period of time, might agree that your happiness quotient will be very high in public sector hospitals, because you are able to satisfy all your demands, your professional commitments, your domestic commitments, and many such things. Thank you.
I just have a few disclosures or disclaimers to make before I start. One is that my general surgery boss was a lady. Some of my best friends were my colleagues at that time. Then coming here, Abha Chandra madam selected me to NIMS. I worked with Anita, and I have seen her thing through MCH. And I have worked with almost all the lady surgeons at Nizams, except probably for one, Usha ma'am. And right now, I have almost 7 lady residents with me. So my wife is the first lady surgical oncologist of the state of Telangana. My mother and my sisters are all professors. So, if we are thinking that no discrimination against women exists, we are living in a different world. We see right around, probably we are just accustomed, so used to it, that we have become insensitized to us. In every way, in so many different ways, discrimination does exist. There's no doubt about it. Look at how many, see how many talented women, what do you call discrimination? Working shoulder to shoulder with men was something which my mother did 50 years back. It is no longer working and equal pay. This thing is no longer what you call as equality. Equality is when you do justice to your potential, which you show as a school student or as a young medical graduate. or a young MCH person, if you do justice to your career based on that potential, that is when I would call that there is no discrimination. That is when I would call that biases don't exist. So definitely biases exist. And we try in our ways to, a lot of people say that there's that equal opportunities. I say it should be equitable opportunities. It's not equal. It is equitable. And how do you do that? There are several ways for it, but I just want to share on this forum because everybody knows what women are through. That's not a new thing. I just want to share certain strategies which I think might work in our workplaces, because I happen to be a head of department at an institute where a lot of girls are now joining MCH. I want to make my workplace a very women-friendly workplace, and I want them to feel, I really wish to see their careers soar like so many of the other boys' careers are. What are the few things, Anita wanted me to stress, what are the few things I do to encourage that this kind of discrimination doesn't happen? First is, I think it should be communicated very clearly that, we have their back. The leadership of the organization supports women, not just in thoughts, but also in action. And no bad behavior against them would be tolerated at all. There's a zero tolerance to that. Secondly, we have to have a clear communication with them that, yes, if you have any problem, please feel free to share with us. We'll try to help it out. I follow a principle that I never say no to any leave, and I never ask them any reasons. Because I believe that even if you ask reasons, even for boys or girls, because if you ask reasons, probably they may not tell the truth. And I've seen that invariably my girl residents never abuse this. Whenever they want leave, they just inform me that I'm not going to come. I don't ask them any reasons. And I have seen that they don't misuse this, and they work very hard when they are working. And all we see is, and they help each other out. If anybody needs a leave, all I say is hand over your work to your colleague, and they really help each other out. So never has any work suffered. A lot of people complain to me that you grant them leave very generously. That's not something done in cardiac surgery, but I've seen that it never ever lets work suffer. I also make it a point never to ask anybody any personal questions. I'm a part of a lot of running groups, and then there I have realized that it's best not to ask. If people share, they share, fine. We acknowledge it, but let's not every person is comfortable answering personal questions. So I make it a point not to ask anybody any personal questions. And yet, whenever the families come, I make sure that I tell their parents or their family that they have a wonderful career ahead of them, and I want them to encourage all the girls in their careers ahead. It is very reassuring for the for the parents. I have seen, if we ask them to support their girls in their careers ahead. Many of them come and talk to me about marriage and all that. I say they are two different tracks. Just support her in her career. Marriage, you will always see what is best for your this thing. Just like guys, they don't link careers with marriage. Similarly, why should it be with girls? One thing I have also seen is that we have to be very generous in our praise of girl surgeons. You may call it a discrimination, but I have seen that, it's like a car driving. People say the guy is driving such a bad car, but they say women drive so badly if somebody is driving bad. So the converse is also true. It is assumed that if some guy does a good thing, he is appreciated. But whenever some lady resident or a lady doctor operates or something, the same kind of appreciation is not seen amongst the other members of the staff. So therefore, whenever I go, whenever we hop around in the OTs and we see some good job done, I make it a particular point to say that, oh, this is such good surgery you have done. I really appreciate it. And second, whenever there is some criticism due, I always say that you are such a smart resident or you are such a brilliant resident, but this is something which is not expected of you. I think that kind of reinforcement builds a lot of confidence in the in my girls as well. That is quite important. And last but not the least, I think it is very important for them to interact with peers who have succeeded. And one of the reasons why I have encouraged our residents to chronicle the odysseys of all the lady cardiac surgeons is so that they will feel motivated, they will feel encouraged. I always encourage them to reach out to seniors in the field so that they will also get motivated, biases against them will go, and I wish that they have very wonderful careers. I'm really happy for this meeting.
Yeah, good evening all. I think it's already too late to hold you up anyway, and honestly speaking, both my experience and on the topic, I guess it's very modest, to be honest. But there's hardly much I can add to what already Dr. Abhijit and Amresh sir has spoken, and I really agree with a lot of points on what Amresh sir had spoken, especially the point that I think it has to be more. Equality is not the point. I guess it's more about equitability, and honestly speaking, I rather than beating around the bush, I can just tell one thing. It's more, especially coming from a private sector, all that matters is what you can, as it doesn't matter, it really doesn't matter what your gender is, what your faith is, at least in today's day and age. I guess I don't say, at least from my perspective, I don't see any I don't see a lot of discrimination, because I've had the good fortune of seeing some excellent women surgeons, and I've, I'm lucky enough. I've been very close to Dr. Anita already, so there's a lot that women already contribute in the field of surgery. So it really doesn't matter, I believe, what your gender is or what you believe in. It's about what you can bring across on that table, what you can provide to the patient. Especially in a corporate sector, it only matters how many surgeries you can do, and how much of revenue you can generate, if I can put in a very crude terms. When it comes to probably a government sector, yes, you have a lot of things to deal with, a lot of hierarchy, you have many colleagues, so you have to work together with several of them, and perhaps there are a lot of differences, but I'm not the best person to talk about it. At the another thing what I can add in is the place where I trained. I trained from Narayan Hrudayalaya, Bangalore, and which of course one of the finest centers for cardiac surgery. And lately, what I had seen for the past couple of years at least, more and more women have been joining cardiothoracic surgery, taking up cardiothoracic surgery. I think the real challenge is not whether you're a man or a woman. In at least, I don't know what I've heard a lot of senior cardiac surgeons speaking, and I do totally appreciate what they're talking, especially what Dr. Chopra she had shared a lot of her own. She had given a lot of insight of her experiences. But I think from now on and moving forward, I think what really matters, especially in cardiothoracic surgery, I guess, is how do we prevent this brilliant department from keeping it afloat. I think the real challenge is it's really unfortunate when people say this to me, but people do say this on my face, that cardiothoracic surgery now is a dying branch. Unfortunately, that we don't see a lot of people taking up. I mean, at least what it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, they don't have the same kind of demand for cardiothoracic surgery. I think the real challenge lies there on how to keep this. I mean, of course, there will be a lot of people still taking it up, but I think the only way forward is, I think with the help of technology. I think minimal invasive surgery is coming in. That will help a lot. Already, I see that in thoracic surgery, there's a new charm and a lot of takers for thoracic surgery because of the advent of both VATS and robotics. And fortunately, the same thing is happening even in cardiac surgery. A lot of young surgeons are taking up interest in robotic cardiac surgery. So I think going forward, thanks to the foundation and the struggles that have been put in by the senior women cardiac surgeons, I guess that will really help going further the next generation to fight the perils of I think it's more of corporate market factors the corporate dynamics which will affect the cardiac surgeons, and it's not the gender. I honestly believe that. I think we're really in at a point of, I mean, with the events, the time is turning in such a way, the tide is going to turn in such a way. I have a very positive outlook. I don't think it would really soon the gender bias is going to die down pretty soon, and yeah, all that matters is what we can what we can bring across. What is, as Dr. Amrish was saying, what is the potential, and whether we live up to that potential, what we had as training, and how best we can help our patients out.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much, Major, and thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. I'm so happy to be here. I want to start with wishing all our audience Happy Women's Day, Happy Mahashivratri. Mahadev ki kripa hum sab pe bani rahe, and this show also should be blessed. And the topic that we are leading with today is sustainability. And I am afraid to say that today is not a great day to talk about sustainability because it's yesterday. We are already late. The way things are moving on the planet Earth, we have no idea what we are leaving behind. And I feel so privileged to be hosting this show today, moderating this talk with the stalwarts like Madhulika, who has been working in the space of reviving lakes in Hyderabad. So she has been passionately working on it for last more than 20 years. And I have personally worked with her on some of the projects. And I know the passion that she brings with her, the deep knowledge that she has. And recently she has submitted her thesis in MTech in the similar space. Welcome to the show, Madhulika, and thank you so much for taking time out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then we have Vinita. She is joining us from Chennai. Welcome, Vinita. I was having a chat with Vinita yesterday, and I was awestruck with the inputs that I got from her. She is currently running an IT company, but that's not her main introduction. Her main introduction is she has been working in the space of reviving traditional games, which is a wow factor for me, Vinita. I have been stalking you on social media, and that is how I referred your name. This is something not many people have thought of. This is not only, reviving our roots, connecting us to our roots, but also showing us the sustainable way of doing it. The way new age toys and games are, we know what kind of pollution they are causing around. And you have taken up this task of reviving, which are not only mentally stimulating, and they have got lots more than what they show. So thank you so much for taking this up. She is running it under the brand name Krida in Chennai, and it's on my list. Whenever I'm in Chennai, I'm visiting you, and I'm doing lots of shopping from there. And once we go deep in the conversation, you will come to know how over the years she has been continuously working towards making sustainability as the way of living. The whole story is weaved around how can we reduce pollution, how can we reduce waste, how can we operate in a zero waste manner. So once we go deep in the conversation, we'll get to know more about it. Welcome to the show, Vinita, and thank you so much for taking time out.
Thank you, Urvashi, for having me. And you don't need to come to Chennai. The games are available in Hyderabad.
I want to touch and feel and take them. So nice of you. Oh yeah, then we'll share details on that. Yeah, and then we have Mrinalini with us. I happened to meet Mrinalini very recently, and I wonder why it was so late, because I strongly believe in how universe, brings the right people together. So we met on a meet for Rang De, which is a platform which is, helping farmers generate funds. So they're getting social investors together and diverting those funds for the farmers. But what caught my attention about Mrinalini was she had written in her profile she's passionate about sustainability. And then when somebody says that, you think, okay, they must be in some business of sustainability. And what I found out was, for her, sustainability is the way of living. And I think that is the connecting point for all four women that are on show today here. For us, sustainability is how you live. Sustainability, you operate. Sustainability is the lifestyle for us. And I'm so happy that we get to have a little discussion around this. So Mrinalini is a co-founder of a brand called 6 Yard Plus. Is that right, Mrinalini? 6 Yard Plus. Yeah.
6 Yard Plus,
So
yeah.
I now imagine the purpose of floating this brand. Mrinalini thinks that one, there are lesser people who are, flaunting saris, especially the younger generation. So she wanted to bring sari back in fashion. But the bigger reason, underlying reason, is sari as a costume, sari as an outfit is a sustainable outfit. She was telling me yesterday that a sari can be worn for 40 to 80 years. And I was like, huh, how is that possible? And then I was thinking, I have a couple of saris which belong to my mom and her mom. And if I calculate, it is 40 to 80 years. I keep wearing one of my grandmother-in-law's sari, which is easily 60 years or maybe more old. So you were so right when you said that, and it's showcasing how sustainability is the way of living. So she also is not only trying to revive our culture, trying to make sure that our culture becomes the mainstream and is top of mind for young generation, but also working towards how she can do it sustainability. And when we go deeper in conversation, you will get to know lots more about how a brand called Dubara from her stable is making sure that less of it goes to the landfill. So, Madhulika, you'll be very interested with Vinita and Mrinalini, because both of them are working towards reducing the landfill. So, we are, making your job easy of cleaning the lakes.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Madhulika, it will be great if your camera is on. Yeah, we want to see the beautiful faces. Thank you. Thank you. Right. On that note, I welcome you all on the show, and I want to start with Madhulika. Please share a little more about your experience of that you have come across while you have been cleaning the lakes. I'm sure it has been a very tedious process. How you were able to get more people join you, because I see Dhruvansh, the name of the organization that you run, has got a huge number of volunteers, like who are, and I have been one of them at some part of time. I didn't do much, but yes, I can talk about it. I was there. I gathered a lot of kids from my community, a lot of people. We made huge bioenzyme, dumped it in the lake. Throw a little light on your journey. How did it start? Why did you think of it? How did it come to your mind? Okay, I have to start cleaning the lakes. And वो कैसे हुआ कि हम अकेले चलते गए and कारवां बढ़ता गया?
Yeah, very, very rightly said, Dr. Urushi, and I'm really thankful to the Startup TV as well as to you to hosting such a beautiful event, right? And lots of wishes of Women's Day as well as to Shivratri to you also and the whole team. Yes, I mean, the guys, this is, we call it as a Shivratri, right? But it is again a powerful for the Parvati. The same way, I really believe that somewhere, and the Parvati, if you count all the gods, right? If you see all the gods, the Parvati, though she is born on the earth, she is the most powerful god, right?
So,
If you have ever just observed, so this is true that if you are born on the earth, you have a good amount of the powers. And my journey started the same. Like I'm mother, I have 2 kids, and I'm working in I've done MTech in computer engineering, so I was working in IT field. And I was nowadays the parents are too much active, so I was also active parent and keep on involved with my kids. So this is very natural, right, that this generation is kind of thing. But slowly I realized that everything what I'm watching, I'm not able to find on the ground level, right? And then I have a good amount of the time, because I worked as a 8 years in the professor in ICFA University also, and I interacted with the engineering students. And then again I find out that their base is, what is India, what is environment, why we are studying this. Such kind of thought process are totally out. This is true, because when I was in 12th, right, I want to take up geography as a science. But since I was good in studies, my parents forced me to go for the computer engineering. So that is how it is happening all over India, right? It's none of the fault. But the parents prefer that passion is not so important. It's the money which is more important. So, but somewhere after doing computer engineering, working in that sector for so many of the years, but somewhere the passion was still that spark was there. And my kids were very small. In fact, my elder son was in the 3rd grade only when I decided, now this is time, Madhulika, that you have to jump. You have to decide that which way you want to go. It was a very tough time, because nobody is going to accept my decision. I already know that. In fact, not my husband, not my kids. Parents is very, you can say, long ago things. And then if you are doing good in your life, and then suddenly you just leave everything and start doing that, let me check whether I am really a good mother or not. So this is a check for me. Right, truly speaking, it is not to blame anybody, but I really want to understand, and I'm becoming a better mother, I'm becoming a better wife, I'm becoming a better Indian citizen while working on this particular lake. So when I started,
I love this line, better Indian citizen. I mean, if we start thinking like that, most of the problem is solved in any case. Yeah, sorry, please go on.
Yeah, sure, you can interrupt. So yes, when I started, it was like that. People were taunting me that Madhulika, job nahi mili kya? That's why you started picking up the call, right? Though you are so much learned, but why you are doing it? Why you are not doing it in the north? Because I belong to Rajasthan UP mix. So it does not belong to Hyderabad. So people are like that, ki bhag kar aayi hai, she's a divorcee, and something has happened in her life. She's mental. So I was criticized a lot. So being that making stories, right? That there should be some problem. That's why she's taking up the lake. Or she wants to encroach the lake or something like that. So yes, I have heard a lot of criticism, which I never expected actually. That if you want,
and we're talking about 20 years back.
It would be difficult, too much difficult.
I mean, imagine the psyche of the people, that if somebody is trying to do something good, अच्छा आपके पास कुछ और करने के लिए नहीं है, so you're doing this. I mean, so pitiful. How can the society even think like that?
नहीं पूरा मैम, अब तक the people are like that. तो जो हमारी thinking procedure है ना, वो Twitter और WhatsApp पे बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन ground level पे अभी भी अच्छी नहीं. So yeah, so in those situations I have criticized, because मेरे को ये लगता था I want to do something good, और good करने में इतना criticism मिलेगा, I never thought of. I was not prepared also.
Welcome to the world.
Yes. So in those situations, initially it was my 2 kids only who were my volunteer. उनको मैं जबरदस्ती पकड़ के ले जाती थी कि चलो मेरे साथ करवाओ. And that was the work I started. But yes, it actually 1.5 years के बाद मेरे पास volunteers आने शुरू हुए. So you can say that 1.5 years were a testing period for me, that people tested me कि भाई ये टिकेगी कि भाग जाएगी, हमें टिकाऊ चाहिए होता है ना, we test everything, and I appreciate that people tested me, right? I was able to pass that test.
You come out stronger.
Yes, because it is making me stronger. That's the reason I'm telling you. I have seen so many of the things. I mean, you movies में जो दिखाते हैं ना कि मार पिटाई और थप्पड़बाजी सब कुछ झेला है. तो अभी मैं इतनी strong हो चुकी हूँ कि now I am more stronger than iron.
I'm so glad that women in sustainability are stronger. That is what we want. So how is it today? Yeah. What's the story like today?
Yeah, so now the story is very good. We are the only organization in the southern area, in fact, who got the first national award from Jal Shakti in 2019.
Okay.
So yeah, and then we are again the only organization which is selected by the Niti Aayog from last 2 years at the best practices for the lake restoration.
Awesome.
Because जो मेरा lake restoration का तरीका है वो बिल्कुल देसी हिंदुस्तानी औरत की तरह है जो हर चीज में कंजूसी करती है, which is saving in everything. And recycling.
Reusing, recycling. That's our traditional way. That's how our mothers used to operate. I mean, I was a part of a forum, and I was a beautiful line was said there कि ये जो sustainability ज्ञान है ना, this is urban population needs it. A rural population doesn't need sustainability ज्ञान because they are operating in a sustainable manner. They won't throw away things. वो उसी कपड़े से झोला बना लेंगे, and they will keep on recycling, reusing till it is vanishing. So landfill is hardly there. And I don't know even if the concept of landfill ever existed in ancient times.
That's really true. I really believe if you see your parents, right? तो जैसे मेरे parents भी थे, तो I have seen that everything they are saving, right? It's their habit of saying. No doubt that time I used to mock at them, truly speaking. अरे मम्मी पापा आप कितने कंजूस हो. But now I realize that is the way which is, yes, that is the way which is a perfect way. And now I am doing the same, exactly same. I am saving everything, whatever I'm getting at the lake, whatever I'm getting at the home, right? मेरे घर में अगर suppose खाना खराब भी हो जाता है, make it sure that it is going to the ants.
Compost or ants.
भी मैं waste या मैं garbage में जाने के लिए allow नहीं करती हूँ. तो मतलब मुझसे ज़्यादा इस time पे कंजूस इंसान आपको धरती पे नहीं मिलेगा.
And I'm happy that we know you like that. So when we are talking about this landfills, तो ये तो lake में भी spillover हो रहा होगा ना मधुलिका? It must be.
The problem is that the biggest problem is which the other can actually throw a very good light. One thing, definitely, two things I just want to say, Urushi, here. That when you are talking about the lakes or when you're talking about the water, you forget about the lakes. Just water की बात कीजिए. तो बैंगलोर का हालत इस टाइम पे इट इज इन वेरी बैड शेप, राइट? इनफैक्ट द पीपल आर नाउ टेलिंग कि भाई डोंट वॉश योर यूटेंसिल्स, डोंट वॉश योर क्लोथ्स, यूज एंड थ्रो वाला, जहाँ पे पानी का यूसेज बिल्कुल जीरो. तो डू यू रियली वांट कि हमारी पोजीशन ऐसी बन जाए वहाँ पे जो टैंकर्स की कॉस्ट है? आई मीन इनफैक्ट बोरवेल्स इंक्रीज कर दिए गए हैं बिकॉज प्रॉपर वाटर ना तो वाटर लेक्स में अवेलेबल है ना बोरवेल्स में अवेलेबल है. तो बॉम्बे इज इन द वेरी बैड सिचुएशन एंड दिस इज जस्ट स्टार्टिंग ऑफ द मार्च. अभी हमारे पास we still have 3 months more to go before the monsoon. So in those situations, these are the alarms, right? Still, if we are not waking up these alarms and we feel, जैसे मैं हमेशा एक बात कहती हूँ कि this is a war, right? एक हमने war लड़ी थी 1947 में. अगर लोग ये कहते कि नहीं हम तो सिर्फ सैटरडे संडे को 2 घंटे आके करेंगे फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल, तो क्या हमें फ्रीडम मिल जाती?
Oh my God.
Always we get you, but this is a war that you have to do now continuously, 24 hours into 365 days, if you really want to sustain human species on the earth.
Yeah.
Right. If you are protecting the environment, make it sure you are protecting the human species on a global level. So
and the ecosystem is such that humans can survive only when the ecosystem is thriving. And I want to ask you, when you are cleaning up these lakes, what is the maximum garbage that is coming out?
Yeah,
I think you will say clothes. Is that or plastic?
One thing. Clothes.
Clothes.
We got a good amount of condoms also. We got a good amount of divorcee albums. When the people got divorced, they throw the albums also in the lake. Right? We got the coolers, we got the mattress, we got your everything, what you see in your home, right? Even your books. And then in the end, yes, a good amount of the clothes, right? In fact, a very good clothes, good quality clothes as well.
Oh my God, that's heart-wrenching.
So in those situations, right, even people photographs and their marriage cards, because what happened, those marriage cards which are left, people throw again in the lake only, right? Suppose if you have printed 1,000 cards and only 700 are used, so 300 cards, marriage cards, birthday cards, you will get into the lake. So tires.
I think people don't know what they are doing, therefore they are doing this.
Yes. So what they have to do,
I
they
mean,
do not have a
I just wish वो देखते कि ये क्या हो रहा है और वो निकाल के garbage में जा रहा है. Yeah, I so agree.
Yeah,
And
apart from that,
Malika, why don't you also start? Sorry, go ahead, please.
In fact, coconuts and cultural siltation is something else, which is taken out a little bit easy also, right? इतना गंदा नहीं होता है. Otherwise, घर का hairs cutting जो होती है, पूरा का पूरा it's in the lake only, right? You'll get so much of the hairs. It becomes irritating for me as well. Then you have goats, your calves, your buffaloes. So this is how the lake is.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So those situations, in fact, your septic tanks, your septic, which is getting you clear your septic tanks, they also release the same thing into the lakes.
Oh.
No, we do not have any septic tank system to manage them.
Oh.
Right. So people in the urban, they throw all the lakes are suffering like this. It's not about the Neknampur Lake. Neknampur Lake, I can give you observation. Otherwise, all over India, the same thing is happening because still for the septic tanks, we do not have a place. Landfill के नाम से आपको पता तो है? At least with the landfill, you know कि अच्छा, this is an area now.
Yeah.
Because landfill has been marketed well.
Yeah.
Septic tanks, still we have not marketed. So everything.
I think you need to not only, apart from cleaning the lakes, you need to start putting lot of efforts on creating awareness and, changing the thought process of people. Make videos and make them viral ki dekho lake mein ye nikla. In any case, we are just throwing it away. Something you have to think on those lines, Madhulika. And when you said lot of clothes are getting dumped in the, lake, I want to take the conversation to Mrinalini. Mrinalini, we were discussing how, you identified that you are working towards saris should not go in landfill, come what may. Take us through, the various things that you have been doing. And there are such interesting things, but I want audience to know from you what you have been doing to make sure saris don't end up there. Starting from, trying to find out alternate to silk for younger generation to your other innovations. Please take us through that.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this opportunity to MyStartuptv, and it's wonderful to be here with such passionate women who are working towards sustainability. Thanks, Urvashi, for this. So first off, I believe the sari is the most sustainable garment that there is, right? It's just 6 meters of fabric. There's not a single stitch on it. It can fit you all your life. You will never find a time where it is not of use to you. Right. So that fundamentally is where we start from, that of all the garments available to us, the sari is the most sustainable. Right. So when we start at 6 yards plus, there are two reasons, as you pointed out with Vinita as well. The fact that sustainability is a part of our culture and tradition for a very long time. So sariya tab se hai, there are 100+ ways to drape them. Right. And I think in the last couple of decades, there were several rules about sari draping, but a lot of those have gone out of the window now. So you can style anything with anything, and you can actually get away with the term capsule wardrobe, right? It's ideal for a sari because you just have like 5 things and you can create, I think, 40 looks with them, right? So that's really why I'm passionate about the sari, that you can wear it for a very long period of time, right? Now, if you come to what kind of sari, so any kind of sari is sustainable. Like we said yesterday, a lot of people think it's handloom saris that are sustainable. Any kind of sari, just by nature of this thing is sustainable. But
Mrinalini, I have been working in sustainability space for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
I never thought of sari like that, I mean, it was such an eye-opener, such a basic thing. And I never looked at it like that. I mean, so nice of you to have, highlighted it and brought it up like this. Please go ahead.
Thank you for appreciating that. But I really believe that. So now if you come to how these saris are produced, right? So obviously the, a mill level production causes a lot of other harmful side effects, even if they result in a final, sustainable sari. But handloom saris are far more sustainable. But again, all of us know, those who work in sustainability, that sustainability is a journey. So you can choose at which point you are absolutely able to contribute to sustainability. There can be no extremes on this. कि आप ये करोगे तो sustainable हो जाओगे, ये करोगे तो नहीं हो. It's at every point जो आपसे हो सकता है ना, जैसे मधुलिका जी ने कहा, आप बिल्कुल कीजिएगा. Do absolutely everything you can. So you can buy a natural dyed sari, you can buy a hand woven sari, you can buy a khadi sari. You can insist on a completely hand spun khadi sari as opposed to an ambar charkha sari. So there are multiple, in Telugu we say majli, right? Multiple stops from when you start from home till you get to Kashi. They're called Kashi majli, right? So that's what it is. So that's an ultimate goal, but you can make these stops at any point. So at 6 yards plus, we started off with that. Let's popularize saris and let's popularize handloom saris even more. But that soon led us to this place where we know that a lot of people were not using saris, right? Because they stopped draping them, or their mothers have gifted this to them and they don't know what to do with them. So we said, let's find. And on the other hand, there are equally people who love saris but are not able to access them. So we've created Dobara, which is basically giving a second life to saris. It's pre-loved saris which we list. And people can buy. It's actually one of our most successful experiments on 6 yards plus. We started it on a whim, but we very soon realized, both on a business perspective as well as on a sustainability perspective, people really like the idea and they take it up. Right. Then the next thing is we have a thing called Sar Revive, where we're trying to, saris that are in your wardrobe, we bring them out, we recreate them with handcrafting, with kalamkari, with madhubani, with gond painting and multiple other crafts. Basically, we'll do anything to help you drape your sari again. Right? So it's just get them out of the wardrobe, drape them again. And honestly, I tell everyone who speaks to me that you don't need to buy this from us. Not even from us, not from anywhere else. Just please drape a sari every day. Please drape a sari every week. Whatever works for you. So Sari Vibe helps do that, to get your saris out and help people get interested in their sari again. The final thing that we do, no, two more things we do. One is that, of course, we also donate. So we facilitate donation of saris. As Madhulika pointed out earlier, there's a lot of them that go into landfill that people don't want to use anymore. Right? Even if we're not able to sell them through the Dobara platform, we have tied up with nonprofits and social enterprises that will either upcycle or donate these. So even if they're defective, even if they're stained, just give them to us. We'll make sure that they don't go into the landfill. Right? And in fact, we had incentivized it with a discount coupon on our mainstream products if people donated. Because I invoke Telugu when I say there's a little punyam and a little purushartham, a little selfishness and a little, doing it for the world. But that I find incentivizes people very nicely to take these steps, right? And the final thing that we do is that we also upcycle saris. So we've got, home decor made out of saris. So our attempt has always been to make sure that the sari's life is as extended as possible. And lastly, we have experimented with some plant-based options to silk, right? Because we realized that veganism is a movement, and we realized that I didn't want to enter into a very large luxury segment, because for me, everyday sari draping is more important. For a shadi, you'll wear your kanchi banarsi anyway, right? We are trying to get you to wear it to work, to a board meeting, to, a PTM or whatever. So we wanted a nice price point, but we also wanted sustainability. So we experimented with sustainably produced certified fabrics, which of course then we put our designs on. So they were very attractive, they were very luxurious, but they were a good price point, and they're 100% sustainable. So these are some of the things we've done. I think it's a drop in the ocean, and I'd love to hear more about...
Every drop counts, Mrinalini, every drop counts. And sadly, there are few drops getting in the ocean on this. But thank you for taking us through this lovely journey. And before we wind up towards the end of the session, I would request all three of our guests to give 3 takeaways from their experience. And I'm saying it now so that you can, make up points in your mind. 3 takeaways for our audience who are logged in, tuned in right now, or, this is available on YouTube. They can check it out later also. What are the 3 things that they can do in their daily lives, with which they can live a more sustainable lifestyle. Right. So before we wind up, we'll give three each so that there is a takeaway for our audience. And when we are talking about blending our traditional things with sustainability, I move the mic to Vinita, who has been doing some wonderful and very different kind of work in this. Vinita, do share with us, why and how did you start with this? What was the thought? And we are also interested in how you are trying to make operations sustainable in your IT company also. How you are going that extra mile, putting extra efforts. And I was arguing with her yesterday, कि sustainability में तो extra cost लगता है. It is a lot of cost if you want to be sustainable. And she was, fiercely saying, no, you just need efforts, you just need the intent, you just need the mind. And if you have that, there are options available. But I think they are less available. Vinita, take us through your journey on sustainability.
Thanks, Urvashi. Lovely to be here. And Renalini, I just wanted to say your conversation on saris touched a chord because I actually wear saris every day to work, and both my kanjivarams and everything, so they get an outing, let us say. Anyway, so fabulous work, Madhulika, Renalini. Just to give you a quick either of my journey, I am a communications professional. Came back from the US, set up a communications content company, but felt I needed to do something that had more impact. Somehow just writing corporate content just felt, I mean, big deal, yeah. People read what you write, throw it away, forget it, move on. I'm not having impact on anyone's lives, on anyone's mind. And, when you're young, you believe you can change the world. As you get older, you at least try to change yourself. So I decided to change myself, and I started to do two things. Both, I think, were part of the journey to who I am. One, I set up Krida. It's an organization to revive traditional games of India. I think Krida itself started because my grandparents used to babysit my children, and they used to play many of the traditional games with them. Wow. And remember, these are my children's great grandparents. It's an 80-year age gap. But the children loved going there. Granted, my grandparents also spoiled them rotten, bought them whatever they wanted, but they enjoyed the games too. So I just started writing about it in the newspapers, and people started reaching out to me to say, hey, I love this game. Do you know how to play it? And then I said, okay, fine, let's make about 40, 50 games. Or pick a dozen games and do 40, 50 pieces. Honestly, I thought I'd sell a few, give the rest, and move on with my life. I often call myself an accidental entrepreneur because we sold out rather soon. And there I was left with the challenge of having to recreate and become a manufacturer on a more long-term basis. But I think one of the things I was very clear about when I started Krida is it had to be global in quality and Indian in spirit. And I think when I mean Indian in spirit, I'm talking not only about the design, the way the games are, but also the way they were played. And I think everyone has mentioned it somewhere or the other, that today we all talk about sustainability as a buzzword. But sustainability was a part of our lives. It wasn't something apart from our lives. It was interwoven with our day-to-day lives. And I think unless we start thinking about sustainability again as something that we interweave with our lives, then we can't do this. Which is what I was telling Urvashi yesterday. While I'm running an IT company, I have to sit down and say, okay, I have to think of some sustainability initiatives. It doesn't work. It has to be interwoven with the way we think, the way we behave, the way we live, the way we gift, the way we use our things, the way we upcycle, recycle, reuse, whatever it is. And without that, it doesn't happen. So when I started Krida, that's the way I looked at it. In fact, to be perfectly honest, if you look at traditional games, traditionally people didn't make game pieces. They used stones and seeds and leaves, and I was very tempted to do the same thing. But unfortunately, idealism has to balance out with practicality. And all my retailers told me, if you sell a game and tell people to go get seeds from their kitchen, they are not going to buy your game. Please give us game pieces to play. So my next step was, okay, if I have to do the game pieces, how do I make it sustainable? How do I make it Indian in spirit? So I work with a number of artisans who work on traditional items, and they develop these game pieces for me. My games are, so we work with small industries, we work with them, small manufacturers, on how to use, how to reuse, how to reduce wastage, how to be safe, eco-friendly, sustainable, the kind of inks they use, everything. And I'm proud to say Krida was recently received its ISI certification for safety and quality, and very excited about that. So, which is why when you look at our games, they have an Indian spirit, but our quality levels are fantastic. Now, obviously, quality means you're going to have rejects, right? You're going to have things that are damaged. So what do we do with this? And I'm excited to tell you that we've been doing this off and on in a less organized manner all these years. But this year, we've decided to actually create Krida accessories through upcycle damaged stuff. And keep your eyes out for it. Hopefully, in a few months, we'll have some exciting stuff out, which you can pick up. Just upcycled stuff, which has been damaged cartons, damaged canvases, damaged games. What do we do with those? Of course, a lot of it we reuse, we donate, but some things we can't, and this is where we go from here. But again, as I said, sustainability is not just as simple as that. So I'm going to share a little story and journey we had in Krida. One of the things that I used quite pervasively in games, and I think all of you, if I'm not mistaken, are from Hyderabad, so you may be familiar with the game Ashtachema, which is played with cowrie shells. And we used to use cowrie shells in our games until I had this NGO reach out to me and say, ma'am, can you think of a substitute? So I said, why? It's biodegradable, it's safe. She said, yes, but when you start large-scale collection of cowrie shells, it damages our coastline, it damages our biodiversity. So I kid you not, the minute she said that, I said, no, we have to stop shells. But what's my substitute? What do I use instead? Excuse me. It took me almost a year to come up with substitutes. We looked at natural options. People use bamboo sticks cut in two or tamarind seeds cut in two. Now, all these are nice, but they don't have a shelf life. They're not attractive. I mean, people want to have to play the games. I can't lose sight of my primary objective, which is getting people back to play. Yes. So it took us almost a year to come up with something. We experimented with the craziest things, including coffee beans, which actually look like miniature cowries, and each one had a problem. And then we had to look at the probability factor because it shouldn't affect the gameplay itself. So we have pages and pages of notes with all our experiments where someone's throwing them and making a note of the numbers that come, making sure the probability works. So it was a crazy time. And I'm thrilled to tell you that we finally came up with a solution which was right under our nose. We worked with an artisan to create something that looks close to cowries. Sadly, though, very often when I sell the game, people will return it saying, oh, we don't want to play with this, we want to play with cowries. Some of them, when I explain, accept it, some don't. But we try our best to educate them. We say, if you don't want cowries, please return it. We won't sell you the game. So this is part of our journey. And just to address
the call to take, Vinita, that, okay, we'll sell like this only, otherwise, we will not.
It is a tough call, but I think that's where Krida has always believed. I'm going to, as I was telling Urvashi yesterday, the other thing I've been doing side by side is doing a lot of consultancy in the NGO space. And I realized something when I worked in the NGO space, and every NGO is focused on their area of concern. They're not looking at other people's areas of concern. So the NGO focused on child labor is worried about child labor. They're not worried about use of plastics. NGOs working with plastics are worried about plastics. They're not worrying about child labor or other, HIV or whatever it is. So I realized that it's not about sustainability. It's about being socially aware. And your organization needs to be a socially relevant organization, addressing issues of importance in society today, no matter what the issues are. And it's only then that you truly are a balanced organization. I've tried to, in the last few years, to support the family business. I've kind of reduced my consultancy. My husband and I run an IT company together, and I've tried to bring these concepts to the IT company also. And I think Mrinalini said, sustainability is a journey. It's not like you can do everything. No one can do everything, but there are things you can do. It can be as simple as buying more efficient ACs, energy efficient ACs for your thing. I was talking to Mrinalini about how this year when we did Diwali gifting, we said, no plastics, no things that are going to be 100 bags that get tossed in the landfill. So we picked up these really lovely things we picked up from artisans. So Mrinalini's answer to me was, not everyone would be aware of it. I agree, but everyone is aware of more energy efficient air conditioners. It costs a lot, a little more, I'm not denying it, but we're willing to pay lakhs, crores for our homes. I mean, are we not going to, isn't planet Earth an equally expensive? I mean, isn't our land worth so much, our country, our world? I mean, if we can spend on our homes, surely I can afford to spend something. What's the cost of planet Earth?
Yeah. No, actually, when you say that, Vinita, what strikes me is I've thought for a long time that if we knew the true cost of the cheap things we buy, we may not be buying them. Right? So if we were to have a sort of cost to environment for some of the products that are just available for, a few hundreds or a few tens, then we'd think twice about making the choice.
Nalini, I'm going to add something else. Very often you go to a store, they'll say, oh, you buy this, we'll give you something free. You really don't want the something free.
Yeah.
You take it because you don't want it. You stuff it somewhere. You forget about it. Then later on it's broken, whatever. You throw it away. Fine. If you're going to take it, at least make sure it reaches someone who's going to use it. Or don't take it. So, these are things we can all do. This doesn't require cost. It doesn't require effort. It doesn't require time. It just requires it to become part of your psyche.
So well said. And I can see how we all are resonating and echoing each other's thoughts. And, that's the beauty of this. I mean, I'm so happy that we are kicking off Women's Day in this manner. And in the interest of time, I would quickly, before I wrap up and give a conclusion, I would want to take it back to Madhulika, if she can quickly share, 3 to-dos for our audience, which, can help us live on a better planet. I mean, that is how I'll put it.
Yes, one of the which we were discussing earlier is to use in your home all the natural cleaners. Maybe by enzyme, may not be, but any of the natural cleaners if you are using in your home, right? So whatever the sewage is coming from your home, it will be actually blessed. So that is very much necessary. The second thing I really want that if you are going to the lake or celebrating any kind of the festival or the birthdays at the, please don't use plastic. Right? These are the basic things. Apart from that, just last point, which I little bit elaborate, Urvashi.
Sure.
That we human beings work when our tails are on fire. So I request that we have to work before when our tails get fire.
That's how I started. It's the wrong time to talk about sustainability. It was yesterday. So true. I completely agree. Yeah.
And another thing which I really now I have changed the EDM which is more miter, pen or the sword, right? So some people used to say pen, some people used to say sword, but I really believe it's the hand which is the miter. So it's not that it's now the time that you have to pick up that what is more miter and start working accordingly. So sometimes pen, sometimes sword, but please pick up something. That's more important. It's not you're still waiting that the government will do the changes or somebody else will do it, because the biggest problem with the earth is that people think that someone else will save the earth.
There is no one, no superwoman, so no